Transcending the Nine Heavens chapter 2377 to chapter 2434. In the dark, the real Dong Huang Shui Leihan was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. It wasn't that he didn't know that this seventh brother of his was a little unreliable, but he didn't expect him to be such a bastard. His ability to attract hatred was really at the peak. He had completely destroyed the image that he had accumulated over a million years. Others might not know the origin of this impostor, but how could Shui Leihan himself not know what his own brother did? This fellow was the number one unreasonable person in the Heaven Imperial Court, the number one troublemaker, the number one bandit, the number one lone bandit in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The heavens didn't rob him, in other words, other than the heavens above his head that he didn't rob. Because it was useless, as long as it was something that he wanted, it would become his no matter what. Back then, when Yun Shangren became a Saint Lord, he took a liking to the crown that belonged to Yun Shangren. He was willing to lay low for 100 years just to snatch it away. Although he was heavily injured, Yun Shangren had lost his chance to ascend to the throne, because, as long as something was in this fellow's hands, even the gods wouldn't be able to take it away. Even if Shui Leihan came forward to ask for it, he would definitely be rejected. Such a fellow was originally lawless. Not to mention Wu Yequang, even if he was facing the Saint Lord Cloud Master, this fellow would still dare to mock and ridicule him. Even if he were to draw his sword and start a fight, he would still be a strong character who definitely had the power to fight. Although this fellow's cultivation wasn't as good as his, he was on par with the few people with weaker cultivation after DE. It was hard to tell who was better. Even if they were to really fight, he would still be full of confidence. But, no matter how confident you are, you can't reveal your bandit aura when you're impersonating me. Little did he know that this impostor was also cursing in his heart. What DE and Queen, all of you are putting on airs, I don't like looking at you. That short guy with a crooked face actually calls himself a handsome guy. F*CK, the real handsome guy is clearly standing here and hasn't said anything. Who do you think you are? I have no choice. I'm impersonating my big brother. If not, I'll teach each and every one of you a lesson on the spot, in his heart. In fact, he had already given them a lot of face and left them a lot of leeway. If Wild Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang knew of this guy's true thoughts, he would probably immediately fight him to the death, not rest until one of them was dead. Who is protecting this stairway to heaven? The Demon Empress looked at Xiadan Qiong as he walked up the stairway. Her eyes flashed with a rare dignified look. The other celestial emperors could tell that Emperor Jasper Flower had been ambushed at least 1,000 times along the way. However, Great Emperor Jasper Flower didn't make a move at all. She merely continued to advance slowly. In fact, he didn't even activate his protective Yuan Qi. This was equivalent to handing over his life to those who were protecting him. He obviously had absolute confidence in those who were protecting him. Because of this, the heavenly emperors were even more astonished. That was because those tyrannical attacks had all vanished into thin air at the first moment. They had disappeared into the spatial cracks, and the people who had attacked had all lost their souls. Not even their corpses remained. That was not all. The most surprising thing was all of this. No one actually discovered it at all. At least those below the saint level couldn't discover anything. As for ordinary people, it was a scene of singing and dancing. It was peaceful. Smooth. Too smooth. Great Emperor Jasper Flower's 7 star guards haven't made a move at all. Then who was the one who made a move? Isn't this strength a little too high? Gee. Bay Heaven's Yang Heavenly Emperor Long Yinghuan's face was extremely solemn. When this sentence came out, everyone's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, Mo Yuntian's current strength had to be re-evaluated. The foundation that Great Emperor Jasper Flower had revealed so far was already shocking to the extreme, but they didn't know that the resources consumed by the Tribulation Brothers, Tan Tan and Mo Lei along the way was definitely a super-astronomical figure. Before Xiadan Qiong reached the 4th level, each of them had already swallowed 2 heavy pills, the terrifying consumption along the way. Even as the master of the Tribulation Sword, Chu Yang also felt that it was extremely strenuous. This was because wherever Xiadan Qiong went, there would be a death zone formed by the combined consciousness of the Tribulation Brothers within a radius of 5,000 feet. As long as someone came into contact with this zone, it would instantly trigger a space crack and devour them completely. This was the space-devouring formation that Mo Tianji had painstakingly set up. It was also the formation formed by Chu Yang's countless souls of purple crystal and another mysterious formation that complemented each other. It was activated by a huge amount of mental energy. Only then did it form a powerful formation that was absolutely fatal. It was also the strongest trump card of today's ascension ceremony, with Chu Yang as the leader, Mo Tianji as the unscrupulous person to activate the devouring formation. Mo Qinggu, Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Ao Xieyun, Rui Budong, GMO, Luo Kadi, Tan Tan, Mo Lei and Zi Shiqing combined their powers to activate the devouring formation, all of the spiritual power, all of the spiritual power, all of the spiritual power, all of the cultivation power, all of the power, as long as it could be used. Mo Tianji used the power of the formation to forcefully combine them together. This kind of power was really abundant and irresistible. Even a 7-star guard could be instantly swallowed by it. Of course, with the might of such a formation being so terrifying, there were naturally many requirements. Apart from the massive amount of souls of purple crystal, the most dangerous requirement was that as long as any one of them had the slightest distracting thought, the other 11 would all suffer an irreversible and intense backlash. This was undoubtedly a huge gamble. This was the safest method that Mo Tianji could think of in the face of an unknown and powerful enemy. However, it was also the most dangerous method. This was because everyone would be consigned to eternal damnation as long as one of them was not of one mind and one mind. However, Mo Tianji completely believed in these people who were participating in the formation. They would definitely be of one mind and of one mind. For the glory of our brothers, we would do our best without hesitation. We might not be able to deal with the challenges on the 8th level, but along the way, we would take on all the attacks. This was the common thought of all the brothers. Today can be considered an eye-opener. In all the previous Celestial Emperor's ascension ceremonies, only this Xia Danqiong had to endure so many attacks and disturbances. I really don't know what the mastermind behind these assassins is thinking. Don't they know that this is a method of making a mortal enemy of a Celestial Emperor? Or is that person's strength already enough to disregard our generation? The Demon Empress looked at the space cracks that kept flashing, appearing and disappearing in the air. In just a short while everyone was arguing, they had already flashed at least a few hundred times. Those hundreds of flashes meant that thousands of top-notch experts had been killed without a sound or trace, turning into wisps of green smoke. Their souls had scattered, and they had turned into ashes without leaving any trace behind. The guy who pretended to be Shui Leihan said indifferently, walking through the gaps between the wind and rain, laughing proudly between life and death, only then can one be considered a hero of a generation. Since Xie Danqiong stepped on the heavenly stairway all the way to the 7th step now, he has experienced a total of 478 attacks. Yes, it's already 503 attacks now. In the short time that he said this sentence, another 20 or so waves of attacks turned into nothingness in the space cracks. However, such frequent attacks are still just probing attacks and not decisive attacks. And this point is already enough to shock people. With such strength, such influence, and being able to mobilize such a large amount of manpower, the true strength of the mastermind behind this is really shocking and terrifying. Yao Xian continued to draw hatred for the mastermind with her mouth, but her beautiful eyes looked at a certain impostor with some surprise. She thought to herself, although this guy's personality is very strange, his eyesight and arithmetic skills are really not low. He actually counted all of them, and not a single one of them was off. It was really not easy. The ascension of the Jade Flower Emperor is not like some people. However, just as the Demon Empress was about to praise him, this guy reverted to his old ways and said mockingly, when some people ascended the throne, they had Cloud Master to hold the fort. Naturally, there was no wind or waves, no clouds for thousands of miles, and they were so awesome that they were in a mess. They walked up so easily, looking like a heifer that knows how to ride the clouds, awesome to the heavens. Actually, that kind of road, even a dog could climb up with its tail wagging. When this sentence came out, the hatred instantly skyrocketed. Everyone glared at him, and there was no lack of murderous intent. This was no longer just drawing hatred, it was simply group ridicule, and it was a large-scale and indiscriminate ultimate group ridicule. It was really too domineering. The extreme Sky Sovereign Emperor Zue Wuqing and the Qibei Heavenly Emperor Yenyang Longinghuan both looked like they were about to spit fire. They looked at this guy and said, "Shui Leihan, what do you mean by this? Who are you scolding?" The South Pole Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui's eyes were also filled with anger. He looked at Shui Leihan and said lightly, "Brother Shui, are you mocking me?" Everyone else's faces were also red, and they looked at this Dong Huang angrily. It looked like they were about to gang up and attack. The Demon Empress held her forehead, a little dumbfounded. She was just speechless. Motherf ****, where did this idiot come from? Opening his mouth at the slightest provocation, capturing everyone in one fell swoop. Other than Dong Huang, Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress Xianxia, all of the other people here had been visited by the saint when they ascended the throne. This old lady wanted to direct the spearhead to that person in charge several times, but this guy was good. With just one sentence, he directly offended everyone. The 10 great heavenly emperors and 1 saint monarch, these people were all people who could shake the heavens with a spit of saliva. He actually offended 8 of them, including the Demon Empress herself. He had really offended them to the point of swelling. This kind of ability to attract hatred was truly unprecedented and unparalleled since the beginning of time. If a competition to draw hatred was held, this guy would definitely be the winner, there was no doubt about this. Dong Huang Shui Leihan looked at the celestial emperors coldly. Suddenly, he snorted and shook his head. "Don't you understand human language? Whatever you think I mean, that's what I mean. Why, you can do it, but others can't." He did not have a good impression of these people in his heart. Now that he knew the truth, he found them even more unpleasant to the eye. At this moment, he followed his temper and said whatever was unpleasant to hear. How could he still care about who the other party was when the heavenly bandit's temper flared up? Good, good, good. All the celestial emperors gritted their teeth and nodded slowly. Shui Leihan, you win. After this ceremony is over, we must get intimate with each other. Let's see if you, the East Sovereign of the Heaven-Suppressing Tower, can really cover the sky with one hand and look down on all the heroes in the world. That's why I said you have no guts. This Dong Huang Shui Leihan slanted his nose and said, "If you want to fight, fight now. But you don't dare to fight now, just find some lame excuses. Aren't you all afraid of offending this Jade Flower Emperor? Actually, I can understand. Cloudmaster isn't here now, and you have no backbone. What right do you have to fight with me? Even a ruler wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall, let alone the few of you. What you're doing now is what you're doing. But how can there be such a cheap thing in the world?" He spat and scolded, "A bee is a bee. Do you think you're a virgin just because you put on an act? This is a fundamental difference. Once this is over, you'll have long slipped into some rat hole. Why are you still fighting with me?" Shui Leihan. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, "What are you trying to do, you bastard? You think you're great just because you can fight? Do you have to make a river of blood here now before you're willing to stop? You want to fight? Fight with me." Seeing that the Jade Flower Emperor's ascension ceremony was about to be turned into a big fight between the celestial emperors and the empress, Xianxia was so angry that she was about to die. The 2 Buddhas had no choice but to jump out and disrupt the situation. They hoped that this blockhead in front of them would at least understand the situation and quickly give up. Especially at the very beginning. On the surface, he was calling out Dong Huang, but in fact, he was calling out the real Dong Huang Shui Leihan. What he meant was, you better control your brother. This guy is going to start a world war soon. The faces of the other heavenly emperors were already flushed red. Panting heavily, it seemed like the situation was about to erupt at any moment. For millions of years, not a single celestial emperor had ever suffered such a blatant insult, let alone now that they were all gathered in one place and being attacked by someone. In fact, everyone felt that they were so angry that their livers were hurting and their guts were trembling. No matter what, he could not tolerate this. This Dong Huang had really gone too far. Could it be that just because you have a cultivation second only to a saint, you can look down on us? It's true that we can't beat you one by one, but we have so many people here. I don't believe that we can't beat you if we work together. Didn't he see how angry the Demon Empress was? She's second only to Dong Huang, and she's taking the lead. Was Shui Leihan still okay? Shui Leihan, who had been hiding in the dark for millions of years, was also so angry at his own brother that he was about to stomp his feet. No, he was already stomping his feet, this bastard. He had already warned him more than 10 times beforehand. Repeatedly, this guy also nodded and agreed to everything. But now, he threw all of them to the back of his mind. Even if he just let out a fart, he could still stink for a while. But this guy could change his attitude as fast as flipping a book, yet, he was hiding in the dark and could not show himself at all. Otherwise, he would have long slapped this guy back to the eastern royal heavens. He hurriedly scolded him via telepathy, "You bastard. Are you courting death? Damn you, when you go back, I'll punish you according to the family rules. I'll punish you properly, you bastard." In his anger, Shui Leihan scolded him, but he was already spouting nonsense. That impersonating Dong Huang immediately replied via telepathy, "Shui Leihan, you really have guts. You dare to scold my mother? You scold my mother? My mother is your mother. You dare to scold our mother? You're really too gutsy. You actually scolded me as a bastard. We have the same mother. If I'm a bastard, even if you don't hatch a bastard, you'll be a turtle egg. Damn you. How dare you scold our father and mother as bastards? When we go back, I'll go to the ancestral hall with you and have a good talk with you, you bastard." Shui Leihan's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost fainted. He said weakly, I'm going to vomit blood." However, the impersonating Dong Huang in front of him also seemed to feel that he had more or less gone overboard. Looking at the celestial emperors approaching from all directions, he could only reluctantly explain, "Of course, I'm not talking about all of you. I'm talking about some people in your land. And whoever is the most agitated." When this sentence came out, even Xianxia really didn't expect it. This sentence was the real killer's move. The one in charge was invincible, so what if they weren't invincible? How could they not be invincible? All the celestial emperors were almost going crazy from holding it in, but other than glaring angrily, none of them spoke first, and none of them made a move. Whoever made a move, wouldn't that be admitting that they were one of those people? All of them were panting heavily, veins popping on their foreheads, but they couldn't take a step forward. Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief. She thought to herself that at least they didn't fight on the spot. Although everyone had resentment in their hearts, it was still within a range that could be controlled. However, she heard this Dong Huang say again, "But all of you also know that even if we really fight, all of you are no match for me." In an instant, Xianxia's head swelled. She almost wanted to worship this guy in front of her. "Big brother, why do you dare to say anything? How long are you going to offend people?" Seeing that all the celestial emperors were about to explode and fight, fortunately, at this moment, the Jade Flower Emperor had already safely ascended to the 8th level with his wife. From the moment they ascended to the first step of the celestial stairway to the 8th level, all the attacks suddenly disappeared, and peace returned. Not even the slightest bit of trouble was left. Everyone knew that the 8th level was where the celestial emperors were. Whoever dared to make a move in the dark here would not only be provoking the celestial emperors, but also the entire celestial emperors. How was that different from courting death? Although a certain person in charge didn't care whether more of the 10,000 saints' celestial spirits would die or not, it was still too risky to make a move so openly in front of so many people. Therefore, from this moment on, they could only make a move openly. In other words, Xia Danqiong's real test had only officially begun here. Of course, other than a few people, the rest didn't know that from this level onwards, the real Xia Danqiong had actually changed. What replaced him was the Dong Huang, Shui Leihan, who was truly second only to the celestial emperors in terms of identity, status, and cultivation in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. There had never been anyone who could so thoroughly portray second only to the celestial emperors in the world. However, Shui Leihan was fully deserving of this title. One could imagine what kind of expression those celestial spirits would have when they confidently sent out their main forces only to be met with the most terrifying counterattack that they couldn't resist at all. Seeing that Xia Danqiong and his wife had finally entered the initial stages of the 8th level, Chu Yang finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He only felt that he was on the verge of collapsing and almost couldn't stand up straight. His vision was actually turning black. Looking at the other brothers, all of them were the same. It seemed that they were even worse than him. GMO was even floating as he walked, as if he could lie down on the ground at any time and never get up again. No matter whether it was in terms of mental energy, cultivation, or divine senses, they had all overdrawn too many times on this journey just now. In the past, they would only use one heavy pill in a life and death battle. However, from the first level of the celestial stairs until now, they had all used up an average of more than 20 heavy pills each. In total, they had used up close to 300 heavy pills. This was a rather huge number. Although heavy pills were the number one healing panacea in the world, their main purpose was to heal injuries and prolong life, replenish one's energy, recover one's cultivation, and condition the body. However, after eating so many in such a short period of time, everyone still needed to digest them properly to avoid any adverse effects. Mo Tianji also heaved a long sigh of relief and immediately consumed another heavy pill. Everyone else could rest, but Mo Tianji and Chu Yang couldn't. Even though they knew that consuming heavy pills would do more harm than good in the long run, they had no choice but to do so. Chu Yang had another mission, while Mo Tianji had to continue maintaining the basic operation of the formation. When Mo Tianji consumed the heavy pill, Chu Yang had already swallowed the heavy pill in his mouth without leaving a trace. Chu Lu and Chu Yang, who hadn't made a move all this while, were disguised as Xia Danxiong's accompanying palace maids and attendants. At this moment, they were following behind Xia Danxiong and Madame Mei. Their white robes were whiter than snow, and they looked like fairies on the 8th level of the platform. Originally, Xia Danxiong had insisted that all of his brothers should appear together at this ascension ceremony to enjoy this great glory together and experience the feeling of standing at the peak. However, Jade Flower Emperor, who had just suggested this idea, was fiercely criticized by Mo Tianji and Chu Yang. "We brothers can only climb to the top one by one. If we go up together at the so-called peak of the world, wouldn't we be courting death together?" This was Mo Tianji's words. "The time isn't ripe yet. You just have to wait for us to gather at the peak. There will definitely be such a day." This was Chu Yang's words. GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rui Butong had wanted to cheer when they heard Xia Danxiong's words. However, they were smacked back by these two heavy blows. Most of his brothers had already stopped at their original places, and were meditating and recuperating. However, Mo Tianji was still in charge of the overall situation in the dark. And Chu Yang was following behind him. Therefore, Xia Danxiong was very confident in his heart. Therefore, when Xia Danxiong walked towards Di Queen's seat, he was still calm, poised, and full of bearing. There was no nervousness or uneasiness at all. It was as if he was originally a member of this place. Now, he had just casually walked here again. Jade Flower Emperor has already ascended the Heavenly Emperor stage. Muzong Lan's voice once again reverberated through the heavens and earth, with uncontrollable excitement and impulsiveness. "Here, there is our absolute, honorable guest. He will meet Jade Flower Emperor and establish an alliance." Everyone in Ink Cloud Sky jumped up and shouted as if they had gone crazy. "De Empress! Only Saint Monarch! De Empress! Only Saint Monarch! Mighty! Mighty!" De Empress and only Saint Monarch were legendary top figures. Every one of them was like an ethereal deity above the clouds. In fact, they were deities in this world. They were definitely not simple emperors. Xia Danxiong smiled and walked in calmly. The first one he walked towards was of course the first one after De Empress, Dong Huangshuelehan. And at this moment, behind Dong Huangshuelehan, there were already two more people who had appeared out of nowhere. They stood straight behind this Dong Huangshuelehan. These two were the personal guards of Dong Huang. Normally, they were invisible and would not show themselves in front of others. But at this moment, facing the newly ascended Ink Cloud Sky Jade Flower Emperor, they could only show themselves. This was a form of expression and also a form of respect. Behind the other heavenly emperors and demon empresses, there were also two more people like this. Only the maniac sword heavenly emperor Wu Yequang's side was a little creepy. He himself was already ugly enough, but the two people behind him were actually even more ugly than him. Humans were always afraid of comparisons. Ever since those two guards appeared, Wu Yequang, who was previously an eyesore in everyone's eyes, actually became much more pleasing to the eye. Fresh flowers needed green as a foil, and to set off withered grass. As long as one could find withered grass, that was all. Jade Flower Emperor walked in calmly and had a friendly chat with our first honorable guest. Now, let me introduce our first guest today. He is the master of the Eastern Royal Heaven. Muzong Lan's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. Eastern Emperor Monarch. Xue Leihan. Just as he finished speaking, the auspicious clouds in the sky suddenly tumbled and surged. A bright golden cloud appeared in the sky. The golden cloud tumbled and formed 8 mountain-like characters in the sky. The majestic eastern sky, the illustrious East Sovereign. Following the appearance of these 8 words, the cries of Moyuntian's citizens grew louder and louder, shaking the heavens and earth. Donghuang Xue Leihan stood up gracefully with a warm smile on his face. At this moment, a huge image of Donghuang suddenly appeared in midair. Donghuang Xue Leihan stood with his hands behind his back, looking graceful and confident as he faced the world. At this moment, Donghuang's outstanding image instantly conquered the world. As expected of the Donghuang. This kind of temperament, this kind of demeanor, this kind of image, it really made people fall for him. Only the various great heavenly emperors saw this scene and only felt their mouths full of teeth aching. No, it's not just a feeling, it's really painful. Is what we saw real? Is this still the person who was hooting with us just now? They saw. Donghuang Xue Leihan smiled amiably and said, "Brother Xia, congratulations. You're amazing, amazing. You're still so young and you're already able to achieve so much. You're indeed a young hero." Xie Danqiang was neither servile nor overbearing. He smiled and said, "Brother Xue, you're too kind. You're too kind." Compared to these. This Donghuang Xue Leihan was about to revert to his old ways and talk nonsense again. Xue Leihan, who was hiding in the dark, hurriedly stopped him. "Enough. Don't play with your mouth anymore. At this time, if you can speak less, then speak less. Compared to these people, you're much more handsome and confident." This Donghuang Xue Leihan was stopped, and the words that he wanted to say became such a superficial sentence. Xie Danqiang also heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You're too kind." After saying that, he was about to walk towards the demon empress. Unexpectedly, this Donghuang Xue Leihan said behind him, "Sai, when these people ascended to your current position, they were all old monkeys. Don't be fooled by their youthful appearances. In fact, they're all old and shameless people who just won't die." This sentence was said very, very softly. Naturally, it didn't shake the world and spread throughout the world. However, who were De and the Empress? How could they not hear it? All of them couldn't help but be angry. Among them, the Demon Empress, Demon Xianxia was the angriest. It was fine if a bunch of stinky men said that, but women hated it the most when people said that they were old, and so on. This Donghuang Xue Leihan was the first to say that he was old in front of the Demon Empress. It directly made the Demon Empress so angry that her liver swelled up. However, she couldn't do anything because, seeing Xie Danqiang walking towards her, the Demon Empress could only forcefully suppress the urge to beat this Donghuang up. She stood up with a dignified bearing and a smile. The golden cloud in midair churned and instantly changed into another 8 words. "Only I, the Demon Empress, am magnificent in the world." At the same time, the Demon Empress's peerless figure also appeared in the sky. Facing the world, that peerless grace immediately made everyone fall for her. Such pinnacle power, such a peerless beauty, no hero in the world dares to be her. "Greetings, Demon Empress." Xie Danqiang bowed slightly. Madame Mei at the side also bowed at the same time. This was something that couldn't be helped. Xie Danqiang and Yao Ningning called each other brothers, and their status had long been established. The Demon Empress was equivalent to his elder. This etiquette was something that couldn't be neglected. The Demon Empress didn't avoid arousing suspicion at all. She helped the 2 of them up one by one and sized them up. She praised, "Your Majesty Qianghua and the Empress are indeed a match made in heaven. Today, you have reached the pinnacle hand in hand. It's really worthy of celebration." Xie Danqiang smiled. "Demon Empress, you're too kind. I hope you can guide me." "Well said, well said." The Demon Empress' face was full of smiles. She lowered her voice and said, "This Xue Leihan is full of nonsense. He's a little crazy today. The 2 of you must not believe what he says." Xie Danqiang was very surprised and made an sound. He seemed to be a little confused and didn't know what was going on here. Why was the demon empress's words so ridiculous? However, they were very surprised to see the other DE. Everyone's face was full of joy. This sentence of the demon empress was really too satisfying. Yao Xianxia held Madame Mei's hand and said, "Your Majesty Xianxia, let the empress accompany me for a chat here. I'm so lonely here without a woman to talk to." Xianxia naturally agreed. The demon empress move was undoubtedly to completely protect Madame Mei. Instantly, more than half of the various schemes that could be carried out by the enemy were destroyed. In the world, there seemed to be only a few who could hurt others under the demon empress protection. Next, the third seat was the everlasting celestial emperor of the Daluo heaven, Zi Wuji. Supreme of the Daluo heaven, hero everlasting. When he heard the introduction, Chu Yang, who was behind Xianxia, couldn't help but raise his eyelids and take a careful look at the face of this everlasting celestial emperor. Then, he lowered his head again. He felt a little strange. How could there be two people with the surname Zi in the first DE and the empress? He still remembered that Zi Hao, the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, was also surnamed Zi. And this Daluo heaven emperor was also surnamed Zi. Could it be a coincidence? It was most likely a coincidence. If Zi Wuji really had a relationship with Zi Hao, Shui Leihan should know. The fourth seat was heavenly emperor Mo Yun's. Xianxia didn't stop and went straight to the fifth seat, heavenly emperor of the Stupa heaven, Mo Huichen. The celestial emperor, who was dressed in snow-white robes and had black hair, looked like an otherworldly being at first glance. He did not look like an emperor who controlled the world at all. Heaven and earth have roots, Mo Huichen returns to the world. Xianxia couldn't completely understand the meaning of these words for a moment, so he smiled and went on. The various heavenly emperors all presented gifts, and of course, the gifts wouldn't be personally taken out by the heavenly emperors. Their subordinates would give and receive. Ranked first was Heavenly Emperor of the South Pole, Main Jinghui. Heavenly Emperor of Ice and Snow, Dream of Life. Of these words, the first 4 words were a true portrayal of the geography of the South Pole, and the last 4 words were related to Main Jinghui's unique divine technique. Dream of Life. If Heavenly Emperor of Ice and Snow, Main Jinghui, used this technique, even the descendants of DE would inevitably be affected and unconsciously recall all kinds of things in their lives that were worth dreaming of at night, and some relatively weaker cultivators would even fall into a nightmare from then on, and spend their whole lives between the past and the present. All the past events would linger, and they would never be able to wake up again. Ranked 7th was Heavenly Emperor of the Western Sky, Wu Yequang. Western Sky, I am Yequang. When Wu Yequang stood up to greet Xianxia suddenly discovered that his stature was actually so tall, so superior to others. All along, the group of brothers had all been tall and well-proportioned. Xianxia walked among them. In terms of stature, he wasn't the slightest bit outstanding. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang were even slightly taller than him. Therefore, he had always been used to this. The most important thing was that when martial artists of the Heavenly Imperial Court generally reached Earth or Heaven level, they would be able to change their basic appearance, and from that time onwards, they would be fixed. Under normal circumstances, they would fix themselves to look a bit better. Therefore, as long as it was a martial artist, it could be said that there were many handsome men and beautiful women. Admittedly, their stature wouldn't be excessively tall, and even less too short. But now that Xianxia was facing Wu Yequang, he instantly felt a heartfelt superiority. This heavenly emperor of the wild sword, whose fame was awe-inspiring, only reached Xianxia's chest when he stood up straight. Xianxia was taller by 2 heads, and he even had an extra neck. The 2 people stood together. One was handsome and confident, like a jade tree facing the wind, in his prime, and the other was set off like a pile of dog shit that no one cared about. For a moment, DE and the others actually couldn't help but burst into laughter. You don't have to be surprised. That Dong Huangshui Leihan spoke again. The maniac sword Heavenly Emperor is not his original appearance. There's a reason why he became like this. Wu Yequang's neck also flushed red. He bared his teeth. Shui Leihan. That His Majesty Eastern Sovereign shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Frenzied Sword Heavenly Emperor could also be considered a handsome man back then, but when he was breaking through, at the critical moment of remolding, he was suddenly smashed by a hammer from the top of his head. It was like a ball of soft mud that hadn't completely dried yet and was smashed down by someone. But, as everyone knows, that remodeling is the most important. Once it's damaged, it can't be recovered for life. Therefore, the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor suffered a tragedy and became like this today. This time, not only Xianxia, even the other Heavenly Emperors also let out a meaningful "oh." From the looks of it, everyone actually didn't know about this matter. One had to praise His Majesty East Sovereign for being really knowledgeable. Of course, the premise was if he didn't say those words next. That situation. At this moment, everyone felt that the Emperor East Sovereign who was speaking now was infinitely wretched, infinitely gloating, and even a little shifty-eyed. They couldn't help but be taken aback. They only heard him continue. That situation is like when a person just entered his mother's womb, he was hit by a hammer. He, the last laugh was simply wretched to the extreme. The Heavenly Emperors understood tacitly and cracked their lips into wretched smiles. The Demon Empress spat and scolded. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. She turned her head and pretended not to hear. The maniac sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang was panting. He glared and roared, "Shui Leihan, can't you King speak less?" In the dark, the real Emperor East Sovereign who knew his brother's personality well covered his face. If you didn't speak, he might still speak less. Once you speak, it's really over, indeed. This His Majesty Dong Huang was already grinning from ear to ear. He chuckled and said, "Do you know who hit the hammer so hard at such a crucial moment?" Wu Yequang leaped up, furious. "Shui Leihan, why you?" He was so embarrassed that he couldn't even finish his sentence. Shui Leihan dodged left and right, his movements extremely nimble. Mo Qingqing, Zi Wuji, and the others acted as his accomplices, stopping Wu Yequang who was about to go berserk. They urged him one by one. Hurry up and speak, hurry up and speak." It seemed that people's gossiping mentality was the same regardless of whether they were men or women, high or low in status. He was especially interested in the embarrassing stories of people of the same rank as him. His Majesty Dong Huang laughed heartily. The place where the frenzied sword Heavenly Emperor is in seclusion is so secretive that ordinary people naturally don't know about it. How could it be smashed by a hammer? Moreover, it was such a crucial strike. Ha ha ha. This guy was obviously trying to extort him. The Demon Empress might have turned her head away, but her ears were perked up to listen. It was obvious that she was very interested in this information. But this guy stopped at such a crucial moment, obviously to keep them in suspense. "That's right, why?" Zi Wuji asked cooperatively. The others also revealed curious looks in their eyes. "You want to know?" His Majesty Dong Huang asked with a smile. "Of course." The group of Heavenly Emperors nodded. His Majesty Dong Huang raised his head. "But I don't want to tell you." Everyone was speechless. Damn it. This guy was really asking for a beating today. Wu Yequang heaved a sigh of relief. His face was purple and he was panting heavily. He thought to himself, this guy still has a bottom line after all, but he didn't expect His Majesty Dong Huang to show his true colors in the next moment. Buying information in the pugilistic world costs a lot of purple cloud coins. You actually want to get information from me without risking anything? This sentence directly exposed more than half of his identity as the number one bandit. Fortunately, everyone's interest was now piqued by his topic. No one thought of anything else and just urged him. "Isn't it just money? Just name your price and I won't bargain." What kind of people were present? To these people, purple cloud coins were just a bunch of numbers and didn't have any more meaning. They could take out as much as they wanted. His Majesty Dong Huang took the money and beamed with delight. Then, he said contentedly, "Let me tell you, the one who hit the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor, Shui Leihan, I'll fight it out with you." Wu Yequang rushed up desperately but was stopped by Mo Qingqing, Zi Wuji, Meng Jinghui and Mo Huichen at the same time. They winked at him. "Hurry up and say it. We've already paid. We're most interested in this kind of information. It's the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor's first wife." Ha 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 ha. His Majesty Dong Huang's schadenfreude had reached the extreme. Wu Yequang has always been a playboy. Usually, he uses his handsome face to flirt everywhere. That day, he even wanted to become the most handsome man in the world so that he could continue to flirt. That sister-in-law got angry and hit him with a hammer at the critical moment. Ha 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 ha. It's so satisfying, everyone's eyes widened in an instant. There was such a thing, Ziwuji cursed from the bottom of his heart. What the f***ck? There's such a thing. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. While everyone was laughing, they also felt incredulous. There was actually such a weird wife in this world. In order to prevent her husband from flirting, she directly hit her husband into a dwarf with a hammer. The problem was, with the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor's identity and status, as long as you didn't destroy his manhood, no matter how ugly he was, he could still have endless luck with women. His Majesty Don Huang said with some regret, "It's a pity that sister-in-law hit the wrong place with her hammer. If she really hit the part related to flirting, then our maniac sword Heavenly Emperor would really be honest." Sigh, for the sake of a mountain, all was for naught. Lamentable, lamentable. The group of celestial emperors were overjoyed, each and every one of them sighing. That's right, it's such a pity. It's really such a pity. Why couldn't sister-in-law hit it more accurately? What's the use of hitting the top part? She should hit the bottom part. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Makes sense. Wu Yi roared madly. Shui Leihan, you and I are irreconcilable. His Majesty Don Huang put his hands behind his back and said lightly, "If you want to be irreconcilable with Shui Leihan, it doesn't matter. I'll wait for you at any time. I'm just afraid that you won't dare to come." But in his heart, he thought, what has your irreconcilable relationship with Shui Leihan got to do with me? When you two fight, I'll definitely watch the show from the side. To be honest, I haven't seen two heavenly emperors fight yet. Please don't be irreconcilable, or the scene will definitely not be fiery enough. Shui Leihan, who was in the dark, only felt that his heart and liver were swollen from anger. At this moment, he finally realized one thing: choosing this bastard to impersonate himself was the most unwise, most stupid, and most unforgivable mistake he had ever made in his life. There was no other. After this mess, the originally elegant and graceful His Majesty Don Huang had completely degenerated into a little ruffian, like a city hooligan on the streets, like that, again, even if it were Tan Tan, GMO, Ning Tai, and the Tang clan's third young master Tang Yongwei, they would still have to admit defeat, bow their heads, or even kneel down and worship him. He was simply too domineering. His Majesty Don Huang, who wanted to cry, was simply about to vomit blood. Xia Donqiong smiled for a while and continued to walk forward. But in his heart, he asked himself, is this guy really His Majesty Don Huang's biological brother? Brothers from the same mother? This character, how can there be such a huge difference? This is a little exaggerated. 8th place, Heavenly Emperor Zui Wuqing of the Extreme Heaven. Heaven and earth are heartless, Zui Meng Wuqing of the Extreme Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Zui of the Extreme Heaven was originally the pivot of the various heavens and earth. However, due to the transcendent existence of the saint, this Heavenly Emperor Wuqing was almost completely ignored by everyone. He was directly pushed to the edge by a few other heavenly emperors. 9th place, Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei of the Green Heaven, Mo Qingqing. Only my green heaven and earth. 10th place, Northern Heaven, Heavenly Emperor Yan Yang of the Red Heaven, Long Yinghuan. Northern Heaven, Long Yinghuan. After meeting with all the heavenly emperors, it was the most important segment. Ascending to the last step of the stairway to heaven, ascending to the position of Heavenly Emperor, although the MC, Mu Tsung-lan, had a high position, it was his first time assuming the role of MC. A coronation ceremony was made by him like a wedding ceremony for newlyweds. However, not a single person objected to it. Who said that a coronation ceremony should be like this? This was Ink Cloud Heaven, the world of Jade Flower Great Emperor. If Jade Flower Great Emperor said there was no problem, then there was no problem. As for DE and Empress, they also had no objections. Not only did they have no objections, a few people were even envious. Because when they ascended the throne, due to their unstable foundation, they were far from such a grand display. At this moment, Mu Tsung-lan was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He shouted loudly, "Invite Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Jade Flower Great Emperor to ascend the throne." The sound of drums sounded all around. De and Empress stood up at the same time and stretched out their hands. This was an attitude, expressing their support. Of course, a few people's expressions were complicated and somewhat anxious, as if they were waiting for something. However, under such circumstances, they could only express courtesy. Xianxia laughed, cupped his hands, and said, "Many thanks." His body floated, and with a whoosh, he pulled out countless afterimages. He had already reached the bottom of the first step to the next level. At this moment, the cannon salute sounded. For a moment, heaven and earth shook, and white smoke rose, covering the sky and earth. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. It was at this moment that Chu Yang made his move silently. The real Great Emperor Jasper Flower entered the tribulation space with a whoosh. Xianxia's afterimage was left behind, and the cannon salute was fired. At this moment, before the first step, there was still a Jade Flower Great Emperor standing solemnly. It was just that this Jasper Flower Great Emperor was already a different person. Donghuang, Shueleihan. Shueleihan had an elegant temperament to begin with, and Xianxiang was also from an aristocratic family. Apart from the lack of Donghuang's majestic aura, their temperaments were not very different. If Xianxiang were to impersonate Shueleihan now, it would be extremely difficult. However, Shueleihan impersonated Xianxiang perfectly. Not to mention others, even Brother Jia couldn't tell the difference at all. Only Madame Mei, Xianxiang's wife, could tell at a glance when she saw this impersonator. Because, this fake Xianxiang didn't have that kind of deep love for her at all. Besides, she didn't have that kind of impulse to jump into his arms the moment she saw him. This was especially important. But no matter what, this impersonation was already a complete success. Just like that, silently, in front of all the heroes of the world, surrounded by De and Empress, the impersonation was successfully impersonated. Even the Demon Empress, who was already aware of this matter, didn't notice this trick. Shueleihan's eyes flashed with a faint murderous intent. This time, Donghuang had already made up his mind to use Xianxiang's appearance to start a massacre. He would kill all those who dared to come and cause trouble at this moment until their blood flowed like a river. I haven't killed for so many years, I seem to miss it. It also makes people forget the majesty of De and Empress back then. Looks like Zihao is still right. There's no need to show mercy to those who deserve to be killed. Let me make the world tremble for once today. Shueleihan's impersonation of Xianxiang had a gentle smile on his face. He was calm and confident. No one could see that on this gentle and confident face, there was also a dark and cold murderous intent. And once this murderous intent was unleashed, it was enough to slaughter the world. The MC's voice was filled with heartfelt excitement as it boomed. After suffering so much, the people of Moyun Heaven finally welcomed their destiny today. The land of destiny welcomes the true master of Moyun Heaven. Jasper Flower Great Emperor's ascension to the throne is exactly what the people of Moyun Heaven hope for. All the people of the world are sincerely convinced. Just as the MC was shouting himself hoarse, a certain fake Jasper Flower Great Emperor was about to step onto the first step. Suddenly, someone shouted like a thunderclap. I'm not convinced. Emperor Jasper Flower's footsteps suddenly halted. Then, someone laughed coldly and said, how can a mere Xianxiang be the celestial emperor of a region? I'm also not convinced. In the next moment, another person said, what do you mean by no one is convinced? I refuse to accept this. What virtue and ability do you have? You're nothing more than making up the numbers, vainly attempting to seize the position of a celestial emperor. How disdainful. This series of voices caused the entire place to fall into an unprecedented silence. In the next moment, a holy light suddenly bloomed in the sky. Many rainbows flashed across the sky, and several figures appeared in the sky. One in the east, one in the south, one in the north, and one in the west. Although these 4 people came from different directions, they gathered together and stood together in the sky. They looked at Shueleihan, who was disguised as Xianxiang, with an attitude of looking down on the world. Their unscrupulous intentions were obvious. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to feel astonished from the bottom of their hearts. This included even the few heavenly emperors who were completely unaware of this. It must be known that at such a celestial emperor's ascension ceremony, when De and Empress were gathered, there were actually people who jumped out and clearly expressed their intention to cause trouble. This was directly equivalent to slapping DE and Empress in the face. Should this group of people be said to be retarded, or should they be said to be retarded? However, regardless of whether they were idiots or had ulterior motives, the 4 people who came were all super experts. Not to mention other things, just their ability to transform into rainbows was already no small matter. That was the universal illumination realm that only high-level sages and above could achieve. In other words, these 4 people who came had at least reached the level of high-level saints. They might even be infinitely close to the peak of saints. Any one of these experts, no matter which world they were in, was a top-notch ruthless character. Although they couldn't be compared to DE and Empress, they weren't inferior to the 7-star guards of the various big worlds. What are your intentions for coming here to cause trouble? Muzan Lan took a deep breath and shouted angrily. He asked what are their intentions. But he didn't ask about these people's identities and origins. This undoubtedly showed that Muzan Lan knew these people and was completely aware of their origins. Moreover, he was inexplicably shocked. At least Muzan Lan himself wasn't confident that he could deal with these people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked but directly attacked. Even an expert like Muzan Lan knew that he was no match for them. From this, it could be seen that these 4 people were extremely powerful. In the north, there was a person dressed in white. He had a scholarly and handsome appearance and had a graceful demeanor. He laughed softly and said, "Our Mayan heaven is changing the world and is about to appoint a new emperor. This is a huge matter. With such a grand occasion, how can I, Xianxia, not come to join in the fun and broaden my horizons?" He smiled softly and said, "Moreover, I was deceived by the heavenly demon in the battle with Yuan Tianji 1,000,000 years ago. How can I not wash away this humiliation and end this karma?" Muzan Lan said coldly, "Xianxia, if you want to wash away this humiliation and end this karma, why don't you find Yuan Tianji early on to determine the winner? You shouldn't have come here to cause trouble after Yuan Tianji was killed. The person you are looking for isn't here." Xianxia smiled. General Mu's words are wrong. Although Yuan Tianji has become a dead ghost, he was still the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. Although the previous heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud is dead, the successor is still around. I naturally have to find him to fight. Moreover, Ink Cloud Heaven is going to appoint a new heavenly emperor. Then, the new heavenly emperor's cultivation should at least be able to convince the masses, right? Now that I'm standing out, it's nothing more than to throw a brick to attract jade in front of the heroes of the world, to let His Majesty, the Sky Emperor, show his peerless cultivation. I'm really well-intentioned, how can you say I'm making trouble? Xianxia spoke vehemently. His smile was very gentle and honest, and he looked neither servile nor overbearing. Muzan Lan gritted his teeth in hatred. Although he knew that this person was twisting words and forcing logic, but when the previous heavenly emperors ascended the throne, there was indeed such a saying. However, the situation this time was special and was different from the past. This Xianxia was one of the few peerless experts in Ink Cloud Heaven. Back then, he was as famous as the 7 kings. In the battle for the heavenly emperor's throne, he was defeated by Yuan Tianji and was seriously injured. From then on, he disappeared. Muzan Lan thought that this guy had already fallen, but he never thought that at such a critical moment, this guy would actually jump out of thin air and challenge Xianxia. There was no doubt that he wanted to humiliate the Jade Flower Emperor. For a moment, he was at a loss and was at a loss. Muzan Lan suppressed his anger and turned to ask the person from the east, Su Yunqing, "What are you doing here?" Su Yun had a square face and big ears, his face looked like a rich man, but his eyes flashed with a cold light, and said, "The ancient law of the heavenly imperial court, the strong are the kings, the weak are the ministers, the position of the heavenly emperor, must be held by someone whose martial strength can surpass the world." Yuan Tianji was able to hold the position of heavenly emperor that day, precisely because he defeated all the people who competed for the position of emperor that day. What ability does Xianxia have, to dare to occupy this position? If I defeat Xianxia, then I will be the heavenly emperor. If I can't even hold the position of emperor, how can I protect the peace of this world? The person from the west clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad, not bad. I, Nie Qianlong, also have the same idea. The heavenly emperor's throne will take turns. If others can do it, why can't I? If you want me to give up, Xianxia will have to defeat me personally. The person from the south was also a handsome man in a white robe. 3 strands of beard fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. At this moment, he had a faint smile on his face and elegantly said, "That's right. I, Chu Liang, also have the same idea." When these 4 people appeared and announced their names, everyone who knew these 4 people turned pale with fright. Divine Lightning Frost King Xianxia. Golden Blade King Su Yunqing. Sky Flipping Spear King Ye Qianlong. Great Deer Mountain King Chu Liang. These people were all famous king-level experts of the Black Cloud Sky. They were all top figures on par with the Heart King, Soul King, Book King, Painting King, and others. They were not inferior in the slightest. A million years ago, in the battle to decide the Heavenly Emperor's throne, even with Master Yun Cheng's personal support, these 4 people still stood out to challenge Yuan Tianji. These people's cultivations were all top-notch. Although they looked dignified on the surface, in reality, every one of them was unruly and lawless. Demon Empress Xianxia frowned slightly and said lightly, "How dare the 4 of you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Demon Empress's words were equivalent to forcibly taking the blame for herself. However, these 4 people were happy when they heard it. They all thought to themselves, this Xianxia's cultivation is indeed not high. The Demon Empress is actually so nervous that she doesn't hesitate to lower herself and forcibly take action. Divine Frost King Xianxia bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, the Demon Empress is wise. The heavenly emperors of the past have all been through millions of blood pools and tens of thousands of battles. How can Xianxiang be an exception? Besides, this is the coronation of the heavenly emperor of the Black Cloud Sky. In the end, it is Black Cloud Sky's family affair. Your Majesty, although your cultivation is high and you benefit the world, but, if you intervene in our Black Cloud Sky's family affair, it seems that you are overstepping your boundaries. It's not very appropriate." Demon Empress was furious when she heard this. "Are you saying that I don't know my limits?" The Demon Empress was a heavenly emperor. Her words were always the law. No one dared to criticize her face to face. Although Xianxia's words were tactful, he was still saying that the Demon Empress was meddling in other people's business. How could the Demon Empress not be angry? Moreover, the process of the real and fake heavenly emperors was too mysterious. Everyone was deceived. The Demon Empress really thought that the Xianxiang there was still the real Xianxiang. Now that she wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, Xianxia's words gave the Demon Empress an excuse. She had a reason to be angry. Although Xianxia and the rest were already the top experts in the world, they were still nothing in the eyes of the Demon Empress. If they really fought, even if the 4 of them attacked together, they could only contend with the Demon Empress for a while. It was impossible for them to escape the fate of defeat. Both sides were at odds, and the Demon Empress was about to attack Xianxia and the rest. At this moment, Extreme Heaven Merciless Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing stood up and said, "Your Majesty Demon Empress, please calm down for now. The appearance of these 4 people is indeed a little abrupt. However, Xianxia's statement is also somewhat reasonable. If a heavenly emperor can't deter the world with his true ability, how can he stand side by side with you and me and be known as the Emperor and Empress? Besides, these 4 people are still from Imoyuntian. Previously, they participated in the competition for the position of Heavenly Emperor. It's reasonable for them to ask for the position of Heavenly Emperor today. Taking 10,000 steps back, this is indeed a family matter of Imoyuntian." Dong Huangshui Leihan at the side sneered and interrupted, "Does this mean that the Extreme Heaven Emperor thinks that this method is reasonable? Speaking of which, I'm originally from the Extreme Heaven. If one day I rush to the Extreme Heaven and kill your entire family, will it only be a family matter of the Extreme Heaven? I don't think you'll blame the Eastern Royal Heaven for it, right?" Longing Huan, the Blazing Sun Celestial Emperor of the Crimson North Immortal Realm spoke. "Your Majesty Donghuang's words are wrong, there's a suspicion that you are overstating things. Your Majesty Donghuang's origin is no longer important. What's important is that you are now the overlord of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Your every action and action is inseparable from the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms." Shui Leihan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Longing Huan, Are you saying that if a person achieves something outside of his hometown, he will no longer be considered as a native of his hometown? What kind of bullshit are you spouting? If you, Longing Huan, become a dog in my Eastern Royal Heaven, are you saying that you're just a dog when you return to your hometown? Longing Huan was furious and said coldly, Shui Leihan, how dare you speak so rudely? Are you really going to go against me no matter what? Shui Leihan raised his head and sneered. Go against you? Are you worthy? What's more, each and every one of you is opposing Mo Yuntian. This emperor just doesn't like the look of it. To think that I'm purposely opposing you. Heavenly Emperor Yan Yang, other than being good at distorting the truth, you're also very good at sticking gold on your face. What's wrong? Are you trying to make use of my Donghuang's reputation to raise your status? He snorted coldly and said, it's a pity that no matter how much you improve, you're still as despicable. Longing Huan was so angry that his hands and feet were trembling. He said furiously, Shui Leihan, in the history of heavenly emperors ascending the throne, which one of them didn't go through all kinds of hardships and dangers? Which one of them hadn't narrowly escaped death? Who else could have ascended the throne so peacefully and smoothly? You're speaking empty words and acting recklessly. What's more, you're being unreasonable by attacking me. What are your intentions? The Celestial Emperor's ascension ceremony is not over yet. It is only natural that someone would challenge the Celestial Emperor's strength. Without sufficient strength, it was difficult for him to accept the masses. How could he become the Celestial Emperor? Longing Huan loudly said, this is a rule that has been around for thousands of years, who can break it? How can the Jade Flower Great Emperor be an exception? The everlasting Emperor of the Daluo Heaven, Zi Wuji, smiled faintly and said, Heavenly Emperor Yan Yang is right. These are indeed the rules of the heavens. But I want to ask these few local challengers of the ink cloud sky. When the heavenly limit was still around, what were the few of you doing? When the Jade Flower Great Emperor was fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, where were you? Who was the one who quelled the extraterrestrial demons, and who was the one who brought the turbulent ink cloud sky back on the right track? Now that all the dangers are over, you jump out to pick the fruits of the labor and accuse the great benefactor of the entire ink cloud sky of not being qualified. Do you think you're right? The South Pole Heavenly Emperor of Ice and Snow, Meng Jing, replied, Brother Z, you're wrong. Back then, Yuan Tianji didn't give himself away. It was only the Jade Flower Great Emperor who had the foresight. When Yuan Tianji exposed his extraterrestrial demon true body, it was also the time when he disappeared. These 4 people weren't nearby, how could they have arrived in time? Not to mention participating in the battle? Brother Z's statement, I'm afraid it's a little nitpicking. Buter Heavenly Emperor Mo Huichen said indifferently, no matter what, it's an indisputable fact that these people didn't participate in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. At this moment, facing the great benefactor of the entire ink cloud sky, they spoke rudely and rashly challenged him. This point is even more undeniable. Big Western Sky's Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang said, even if these people's actions are more or less in the wrong, but what they're doing now is actually following the past practice of the Heaven Imperial Court. This point can't be overturned in the end. Even that year, His Majesty the Sage Monarch had also specially talked about this kind of matter. The Heaven Imperial Court is originally a world where the strong are respected. If you want to find people with noble morals, there are many great scholars in this world. But those people lack the strength to truss up a chicken. How can they manage one side of the world? Protect the peace of one side? Green Sky Heaven's Wu Wei Heavenly Emperor Mo Qingqing said coldly, according to Brother Wu's meaning, Xia Danqiong, the great benefactor of the entire ink cloud sky, being killed by ink cloud sky on the spot at the most glorious moment of his life is also a matter of course, isn't it? I can only scoff at this kind of statement, I really don't dare to agree. DE and Empress opened their mouths to speak, and those with discerning eyes could see it. DE and Empress, this world's highest echelon, finally formed 2 distinct factions at this moment. One faction was led by Donghuang Shui Leihan and Demon Empress Xiao Xian, fully supporting ink cloud sky's Jade Flower Heavenly Emperor. There was also Buter Heavenly Emperor Mo Huichen and Daluo Heavenly Emperor Zi Wuji, also obviously standing on Shui Leihan's side. As for the other side, it was led by merciless Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing, Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor Longinghuan, Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang forming a faction. Whereas South Pole Sky's Ice and Snow Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui's stance was a little ambiguous, leaning more towards Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing's side. Green Sky's Heavenly Emperor Mo Qingqing, on the other hand, was slightly leaning towards Shui Leihan's side. But to be fair, these two people's stances were basically still the same, not leaning more towards any side. The two factions were tit for tat. In terms of strength, Shui Leihan and Demon Empress's faction could be said to completely crush the other party, but in terms of background, the other party still had Sage Lord Yun Shengren's support. If this was the case, the two sides could be considered to be evenly matched, roughly on par, and no side could have the absolute upper hand. Among the millions of people below, there was someone who sneered, "What's there to debate about? Why don't we just let them go up and fight, the winner will be king, then wouldn't everything be fine?" Jade Flower Heavenly Emperor's might is awe-inspiring in the ink cloud sky. It can't be that he doesn't dare to accept my challenge, right? Although this person's voice wasn't loud, it spread throughout the entire place. Obviously, there was someone who was adding fuel to the fire. For a moment, there were people from all directions who started to clamor because of this, saying one after another, "Yes, yes, the strong will be respected, the winner will be king." There were even people who stood out and raised their arms, shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Let me, the Jade Flower Great Emperor, teach these clowns a lesson. The strong will be respected, the winner will be king. The strong will be respected, the winner will be king. I, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, have never been afraid of challenges. That's right, if you don't prove your strength, how can you be the ruler of a part of the world?" These people were jeering from all directions, and some people who didn't know the truth also started to chime in. In an instant, there was an uproar. Mo Tianji, who was at the side, closed his eyes, as if he didn't hear it, but the divine senses that spread out remembered each and every one of these people who started to cause trouble. "If one of them dies a good death, I won't be able to continue living anymore." The master of calculation and manipulation was really angry. What Mo Tianji couldn't understand the most was that Xie Dan Qiong had clearly saved Mo Yun Tian, and this was something that everyone in Mo Yun Tian, from the elderly to the children, knew. But when someone instigated trouble, these people actually followed blindly without thinking. In fact, they were really interested in watching their savior fight a bloody battle against a strong enemy, even if there was the danger of losing their lives. They weren't worried at all? The deep-rooted bad habits of humans. Mo Tianji's eyes became colder and colder, and there was even a feeling of disgust rising. Zui Wuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of Merciless Heaven, smiled coldly and looked at Shui Leihan without giving in at all. He said lightly, "Before I came here, His Majesty the Saint Monarch had specially instructed, the imperial court has laws, and the martial world has limits. The laws can't be abolished, and the speed can't be exceeded. Everything must be done according to the original rules, and no mistakes can be made." Shui Leihan's pupils shrank, and he said indifferently, "You mean, you're using Cloud Master to pressure me?" Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing smiled. "I didn't mean that. I'm just repeating His Majesty the Saint Monarch's words. It's just that, whether it's reasonable or not, if Jade Flower Emperor doesn't dare to accept the challenge of these people in front of the heroes of the world, then, even if you become the Heavenly Emperor in the end, what's the point? What dignity is there left?" Zui Wuqing's words really hit the nail on the head. Yes, whether it was right or not, whether it was reasonable or not, but Xie Dan Qiong was indeed in a difficult position now. In front of tens of millions of people, if they were to cower in fear and avoid battle, all of their dignity and face would be gone. Now that things had come to this, no matter how they argued, this battle was destined to be unavoidable. At this moment, Jade Flower Emperor, who was standing in front of the first step, slowly turned around. His handsome face was full of seriousness, and he said in a deep voice, "It's indeed useless to say more. Since I want to ascend to that position, there are some challenges that I have to face. If you want to fight, I'll fight. However, swords have no eyes. If you die in my hands because of this, don't regret it. People have to pay the price for their own actions. The path of life and death is nothing more than one in front and one behind. Take a step forward, and there's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Take a step back, and there's a vast sea and sky. This Jade Flower Emperor said coldly, challengers, you'd better be prepared to die first. In this sentence, the murderous intent was already naked and no longer concealed. It showed that once they started fighting, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. There was no such thing as a competition between the strong and the weak. There was only life and death. He was dead drunk yesterday, but very happy. His friends came to congratulate him on moving to a new place. The drinking session was simply heartwarming. 42 people. After excluding the women and children, there were 33 people left. 33 men finished 25 bottles of white wine. Cough, 40% white wine. They all collapsed. Excerpt a few excerpts for everyone. Excerpt of the phone call after they arrived at the hotel. Captain, damn it, why aren't you here yet? Did you die on the way, comrade? Damn it, I'm running. Who the hell are you, Captain? Damn you, comrade, then damn you, Captain, I'm your second uncle. Comrade, second uncle is also an uncle. Who the hell are you, Captain? Why do you care who I am? Damn it, it's not even 3 minutes. Comrade, damn it, wait, we're here. That table, at the beginning. One guy said, I have fatty liver, I can't drink. Another immediately showed his medical record. Look, I have heart disease, I'll drink. Fatty liver is nothing, another said, I drove here. Immediately, everyone at the table jeered, damn it, you think we can't afford a car? Another guy said, I didn't drink at my wedding, I can't drink. Everyone at the table shouted, you don't need to drink at your wedding, you just need to do something else. Immediately, someone joked, do what else? A comrade secretly got married during a vacation without informing anyone. He came today and suffered a lot. One guy said, damn it, the groom is here. Who the hell is this? He looks like a dog. Another said, damn it, you don't even know the groom. Didn't you drink at the wedding? This guy continued, whoever drinks at the wedding is a bastard. Everyone at the table jeered, who? Who went to the wedding? Damn it, come out and let us see this bastard. So everyone shook their heads, he didn't go. Then they all fired, damn it, he didn't invite us to the wedding? Then everyone began to ask, what does the bride look like? Is she fair? Is she fat? Does she feel good? Is she good? Damn it, can you be more specific with your words? Is she good? Call them over and strip them naked so that we can check them out. In the end, the bridegroom kept bowing and begging, but was not forgiven. He had no choice but to drink a bottle of wine as an apology. He collapsed before the banquet even started. That comrade in Jinan, the one who lent me money to buy a house, was attacked as soon as he arrived. Everyone at the table was from Laiwu. He was the only one from Jinan. Therefore, everyone roared together, let's kill this Jinan man first. After 2 rounds, this guy collapsed under the table. This morning, I was sleeping when a friend called me. Bro, I remember that you moved yesterday. Did I go? I was confused on the spot. This brat got drunk last night and did a lot of goose stepping in the hotel. She actually doesn't remember anything, so I said, you didn't come. He apologized profusely, brother, I'm really sorry. I drank too much last night and couldn't make it. I'll make it up to you in the afternoon, haha, this feels so good. The word count is limited, and it's almost 1,000 words. Stop. Also, just to make it clear, soldiers are like this when they're together. Full of vulgarities. If you don't like it, you can ignore it. Please forgive me. The 4 of them laughed at the same time. Xianxia is really bold. However, we have been roaming the world for millions of years and have already seen through life and death. It would be a real pity if we accidentally hurt Brother Xia. They didn't address Xia Danqiong as Emperor Xianxia but called him Brother Xia. Obviously, they didn't acknowledge Xia Danqiong's identity and status as the Heaven Emperor. Xia Danqiong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With his hands behind his back, he said calmly, don't regret your words. Zui Wuqing, the Heavenly Emperor Wuqing said at the right time, before I came, His Majesty had solemnly instructed that although Chu Wuliang and the others' feelings were understandable, their actions were a little extreme. However, it's fine for everyone to compete, but we mustn't damage the harmony between us, and we mustn't fight to the death either. After all, the heavenly demons are running rampant now, and their desire to destroy the heavenly imperial court has yet to die. We have to conserve every bit of our combat strength, and be prepared to fight the heavenly demons at any time, and quell the heavenly demon threat. Long Yinghuan said emotionally, His Majesty is really far-sighted and far-sighted. It's so touching, Dong Huangshui Leihan sneered and said sarcastically, far-sighted? Far-sighted? Why didn't I see it? Although everyone can say beautiful words, just based on someone's pretentiousness, it really makes my teeth ache. I've only heard these 2 sentences, and it's already enough to make me lose my appetite. I'm really King unlucky. Why did I forget to look at the almanac when I went out today? Especially when I'm dealing with trash like you, how can I forget to look at the almanac? This emperor's mistake. Zui Wuqing said coldly, Shui Leihan, are you looking down on His Majesty's decision? Or are you questioning His Majesty's decision? Or are you objecting to His Majesty's decision? Demon Empress Xianxia said coldly, look down? Decision? What's there to talk about? Since when did he look up to him? Besides, it's not just His Majesty the Donghuang who feels this way. Even this empress has lost her appetite after hearing this. Speaking of which, this empress has looked at the almanac today. Although everything is going well today, with Yuri's promotion, this empress has to be wary of villains. However, villains are hard to find, but fake emperors are everywhere. However, only a fake emperor in the world who can do this can truly reach the peak and succeed in everything. For example, His Majesty the Sage Monarch is like this. Zui Wuqing's pupils contracted. Your Majesty, your words are like the wind. It's too late for regrets. There are some words that you have to bear with the consequences. Xianxia sneered, consequences? What consequences? Is there anything in this heaven imperial court that I, Xianxia, cannot bear? She said coldly, from what you said earlier, I can hear another layer of meaning. The Saint Lord actually knew beforehand that someone would come to challenge him, and even miraculously knew who the challenger was. Such a prophetic ability is indeed not something my generation can match. Since young, I admit that I am not as good as him. It's just that as the ruler of the imperial court, not only did he not take the initiative to calm things down, he even added fuel to the fire from behind. In such a situation where it is impossible to get off the tiger, he actually said that the bigger picture is more important. What big picture? Did he see the big picture? It's simply laughable to the extreme. Dong Huangshui Leihan said mockingly, as the saying goes, one has to erect a chastity memorial arch after committing adultery, isn't it referring to this bastard? After a pause, she added another word, egg. He originally just wanted to say bastard, but then he remembered that his sister was the Saint Lord's wife. Saying that the Saint Lord was a bastard was equivalent to saying that his sister was having an affair. He felt that it was inappropriate, so he added the word egg. Heavenly Emperor Wuqing's face swelled. He knew that he had said something wrong, but he was speechless for a long time. At such a time, any explanation would be useless. At this moment, Chu Wuliang had already turned into a long rainbow. He took the lead and rushed up to the sky. Standing in the void, he turned into a golden figure that was emitting brilliant golden light. He said sternly, Xianxia, come up. In front of the heroes of the world, show the means that you have to become the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. Xianxia floated up slowly. His figure was tall and straight, and his clothes were fluttering. He flew up to the sky and stood in front of Chu Wuliang. He said indifferently, Chu Wuliang, you have also lived for a long time. You should know that the so-called life and death are sometimes really simple. If you are alive, you can continue to enjoy life and continue to command the world. But if you die, then no matter what you were called when you were alive, you will only have one name after death, and that is, corpse. The next moment, Xianxia continued very seriously, I sincerely hope that you can consider carefully. Chu Wuliang laughed strangely and said, does Jade Flower Great Emperor mean that you will kill me? Do you have the confidence to kill me? These words were obviously meant to provoke him. Xianxia had a sincere look of pity on his face. He didn't evade and said softly, killing you is like killing a chicken. It's not worth mentioning at all. Chu Wuliang was so angry that he laughed and said, in that case, Brother Xia, please take the trouble to send me off. As he spoke, this great deer mountain king already held his sword in his hand. The long sword flashed in the air, and a sword light suddenly shot out. It was as round as a pillar and as long as 1,000 feet, this sword aura was extremely magnificent. It didn't slash at Xianxia, but at the void. Everyone who saw this scene was dazzled. It was really a show of strength to gain the upper hand. Xianxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was still a faint smile on his face, and his expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't see that shocking sword. Xianxia. You said it yourself. You can't complain when you send me off in the netherworld. Chu Wuliang obviously knew the importance of this great Emperor Chonghua in Moyuntian. He confirmed it again in front of everyone, so as not to arouse public anger. However, his action also exposed his killing intent. It was obvious that he had made up his mind not to let Xianxia live. Xianxia was still calm. He said softly, "Come on. Don't miss the time." Chu Wuliang let out a long and loud cry. His voice shook the entire area. Everyone's heart tightened. They saw an even more splendid and magnificent light rise from his hand. Then, he brandished his sword, and it turned into a gigantic tiger. Its entire body was gorgeous and resplendent. Then, it pounced towards Xianxia. Tiger-killing sword. The knowledgeable people were all shocked. This sword was driven by pure spiritual energy. It condensed all the energy into essence. Once the sword was launched, it had the power of a tiger king that could swallow the sky and the earth. It was said that a tiger king could swallow the sky and the earth. Ordinary tiger kings of the demon clans didn't have the qualification to be crowned as kings if they couldn't reach such a level. Chu Wuliang's sword was to kill the enemy. Secondly, it was to intimidate the crowd. Thirdly, it was to show his strength. In other words, he had reached the qualification to be a king. He was qualified to be the Heaven Emperor, this was the meaning behind it. That giant tiger, which was 1,000 feet tall, shook its head and wagged its tail. Countless sword lights came roaring from it. Xianxia had already changed his appearance and reappeared beside Chu Yang. But, his complexion changed in an instant. I would have made a fool of myself on the spot if I had been the one on the stage. Even if I don't lose in one move, it's only a matter of time. This was the difference in the level of one's foundation. It had nothing to do with talent or hard work. There was no way around it, however, Xianxia was still standing in the sky like a mountain. His upper body didn't move, and his lower body didn't move. He didn't dodge at all. There was still a confident smile on his face. He turned his wrist, and a white viburnum flower appeared in his hand. He slowly recited, "Viburnum flowers bloom, hundreds of flowers wither. Dark clouds compete in the sky." With a long cry, the pure and holy jasper flower spun and flew out. The moment it left his finger, it was clearly just a jasper flower, but as it left his finger, it quickly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with jasper flowers, dazzling everyone's eyes. At this moment, countless beautiful flowers bloomed in the sky at the same time. It was really beautiful. Everyone was dazzled at this moment. They almost lost their minds in the face of such a magnificent scene. The sea of viburnum flowers blotted out the sky and the sun. Naturally, they also drowned the giant tiger at the same time. New viburnum flowers bloomed continuously. Layer by layer, they seemed to be blooming continuously until the end of the world, and they seemed to be blooming in everyone's heart. However, this boundless beauty also contained boundless murderous intent. Everyone realized at this moment that when the viburnum flowers bloomed to the peak, it was time for the murderous intent to appear. The viburnum flower emperor didn't hide her murderous intent at all. Even in the face of St. June's warning, she still insisted on doing it. It was a sure kill situation. In the sky, the viburnum flower emperor's long recitation continued. Blooming for a lifetime, no one knows. Today, I've reached the peak. Xianxia was also dazzled by the scene in front of him. He sighed and said, "The viburnum flowers can bloom to such an extent. This is really a realm that I've never dreamed of. This life has an end, and the future is endless. It turns out that my previous path is so wonderful." The next moment, an extremely shrill scream came out. In the sky, the Great Deer Mountain King Chu Wuliang turned into a long rainbow and flew out quickly. However, no matter how hard he tried to dodge in the sky, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the viburnum flowers. The tiger-slaying sword had already been broken into pieces. Facing such a shocking move, the Great Deer Mountain King Chu Wuliang was scared out of his wits and tried to escape. However, the sea of viburnum flowers filled every inch of space that he could escape from. He had never dreamed that the viburnum flower emperor, who was reported to be only at the level of a saint, could unleash such a powerful force that could kill him. The long rainbow was blocked by the rolling viburnum flowers. It dashed left and right and gradually scattered. However, the viburnum flowers were still blooming. They were still boundless and omnipresent. Finally, the viburnum flower emperor chuckled and said indifferently, "You didn't show up to kill the demon, but now you're quite active in the fight for fame and fortune. What's the point of keeping such a person alive? Just watch me kill him, to eliminate the internal conflict." Suddenly, the world became clear and empty. Something unexpected happened today. In the afternoon, I received a call and got off the plane with the people from the game company in Jinan. I hurriedly picked up my brothers and asked them to have dinner together. When they arrived at the hotel, it was already 10:30 p.m. I came back to write quickly, "I'm sorry for the late update. I'm even more sorry for only updating one chapter. But, please believe me. I'm really exhausted. I don't know if you can understand." In the sky. The hundreds of millions of blooming viburnum flowers in the sky suddenly disappeared. Only a soulless figure was left in the sky. Chu Wuliang was standing in the sky, covered in blood. His face was a deathly gray. There was no vitality in his eyes. That arrogant and domineering face was now filled with despair. There was no resentment. The jade flower great emperor in the sky smiled with pity and said, "The road to hell is long. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Chu Wuliang, you should be prepared to die. I won't burn incense for you on this day next year." The jade flower great emperor said softly, "Because you don't deserve it." As the words "you don't deserve it" were spoken, Chu Wuliang's body suddenly exploded into pieces of flesh, like a blooming viburnum flower in the sky. It bloomed from head to toe, every inch of his body. This cruel scene appeared in the shape of a blooming viburnum flower, which gave people a cruel and beautiful visual impression. The viburnum flower gradually bloomed to Chu Wuliang's feet. Finally, it all disappeared with a pop sound. He had completely died in this world. A master of a generation, an all-powerful master for 1,000,000 years, finally came to an end today. Then, the Xianxia in the sky suddenly raised his head and made a soft sound of surprise. He reached out his hand and seemed to have caught something. He said calmly, "There is such a thing?" He put some strength into his hand. With a pop sound, a wisp of faint green smoke spread out from his hand. He clapped his hands and took out a snow-white silk handkerchief embroidered with viburnum flowers. He wiped his hands carefully and then threw it away. The snow-white silk handkerchief spun. It flew straight up into the sky and didn't fall down. No one knew where it flew to. It only flew to a white cloud and then disappeared quietly. The whole place fell into a dead silence again. Even the descendants of De were speechless because of the shock. Who would have thought that this unknown great emperor Jasper Flower would actually be so powerful? The famous Deer Mountain King, the top master of Moyuntian. He was defeated by one move of the Jade Flower Great Emperor. He was turned into nothingness. Now that he thought about it, he was just like a clown when he used the rainbow and killed the tiger with his majestic appearance. Look at the Jasper Flower Empress. She just stood there without moving, and with a casual toss of her hand, countless jasper flowers filled the sky. It transformed into a sea of jasper flowers that drowned the heavens and the earth, drowned the heavens, and drowned everything it wanted to drown. What did this mean? What did this mean? No matter how you jump around like a clown, this emperor only needs to wave his hand or flick his finger, to turn you into ashes, drown, annihilate. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. It was all just a dream. She thought she was infallible and was willing to do it. Only disillusionment was the fastest. Heavenly Emperor Merciless Sui Wuqing, Heavenly Emperor Blazing Sun, Heavenly Emperor Longing Huan, Heavenly Emperor Maniac Sword, Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang, and the others' expressions changed drastically, because even if they were facing Chu Wuliang, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Of course, it was possible to kill him without much effort, and it would not take more than 3 moves. However, it was still impossible for him to do it so effortlessly. He could annihilate the enemy without the slightest trace of smoke or aura. As the saying goes, killing the enemy with a wave of one's hand while laughing. Actually, from the moment the flowers were everywhere in the sky, the demon empress Xianxia had already been relieved. Although the initial attack and the series of moves that followed were the signature moves of the Jasper Flower Empress, the demon empress knew that the Jasper Flower Empress obviously didn't have such a standard. She was far from reaching such a realm. A peerless expert could see through the details. Especially when Xianxia knew about a possible mystery, she naturally knew. The one who attacked just now must be Dong Huangshuelehan. In fact, the demon empress herself admitted that even if she attacked personally, she might not be able to do it better. Dong Huangshuelehan was indeed the most powerful person after De. There was another meaning, the substitution was successful. Just when did the switch happen? You even managed to fool this empress, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. A relaxed smile appeared on her face. At this point, the outcome was already decided. With Shuelehan here, as long as a saint didn't attack, no one could force Shuelehan's real body out. However, even if a saint didn't care about his identity and attacked personally, with Shuelehan's strength, he could still make a mess. Even if Shuelehan couldn't win in the end, she still had her. Anyway, in the demon empress' heart, today's situation was already decided. As for the other heavenly emperors, everyone's expression was very similar. Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned, and dumbfounded. It was really like seeing a ghost. The Jasper Flower Empress actually had such a cultivation level that she could kill Chu Wuliang so easily and happily? This unexpected result made everyone stare with their eyes wide open. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Especially the extreme heaven merciless heavenly emperor Zui Wuqing and the Qibei heavenly emperor Yenyang Longinghuan. As for the other opponent, the maniac sword heavenly emperor Wu Yequang's face also showed an extremely complicated expression, but it was only for a moment. Just this bearing alone was enough to make his evaluation surpass Zui Wuqing and Longinghuan. In the sky, the Jasper Flower Empresses. White robes fluttered. Her eyes were warm and peaceful. She said lightly, "I wonder when the other challengers will fight with me? However, in my opinion, there are only 3 of you left. Why don't you all come up together?" These words seemed to be said casually, but the domineering aura that leaked out was completely revealed. The Frost God King Zhuang Shaochen, the Golden Blade Heavenly King Su Yunqing, and the Sky-Flipping Spear King Ye Qianlong, the 3 experts looked at each other. Their faces were filled with sincere apprehension and surprise. There was also an unconcealable fear. When it came to the Great Deer Mountain King Chu Wuliang's cultivation level, no one knew it better than the 3 of them. If it was a battle of life and death, none of the 3 dared to say that they could definitely win against the Great Deer Mountain King. But now, the Great Deer Mountain King Chu Wuliang. This top expert who could share the limelight with him actually died in the hands of the Jasper Flower Empress without a sound. If it was a one-on-one battle, who would dare to go up? Not only was that purely seeking death, but it was also the most thorough death. The 3's desire to challenge was instantly extinguished. However, how were they to deal with that order? For a moment, the 3 were in a dilemma. At this moment, the Jasper Flower Empress, dressed in snow-white robes, stood proudly in the sky. Her figure was tall and straight, and her face was elegant and calm. At this moment, who knew how many girls in the black cloud sky had fallen head over heels for her? In this lifetime, when they dreamed about it, they would probably be accompanied by that elegant figure standing in the sky. So many years later, today's scene would still be imprinted in the hearts of everyone who participated in the ceremony. Everyone thought that no heavenly emperor's elegance could overshadow the Jasper Flower Empress today. Including the sage. Including the Eastern Sovereign. No one knew that the current Jasper Flower Empress was His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign, completely unleashing his killing intent. However, the unique elegance of the Jasper Flower Empress turned into endless charm, endless scenery. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't say anything for a long time, the Jasper Flower Empress revealed a contemptuous smile. She said, "What are you waiting for? Come up. Didn't you want to snatch the position of Heavenly Emperor? If you don't even have the courage to come up and fight, The Jasper Flower Empress smiled faintly. Don't tell me that these few cowards all have the extravagant hopes of becoming the heavenly emperor of the black cloud sky? This sentence was as sharp as a talisman that hastened his death. All the people of the black cloud sky were shocked. That's right. These few people were said to be peerless experts, and they did look like experts. But so what? What qualifications did they have to compete for the position of heavenly emperor of the black cloud sky? They didn't show up during the demon-slaying war. When everything was settled, they came out to cause trouble. They were delusional. And now, facing the unfathomable and powerful Jasper Flower Empress, they didn't dare to make a move. What qualifications did they have to be the heavenly emperor of the black cloud sky? What qualifications did they have to compete for the position of heavenly emperor of the black cloud sky? If one of these people really became the heavenly emperor of the black cloud sky, what hope did the black cloud sky have? They would be reduced to citizens of a third-class world. For a time, all was silent and the crowd was speechless. However, an unprecedentedly dense air of doubt filled the air. Pairs of doubtful eyes were fixed on Xianxia and the other two. Xianxia and the other two sighed in their hearts. Was the mission this time to completely eliminate the forces of the black cloud sky? But based on the current situation, the cultivation of the black cloud sky's Jasper Flower Empress was far beyond the intelligence report, but now, they were already in a situation where it was hard to get off. Even if they fled for their lives and were lucky enough to escape for a while, they would still face the endless joint pursuit of DE and the others. You can die in battle, you can be defeated. Even if you commit suicide on the spot, it will be considered an end. Because you came for the family matters of the black cloud sky. But if you provoke them first and run away once you know you are no match for them, it would prove that you are purely here to cause trouble. Since that is the case, it is equivalent to offending the dignity of DE and Empress. You must pay the price of your life. Facing such a pursuit, there was absolutely no chance of survival. The three of them were in the same dilemma, and it was difficult to choose. At this moment, the Demon Empress' cold voice sounded. Since the three of you are here for the position of Heavenly Emperor, why don't you fight? Below, Dong Huangshui Leihan also said coldly, why don't you fight? Green Firmament Heavenly Emperor Mo Qingqing said coldly, the Jasper flower has already bloomed, why don't you fight? Exalted Heavenly Emperor Zi Wuji raised his head and looked at the three with cold eyes. He said indifferently, why don't you three fight? Could it be that the so-called challenge is not real, and you are deliberately provoking us? As soon as these words came out, all the Heavenly Emperors snorted heavily in unison. Although Zui Wuqing and the others didn't want to snort like this represented the dignity of DE and Empress. Under the watchful eyes of millions of people, Su Yunqing and Ye Qianlong's bodies gradually disappeared. From their lower body to their upper body, they slowly disappeared. One could clearly see the heartfelt shock on their faces. And regret. But during this process, they didn't say a single word. Everyone who knew the strength of these two people couldn't help but shiver. The Jade Flower Great Empress waved her hand in the air and then rubbed her hands together. It was unknown what she rubbed, but a wave of ripples appeared in the air. Below, everyone was silent, including the peerless experts of this generation like DE and Empress. Especially the extreme merciless Heavenly Emperor Zui Wuqing, who had always been against the Jade Flower Great Empress, and the Qibei Heaven Emperor Yenyang Longyinghuan, both felt a chill run down their spines. Because the two Heavenly Emperors suddenly realized that the Jade Flower Great Empress had been hiding her strength all this time, but her actual cultivation had obviously surpassed the two of them. In fact, it had surpassed them by quite a bit. Just from this battle alone, the shocking strength displayed by the Jade Flower Great Empress was almost on par with the East Emperor and the Demon Empress. Such a monstrous figure had actually appeared in the world, under the watchful eyes of countless people. The Jasper Flower Emperor calmly and effortlessly annihilated the four extraordinarily powerful king-level enemies in an instant, in a manner that had already reached the pinnacle of beauty. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, four extraordinarily active and even arrogant lives disappeared just like that. However, it didn't give people a feeling of cruelty at all. Instead, it was filled with melancholy towards life and death. Not only was there no fear, but it was also filled with inexplicable melancholy. And in this melancholy mood, the Jade Flower Great Empress stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the people and the world with a compassionate expression. Such a peerless and transcendent demeanor had instantly caused a tsunami of cheers from all the people of Dark Cloud Sky. Jade Flower Great Empress. Jade Flower Great Empress. Dark Cloud Jade Flower is unparalleled in the world. In the midst of the tsunami of cheers, the Jade Flower Great Empress still had a faint smile on her face, facing the world calmly. It was as if everything that had happened before was not a test at all. Instead, it was just an insignificant trick to impress everyone. That was all there was to it, not worth mentioning. The master of ceremonies, Mo Yuntian's grand elder Muzong Lan, was also extremely shocked. In his heart, he was well aware of Xia Danqiong's level of strength. It was impossible for him to have such strength. Otherwise, why would he have needed to expend so much effort when he fought against Yuan Tianming? Muzong Lan knew every single one of the 4 people who had appeared just now. They were all peerless experts with standard king-level strength. Although they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Zhu Yuan Tian, they were already on the same level as a 7-star guard and weren't inferior in the slightest. However, such super powerhouses were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of the current Xia Danqiong. They couldn't withstand a single blow, and could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. What kind of valiant strength was this? Such a glorious and invincible image appeared in this coronation ceremony. It was simply to match the birth of a super idol. Moreover, it was the highest ruler of Mo Yuntian. It could definitely sweep away the haze of Mo Yuntian being ruled by the heavenly demons. How could Muzong Lan not be excited? This excitement had even made him ignore the big question of why Xia Danqiong had such a powerful cultivation. Because, to the current situation, it wasn't important. Naturally, he didn't know that the Jade Flower Great Emperor in front of him wasn't Xia Danqiong himself, but the world-famous Dong Huangshui Leihan. He also didn't know that in order to completely establish the name of the Jade Flower Great Emperor, Dong Huangshui Leihan had used almost all of his strength in those few moves just now. On one side, they thought that they were just facing a young Jade Flower Great Emperor and were looking down on him. On the other side, it was actually Dong Huangshui Leihan who was much stronger than the other party in terms of cultivation. Looking at the entire Heaven Imperial Court, other than the only saint, Dong Huangshui Leihan was invincible in this world. He hadn't really fought for tens of thousands of years. Now that he was showing off his skills, who in the world could withstand it? This battle was destined to be a one-sided trampling right from the start, even though they finally realized that the cultivation of the Jade Flower Great Emperor wasn't something that they could go against, and even vaguely realized who the person opposite them was. It was already too late. Whether it was his aura or his battle strength, they had been weakened by more than one level. Even revealing the person's true identity was an extravagant hope. Jade Flower Great Emperor, please ascend to the throne. Muzong Lan's voice was trembling. It wasn't because of fear, but because of excitement from the bottom of his heart. Everyone believed that this time, there would definitely be no more unforeseen events. Even if there were some ignorant provocations, what was it in front of the Jade Flower Great Emperor? They were just clowns. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Wait a minute." Wait a minute? This voice was very light, and the volume didn't seem to be very high. However, everyone heard it clearly. Moreover, with the appearance of these 3 words, everyone suddenly had a subtle feeling in their hearts that they should indeed wait for a while. This was a powerful mental bewitchment. In an instant, he had only used 3 simple words, but it had already had a considerable impact on millions of people. How terrifyingly strong was this person's mental strength? In the sky, the Jade Flower Great Emperor tilted his head slightly and stared at the clouds. An inexplicable solemnity finally appeared on his calm face. A gentle voice said, "The ascension of the Jade Flower Great Emperor is a grand occasion. I should congratulate him no matter what." Along with this gentle and intoxicating voice, a spotless snow-white figure appeared in the sky. It seemed both real and illusory, but it was also hard to grasp. The newcomer was tall and handsome, and his temperament was extraordinary. He stood in the sky like this, but it was as if he was taking a stroll in the bamboo forest. He was filled with a sense of leisure. His eyes didn't have any sharpness. Instead, they were filled with friendliness and gentleness. It made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. This person didn't look old, but he gave people the feeling that he had existed in this world for hundreds of millions of years. Moreover, this person's figure was filled with an illusory and unreal feeling. It was as if he didn't belong to this world, His eyes looked gently at the jade flower great emperor in the sky, as if they didn't contain any hostility at all. He smiled and said, "Brother Xia, I would like to ask for your advice." "May I?" From top to bottom, including DE and Empress, everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was because the appearance of this person had undoubtedly displayed an incomparably powerful and shocking cultivation. However, no one knew who this person was. No one had ever seen him before. Even in the rumors, there had never been such a person. But how could such an outstanding person be so unknown? No, there was one more person who knew who this person was. Shueleihan. Shueleihan knew who this person was. Looking at this person who suddenly appeared, Shueleihan's eyes flashed. Then, he regained his usual gentleness and said in a gentle voice, "You're brilliant." "I'm afraid I'm not your opponent," that person laughed and said in an extremely confident manner, "Brother Xia, you're too humble. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, how many people dare to say that they can take that move just now? I'm just excited to see you and want to ask for your advice. Brother Xia, please show mercy." Shueleihan smiled with a slightly helpless expression. He tilted his head slightly and said, "I'm afraid the one who should show mercy is me." The moment he tilted his head, a deep pain flashed across Shueleihan's deep eyes. That trace of extremely deep hatred was firmly concealed. This person in front of him might be able to hide from everyone in the world, but he couldn't hide from Shueleihan, Cloud Lord. The person in front of him was the publicly acknowledged #1 person in Heaven Imperial Court, Cloud Lord. Shueleihan had fought with Cloud Lord more than thousands of times in his life. No one knew better than Shueleihan about the means that Cloud Lord had. Therefore, although Cloud Lord's appearance had completely changed and was no longer his original appearance, Shueleihan still recognized him at a glance. This was the appearance that Cloud Lord had once used. Back then, it was this appearance that caused a great battle with Shueleihan and Zihao. In the end, all three of them were defeated and injured. That battle was extremely tragic and Shueleihan almost lost his life because of it. How could Shueleihan forget this hateful face after such an unforgettable experience? Even though it had been hundreds of thousands of years since then, it was still vivid in Shueleihan's mind and engraved in his heart, or it should be said that this figure wasn't the real Cloud Lord. It was just a clone projection of Cloud Lord, the saint. Although this clone projection was a powerful clone whose strength had reached the level of Emperor 1, it was still an illusion. However, this was only an illusory image. The real Cloud Lord was probably still hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even so, this figure still appeared to be real here. There wasn't even any part of it that was illusory. Shueleihan didn't know what he was feeling. He took a deep breath and exhaled gently from his mouth and nose. Right now, I actually have the upper hand. I've already recognized the other party's true identity. It's the projection of Venerable Cloud's clone. Venerable Cloud must have thought that the attack he was confident in was nothing but a joke, so he couldn't help but make a move himself. This also showed Master Cloud's misgivings towards this new heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. No matter what, he wouldn't allow Xia Danqiong to truly ascend to the throne as the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take the risk of offending the whole world. Shueleihan sighed in his heart. Even if you have this intention, it's a pity that man proposes but God disposes. Even if your clone takes action personally, it's already impossible to stop it. Because you don't know who exactly you're facing, writing is a bit messy. I'll take a day off tomorrow to organize my thoughts. It was very difficult. This afternoon, I used my fastest speed to read through the parts of the world-defying stage Heavenly Imperial Court. Writing up to this point, it was indeed a step at a time. In other words, this chapter was a process of challenging myself. Finally, it was coming to an end. No matter how reluctant I was, I still had the obligation to write a perfect ending for the heaven-defying palace. Perhaps after writing it out, many people would say, it's a lousy ending. But, as long as I feel anger from the bottom of my heart when others say the words lousy ending, I will feel at ease and not feel guilty, then, I will have done my best. So, by then, I'll have a clear conscience. But, I have to admit that the end was the hardest to write. To be honest, I know what you want to see. For me, I can set it to fight all the way from now on. This kind of plot is the easiest to write. I just need to set new opponents and keep on winning. Although it's easy to write like this, I don't want to. The hardest to write is precisely those water chapters that you think are the transitional chapters. Such chapters need to be written, laid out, and transitioned. But, I'll try my best to make these chapters as interesting as possible. This is the only way I can let you feel a trace of joy when the plot is dull. My ideal is, when the plot is tense, everyone will be tense. When the important plot is over, those dull moments can make you laugh. This may be where my value lies. After thinking for a long time, the next part of the story, from the beginning to the end, was the most difficult part to write. The holes in the front must be filled, and the lines at the back must be written well, and I alone need to straighten out these 7 million words in my heart. Let the past be covered in dust, let the future be smooth, and let the holes that have not been filled play their role. Then, calmly, let our heaven-defying palace reach its glory in another world. Tomorrow, I'll rest for a day, and the day after tomorrow, I'll write the final plot of the heaven-defying palace with all my might. I'll try my best to keep updating, but, if there's a jam, I'll ask for leave. During this period of leave, even if I'm a deity, I won't be able to make up for it. Because, this is the most tiring time. So, everyone can calculate, in the next book, I'll make up for it all. But, I can guarantee one thing, I won't owe too much. The enmity between Shui Leihan and the Saint, as well as De and Empress, would be the highlight of the Heaven Imperial Court. It would also be the last enmity between the proud world and Shui Leihan. It needed to be resolved by Qi Yang. Therefore, after Mo Yuntian's ascension to the throne, I'm afraid that you will never be able to guess the plot before you see it. Let me get ready. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was now, so he had to cherish it. When you scold me, please be gentler. In the middle of the night, I sat in front of the window, quietly thinking about the plot of Proud World. I sighed deeply. It was really difficult. This is the most tiring book I have ever written. I will never write about someone as tiring as Qi Yang. This is the oath I made when I was halfway through writing Proud World. Because he was tired, I was even more tired. Yes, although this clone projection was extremely powerful, it didn't have the saint's ability to see through everything. He naturally didn't know that the person he was facing now wasn't the real Xia Donqiong but Dong Huang Shui Leihan. If he knew, he wouldn't have appeared so hastily today. Since he appeared now, it was equivalent to creating a chance for him to destroy the saint's clone. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity that had been delivered right to his doorstep. The best part was that, he didn't reveal his true identity. It was only right and proper to kill him here. Shui Leihan's true battle intent that had been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years burned fiercely for the first time after Zihao's death. He could even feel his blood flowing like a river in his veins, surging violently. But his face was still calm and confident, gentle, sincere, and polite. He allowed the killing intent in his heart to hit the shore like raging waves, but on the surface, he flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "If so, please make your move." With a flash of light, the beautiful viburnum flower appeared at his fingertips again, shining with a dreamlike blur. Dong Huang instantly retracted all the divine consciousness and aura that was exposed outside. Even the part that was originally hidden as a foreshadowing was also retracted, all of it returning to the depths of his dantian. Facing this very powerful enemy, although Dong Huang wasn't afraid and even wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be good if he accidentally let the other party discover that he wasn't Xia Donqiong. Even though Dong Huang was confident that he could kill the person in front of him, the biggest prerequisite was to not leave any hidden dangers. Once there was a mistake, it would definitely be a major hidden danger for the future. There was only one thing that was beyond doubt, and that was that this battle was inevitable. Shui Leihan definitely wouldn't let this guy who didn't know the truth go. Killing Venerable Cloud's clone of Venerable Cloud's divine sense was beneficial to all parties involved. The eyes of the person in white flashed, looking calm and confident. He looked at Shui Leihan indifferently and said with a smile, "Looks like Brother Xia's battle intent is quite high. Just the courage to fight with me is already commendable." Shui Leihan said indifferently, "Your strength is astonishing. How would I dare to not go all out?" Shui Leihan took a deep breath, his gaze focused. "Although I've just arrived at the Heavenly Imperial Territory not long ago, I'm still confident that I've heard of most of the top experts in the Heavenly Imperial Territory. However, I didn't know that there was such an outstanding figure like you in the Heavenly Imperial Territory. May I know your name? In fact, this was also the question that everyone wanted to ask. Judging from the aura of such a powerful person, he had at least reached the same realm as De and the others. However, they had never heard of such a person before. This was, without a doubt, a miraculous event. Although Xue Leihan already knew the other party's true identity, he still had to ask this question, because the other party thought that he didn't know. Because the current him was not Donghuang Xue Leihan, but the Jade Flower Emperor, Xia Danxiong. What is your name? You can call me Mr. Wu. The white-robed man had a carefree expression. Mr. Fog, Xue. Leihan sneered inwardly. Cloud Master, Mr. Fog, regardless of whether the clouds and mist originated from water, the cloud has a physical form, or the mist has a microscopic form. You really know how to come up with names. The jade flowers slowly rotated again, and that layer of dreamlike blurry scene gradually appeared. Xue Leihan's body didn't move, and his fingers didn't move, but the number of jade flowers gradually increased, slowly extending outwards. One by one, the jade flowers flew out extremely elegantly. Some were in full bloom, some were budding, and some were only half-open petals. There were all kinds of postures, extremely graceful and charming. At this moment, everyone, including De and the others, felt that they were obviously enjoying an extreme visual feast. They didn't realize that what was in front of them was a battle of life and death. A battle of the century that wouldn't end until one of them died. The white-robed man who called himself Mr. Fog had a serious expression on his face for the first time. His two hands slowly extended out of his sleeves. Suddenly, with a shake, his two hands silently entered the sky full of jade flowers like butterflies. Xue Leihan let out a soft whistle and slowly raised his voice. When the jade flowers bloom, the jade flowers come. When the jade flowers bloom, the heaven and earth will fall. As soon as he said that, his body suddenly started to rotate rapidly, as if forming a man-made hurricane. And the jade flowers in the sky actually followed his body's rapid rotation, surging up like the waves of the sea. Just now, it was clearly calm and peaceful. But in the blink of an eye, it was already a raging wave, no longer peaceful. At this moment, the endless jade flower petals were rotating, flashing, and dancing because of that strong hurricane. All of them flew towards the source of the hurricane, Mr. Fog. However, even though the hurricane swept through the jade flowers in the sky, as far as the eye could see, there were still jade flowers everywhere. It was as if they had already extended outwards from here, all the way to the ends of the world. Although the hurricane was powerful, it could only shake a part of it. It was impossible to completely destroy the entire sea of flowers. At this point, a trace of unconcealed astonishment finally flashed across Mr. Fog's eyes. How could such a viburnum flower sea and viburnum flower sky appear under his powerful attack? The changes before his eyes were obviously no longer a matter of technique. The key was his own cultivation. The scene before his eyes was completely dependent on his extremely dense cultivation to be able to unleash the jade flowers to such a shocking and unshakable level. Mr. Fog obviously didn't expect that the cultivation of this newly ascended jade flower great emperor had already reached such a level that it could shake him. He knew that the long moan from the jade flower great emperor was probably just an illusion. What he said was definitely not the truth. This was the sea of jade flowers. And when the sea of jade flowers boiled to the extreme, it would evolve into the jade flower heaven. If it really came to the jasper flower sky, even he would probably be injured here. After all, the one here now was only a doppelganger. He wasn't the only self-saint in the true sense. If it really reached the level where the jade flower heaven was formed, this doppelganger alone wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since he already knew the result, he naturally had to avoid it from happening. Therefore, Mr. Fog let out a long laugh. His body that was originally spinning at an extreme speed suddenly stopped, no longer fighting against the countless jade flowers. The next moment, he had already turned into tens of thousands of doppelgangers, as if shooting out through the gaps of every jade flower. In the next moment, the countless doppelgangers returned to the air and merged into one. He rose into the air and laughed. The jade flower great emperor's cultivation is really good. I acknowledge your position as the heavenly emperor. The jade flower great emperor is indeed worthy of the title. Mr. Fog's figure rose into the air and instantly rushed to the top of a white cloud. Then, that white cloud rose up without any warning and carried his body into the distance. Higher and higher, further and further. In the blink of an eye, he had already completely disappeared. Since things couldn't be done, he made a prompt decision to retreat immediately. There was absolutely no sloppiness. Below, Shui Leihan's white robe was as white as snow. A hint of depression appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. He never expected that the doppelganger of the great emperor would be so decisive. It was just a brief exchange of blows, and he immediately fled, so decisive. I probably still acted too hastily. Shui Leihan sighed in his heart. If he had first engaged him in a prolonged battle, as long as he deliberately created some false impression that he was at a disadvantage, he would most likely be able to retain the other party. Then, at the crucial moment, he would use the jade flower heaven with all his cultivation. Then, there was an 80% chance that this Mr. Fogg could be retained. Even if he couldn't completely kill him, he would be able to severely injure him. That would definitely be an inestimable injury to the great Emperor Cloud. However, he had used the jade flower sea right from the start. Its power was really too shocking. In the end, he had alerted the enemy and scared the other party away. It was really an extremely serious miscalculation, but this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Xianxia. Because then, he would definitely face the most tragic revenge of the great emperor. And Xianxia, the entire Moyuntian currently couldn't bear it. Below, everyone, including the demon empress and the others, all stared at the jade flower great emperor in shock. For a moment, the entire place was silent. There were millions of people here, but one could actually hear a pin drop. The jasper flower sea and the jasper flower sky that had yet to be completed had truly intimidated everyone. From now on, all the participants had a clear understanding in their hearts, so, extreme beauty is death, just like the jade flower sea and jade flower heaven just now. Below, when the real Xianxia saw this scene, his eyes overflowed with fiery light. So, the jade flower could be used like this was the real jade flower. The jade flower sea, the jade flower heaven. Xianxia murmured. Beside him, Chu Yang smiled and said, "That's still not the limit, jade flower limitless." Xianxia's whole body shook, and he almost jumped up. But the master of ceremonies' voice had already sounded. "The mountains bow down, heroes bow down, jade flower great emperor, your name is well deserved. Jade flower great emperor, please ascend to the throne. Become the pinnacle of the world, an unparalleled hegemony." The jade flower great emperor in the sky laughed and said in a clear voice, "Since that's the case, let the jade flowers bloom all over the Moyuntian. Jade flowers bloom all over the world, there's no place that doesn't have them." Before his voice died away, the jade flower heaven suddenly exploded. In an instant, there really was no place that didn't have jade flowers. Everywhere was filled with traces of jade flowers. And the figure of the jade flower great emperor also split into countless afterimages in that instant and landed. Just as everyone was dazzled by the beautiful illusion in front of them, Chu Yang, who had been paying attention to the situation in front of him, took a step forward quietly and solemnly stretched out his hand, as if he was going to help his brother ascend to the throne as an elder brother. Of course, no one would deliberately pay attention to him at the moment. Those with high cultivation, such as the emperor and the empress, were all looking at the jade flowers in the sky with heavy hearts, thinking, if I were to encounter this move, how would I deal with it? Would I be able to deal with it if I used all my strength? Those with low cultivation bases were all cheering, so beautiful. Today is really the most beautiful day in my life. And at this moment, the real Xianxia quietly came out of the tribulation space and stood at the bottom of the stairs. And Dong Huang Shui Leihan naturally retreated and quietly hid in the void again. No one knew where he went. These two swaps were carried out perfectly and could be said to be flawless. Everything that followed was carried out in a logical manner. Xianxia calmly walked up step by step and accepted the worship of the people of Ink Cloud Palace. Finally, he sat on the throne of the Celestial Emperor and looked down at the world. The continuous cannon salutes sounded for a whole 2 hours. The invincible Celestial Emperor Ink Cloud, the invincible Viburnum Flower. At this moment, Ink Cloud Palace's reputation of being blinded by the extraterrestrial demons was swept away. The people of Ink Cloud Palace really straightened their backs for the first time after the Yuan Tianjia incident. Many people were so emotional that tears streamed down their faces. you have Dong Huang, we have the Viburnum Flower Emperor, you have the Demon Empress, we have the Viburnum Flower Emperor, you have the Saint, we have the Viburnum Flower Emperor. Long live the Viburnum Flower Emperor. It was unknown who was the first to shout in a hoarse voice. Immediately after, tens of thousands of people echoed. For a moment, the shout shook the heavens and earth. Lu be careful of those people. Chu Yang transmitted his voice amidst the commotion. Chu Lu said calmly, the targets have all been locked on. I've confirmed that none of them have escaped. Chu Yang nodded happily. Chu Lu didn't make a move at any of the occasions of the ceremony. She preserved the most complete battle power and the 10 heavy pills that she carried with her all for this moment. With her unparalleled poison skills, she used invisible poison on those who had caused trouble when someone challenged her, as well as those who had ulterior motives to cause trouble. When she was doing this, Chu Lu hid in the dark while those people took the initiative to jump into the light. Although they were still hidden in the crowd, for an expert like Chu Lu who had a saint-level divine sense, as long as they jumped out, they couldn't escape the control of divine sense and had nowhere to hide. These poisons couldn't be enough to control and kill these people because they were too scattered. However, he could be sure that the target would not get lost no matter where he went. We must make sure that no one escapes. Chu Yang's face was filled with worry and murderous intent. Understood. Chu Lu raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes filled with quiet confidence. Chu Yang's gaze swept over them. He discovered that Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others had almost recovered after recuperating for a while. However, the thing that surprised Chu Yang the most was that Tan Tan's recovery speed was even faster than Gu Duxing and the others. Right now, he had actually recovered to his peak condition. It seemed that this fellow had improved quite a bit this time. Go find Mo Tianji and ask him to arrange people for you. Chu Yang sent a telepathic message to Chu Lu. Then, when Xia Danqiong is holding a banquet to celebrate his ascension to the throne and everyone inside is celebrating, eliminate all the targets outside. Chu Lu agreed. She hesitated for a moment before saying, do we still have to follow the original method? Big brother, are you the one who makes the final judgment? Chu Yang said helplessly, I will also participate in this operation. I will execute some of them. Chu Yang already hated slaughtering those enemies who had no power to resist. He didn't want to do it at all. Chu Lu objected seriously. Big brother, now that the ascension ceremony is over, it's the best time to slaughter those people and cut off the 10,000 saints' true spirit. I'm afraid you will have to be there for the entire process. Chu Yang was speechless. He said weakly, all right, I got it. Chu Lu giggled. Her white figure floated towards Mo Tianji. Mo Yuntian was boiling with excitement. The Jasper Flower Monarch's unparalleled elegance and peerless divine arts immediately caused Mo Yuntian to erupt in jubilation. After a long time, the Jasper Flower Emperor came out and invited De to leave first. This place was still in a state of extreme celebration. It wasn't until a month later that the excitement gradually subsided. That night, a grand banquet was held in the Jasper Flower Emperor Palace. Dong Huang must be the real deal. Shui Leihan's anger towards his precious seventh brother had reached an uncontrollable level. After leaving the Heaven Zen altar, he hurriedly found a chance to exchange for this fellow. It wasn't easy for him to get the title of Dong Huang. It was just a small amount of effort. It was basically ruined by that guy. That guy knew that he had caused a huge trouble. Once he saw the real deal, he wanted to run away immediately. How could he make it in time? He was directly restrained by Shui Leihan. Shui Leihan knew that his brother had a sharp tongue. He completely ignored that guy's pleas for mercy. He directly tied him up with the dragon snaring rope and threw him into his personal space. After everything was over, he would properly deal with this guy. Dong Huang's reputation was ruined just like that. How could this be a simple matter? On that night, what Shui Leihan had to endure wasn't just a little bit. Even though he had long been mentally prepared, in front of the group of heavenly thearchs and empress, the demon empress, Yao Xian faced him coldly. The heavenly the Arch of Heartless was dissatisfied, the heavenly the Arch of Maniac Sword glared at him furiously, and the heavenly the Arch of Flaming Sun was icy cold. The only ones who were more or less friendly to this important Dong Huang were the heavenly emperor Zi Wuji, the heavenly emperor Wu Wei Mo Qingqing, and the Heavenly Emperor Stupa Imo Huichin. However, these three were old acquaintances of Dong Huang in the past. However, as time passed, Dong Huang didn't dare to guarantee anything. A friendly attitude didn't mean anything. Who didn't know how to put on a show? De and the Empress side in this ascension ceremony was at most a superficial attitude. Shui Leihan didn't dare to guarantee that everyone's thoughts were exactly the same as reality, especially towards the Heavenly Emperor Maniac Sword Wu Yequang and the Heavenly Emperor Icy Snow Meng Jinghui. Shui Leihan was especially doubtful about these two people. He wasn't doubtful about their current positions, but because, in the past, many years ago, everyone's personal relationship was still very good. Now, these two people were completely standing on the opposite side of him. This reality made Shui Leihan feel that there was something fishy about it. However, this kind of thing couldn't be asked in such an occasion, putting aside the Emperor Dong Huang who was despised by everyone. This meal, just on the surface, could be said to be a happy one for both the guests and the host. However, the surging waves in the dark didn't stop. Xie Danqiong could also feel this. Therefore, after a simple social interaction, Xie Danqiong said that his body was too exhausted from the continuous battles today. Thus, he excused himself and left the banquet, leaving this group of old friends and old rivals of millions of years to settle their personal relationships or matters. Although Xie Danqiong, as the host, was the first to leave the banquet, leaving only a group of guests here, this seemed a little negligent. However, to these people, this was a truly appropriate reception. They were all old friends who hadn't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. If a new person whom they didn't know were to come in, it would be the greatest pain to not be able to speak freely. Regarding Xie Danqiong, De and Empress expressed their understanding on the surface. Although there were only a few battles today, none of the people Xie Danqiong faced were ordinary characters. The last person he faced, Mr. Wu, was an expert among experts. It was only right that Xie Danqiong was exhausted. If he was really unharmed and full of energy, then the rankings of De and Empress would really be rewritten. Once the Jade Flower Emperor left, the Heavenly Emperor Extreme Heaven Merciless, Zui Wuqing, stood up decisively and said to Shui Leihan, Emperor Dong Huang's power is really earth-shattering today. It's really an eye-opener for me. I'm impressed. This sentence seemed to be easy to say, but the tone was really a little sarcastic. Shui Leihan said lightly, is that so? You're already earth-shattering with just a few words? Then in Brother Zui's eyes, this earth-shattering power is really quite easy. The Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor, Long Yinghuan, chuckled. Of course, when others say these words, they don't have such power. But when it comes from Emperor Dong Huang, how can it be compared? It's really extraordinary, really extraordinary. Shui Leihan glanced sideways and sneered. Then I'm afraid you're a little ignorant. This Emperor Dong Huang didn't just become earth-shattering at this moment. Instead, I've already been famous for a long time ago. Not to mention this Emperor Dong Huang saying a few words, even if I didn't say a word, just by sitting here, this Emperor Dong Huang's power is already limitless. And on this point, although the Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor is famous, but, this haha was really meaningful. In the Dong Huang space, that impostor was curling his lips madly. You're still talking about me. What you're saying now isn't the same as what I'm saying, but how would he know that if he didn't lay the groundwork for him previously, the current Shui Leihan wouldn't have to do this at all? For a moment, the smell of gunpowder in the hall seemed to be a little thick. At the last part of this banquet, the palace guards and palace maids all felt that they had inexplicably lost consciousness. Then, they fell asleep and didn't feel anything anymore. When they woke up the next morning, they saw that the hall was very quiet. There was no movement at all. All the furnishings were in their original positions, as if nothing had happened. The only slight abnormality was that a jade spoon was broken into two. But this didn't seem to be anything unusual. In every banquet, there would always be a few tableware that were damaged. This time, only a jade spoon was broken. It really wasn't much, it was very normal. Everyone cleaned up as if nothing had happened and went about their own business. Therefore, no one knew that last night, in this hall, towards the end of the banquet, the smell of gunpowder gradually thickened. De and the others had a battle in this hall. Well, to be more precise, it should be a chaotic battle. A group fight, I said it would be very difficult, but I didn't say it would be careless. I said I had to write the ending well, but I didn't say I would speed up and end it today. This group fight was really thorough. Dong Huangshui Leihan displayed his valiant strength to the fullest. Facing the encirclement of so many people, he was actually able to attack from the east, attack from the west, attack from the south, and attack from the north. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and he even seemed to have some strength left. With the Demon Empress joining the fight, the hall was instantly divided into two groups. One group continued to attack Dong Huang, while the other group dealt with the Demon Empress. The situation was in a stalemate. Even though the Demon Empress was much more powerful than the other party had the advantage of numbers. Even if they could not win, they would not be defeated. With the strength of this group of people, if this stalemate continued, not to mention 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 months, even 1 or 2 years would not be a problem. Fortunately, someone kicked Wu Yequang's nose intentionally or unintentionally. Speaking of which, this could not be helped. Who asked someone to be too short? If it was someone else, the kick would only hit their lower abdomen. However, when it came to Wu Yequang, it directly hit his nose. For some reason, Mo Huichen happened to be beside Wu Yequang at this moment. Therefore, Wu Yequang thought that it was Mo Huichen's doing and turned to attack him. On the other side, Meng Jinghui also joined the fight. At this point, the two groups changed from a targeted attack to a group fight. At first, everyone wanted to attack Shui Leihan to vent their anger. However, later on, the fighting became more and more intense. Basically, everyone was facing 7 or 8 enemies at the same time. Anyway, other than themselves, everyone was an enemy. Everyone did not have a fixed target at all. Whoever was in front of them, they would attack. There was no such thing as a group division anymore. However, during this process, no matter how intense the fight was, there was no sound at all. Although there were differences in the actual strength of these people, in general, everyone was still at the same level. Moreover, they were all at the super level. Everyone controlled their strength perfectly and did not leak out a single bit. If they really fought, it would be like a thunderous punch as heavy as a mountain. However, if they did not succeed, it would be like a light wave that could not even kill a mosquito. However, there were still 2 people who were at a disadvantage. Meng Jinghui and Wu Yequang. Meng Jinghui was publicly acknowledged as the best gigolo. Before Xia Donqiong joined DE, Meng Jinghui could be said to be the most handsome man in this group. His face was exceptionally handsome. Therefore, the number of people who were beaten up today was also the most. Everyone wanted to punch the super gigolo in the face. As for Wu Yequang, it was purely an undeserved disaster. He was short in stature, and would unconsciously attack his lower body. Often, the attacks aimed at his lower body would attract particularly fierce counterattacks. What was even more tragic was that because he was really too short, the other people casually raised their feet to the height of his shoulders. It was as if he had been beaten into a dazzling mess of colors, however, it was still the same. Because these people had a very precise grasp of their strength, they didn't damage anything in the hall at all. Everyone had a tacit understanding in their hearts, whoever damaged something in front of them, this group fight would be over. And the one who damaged the item would be the ultimate loser of this fight. In the end, it was the jade spoon in front of Zue Wuqing that broke into 2, thus, the chaotic battle came to an end. However, compared to the others, Zue Wuqing was at least well-dressed. As for the others, apart from East Sovereign and Demon Empress, they were all bruised and battered. Among them, Wu Yequang, the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor, was the most miserable. At the last moment, he accidentally kicked up, and the landing point was actually the Demon Empress' chest. Although he didn't kick up, he was still beaten up ruthlessly by the Demon Empress, who flew into a rage out of humiliation. Then, everyone shouted and angrily beat up the hooligan. They pressed the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor to the ground and beat him up into a mess. However, all the accumulated anger from before had disappeared without a trace in this group fight. Perhaps on the general standpoint, everyone still had their own differences and their own insistence. However, when it came to personal grudges, there was almost no more. Who would have thought that such a hooligan-like fight would appear after DE? Everyone had a feeling that this gathering was probably the most peaceful one. And from now on, when they met again, it might already be another kind of bad situation. Therefore, in such a group fight, they vented all their personal grudges and dissatisfaction with each other in this group fight. In the future, you and I might be enemies, but that was a matter of standpoint and had nothing to do with personal relations. What kind of proud people were De and Empress? They deliberately used such a chaotic battle to resolve the knot in each other's hearts. It was also an expression of pride. Today, I will fight in a chaotic battle, and I will have no regrets. Tomorrow, I will fight to the death, and I will have no regrets. From now on, there would be no history between enemies. This kind of method let many people vent the negative emotions that had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years in an instant. This had to be said to be a very strange thing. There was also one thing that the guards of the palace found very strange. When De and Empress, these high and mighty kings, came in, every one of them was talking and laughing. Their demeanor was dignified and full of style, and their ostentation was even more awe-inspiring. However, when they left, each one of them left faster than the other, like a gust of wind. It seemed that even their faces couldn't be seen clearly, and they had already completely disappeared. Only Dong Huang and Demon Empress came out last. Only these two people still walked out immaculately and dignified. They said goodbye to each other and left slowly. Dong Huang is still the most dignified, and Demon Empress is still the most elegant. The guards all thought to themselves, unlike maniac sword Heavenly Emperor, who actually covered his face and ran away. I don't know what shameful thing he did, and on this night. On the other hand, the hunting operation outside was in full swing and was abnormally hot. Based on the clues provided by Chu Le Mo Tianji mobilized 300 saint experts and swept through the entire Xianxia city. Not a single person was caught. When Chu Yang carried out the goal of annihilating the true spirit, he felt horrified. This wasn't just 3 or 5, but 350 or 350. There were tens of thousands of people here, and they were densely packed as far as the eye could see. But they were dealt with by a sword just like that, and even their souls were annihilated. Even though he had no choice, Chu Yang still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He hated the mastermind of the myriad saints' true spirit even more. On this night, after Dong Huang and Demon Empress parted ways, they went back to meet again and had a secret talk. The only person who knew a little about this matter was the beautiful lady in white who had always been by Demon Empress' side. But she only vaguely heard Demon Empress ask, "Are you sure?" Then Dong Huang seemed to nod. Then, the two sighed in unison. Then, they discussed in low voices for a long time. But this time, no one knew what they were talking about. And Extreme Heaven Great Emperor Zue Wuqing and Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor Long Yinghuan also had a secret talk after they went back. Similarly, no one knew what they were talking about. It was just that the expressions on these two people's faces were extremely serious. It seemed that spies could also be contagious. Other than these two groups, Mo Huichen and Meng Jinghui didn't return to Star Palace after they came out of the palace. Instead, after the two of them removed the scars on their faces, they walked among the common people. The two of them casually found a tavern to continue drinking. Of course, they also seemed to be discussing something. Obviously, no one would know that these two heavenly emperors went out to drink like two drunkards, but the common point was that Dong Huang and Demon Empress both sighed deeply at the end of their conversation. Zui Wuqing and Long Yinghuan also sighed deeply. This sigh. No one knew why everyone was sighing. But if it was heard by others, they would feel that these few people's sighs were filled with the same feeling: helplessness, powerlessness, anger, and all kinds of complicated feelings. That thick sense of loss, Xia Donqiong returned to his bedroom with a heavy expression. He was deeply aware of how difficult it was to reach the level of De and Empress. If his cultivation was always at this level, then he would always be at the bottom of De and Empress. Not to mention whether others would agree with him, even he found it hard to accept that he was already on par with those people. Although he had received Dong Huang's generous help today and passed smoothly, Dong Huang obviously couldn't help him forever. In the end, he still had to rely on his own strength. Xia Donqiong was silent for a long time and didn't say anything. Madame Mei looked at him worriedly. After a long time, she heard Xia Donqiong say in a low but determined voice, "No matter what, I can't let down the 4 words Jade Flower Emperor." Madame Mei's heart was filled with an inexplicable worry. Because she knew that Xia Donqiong had already made up his mind to raise his own strength. And this process, to Xianxia, would undoubtedly be endless cruelty, but although she was worried, her heart was filled with pride at the same time. This was her man. He would never be willing to fall behind others, he would never turn back and die 1,000 times. Right now, Mo Yuntian was back on the right track again. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian, although his position was high, his power wasn't very heavy. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that he was a spiritual symbol. The specific matters that Xianxia needed to worry about were actually very little. 10% of the work was shared by the original military officials. On this point, they were all familiar with handling affairs. With Muzong Lan's full supervision, there wouldn't be any negligence. Chu Yang and the others had the same idea as Xianxia. It was just that by the time they gathered together to talk about this matter, it was already the afternoon of the third day. From start to finish, a total of 500,000 city guards worked together with the military and more than 100 saint experts from the imperial palace. Finally, all the myriad saint true spirits were wiped out completely. Well, the wiped out here referred to the batch that sneaked into Xianxia City. Speaking of which, what really exceeded everyone's expectations was that even until the end, when all the true spirit targets were killed, the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes didn't appear to find trouble again. It was as if he had sent these people to their deaths. From beginning to end, there was no reaction at all. This matter was extremely abnormal. Xianxia still wanted to plead. But, he was cut off by Chu Yang's words. He pointed at Xianxia's nose in a fiendish manner. I also told you that you'd better give up on this idea. We rushed over from afar to help you, and you don't say thank you. It's fine if you give us some things. Who asked us to be sworn brothers? But you actually want to poach people from my hands. You. Dan Qiong, how can you be like this? Isn't this too much? These words made Xianxiang feel guilty. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything for a long time. Then, Chu Yang pulled Mo Qingwu and left. When night came, Xianxiang finally reacted. He hurriedly came to Chu Yang and said, Boss, what you said just now was wrong. Meng Wuye is our Moyun Heaven's man. How can you say that he's your man? He has an official position in Moyun Heaven. His relatives and old friends are all here. Don't you think this is reasonable? Chu Yang was stunned. Is it like this? Xianxiang nodded heavily. Definitely. Since you said so, then you can keep him. As long as he agrees, I have no objections. Chu Yang waved his hand generously. Xianxiang was overjoyed. He hurriedly went out to look for him. But he couldn't find him after searching for a long time. After asking, he found out that everyone who came from Demon Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already returned this afternoon. It seemed that there was an urgent order from above. They left in a hurry. They didn't even pack a lot of luggage. It was as if they were fleeing. At this moment, they were probably already on the vast sea. Urgent order from above? Who else could Meng Wuye's superior be? Xianxiang suddenly realized something, and angrily returned. But, he saw Chu Yang coming over with a smile, and putting his arm around his shoulder. Dan Qiong, you see, there are so many provisions here. We brothers are a family. So, we will leave them all to you. You don't have to be polite. Looking at the pile of tattered provisions that Meng Wuye and his group couldn't take away in time, Xianxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On this day, the Demon Empress ordered that Demon Emperor Heaven's Supreme Demon Ning Ning should immediately return to Demon Emperor Heaven with all the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven. As for herself, she did not plan to leave. She had other plans. The truth was that she had other plans as well. Just as a certain Grand Empress was about to set off, the Demon Empress floated away, her whereabouts unknown. As for the other heavenly emperors, some of them had also left, and some of them had also chosen to wander in ink-cloud sky for a period of time. It had only been a few days, but the liveliness from before had already disappeared. All the peak experts had scattered. Tan Tan and Xiaodan Feng bid farewell to Chu Yang, and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang wasn't worried about this. Tan Tan's cultivation was already at the high level of the Sage Realm. He was about to reach the peak of the Sage Realm. In this world, only a very small number of people could cause him harm, except for the top experts like Di Ho. As for the others, even if they couldn't defeat him in the end, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape unscathed. Moreover, it seemed that Tan Tan was going to do something. Chu Yang could see this from Tan Tan's expression. Tan Tan and his in-laws left. The only people close to Chu Yang here were Xianxia, Mo Qinggu, Brother Tiger, and the divine soul of the calamity. The large team of tens of thousands of people that had accompanied them previously was now only left with 3 people and 1 beast. Plus a ghost. However, Chu Yang was extremely relaxed at this moment. That was because he had sent the family members of his brothers to their respective sides during this trip. Allowing their families to reunite was tantamount to reducing the responsibility that had been on his shoulders for a long time by more than half. What would happen in the future would be everyone's own responsibility. Every man had a responsibility that every man should bear. This was something that they needed to bear with their own efforts. Others had no right and no ability to help them bear these responsibilities. And their families were precisely the responsibilities that everyone needed to bear. After removing countless burdens, the huge stone in his heart was lifted, and Chu Yang, who had regained his relaxation, suggested that they walk around Ink Cloud Sky and stroll around. Of course, on the surface, this was the purpose. In reality, whether or not he had any other thoughts, Chu Yang didn't say it clearly. Xianxia and Mo Qinggu naturally agreed with Chu Yang's suggestion. What else could be more satisfying than going on a trip with their sweetheart? The issue of safety was not a problem at all. With the strength of the 3 of them, plus Brother Tiger who had now recovered his saint-level strength, and the divine soul of the calamity who had an immortal body, they believed that even if they were to face any one of God's descendants, they might not necessarily be unable to fight. At the very least, they still had the confidence to escape unscathed. So everyone didn't think too much about it. It was rare for them to be able to relax. They didn't bid farewell to Xianxia. Mo Qinggu carried Brother Tiger who was in the form of a kitten, and the divine soul of the calamity was still invisible in the dark. The 3 of them walked out of Xianxia City slowly. The moment they left the city, they looked back and recalled the fighting in Ink Cloud Sky during this period of time. They couldn't help but sigh. Then, their eyes lit up. At the end of the gate tower of Ink Cloud Sky's Xianxia City, there was a bright yellow figure standing tall and straight. His gaze seemed to pass through the void, quietly watching the 3 of them leave. Chu Yang chuckled and waved his hand. Mo Qinggu and Xianxia also smiled and waved gently. Then, the 3 of them floated up, seemingly slow but actually very fast. They quickly escaped from the sight of the bright yellow figure on the gate tower. On the city gate tower, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back for a long time. Watching Chu Yang and the other 2 disappear at the end of his sight like smoke, his face was still full of a warm smile. He murmured, "Big brother, the next time we meet again should be the time to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Don't worry, Ink Cloud Sky, I will definitely be able to bring out an iron army to wipe out the demons. Calamity Xianxia will follow the direction of Big Brother's sword and bloom, in the purple heavenly palace." Xianxia gazed at the direction where the 3 of them left for a long time. Even though the other party's figure was long gone, the bright yellow figure still stood there, unwilling to leave until the sky was dark. Night fell as scheduled. In the boundless twilight, the figure of Ink Cloud Sky's Xianxia Heavenly Emperor almost became a scenery on the city wall. After crossing a mountain range and completely cutting off the gazes of the people behind them, the 3 of them slowed down their footsteps at the same time, talking softly as they walked. Suddenly, they seemed to have sensed something. Looking up, they saw a white-robed figure standing tall and straight in the twilight. His hands were behind his back, with endless grace and elegance, supreme dignity and elegance. There was also a kind of royal aura that no one dared to offend. Just by standing there, it was as if he was the ruler of the world, overlooking the world. The person standing there was Donghuan Shueleihan. He had actually been waiting here in advance. "Why haven't you left yet?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. "The reason why I haven't left is the same as the reason why you haven't left." Shueleihan smiled and greeted Mo Qinggu. "Little girl, do you still remember me, an old friend you haven't seen in a long time?" Mo Qinggu smiled gently. "How could I forget, big brother Shui?" Shueleihan was very happy. Smiling, he said, I've really waited a long time for you to call me Big Brother Shui. This sentence made Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu understand at the same time. There was no need to say anything else. Yes, it had really been a long time. It was as long as 2 lifetimes. The 3 of them smiled knowingly at the same time. The 4 of them gathered in one place. Although they didn't discuss it in advance, they all rushed towards the north at the same time. After running for thousands of miles, they saw another person waiting in front of them. He was dressed in green and looked rather handsome. He was pacing back and forth with an impatient look on his face. When he saw Shui Leihan and the others approaching, he actually opened his mouth and cursed angrily, "Damn it, why are you only here now?" Chu Yang and the others didn't know who this person was. When they heard what he said, they couldn't help but be shocked. He actually dared to speak to Shui Leihan like this. It seemed that there weren't many people in the world who dared to do so. Even Di's descendant might not dare to speak so boldly. And this guy was obviously not Di's descendant. You actually dare to scold him in front of me. Shui Leihan's face was full of black lines. He kicked out fiercely. Poof, that guy was instantly kicked flat on the ground. He couldn't help but look aggrieved. He got up and said, "You only know how to show off in front of me. You hit me for no reason and don't even allow me to fight back. Where the hell did you get the airs of a family head from? If you have the ability, don't use it on me. Go and use it on others. What kind of East Emperor are you? If you have the ability, go and kick Master Yun. If you have the ability, go and kick the Heavenly Demon King. What kind of ability is kicking me every day?" This guy scolded and scolded. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. His face was full of grievance and strong indignation. He really dared to say anything. Who exactly was this person? Wasn't he 2F** King arrogant? Chu Yang and the other 2 saw it clearly and were speechless. Shui Leihan's kick just now was quite substantial. It wasn't any less than the 2 kicks that killed the 2 king-level experts that day. Chu Yang and the others asked themselves, if they were the ones who suffered that kick just now, their physical bodies would be instantly destroyed at least, and they would be turned into ashes at worst. This was definitely not a joke. But although this person in front of them was kicked flat on the ground, he seemed to be completely fine. There wasn't even the slightest injury on him. Who exactly was this person? Where did such an expert come from? Shui Leihan was so angry that his nose was crooked. He roared, "Shut your damn mouth." Chu Yang and the other 2 looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. They all felt that the appearance of this guy was simply turning the world upside down. It was Mo Qinggu who asked in a gentle voice, "Brother Shui, this is..." Hearing that, Shui Leihan explained awkwardly, This person, is my 7th brother. Our family is unfortunate. Cough cough. His name is Shui Qinghan. Yes, others call him Shui Qi. Then he said, yes, he's the person who temporarily pretended to be me during the ceremony. Even if the East Emperor had accumulated millions of years of pride, he was still really embarrassed at this moment. When he went out today, he met an old classmate. He said in shock, "Wow, why are you even younger than when you were in school? Why are you getting more and more handsome?" His heart instantly felt as if it had eaten honey. So it's 7th brother. Chu Yang was enlightened. Naturally, he recalled the classic performance of this guy at the coronation ceremony. He couldn't help but think of GMO and Tan Tan. He couldn't help but sympathize with him. He said, "How is it unfortunate? Not to mention that 7th brother's cultivation is already at the top of the world. Those guys that 7th brother scolded back then were really enjoyable." It made people enraptured and unable to control themselves. Hearing this, Shui Qi's eyebrows danced. She couldn't control herself. She felt as if she had met the best friend in her life. She walked forward and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. She laughed, "Brother, I like what you say. In fact, it's like this. However, these people only care about this and that. They are all sanctimonious. When they talk, they beat around the bush. What's wrong with that? In the end, it's just a fight. What's the big deal?" Shui Leihan couldn't hold it in anymore. He growled in a low voice, "Bastard. You appeared in my appearance. In the end, if they want to fight, they will fight with me. You're just causing trouble for me. Xueqi glared and said with conviction, what trouble can there be? Can't you beat them? Xue Leihan was speechless. This isn't a question of whether I can beat them or not. Xueqi said, since you're not afraid of them, what's wrong with fighting? Then, Xueqi suddenly flung his sleeves and put on an extremely suave posture. As he paced, he said slowly, in the martial world, who doesn't get F***ked? The martial world is a battlefield. No matter what, it's F***ked. Today, others F***ked me. Tomorrow, I'll F***ck them. Shut up. Xue Leihan's voice changed. He pointed at his younger brother with a trembling finger. She said with disappointment, look at you. You're already so old. How can you still speak and do things so carelessly? Someone like you won't be able to enter our family's ancestral grave even if you die. Xueqi shook his head. Bah? Do you think you can enter after you die? Don't forget, we're the group of people who are purposely forgotten by the clan. You actually want to enter the ancestral grave? I didn't know that you're so ambitious. I really couldn't tell. Xue Leihan's face darkened. Old 7. Can you be a little more serious? Xueqi cried out, how am I indecent? I've always been speaking normally. Big brother, tell me. Since when have I been indecent? I've always been a decent person. The problem is you. No matter what I do, you're biased against me. You just think that I'm not serious. Then tell me, what can I do? Xue Leihan took a deep breath. Suddenly, he roared like a thunderbolt, you've never been righteous in your generation. Snow 7 immediately retorted. Shut up. Xue Leihan roared. Listen to me. A finger was poking Xueqi's forehead, one finger at a time. She gritted her teeth, when you're in front of outsiders, can't you at least give me some face? Can you do it? Xueqi staggered after being pointed at. She was in a sorry state. She hurriedly raised her hands and surrendered. Okay. You're my big brother, my ancestor. Ancestor, I'll do whatever you say. I'll also say that your fart smells good. This should be fine. This should be fine, right? Now, even your fart has become a delicacy. You won't ask me to do that, right? I'm very helpless, big brother. Xue Leihan instantly dropped his hands helplessly. His face was dejected and defeated. Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and Zi Xiqing instantly burst into laughter. It was the first time that everyone had seen someone who could actually use his mouth to force the world-renowned East Sovereign into such a state of helplessness and hopelessness. This feeling was simply too good, to think that I, Xue Leihan, have dominated the world and dominated the eastern sky all my life. How high-spirited I was. The only thing that can make me feel helpless is only you. Only you. Xue Leihan looked up and sighed. Xueqi pouted and muttered softly, what do you mean by dominating the world and dominating the eastern sky? If you have the guts, why don't you try killing everyone in the eastern sky? That's what it means to be high-spirited from head to toe. Xue Leihan closed his eyes fiercely. He only felt that his lungs were rapidly swelling due to anger, high-spirited thinking of the past, but lacking in spirit facing the present. What could he do? Xue Leihan knew that he couldn't do anything to his younger brother. He could only let out a long sigh. He turned his head and smiled bitterly. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Sigh, this is my younger brother, the one who has been giving me headaches since childhood. I really can't do anything to him. He just doesn't hold back. Xueqi rolled her eyes and said, what are you talking about? Even our parents don't have headaches. Why do you have headaches? That's because you're a busybody who's looking for trouble and being arrogant. Putting on airs, as if you have a lot of authority. Chu Yang almost spurted out. Even someone as solemn and cold as Zi Xiqing couldn't help but smile like a blooming flower under such circumstances. Mo Qingguo was even laughing so hard that she was shaking. She actually found Xue Leihan, this clown of a brother, very interesting. After all, it hadn't been long since Chu Yang and Mo Qingguo came to the heavenly imperial court. Little did they know that although the name Xueqi was not well known and not very eye-catching, the two names Xueqi and Xueqi were really famous in the heavenly imperial court. In some areas, this name was even more well-known than De Empress. It was even more frightening. If the number one person in the heavenly imperial court was Lord Yun, then the number one thief in the heavenly imperial court was undoubtedly Xueqi. As long as he wanted something from you, it was as if you had already made a blood contract with him. There was absolutely no escape, and the number one killer in the heavenly imperial court, Xueqi, as long as he accepts your request, then no matter who your enemy is, no matter how high your position is, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how far you are, no matter how far you are, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how far you are, no matter how far away you are, you will definitely be killed within 7 days without exception. Therefore, among the several identities of Xue Qinghan, perhaps the identity of Dong Wang's younger brother was the most inconspicuous one. As for the other two names, they were really famous in the world, it was just that Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu did not know about this for now. As for Zi Shiqing, she must have heard of the names and legends of the number one thief and the number one killer. But she really could not connect this rascal in front of her with the two legendary names. She could not help it. After all, he was such a backbone in reality. We are all brothers, why are you so hostile? Come, come, come. Chu Yang separated the two brothers very enthusiastically. He put his arm around Xueqi's shoulder and said, "Don't mind him, your brother is old-fashioned. There is no way to communicate with him. There is no way to reason with him. Soulmate." Xueqi's eyes were almost filled with tears. He held Chu Yang's hand and said, as the saying goes, great minds think alike. I knew there would be someone who would understand me. For so many years, I have been oppressed by him. I have been in an abyss of suffering all the time. Chu Yang choked unnaturally in the wind. This fellow's words were really out of line. Not to mention his identity as Dong Wang's younger brother, just based on his rather high level of cultivation, even if he really wanted to live in an abyss of suffering, it would be a very, very difficult thing to do. Needless to say, the 3-person group became a 5-person group. The group went all the way to the north. Xue Leihan kept a straight face and tried not to speak if he could. But Xueqi got along well with Chu Yang at the first moment. It was almost like he was deliberately trying to deal with Chu Yang. The two of them even fought and competed with each other. Every time this happened, Chu Yang, who was being welcomed, would feel like crying. This guy's cultivation is really too high. It's so high that it's simply outrageous. It seems that Yuan Tianji was at most at this level. How could he be a match for him? When Chu Yang fought with him, it was not a competition at all. It was a total torture. Especially when he saw Xueqi like that, he was simply taking pleasure in torturing others. Chu Yang even suspected that he deliberately put down his identity and got close to him so that he could fight with him and be tortured by him. The torture along the way was endless. Occasionally, when Xueqi saw that Chu Yang could not take it anymore, he would turn around and look for Mo Qinggu and Zi Shiqing to fight. All in all, this was a person who could not stay idle at all. If you want to exchange pointers, then let's exchange pointers properly. What Chu Yang really can't stand is that this guy not only has a high cultivation level, but also doesn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. His moves are extremely sharp. He doesn't know what it means to be lenient. Therefore, Chu Yang and the two of them were very unlucky along the way. However, to really call it unlucky, it seemed a little guilty. What kind of person was Xueqi? He was a super powerful figure in the Heaven Imperial Court. To the three of them, the benefits of such a sparring session were simply too great. To have an expert at the same level as DE and Empress to spar with, that was a super experience that could only be encountered by chance. Therefore, the cultivation of the three of them actually increased by leaps and bounds along the way. It could be said that they experienced pain and happiness together. Along the way, on average, Xueqi would fight with Chu Yang 7 or 8 times a day. And it was usually Chu Yang who challenged him. He lost every battle, but he kept on fighting and never admitted defeat. Xue Leihan, who had been watching from the side, was really a little speechless. In the past, he only knew that his younger brother was a masochist. Why didn't he see that Chu Yang, who had good intentions, was actually a masochist? Towards his younger brother, Xue Leihan was exasperated. But towards Chu Yang's behavior of taking the initiative to seek torture, Xue Leihan did not comment on it verbally, but he admired it in his heart. Not everyone could withstand 7 or 8 times a day of torture, repeating it over and over again without losing their will. Chu Yang would soon be defeated every time he rushed forward. However, he would bravely rush forward again every time he did so. This kind of desire to improve one's own strength moved Xue Leihan a little. Defeated every battle, defeated every battle, defeated every battle. When a martial arts fanatic met another battle maniac. Perhaps only these 2 sentences could describe the current situation of these 2 people. This journey was simply too horrible to look at. These words were absolutely true. Because the road along the way was really full of devastation, and it was too horrible to look at. However, with each extreme battle, Chu Yang also realized how big the gap was between himself and this kind of real peak master. Originally, he thought that he was already infinitely close to the high-level saint level, and was not much different from the top masters like Diho. But now, it seemed that this kind of thinking was simply wrong, very, very wrong. This was not a problem of the gap at all, but a fundamental difference in quality and quantity. In terms of cultivation, Xue Qi's strength was actually only a little bit lower than Xue Leihan's. This little bit was at most half a step. In other words, Xue Leihan was a super peak master who had already stepped out of the saint peak level, while Xue Qi, on the other hand, had 1 foot in the saint peak level, and the other foot had not been pulled out, which meant that he was a quasi-super peak master. But this difference of half a step made Xue Qi completely unable to fight back in front of Xue Leihan. And the gap between Chu Yang and Xue Qi was even greater than the gap between Xue Qi and Xue Leihan. This was the fundamental difference in nature. At night, when Chu Yang and Xue Qi were fighting, the tribulation spirit was still a little worried, so he hid and watched from the side. Xue Qi actually made a sound, and then reached out and grabbed the tribulation spirit from the void. Eh? What is this? The tribulation spirit was instantly scared out of his wits. The tribulation spirit had always known that he was not a match for masters like Diho, and he did not even dare to fight with them. But he was still confident that even if he was in front of those people, he still had the strength and confidence to escape unscathed. But now, he had never encountered such a thing. To think that he had been caught like a chick. His status was an intangible and intangible existence. How could it be? How could it be? To be able to catch him, it meant that not only did he have nowhere to hide, but he also had no way to escape. Being caught by people of this level, it was just a matter of minutes before his spirit was completely destroyed. Damn it, after discovering the Calamity Divine Soul, Xue Qi had a new target to fight. After all, this guy's strength was above Chu Yang and the other 2, especially with the advantage of an immortal body. But after fighting a few rounds, the tribulation spirit avoided this person. This kind of pure masochistic activity should be left to the little ancestor. Because of the divine soul of the calamity, Xue Qi found another one for him to trample. Yes. It was the target of the battle, Brother Hu. Of course, Brother Tiger would only participate in the battle against Mo Qingguo. Because Brother Tiger's current strength was still below Chu Yang's, he really wasn't qualified to fight Xue Qi alone. And this combination was the most enjoyable for Xue Qi. Besides the fact that Mo Qingguo and Brother Tiger's combined strength was not to be underestimated. Also, although Brother Tiger's strength was not as good as Chu Yang's, he had a pair of sharp claws. He was the only one who dared to fight Xue Qi head-on. Xue Qi had always fought with his bare hands. There was no exception in all the battles in his life. But his pair of fists was comparable to any weapon in the world. There had never been an enemy who could fight him head-on. And although Brother Tiger's strength was not as good, he could fight Xue Qi head-on. It was indeed a rare anomaly. These people's footsteps were very fast. Although they were fighting as they walked, it didn't delay their journey at all. In just 7 or 8 days, they had already arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. Ink Sky Snow Mountain. They arrived here. Even Snow 7, who had always been playful and carefree, was unexpectedly serious. Xue Leihan looked at the snow mountain for a long time and said lightly, Zihao's 2 guards died here back then. Chu Yang sighed deeply upon hearing this. He wasn't surprised to come here. Because this was one of the reasons why he stayed in Ink Sky Snow Mountain. After a while, everyone had already arrived at the top of the snow mountain. There were no more movements. Shueleihan waved his sleeves and everyone's bodies became light. They had already crossed hundreds of miles of space and arrived at the top of the snow mountain. Now that Yuan Tianji is dead, the restrictions he left behind in the past are probably useless. Shueleihan's face was heavy. He said softly, "You guys step back for a while." After Chu Yang and the others stepped back for 100 feet, Shueleihan slowly stretched out his hands and made a gesture of embracing the world. Suddenly, a gust of wind came out from his palms and turned into a tornado. It rushed into the air and tore a black hole in the space. The tornado became bigger and bigger, and the area of the black hole also became bigger and bigger. In this man-made black hole, there seemed to be countless scenes faintly changing, and there seemed to be countless people or things flashing past. It was as if the river of time had suddenly started to flow backward. Such a strange scene was too much for the eyes to take in, but it was also inexplicably shocking. Xueqi's face showed an unprecedentedly serious expression. Chu Yang asked softly, "What's going on?" Xueqi took a deep breath and said, "This is my big brother's real domain, the real East Emperor domain, the reversal of time and space. He wants to see how Zihao's 2 guards came here 1,000,000 years ago and how they were killed." "Ah? It's actually reversing 1,000,000 years of time?" Chu Yang was shocked. Xueqi nodded slowly. "I just don't know if Big Brother can do it." Chu Yang, Zi Xiecheng and Mo Qinggu looked at each other, and they all felt deeply shocked. An inch of time was worth an inch of gold. An inch of gold couldn't buy an inch of time. Once time was gone, there was no turning back. In such a legendary divine realm, even if it was just reversing the flow of time for a few days, it was already heaven-defying enough. Yet Shueleihan actually wanted to go against the flow of time for 1,000,000 years in one go. This was simply unbelievable and appalling. Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu both thought of their previous lives at the same time. Could it be? Xueqi sighed, and one sentence instantly broke their guesses. Big Brother's method can only temporarily reverse time to the original time, but it can't change what has already happened at that time. He's just a pure bystander. Hearing this, the two were more or less relieved. With a loud shout from Shueleihan, a small and exquisite bottle gourd suddenly appeared in midair. A stream of wine flowed out from the mouth of the bottle gourd in an endless stream. Shueleihan raised his head and sucked the endless stream of wine into his mouth. East Emperor spiritual wine. Chu Yang had drunk this kind of diluted liquor before. Even a diluted cup of wine could increase one's cultivation base by no less than several hundred years. But what Shueleihan was drinking now was the original wine. And that small gourd seemed to have an endless capacity, and it kept pouring into Shueleihan's mouth. And the reversal of time and space created by the tornado was still gradually expanding, and the range was slowly increasing. In the eyes of Chu Yang and the others, what happened in this snowy mountain was also rapidly reversing. The continuous river of time, in that black hole, was like a white horse passing by. In a moment, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years had passed. Chu Yang and the others were all dazzled. They really never thought that they would be able to see such a wonderful scene in their lives. And all of this was actually reproduced by someone out of thin air. A moment ago, they were clearly seeing an old man dying of old age, but in the blink of an eye, they saw the scene when this old man was first born and when he died. This feeling was really indescribable. And this kind of thing kept repeating over and over again. The lives of humans were replayed over and over again. The lives of beasts and birds were also replayed in the same way. The cycle repeated itself over and over again, from the end to the beginning. Shueleihan's hand obviously sped up the reversal. In the end, everyone could only see pieces of afterimages, and they could no longer distinguish between the real and the fake. As time went by, thick white fog appeared above Shueleihan's head, and the tornado on the mountain peak actually didn't dissipate. Obviously, he had already exerted his cultivation to the extreme, operating it with all his might. Just like tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, still flashed by just like that. He gave his all just to restore the original truth. 4. This truth, Shueleihan had really given his all. For my brother Zihao, I must see the truth of what happened back then. Outside the domain of the river of time and space, the sky had already turned dark. Shui Leihan had maintained this extreme domain for an entire afternoon. Finally, the image stopped abruptly. Two people entered the snowy mountain. Their clothes were in tatters and their bodies were covered in wounds. They looked like they were on the verge of death. The image stopped right at this moment. Shui Leihan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he took out another gourd of wine, brought it to his mouth and sucked. He actually swallowed the entire gourd of wine into his stomach. Then, the image moved slowly, and the two people went to a valley in the mountain with great difficulty. At the entrance of the valley, there was a stone tablet erected in the white snow, Valley of Mourning Souls. The two people sat under the stone tablet and rested for a while. It was obvious that their physical strength had long been exhausted, and their inner core was also close to being exhausted. The two of them were clearly high-level saints, yet they were actually so weak. One could only imagine what they had gone through and what they had faced along the way. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew, and a black-robed figure appeared in front of the two people without any warning. His face was thin, and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, Shui Leihan paid special attention to Xianxia's eyes and the expression on his face. There was only a trace of indescribable cruelty in his gaze. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun. When Xianxia appeared, those two people struggled to stand up. Although they were already exhausted, they still stood straight. That kind of pride still remained on their faces. Although they were facing a heavenly emperor of a generation, in this place, the two of them represented Purple Cloud Heaven. Purple Cloud Heaven, the pride of Heavenly Emperor Purple Cloud, no matter when or where, could not be blasphemed. They would definitely not show weakness in front of anyone, although it was very difficult for them to do so. That kind of spirit, that strength of character that belonged to Purple Cloud Heaven, was clearly displayed. Don't know why, when he saw this scene, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his eyes were hot, and his nose was also somewhat dry. Even such a frivolous person like Lian Shuiqi also unconsciously straightened her back at this moment when she saw the scene in front of her. Her gaze was solemn. The scene of the black hole. You guys are here. Xianxia's voice was very cold. How is the situation on Purple Cloud Heaven's side now? Purple Cloud Heaven is still persevering. One of them looked straight at Xianxia, his voice weak but sonorous. We will definitely persevere. We will wait for a long time, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Can you guys still hold on? Xianxia's voice was full of ridicule. As long as there are still brothers in Purple Cloud Heaven alive, even if there's only one person, we will also persevere to the end and never give up. The person on the left looked somewhat indignant. I just want to ask Your Excellency Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, when will Mo Yun Tian's reinforcements arrive? Xianxia was silent for a while and asked, how is Zihao's personal situation now? The two stood up together and said sternly, His Majesty is invincible. Invincible? Xianxia sneered. If he's really invincible, then why are you guys still asking for reinforcements? The two people's voices became cold. If not for Your Excellency Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's promise to my brother that day, we also wouldn't come here at this moment. Promise? Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. Laughter. The two people's gazes gradually turned cold. Faintly, in the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of despair, but they still held on to the last hope and were unwilling to give up. They said, Heavenly Demon Invasion, could it be that Your Excellency Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun actually want to watch with folded arms and stay out of it? The entire Mo Yun Tian is going to watch with folded arms? We, the Purple Cloud Heaven, have a total of 700 million people. Every one of us is fighting bravely, bathed in blood. Towards this, the entire Mo Yun Tian is actually completely indifferent? Xianxia was silent. After a long time, he suddenly said, why can't we just stand by and watch? Why can't we just stay out of this? I can't wait for Zihao to die. Why isn't he dead yet? Why? The two men's faces immediately turned cold. His Majesty, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, will never die. Even if you die, His Majesty will not die. Another person said coldly, it seems that we've come here to humiliate ourselves. We'll take our leave now. We no longer expect Mo Yun Tian to send any reinforcements. Hee hee. Even Mo Yun Tian's Heavenly Emperor is so narrow-minded, what can we expect from Mo Yun Tian? Farewell? Yuan Tianjie finally sneered cruelly. Do the two of you think that you can still leave? What do you mean? Do you actually want to kill us? The two men were somewhat in disbelief. It's fine if you don't help, but we're all Tian K's compatriots after all. You actually want to kill us at this time? Compatriots? Who told you that I'm from Tian K? Yuan Tianjie suddenly sneered. Without any warning. His appearance suddenly changed. Whoosh, whoosh, wings emerged. His sharp mouth and fangs also appeared. A thick black aura suddenly rose. The two men opposite him exclaimed at the same time, "Heavenly demon, you're actually the incarnation of a heavenly demon?" But this cry, the meaning of surprise, was far less intense than the anger and despair. Yuan Tianjie was a heavenly demon. This proved that the request for reinforcements this time was a complete failure. His Majesty's entrusted task could not be completed. Immediately, the two of them calmed down. They took a deep breath and prepared to fight. An awe-inspiring and resolute aura emitted from these two people who were at the end of their rope. Like a fighting bull. Straight to the sky, one of them closed his eyes tightly. 2 lines of tears slowly dripped from his dry eyes. He sighed deeply. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Your Majesty. Not being able to fight side by side with you is the regret of the two of us brothers. Your Majesty, I hope that in the next life, I'll be fortunate enough to become your guard again. The two of them sighed at the same time. But in their hearts, there was still hope. They hoped that their other brothers would be able to get the Saint Lord to send troops as soon as possible to save Purple Cloud Heaven from its crisis. If that was the case, the two of them would be able to rest in peace even if they died. Even if their souls left the spring, they would be able to close their eyes in peace. Since we're acquaintances, I'll tell you one more thing. Don't pin your hopes on Master Yun. Yuan Tianjie laughed strangely. What? What did you say? The two of them shouted at the same time. Because the Saint Lord will not send troops either. Yuan Tianjie laughed strangely. Do you know why Purple Cloud Heaven has been fighting for so long, but they still haven't received any official reinforcements from Tian K? The two of them stared at each other, their bodies trembling slightly. Why? Why? The reason is very simple. Firstly, it's because of me. I've been controlling the output of intelligence all along. Also, it's because of Master Yun. He completely suppressed Purple Cloud Heaven's battle report. Zihao is definitely going to die this time. The reason why you can't reach the Eastern Royal Heavens is because the Saint Lord and I have already completely blocked off the path to Purple Cloud Heaven. The reason why Xue Leihan didn't help is because the Saint Lord purposely revealed a trace of the profound meaning of heaven. Xue Leihan is now in seclusion to break through. He definitely won't be able to come out without 8 to 10 years. Although revealing the profound meaning of the heavens may create a person who can contend against the saint in the future, Zihao and Xue Leihan's joint invincibility will disappear from this point onwards. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Actually, before Purple Cloud Heaven was attacked, Master Yun already knew that the extraterrestrial demons were going to send troops. All of this was a setup against Purple Cloud Heaven. Yuan Tianjie's words hit the hearts of the two of them one by one, making them feel completely hopeless, and these words also hit Xue Leihan's heart at the same time. Right now, Xue Leihan's entire body was trembling from extreme anger. Master Yun. F***CKU. You two bastards who deserve to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The two of them roared with extreme grief and indignation. At the same time, they pounced forward without any regard for their lives. This was obviously an absolutely unbalanced battle. A heavenly emperor who came prepared and was full of energy was fighting against 2 7-star guards who were at their wits' end and covered in injuries. But the two of them had already gone crazy. They had already gone crazy from despair, when one of them died in Yuan Tianjie's hands and the other was sent flying by Yuan Tianjie's attack and embedded deep into the snow. Chu Yang and the rest almost wanted to turn their heads away, they couldn't bear to watch anymore. But they couldn't not watch either. The 7-star guard's eyes were filled with tears when he was about to die. His body couldn't move at all, and he was still murmuring, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself, you must live, you must live." In the image, Yuan Tianjie laughed maniacally. He completely destroyed the souls of the two of them and smashed their bodies into the glacial ground, thousands of feet below. Now that I've dealt with the two of you and cut off the last possibility of asking for help, I'm going to purple cloud heavens now. Let's see Zihao's final outcome. Ha ha ha. Yuan Tianjia laughed maniacally. He flew away with satisfaction and satisfaction. Thousands of feet below the glacial ground, among the ownerless corpses that had clearly lost their souls, one of them was actually still moving. It was trying its best to climb up bit by bit. It broke through layers of ice and climbed all the way up. In the end, all the bones in its body had been ground to pieces and covered the entire path. But it was still climbing up, continuously climbing up. It stubbornly wanted to climb out, never stopping from beginning to end. The image moved slowly along with this corpse. Finally, when it was about 300 feet from the ground, the bones of this corpse's limbs were completely ground to pieces. Even its teeth were ground to pieces and broken. That corpse finally lay there quietly. It didn't move anymore. This is a wave of resentment driving the corpse to carry out the original owner's last wish. It has nothing to do with life or soul. Xueqi's voice was a little choked. It was snowing heavily all year round on the snow mountain. No one knew how many years had passed. The corpses of the two 7-star guards, one was 10,000 feet below, and the other was 300 feet below. They were motionless. However, the spiritual energy contained in the two corpses was constantly nourishing this place. Finally, in a place not far away, a snow-white thing grew. Revolving mysterious jade ginseng. Xueqi looked up and sighed. At this moment, the image changed very quickly. It was snowing heavily, and no one knew how many years had passed in a moment. Finally, one day, a figure in fluttering white robes arrived at the snowy mountain, seemingly searching for something. It's the Demon Empress. Why is she here? Chu Yang was a little confused. The Demon Empress was constantly lifting up mountains, as if she was looking for something. Finally, she saw that revolving mysterious jade ginseng. The Demon Empress's expression was obviously a little surprised. Even for someone at the level of DE Empress, the revolving mysterious jade ginseng was still a rare treasure. The Demon Empress carefully put away the revolving mysterious jade ginseng. Then, she saw that corpse. Intentionally or unintentionally, she went up and looked at it. Unexpectedly, she found that there was a faint trace of crystal in that person's bones. The Demon Empress was suddenly astonished. She carefully went forward to take a look at the position and muttered, "Isn't this one of Zihao's 7-star guards? This scar was left behind when I fought with him back then. It was because his moves were too ruthless that I left behind this scar. It was to give him a lesson that he would never be able to erase in his entire life. Besides this, there shouldn't be anyone else who left behind a similar scar in this place. If he's really Zihao's guard, why did he die here? Why didn't he die in purple cloud heavens?" The Demon Empress frowned and pondered. On the snowy ground, the Demon Empress' white clothes were whiter than snow. She looked at the corpse in front of her and carefully checked the remaining scars. Then, she walked down and looked at the broken bones along the way. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and sighed. "Good man." Yao Xian bowed to the corpse and said with a serious expression, "You are indeed Zihao's subordinate." After that, the Demon Empress flipped over the entire mountain and found another corpse. She searched carefully again, and her face was filled with deep respect. There are only two people. There is no one else. Zihao's personal guard actually died in the dark cloud heaven? The Demon Empress frowned. "No, I have to ask Yuan Tianjia. If Yuan Tianjia is playing tricks, then I will seek justice for Zihao." Then, she carefully kept the two corpses and sighed. How can loyal souls and righteous bones be left outside like this? Wait for me to send you back to the purple cloud heaven for a proper burial. Bury you together with your majesty's clothes and cenotaph, guards and life, loyal souls and death. The Demon Empress' white clothes fluttered and she flew away. This snowy mountain regained its silence. The image finally stopped. There was silence. Only two pawpaw sounds could be heard. Xue Leihan closed his eyes and 2 drops of tears fell on the ice under his feet. After a long time, Xue Leihan suddenly looked up at the sky and howled. Tears rolled down his face and formed a line. He said in a low voice in pain. Brother. Shui Leihan's tall and straight body finally bent slightly. His head was also lowered and he slowly sat on the ground. His face was full of sweat and mixed with his tears, making his face a little mottled. What he had done just now. Even a powerful person like Shui Leihan couldn't take it anymore. Although he had taken a large amount of Donghuang wine to replenish his energy, he was still almost at the point of being overloaded. Reversing time for 1,000,000 years in one go to find out the truth was such a huge project. Shui Leihan forcefully reversed time for 1,000,000 years with his own strength. If such an action was really revealed, it would definitely be enough to shock the whole world, including the Emperor One, the Empress and the only saint. At this moment, the most important thing was to recover his physical strength that had been exhausted to the limit. Xueqi stood closely behind his elder brother. He was fully alert and guarded him. Even though she usually talked back and didn't know what to say, but at this moment, she didn't care. If anyone wanted to take advantage of Shui Leihan's weakened state to harm him, Xueqi wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. He would protect him with his life to ensure his brother's safety. The demon empress found the remains and went to look for Xianxia. But that was a matter of another scope, and it couldn't be found here. As for what happened after the demon empress found Xianxia, no one knew. However, the demon empress and Xianxia did not fight after all, so Xianxia must have used flowery words to cover it up. It was late at night. Xianxia had already caught a snow antelope and started to roast it. Chu Yang also took out a lot of dry rations from his space. It warmed up for a moment. A long time passed until the moon was high in the sky. Shui Leihan finally recovered. Although his face was still a little pale, his usual bearing had already reappeared. The first thing he said when he opened his eyes was a long sigh. So all of this is a conspiracy. Even the saint knew about the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons in advance. Was there anything that the Cloud Master couldn't do? Couldn't be used? Regarding this matter, Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. He felt that he shouldn't say anything. After all, they were ultimately relatives. Although Master Yun didn't know that he was actually Shui Leihan's biological brother-in-law, Shui Leihan himself was aware of it. However, after holding it in for a long time, Chu Yang finally said fiercely, logically speaking, I shouldn't be the one to say anything at this point, but I still can't help but say, that brother-in-law of yours is really not a good thing. He's a pure bastard. Bah. Calling him a bastard is an insult to both the male and female bastards. Chu Yang said angrily, he's worse than a beast. He's the #1 bastard in the world. He's your brother-in-law. Shui Leihan looked conflicted, and so did Xueqi. Brother, you're wrong. When did we admit that he's my brother-in-law? Chu Yang said, can you get rid of the connection if you don't admit it? That bastard married your sister. If he's not your brother-in-law, then what is he? Xueqi jumped up. Who if *King admitted that the wife of that bastard is my sister? Damn it, which brother in the world is willing to admit that he has such a sister? *CK her grandma. Shui Leihan slapped him on the head. Shut up, shut up. I shouldn't have scolded him like that. Xueqi fell to the ground from the slap. He held his head in remorse, but his mouth still didn't stop. He was indeed a weirdo. Shui Leihan sighed. But now, he really didn't want to be angry with him. We've been investigating what happened back then all the way here. Until now, we've basically understood half of it. Shui Leihan looked up at the sky and sighed. That day, Zihao and I joined hands and made us successful. But it's also because of this that it became the main cause of his death. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Perhaps, the one that the saint really wants to deal with is not just Zihao, but all of you, or any one of you. As long as you and Zihao exist together, he won't be able to eat or sleep well. Because other than the two of you joining hands, I believe that there's no one else in this world who can threaten his safety. Yes, but as long as one of us is eliminated, he can rest easy from now on. Shui Leihan's face revealed a sincere mocking smile. He said lightly, Master Yun's vision is ultimately still too short-sighted. He thought of the person who created the Calamity Sword back then. If one were to talk about a high mountain, whether it was him or Zihao, they weren't enough. Only that person was the true supreme expert, based on Master Yun's jealousy. If he knew about the existence of that person, wouldn't he think of ways to destroy him? How would he be willing to accept that? But, if he really dared to take action, the person who would be destroyed would only be Master Yun himself. No matter how sinister Master Yun was. No matter how sinister and cunning, in the face of absolute power, there would definitely be no other outcome. Perhaps he only needed to move a finger. He could shatter the heavenly imperial court 100,000 times. Shui Leihan heaved a long sigh again. If Master Yun had known about such an existence, Zihao wouldn't have died. After witnessing the strength of humans, no matter how much internal strife there was among the ants, what's the point? Even if one was number one in the world of ants, invincible in the world and supreme in the world, he was still just an ant in the end. However, Chu Yang was thinking about another matter in his heart: me and my brothers. Now, he and his brothers already possessed considerable abilities. Once they joined forces, it seemed that they would be able to overturn the seas and rivers in the heavenly imperial court. It probably wouldn't take long before the situation between Shui Leihan and Zihao would repeat itself, or even worse. One or even a few of them might not be a match for a Saint Monarch. However, if all of them worked together, it would be enough to kill the Cloud Lord, given Master Yun's narrow-minded nature of not allowing anything to threaten his safety. When that time came, as long as he knew of their existence, he would definitely attack. Not only would he use force, he would even use all kinds of methods. He would only be at ease when he and his brother's powers were weakened to the point where they couldn't threaten him. Looks like we have to be careful too. Chu Yang pondered and slowly said this. Shui Leihan was startled when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly. Yes, you guys do have to be careful too. Otherwise, you'll repeat the mistakes of Zihao and me. Chu Yang nodded seriously and said slowly, I won't give him this chance. In reality, what Chu Yang thought was that before he thought of it, Mo Tianji had already thought of it. Actually, if one were to talk about methods of doing things, Mo Tianji and Master Yun were almost the same, although Mo Tianji wouldn't be as despicable as Master Yun. But when dealing with enemies, Mo Tianji was equally extreme and equally unscrupulous. So, if one put aside their standpoints, Master Yun and Mo Tianji were truly the same kind of people. They probably had a lot in common with each other. After everyone ate and rested for a while, Shui Leihan completely recovered his energy. Then, he started on another task. Soul searching. Searching for the loyal souls who had battled here 1,000,000 years ago. Although he knew that the chances were slim, Shui Leihan had been doing this for many years. As long as it was an old place where the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud's subordinates had died in battle, Shui Leihan would search their souls. Unfortunately, in these 1,000,000 years, he had never found anyone's remnant soul. This is the battlefield. Yuan Tianji is dead now, and the restrictions he set up previously have already lost their effect. Moreover, since the resentment left behind by the heroic souls back then is so strong that it can still support the corpse to crawl after death, I believe that there should be some remnant souls left behind. Shui Leihan said. Chu Yang, however, remained silent. Actually, everyone knew that even if Yuan Tianji didn't completely destroy the souls of the 2 7-star guards back then, after 1,000,000 years of wind and snow, nothing would be left behind. What Shui Leihan was doing now was useless. On this point, even if he was the East Emperor and had several experts in the imperial court, it was impossible for him to search for the heroic souls back then. But no one stopped him. That was because it was more of a show of sincerity. Powerful soul energy spread out continuously. The search process lasted for an entire night, but the end result was as everyone had expected. Shui Leihan looked up and sighed, lamenting that the heavens didn't protect the heroic souls. Until near dawn, when there was suddenly darkness, an elegant voice said, May I know why Your Majesty, the East Emperor, is summoning souls here in the middle of the night and going through so much trouble? I'm guilty. Yesterday, I watched TV with my wife called Falling in Love with My Best Male Friend. After watching 2 episodes, I felt that it was quite interesting. I've never watched dramas before, so I searched online, and found that there were a total of 34 episodes. So I started watching from yesterday afternoon until 8:30 this morning. This voice was very elegant and peaceful, but it seemed to have come out of nowhere. Before this, even Chu Yang didn't feel anything strange. Xueqi's face was also full of surprise. Although he had sensed the arrival of the owner of the voice, it was still a surprise that this person could come so close. Expert, top expert, Chu Yang had already come to this conclusion. And, to be able to talk to Dong Huang like this, although the tone was respectful, this person was undoubtedly an expert among experts, but Xue Leihan seemed to have already known this person's arrival. He didn't show any change in his expression and said with a smile, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. The cultivation of the two of you is really fast. In such a short time, you have already reached such a level. This is really worthy of celebration." In the darkness, two figures floated over like the wind and landed in front of everyone. They smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Dong Huang is too kind." Chu Yang looked up and saw that one of them had long eyebrows and was handsome, while the other had a slim figure and was actually a stunning beauty. It was just that her eyebrows were like swords and she looked valiant. For some reason, Chu Yang actually felt a sense of familiarity with these two people. It was as if he had seen these two people before. This made Chu Yang a little puzzled. As long as I have seen such people before, I will never forget them. Is it an illusion? If it's not an illusion, where have I seen these two people before? Xueqi pretended to be enlightened and snorted, then he smiled. Then he said, "Are the two of you the lords of the 10 directions underground world of our heaven imperial court?" The handsome man smiled bitterly and said, "You flatter me. The so-called lords of the 10 directions underground world seems to be very impressive. In fact, in short, in this heaven imperial court, they are really useless. At best, they are the managers of some wandering souls. How can they be called the lords of the 10 directions underground world?" Xueqi laughed and nodded. Apparently, she agreed with the man's words. This man's words were undoubtedly very direct and unusually frank. Indeed. In this heaven imperial court, the few small worlds under it were still stronger. Most of the ordinary people could leave behind a trace of soul after they died. Reincarnation, however, the heavenly imperial court was too martial, and there were too many martial experts. In order to avoid future troubles, the enemy would often use the method of destroying one's soul. The last trace of the soul was completely destroyed. The underground world could not interfere with the severing of karma. Although there were still more ordinary people compared to martial artists and ordinary people, that was only because the population of the entire heaven imperial court was so small. In fact, a battle between two powerful martial artists could easily cause the souls of all the ordinary people within hundreds of miles to vanish in an instant, and they would lose the chance to be reincarnated, after the end of an ordinary person's lifespan. After their souls passed through the 10 underground worlds, their intelligence would be completely wiped out. Reincarnation, but for practitioners, as long as one's cultivation base exceeded heaven level, one's own original soul would have the ability to transcend. Even if one's lifespan ended, they would still try to take over another's body to prolong their life, and would not enter the underground world of 10 directions. Therefore, even though the job of being in charge of Yin souls seemed to be very glamorous and had a lot of authority, it was very rare for his subordinates to actually be able to receive the souls of powerhouses. Even though he was the master of the underground world of 10 directions, he was at most the manager of a huge organization. However, in this world, if there wasn't such a place, it really wouldn't do. When Emo Qingguo and Zi Shiqing suddenly found out about the identity of the two people in front of them, their expressions changed a little. Being in charge of Yin souls? Yin souls, this kind of thing, was always an especially terrifying thing for women. No matter how amazing their strength was, there was no exception. The eyes of the young man looked at the place where the soul of the tribulation was hidden, and he said with a bitter smile, "For example, the soul of that powerhouse above, even if we take it into the underground world, we still have to take a huge risk, because the strength of such a soul of tribulation is enough to turn the entire underground world of 10 directions upside down, and even break through the underground seal and enter the mortal world again is not too difficult." Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, "Although the soul of a powerhouse at the end of his life is always incomplete or completely destroyed, from another perspective, it can also be said that this is the price that the powerhouse has to pay in order to pursue his own continuous improvement. Generation after generation of people are born, or they were weak in their previous lives, but as time goes by, many of the weak in the beginning eventually become powerhouses. And powerhouses are always born from the weak. Or maybe this is the principle. Although these powerhouses who were formed later actually don't know how miserable their previous lives were. Haha, Xueqi also laughed out loud. That graceful woman smiled sweetly and said, what you said makes sense. Because, as long as one hasn't reached the level of eternal immortality, he can't be called a true powerhouse. Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. The so-called eternal immortality, he sighed. It's easier said than done. Indeed. That beautiful woman admitted. Up till now, there hasn't been such a powerhouse in the Heaven Imperial Court. Xue Leihan said lightly, it's actually the same. When a powerhouse reaches a certain level, his soul has also grown stronger. But if his physical body is destroyed and his soul is weakened to a certain extent, it's really better to self-destruct and end it all. It's also better than becoming a remnant soul and being controlled by others. This is also a pride that belongs to a powerhouse, or it can be said to be a kind of cowardice, Chu Yang said quietly. That man looked at Chu Yang, his eyes gentle. He said softly, Tribulation Sword Master, both of us express our heartfelt gratitude to you. As he said, the two of them bowed slightly to Chu Yang at the same time. Chu Yang's mind turned quickly and he understood. You are the two supreme martial artists, Qin Feng and Lu Yun? He finally understood where the sense of familiarity came from. At the Heaven Imperial Court's Three Heavens Lake of Despair, there were statues of the two supreme martial artists. Chu Yang still remembered the majestic aura that the two stone statues had exuded. At the same time, he also understood why the two of them thanked him. Because Wu Jueqing was the direct descendant of the couple. He was also the last bloodline of the two experts left in the human world, the last legacy of their orthodoxy. And Chu Yang, because of his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master, and because of some entanglement, he untied the knot in Wu Jueqing's heart, allowing Wu Jueqing to have the courage to live on with a goal. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning, Chu Yang said very respectfully. Both of you are too polite. At the mention of Wu Jueqing, Chu Yang couldn't help but think of Chu Le, who went to look for his master, and Mo Tianji, who accompanied her, and those seniors who fought against the extraterrestrial demons in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chu Yang sighed subconsciously. He thought of too many things in an instant. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel in his heart. Many tribulation seniors broke through the limits of the heavens and ascended the legendary Heaven Imperial Court. All for the sake of eliminating the demons. However, to the people of the Heaven Imperial Court, the legendary Heaven Imperial Court and the higher-level Heaven Imperial Court often had many unbearable people. Even a celestial emperor could be the incarnation of an extraterrestrial demon. Even the so-called number one person in the Heaven Imperial Court was actually so unbearable. It was really a pity, Wu Qinfeng, the handsome young man between the two. He looked at Chu Yang meaningfully and said softly, to Sword Master Chu, it may be nothing. But to the two of us, it's a great favor. I know that Sword Master Chu is a generous and magnanimous person who never forgets to repay kindness. My wife and I are also not long-winded people. We only have one thing to tell you. If Sword Master Chu is free in the future, you can return to the Lake of Despair for a visit. Huh? Chu Yang was startled. He raised his head and looked at Wu Qinfeng. Wu Qinfeng's words were really abrupt and even strange. Since the beginning of time, it seemed that there were very few experts who could return to their original place after ascending. Of course, Wu Qinfeng and his wife were an exception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be Wu Jueqing. But to return to the Heaven Imperial Court seemed to be a very, very difficult thing. Now that you mention it, I know what you mean. Chu Yang wanted to ask more, but unexpectedly, Wu Qinfeng had already turned his head and said something to Xue Leihan. Even though Wu Qinfeng was in an awkward position now, purely based on his status, he was above De and the others. He could even be on par with Master Yun, the Holy Monarch. Chu Yang couldn't rashly interfere in his conversation with Xue Leihan, the Lord of Yin Souls, but he saw that the two of them had a heavy expression on their faces. But he couldn't hear what they were talking about at all. Only Qin Luyun, who was dressed in a white robe that was purer than snow, gave him a slight smile. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in her smile. But this smile was also really beautiful. Chu Yang looked at Qin Luyun, but he was still thinking hard in his heart. The lake of despair of the three heavens? Could it be that there's some special object there, or a special meaning? As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a piercing pain on the left side of his waist. This attack was really too sudden. Chu Yang was surprised that there were actually enemies attacking at this time and place, and even hurt his confidant in such a situation. It was simply inconceivable. He also felt that the soft flesh on the right side of his waist was twisted into a fried dough twist. Chu Yang couldn't hold it in anymore. He jumped up with a scream, only to see that the ones who were ruthless were Xianxia and Mo Qingguo. The two beauties, one on the left and one on the right, stood beside him. Their two small hands were exerting force on his waist. It was very obvious that Chu Yang's fierce stare at Chen Luyun had aroused intense jealousy from the two girls. In this world, there were less than 5 people who could injure Chu Yang so severely without making a sound. Unfortunately, there were 2 of them here, opposite him. Chen Luyun couldn't help but smile when she saw this. How could she, who had experienced many things, not know why the 2 girls were ruthless? She said harmoniously, "Sword Master Chu. Sometimes, when a man looks at a beautiful girl, it will cause big trouble." Chu Yang sucked in air with a hissing sound in his mouth and nodded repeatedly. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, yes. I specially invite everyone to support it and add to my collection." On one side, Shui Leihan and Wu Chenfeng had already walked to one side and were talking telepathically. However, as the 2 of them talked, they seemed to have an argument. The speed of their conversation was obviously increasing, and the argument was also gradually escalating. Wu Chenfeng shook his head repeatedly, but Shui Leihan pressed on. In the end, Wu Chenfeng stuck out a finger awkwardly. Shui Leihan didn't back down and stuck out 5 fingers. Wu Chenfeng shook his head violently, so Shui Leihan bent down 1 finger and turned it into 4. Wu Chenfeng continued to shake his head, refusing to comply. Shui Leihan bent down another finger and turned it into 3. Mo Qingguo watched curiously and asked in a low voice, "What are they doing? Playing finger-guessing games?" As soon as she said that, Xueqi and Chen Luyun staggered at the same time. Shui Leihan and Wu Chenfeng, who were playing finger-guessing games, also subconsciously looked over. Chu Yang almost sneered. 2 Dominator-level characters, how could they just play finger-guessing games when discussing matters? Mo Qingwu's conjecture is indeed a little too outrageous, but Wu Chenfeng's expression was unusually miserable, looking like he was about to go crazy, but he still stubbornly stuck out 1 finger. Shui Leihan also seemed to be angry, but facing Wu Chenfeng's unyielding attitude, he had no choice but to bend down another finger, turning the number into 2. Wu Chenfeng was still shaking his head, still unwilling to give in. Shui Leihan was furious. He actually said loudly, "Wu Chenfeng, you have to give me face. When you were in charge of the dead souls in the heavenly continent, it was I who appointed you. Later on, when you competed for the title of World Master of the 10 Directions Underground, in order to let you win, the Eastern Royal Heavens spent countless manpower and resources. Why is it so difficult to ask you to do such a small thing now? You keep making excuses. Why don't you think about it? The Eastern Royal Heavens was obviously trying to repay his kindness. It seemed to be able to make Shui Leihan do this. Obviously, this matter had already exceeded the scope of what ordinary people could imagine. Wu Chenfeng's originally good expression completely turned bitter. He nodded helplessly. "All right, 2 it is." Shui Leihan snorted and said, "3?" Wu Chenfeng lowered his head dejectedly. "You might as well kill me." Shui Leihan laughed loudly. The rock-paper-scissors game had come to an end, but the situation on the other side was still in the ascendant. Chen Liuyun's beautiful eyes kept drifting towards Xianxia. There was a strange expression in his eyes that made people ponder over it. He seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Xianxia, on the other hand, was looking at the sky with a look of indifference. Chen Luyun finally smiled and said, "This little sister looks very familiar. Where have we met before?" Xianxia said, "Humph." The meaning behind this voice was extremely complicated, and it contained a hint of hostility. However, Chen Luyun did not feel offended in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled. He said, "This voice is also very familiar. We must have seen it before." His tone was very certain. Xianxia was getting more and more unhappy. She shouted angrily, "What are you trying to say? What do you mean by familiar with this and that? Are you showing off how good your memory is?" Chen Luyun giggled and said, "The memory of that battle in the Black Blood Forest is still fresh in our minds. Lord Z's power is really earth-shattering. But I've never thought that Lord Z is actually a woman, and such a beautiful and moving woman at that. Moreover," she laughed and said, "furthermore, this jealousy. It's actually so big." Zi Xiqing's face instantly turned red, and she was speechless for a long time. Actually, when Chen Feng and Chen Luyun appeared, Zi Xiqing recognized their identities at first glance. However, she did not immediately go forward to acknowledge them. It was because of this awkward matter in between. During that battle, Zi Xiqing had been shrouded in black fog from start to end, and did not reveal her true appearance at all. She originally thought that as long as she did not take the initiative to reveal this matter, Wu Chenfeng and his wife might not be able to see through her identity. Now that she was exposed by Chen Luyun, she could not help but blush. She said angrily, "I also did not expect that the two of you who lost to me back then would be so different now. You actually became the Lord of the 10 Directions world in the Heaven Imperial Court. It is only right that I look up to the two of you." Chen Luyun laughed and walked forward, not caring about Zi Xiqing's cold face. He directly held her hand and said gently, "The reason why the two of us are where we are today is all thanks to that battle back then. It was after that battle that the two of us realized something, and that was why His Majesty the East Emperor looked for us. Finally, we became the lords of the Heaven Imperial Court today. To be honest, besides His Majesty the East Emperor, we also have to thank you, Lord Z, for being where we are today." Zi Xiqing forced a smile and said, "Both of you have really improved your cultivation during this period of time. How can I dare to accept the title of Lord Z now?" Chen Luyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "There is no lack of resources for cultivation underground. Furthermore, we have such an identity now that we can absorb the spiritual energy of souls from all directions. That is why we can improve so quickly. However, such a cultivation process is not worth mentioning. It was obvious that there were still areas that weren't satisfactory. This bitterness was something that couldn't be told to outsiders." Chen Luyun looked at Zi Xiqing with sincerity and actually looked at her with some envy. He said, "However, although Lord Z did not improve very quickly during this period of time, you no longer have the original demonic aura in you. From now on, you have embarked on a bright and smooth path to the Supreme Tao. That is truly something worth celebrating." Upon hearing that, Zi Xiqing subconsciously let out a long breath. She also smiled bitterly and said with some lingering fear, "This process is just as you said. It is not worth mentioning." Chen Luyun blinked his beautiful eyes in understanding. Suddenly, he leaned close to Zi Xiqing's ear and asked softly, "But I wonder, what is the relationship between Lord Z and the Heavenly Emperor of Zishao then?" Upon hearing this, Zi Xiqing could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. She was stunned for a moment and did not know what to say. After a while, she said, "Your question is a little strange. How can I have any relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of Zishao? The Heavenly Emperor of Zishao fell 1,000,000 years ago, and but from this 1,000,000 years, there is still an unreachable distance." She paused and said, taking a step back, "The world I was originally in was actually not this world of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Between the two of us, there is really no way we can fight, right?" Chen Luyun looked at Zi Xiqing's face and saw that her face was full of doubts. Obviously, these doubts came from the bottom of her heart and there was no element of pretense. He could not help but be stunned and said, "This, is it not?" Wu Chenfeng walked over at the right time and said, "Let's go." He turned and said to Shui Leihan, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not forget about that matter." Shui Leihan nodded lightly. Wu Chenfeng and his wife greeted Qu Yang. Wu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Sword Master, don't forget, the Heavenly Imperial Court, the Lake of Despair." Then, the husband and wife rose with the wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even after they left, they did not forget to remind Qu Yang again. Could it be that there was really some secret? Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. "This guy is still biased towards you. I originally did not intend to reveal the secret so early." Qu Yang asked doubtfully, "Secret? What secret?" Shui Leihan smiled. You will know when you get there. Even if I explain it now, without the actual thing in front of me, what's the point? Chu Yang was stunned. What was going on? Did they have to be so mysterious? Why were they trying to be so mysterious? Xianxia frowned and asked Chu Yang, that secret can only be revealed when we return to the lower realm. Thinking too much about it now will only create more trouble for ourselves. But I don't understand why that supreme martial artist Lu Yun would actually ask me about my relationship with the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. His Majesty and I did not know each other at all. When he died, I probably had not reincarnated yet. We were separated by so many years, how could there be any relationship? This is simply inexplicable. It makes me so flustered. I really don't know what to say. As Xianxia spoke, there was an inexplicable smile on her face. Obviously, in her opinion, this matter that Chen Luyun was talking about was an extremely ridiculous matter. If Supreme Martial Artist Luyun still had some sense in his mind, he would not say such retarded words. But she just had to say it. If that was not retarded, then what was? Even the stupidest person would be able to know that two people who were separated by hundreds of thousands of years, especially one who was born hundreds of thousands of years after the other had died. It was absolutely impossible for there to be any relationship between these two people. But when Xianxia said this, Dong Huangshui Leihan was actually unexpectedly stunned. Dong Huangshui originally had his back facing Xianxia and was about to say something to Chu Yang. But at this moment, everyone felt that this Dong Huangshui's entire body suddenly stiffened, as if something unbelievable had happened to him. He stood stiffly in front of Chu Yang just like that. After a long time, he suddenly turned around. Because his neck turned too abruptly, it made a kacha sound. Very strangely, he came in front of Xianxia. His pair of eyes stared at Xianxia's face carefully. He looked so attentively and carefully. Slowly, this Dong Huangshui's eyes actually turned a little red. He carefully looked at Xianxia's eyes, eyebrows, face, nose, lips and chin. The more he looked, the more agitated he became. Finally, he actually clapped his hands fiercely. Chu Yang was stunned. Huh? But he saw that Shui Leihan's eyes were still focused, but his lips were trembling. After a long time, he finally asked, Miss Z, where did you come from in the past? When he asked this question, there was a deep sense of disbelief in the depths of Shui Leihan's eyes. There was also a little bit of unbelievable joy that was slowly rising. This little bit of joy seemed to have added a lot of vitality to his body. Xianxia smiled faintly. Does your Majesty Dong Huang also have such doubts? What's wrong with the heavens, haha. If the person in front of her was not Dong Huangshui Leihan, Xianxia even wanted to laugh at him. What kind of thoughts and logic did these people have? Did they have any brains at all? Even an idiot would know that this was impossible, right? Answer me, where did you come from? Answer me. Shui Leihan asked persistently. His voice was actually a little anxious. I don't belong to this Heaven Imperial Court world, nor am I a native of this Heaven Imperial Court world. Xianxia was helpless. She said concisely, my hometown is a world that has now been destroyed. It's extremely far away from here. As for how far, it's hard to describe with numbers. Also, I'm not a human, but a demon. The reason why I can transform into a human is because, Shui Leihan interrupted her. What I want to know is not these. These are all not important. What I want to know is, where did you come from? Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. Her expression was extremely strange. It was no wonder that Xianxia was so surprised. In her mind, she had clearly explained her origins just now. Why would Dong Huang still ask her where she came from? Could it be that this Lord Dong Huang's brain was flooded with water? Otherwise, why couldn't he even get the main point of a question? He kept asking. Shui Leihan didn't seem to be surprised by Xianxia's surprised expression. He took a deep breath again and closed his eyes, as if to calm his emotions. Then, he said, Miss Z, can you tell me in detail about your past? As much as possible. He looked at Xianxia, who was still in shock, as if he did not know where to start. He laughed bitterly and said, Miss Z, you may not know this, but with my current cultivation and the ability to calculate, I'm very good at it. Although I may not be able to see through every detail, but it's roughly the same. But for you, I can't see through you at all. It seems that there's a very special thing on your body. It blocks all the prying eyes from the outside world. Oh, I see. Xianxia said thoughtfully, well, after hearing Dong Wang's words, I do remember some things. In the past, I did find some strange things about me, but I didn't know what was going on because I didn't know the whole story. Also, it never affected his body, so there was no need to pay attention to it anymore. It was only when His Majesty Dong Huang mentioned it that I suddenly remembered. Shui Leihan said solemnly, Miss C, I want to know about your past, all of your past. He pondered for a while and said, to me, this is perhaps, very, very important. So. I understand. Xianxia smiled sweetly. There's nothing unspeakable about my past. It's fine to talk about it. Shui Leihan smiled and nodded. If that's the case, please tell me, Miss E. I'm all ears. At this moment, the way Shui Leihan looked at Xianxia was full of love. He was like a strict father who saw his naughty daughter. Although his daughter had run away from home for a long time because of her mischievous behavior, the loving father's heart was still full of love for her. Or perhaps it was pity, endless pity. In her heart, she was only worried about how much her daughter had suffered outside and would no longer remember her daughter's disobedience. As long as his daughter returned safely, nothing else mattered. That experience was really too long ago, so long that I've forgotten a lot. I only remember now that that place was called the Misty Continent. Xianxia was silent for a while. She sorted out her thoughts and tried hard to recall. She said softly, I was born there. At that time I was just an ordinary white ferret, actually, I didn't know who my parents were. Because ever since I was born, I was lonely. I was born alone in an ice-cold cave. Beside me was a pile of food. Those food didn't seem to rot. Luckily, with these food, I didn't starve to death. Then, one day, after I was full again, I rummaged through the pile of food on a whim and found the innermost part. Surprisingly, I found a lot of fruits. Well, I don't know who put those fruits there. Starting from eating a strange fruit, I realized that my strength had increased. It had become very, very strong. Then, I tried to walk out of the cave. In the following period of time, I realized that I was actually very strong. At least among my own kind, I was already invincible. Next, I discovered that the memory of a cultivation method suddenly appeared in my mind. I began to cultivate according to that cultivation method. As I cultivated, I ate those fruits. My progress was quite fast. I don't know if it's because I'm very talented or because of those fruits, but in any case, my progress was very fast. There was deep emotion in Xianxia's eyes. My home was just an ice-cold cave, but to me, it was filled with infinite warmth. I don't know who prepared all these for me, but I know that it must be my family. Only they would care so much for me. After a long, long time, my strength was already invincible in that mountainous area. I belonged to the top existence. I realized that although I was just a small white marten, the wolves, tigers, and leopards in the mountain, including some mountain spirits and wood monsters, were no longer my match. In other words, to me, not only were they no longer a threat, they were also meaningless. Without a goal, I was bored to death and wanted to go out and take a look. After I went out, I realized that in that world, I was still an almost invincible existence. Just like that, I wandered the world. Sometimes, I would cause trouble. When a monster like me appeared in the human Jianghu, of course, people would gang up on me and attack me. After fighting for hundreds of years, although I was strong, I would still be injured. Sometimes, a person's strength is limited, and so is a demon's strength. When I was injured, I would return to the cave to recuperate. Then, I found out that only I could enter the cave. Even the top expert of that world couldn't take a single step into the cave. Regardless of whether it was water, fire, or smoke, all methods were useless. To put it in a more exaggerated way, it was invulnerable to all methods. After that, with a considerable improvement in my strength, I was really invincible in that world. Gradually, no one and no force could do anything to me. But I felt tired of it. Perhaps it's the saying that being invincible is the loneliest. At this point, Shui Leihan interrupted her and said, Miss C, Do you know how far that world is from the Heaven Imperial Court? Xianxia thought about it seriously. Then, she shook her head in confusion. I don't know, I really don't know. It's a distance that can't be described with specific numbers. It's really too far. Shueleihan nodded and didn't interrupt her. He listened to her continue. When I was sure that I was invincible and had no opponents, I wandered around. But by chance, I discovered that there were still some very powerful hidden experts in that world. So, I had opponents again and started to fight with those hidden experts. Another few hundred years passed like this. After defeating all those people, I found that I had reached a rather high level. It was also at that time that the heavens suddenly released killing intent. That world encountered a completely irresistible natural disaster. The entire world was completely destroyed in an extremely short period of time. Countless meteorites fell from the sky and smashed the entire world. Back then, I thought that I was already invincible in the world, but in the face of such a natural disaster, I had no power to resist at all. At this point, there was a heartfelt fear in the depths of Xianxia's eyes. Everyone in the whole world was in a state of panic and despair, including me. I tried to resist but knew that I couldn't, so I could only wait for the arrival of death. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly descended from the sky and grabbed me. Then, I flew up to the sky with that big hand. When I looked down, I realized that the world I was in was already torn apart, full of holes and devastation. The next moment, the whole world became pieces of debris and transformed into new meteorites or shooting stars in the sky, gradually disappearing from this world. Then, I found out some things that I couldn't understand at all. The world I was in was actually just a big rock suspended in the sky. When this big rock broke apart due to some irresistible factors, most of the remaining rock fragments would become shooting stars. There were so many shooting stars in the sky and they were so beautiful. But before that, no one knew that those shooting stars were actually a continent like the world we lived in, born due to destruction. What's more, no one knew that those beautiful shooting stars symbolized the death of countless lives every moment. The meaning behind those beautiful shooting stars was actually death. Moreover, it was the death of billions and billions of lives. Xianxia said, that was the realization I had at that moment, a realization that I've never forgotten. Shueleihan's eyes continued to show heartfelt pity. He sighed softly but didn't interrupt Xianxia's narration. He continued to listen quietly. Mo Qinggu, who was also listening, subconsciously moved closer to Xianxia. She hugged Xianxia's arm and looked at her silently. Xianxia smiled comfortingly and hugged Mo Qinggu's arm tightly as well. Then, she continued slowly, after that world was destroyed, I was brought to another strange place by that unknown hand. It was a world full of vitality, full of spiritual flowers and strange plants. But there were no living creatures in that world. No, it should be said that there were no human beings. How could there be so many heavenly treasures? It was a huge world that was most suitable for humans to live in, but there was no life at all. I have to say that this was a very strange thing. However, at that time I was limited by my own experience and didn't realize this point. To me at that time, no one was competing with me for those heavenly treasures. It was a great thing that I couldn't ask for. Countless heavenly treasures could only be enjoyed by me alone. Therefore, my strength improved by leaps and bounds in that new world. Almost every day, I was improving. It's not an exaggeration to say that my improvement at that time was rapid. At this point, Shueleihan suddenly asked, what about the person who saved you? Do you still remember what he looked like? I don't know. Or rather, I don't know how to describe it. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, if I must describe him, it's only his black clothes and his extreme coldness. Next, it's only that tyrannical power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was as if he could destroy a world instantly with just one look. Although I've seen him before and can recognize him if I see him again in the future, if you ask me to describe his appearance, I really can't. She looked at Shueleihan and smiled apologetically. She said, Your Majesty, although your cultivation has reached the peak of this world and my strength is not enough to make any judgment about you, I really think that you're still very far away from that person. There's an unreachable distance. Just like the distance between the world I was born in and this heavenly imperial court. Perhaps just one look from that person is enough to make you unable to withstand it, these words were rather blunt. Although Xianxia had tried her best to be tactful, the meaning behind her words was clear. Shueleihan, don't think that you're quite impressive in this heavenly imperial court. Compared to that expert I know, you're nothing. You can't even compare to a strand of hair. Unexpectedly, Shueleihan didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. He shook his head and said, that kind of person, in this whole universe, I don't know if there's a handful of them. I'm quite satisfied to be able to compete with him. If he's willing to kill me with just one look, it might be my honor. His tone right now. He was completely like a tolerant and gentle father who was coaxing his naughty little daughter. Xianxia chuckled and said, anyway, that person is an ultimate expert who has completely exceeded my understanding of his abilities. After he sent me to that world, he left on his own. I tore a piece of black cloth from his sleeve and tied it around my neck. In the end, that piece of cloth actually became my strongest weapon. In any case, no weapon has ever been able to cut through my cloth belt. No, not to mention being cut off, there was not even the slightest bit of injury. It's as if it's an indestructible supreme divine object. No matter who it's facing, it can still fight. As she spoke, a black strip of cloth appeared in her hand. It was about 3 feet long and was only as wide as a palm. She held it in her hand and it was no different from an ordinary strip of cloth. There was nothing special about it at all. However, as Xianxia injected her cultivation into it, the strip of cloth actually continued to extend, as if it could extend endlessly. At this moment, the cloth belt. It was like a black cloud that filled the entire world and covered the sun. Shueleihan's calm and gentle eyes finally couldn't help but tremble. Xueqi's face turned pale. It's just a piece of cloth that person tore off casually from his own robe, and it's actually such a heaven-defying divine object. Xueqi didn't believe it and stretched out her hand to tear it. However, she realized that even though she had already used all her strength, this piece of cloth was still completely unaffected. Xueqi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. She really felt a trace of fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Xianxia smiled and said, until I passed through countless planes, until now, this piece of cloth is still intact. Perhaps, even if it's the end of the world, even if the world doesn't exist anymore, this piece of cloth will still be natural. In that strange world, I succeeded in my cultivation and was able to transform into a human. When I was going through the tribulation of transformation, it was this piece of cloth that protected me and prevented me from turning into ashes. And here, when I decided to shed my demon form and completely transform into a human, it was also this piece of cloth that protected me and completed the whole process of transforming into a heavenly demon. If it wasn't for the protection of this piece of cloth, I'm afraid that I would have died countless times. So when I had the ability to cross the void, I wanted to find my benefactor. Xianxia said softly, not for anything else, but to personally say thank you to him. With his cultivation, perhaps if I want to repay his kindness, it's just a simple thank you. After that, I searched for countless planes, as if I was being deliberately guided. I experienced many worlds and also experienced countless battles and dangers. Finally, I arrived at the Heavenly Imperial Court. At that time, after staying in the Heavenly Imperial Court for a period of time, I realized that I had the feeling again, so I set off again. In the end, I finally arrived at the Heavenly Imperial Court. To me, it was just an inconspicuous plane. But it was in that plane that I accidentally encountered space turbulence and thus lost most of my strength. And the most ridiculous thing was that my benefactor's aura had always been guiding me. After guiding me to the Heavenly Imperial Court, it completely disappeared. I couldn't feel anything anymore. And then, it was the experience until now. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with deep doubts. I never understood why my final destination was actually there. Shueleihan was silent for a long time. He thought of the 2 people he had met that day. One was in black, the other in white. The person in white created the Calamity Sword. And could the person Xianxia met be the one in black? Thinking of this, Shueleihan asked a question. I roughly understand. Miss Z, since you don't have parents and don't know your background, then, why is your surname Z? Zhang, Wang, Li, Zhao, why did you choose to be Z? Shui Leihan asked, did you give yourself this name, or did your benefactor give it to you? Xianxia was stunned. After a while, she said, I don't know. I've been wearing purple since I was young. Of course, this isn't the main reason. It's because, since I was born, I had a feeling that my surname should be Z. Shui Leihan looked at Xianxia with some relief and let out a long, long sigh. As if he was relieved of something, he smiled and said, little girl. If I'm not wrong, you were actually born from an egg, right? Chu Yang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this Emperor Donghuang seemed to have lost his mind. A ferret was not a chicken, a duck, or a goose. How could there be a ferret that was born from an egg? Shuiqi pursed her lips and squinted her eyes. Big brother, you're muddle-headed. Don't be surnamed Shui in the future. Your surname is who? You're not afraid of embarrassing the Shui family, but I am. Shui Leihan didn't even blink. He shouted, if you don't shut up, you can get lost. Shuiqi pursed her lips and muttered, you only know how to show off your power to me. But she shrank her neck and stood aside, not daring to speak anymore. Xianxia's eyes widened. She looked at Shui Leihan with some surprise and said, you. How did you know? Our ferret clan has never had a case of being born from an egg, but I'm a special case. So I've never told anyone about it. Shui Leihan smiled in relief, laughing to his heart's content. As he laughed, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He stood up and suddenly let out a sorrowful howl. His voice rolled out, as if he was venting the pain of 1,000,000 years in his howl. He looked at the sky and murmured, brother. You've left a trace of your bloodline in the end. There's still a bit of your continuation in this world. After saying this, he suddenly burst into tears of joy and sorrow. Tears flowed down profusely. Shuiqi stood up with a swoosh. Her expression was also very sad. Looking at the crying Shui Leihan, she murmured sadly, when the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zihao, died in battle. Big brother only shed tears, but he didn't cry out loud. He hasn't cried for at least 1,000,000 years. What's wrong with him today? However, the smart Chu Yang vaguely realized something. His expression was solemn. When he looked at Xianxia again, his gaze also gradually became a little strange. That was respect, surprise, and a little admiration. These feelings had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. Instead, it was because of a loyal soul from 1,000,000 years ago. At this moment, the Lord of the Eastern Royal Heavens, the majesty, dignity, and poise of a ruler of a generation were all gone. As if he had gone crazy, he first burst into tears, inexplicably sorrowful. Then, he laughed loudly, as if he was extremely happy. His laughter pierced through the clouds and split the sky. No one would have thought that this person who was crying and laughing like a madman was actually the current ruler of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Donghuang Shui Leihan, Xianxia was completely stunned by the scene in front of her. Her face turned white and red. Suddenly, she shouted, you've all got it wrong. There must be a mistake. I have nothing to do with the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. From head to toe, inside and out, we have nothing to do with each other. Shui Leihan laughed and said, no, you have something to do with each other. You have a great relationship with Zihao, an inseparable relationship. Back then, Zihao had a close female friend who was from the demon clan. Her origin was from the soul-devouring Martin clan. However, although this kind of strange clan had a long life, their reproduction ability was extremely weak. Back then, this demon lady was hailed as one of the 3 great beauties of the demon emperor heavens. Shui Leihan smiled and said, soul-devouring Martin is the original name of the demon race, so it's not well known. In the heavenly imperial court, it's mostly known as purple Martin, purple divine Martin, celestial Martin, and so on. There are many names. But there aren't many who truly understand this kind of race. This is because they do not look any different from ordinary Martin species. Although they have an unusually long lifespan, their bodies are extremely weak, even weaker than ordinary Martin species. However, their intelligence far surpasses that of ordinary demon clan members, and they are practically the top of the demon clan. Besides, there's another difference between this kind of soul-devouring Martin and the ordinary Martin race. When the soul-devouring Martin is born, it's not a fetus but an egg. Shui Leihan smiled lightly and said, back then, Zihao and that demon girl were entangled in love and hatred, fighting each other for thousands of years. But no one would have thought that the two of them would actually become a pair of close friends and quarrelsome lovers. It is said that when Zihao was in danger, the demon clan lady rushed to his side from thousands of miles away. She broke through layers and layers of blockades. In the end, when Zi Xiaotian fell, she was still by his side and died in battle before Zihao. Shui Leihan let out a long sigh as he looked up at the sky. They've never stayed together for long periods of time like ordinary couples. They've always been apart more than together, meeting and parting in haste. However, in times of danger, they rushed over from hundreds of thousands of miles away to die together with you and walk through the spring together. Mo Qingwu's heart trembled. She asked longingly, "May I know the name of this senior from the Martin race?" Shui Leihan's gaze was a little distant. He answered softly, "Her name is Ling Piaoping. People call her Goddess Piaoping." Goddess Piaoping. Mo Qingwu and Zi Shiqing murmured at the same time. Ren Pingting, a duckweed in the martial world who can overturn rivers and seas. Her heart can move heaven and earth, and her Piaoping sword can frighten gods and ghosts. Shui Leihan said coldly, Ling Piaoping was not only one of the three great beauties of the Demon Emperor Heaven. She was also the third expert of the Demon Emperor Heaven, second only to the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress. Ling Piaoping. Mo Qingwu said softly, for the Heavenly Emperor of Zishao to have such a confidant and a companion in the afterlife, his life can be considered to have not been in vain. As she spoke, her bright eyes looked at Chu Yang's face and she smiled brightly. Chu Yang's heart. Then, he smiled in response. This gaze seemed to convey a clear message: if one day, you are also at the end of your road like Zihao, I will also die with you like this senior Ling Piaoping, side by side on the path of the sun, hand in hand on the path to the netherworld. At this moment, Zi Shiqing felt an indescribable sense of dizziness. Ling Piaoping, the moment that name appeared, she felt an intense pain that came from the depths of her soul. She furrowed her brows tightly and said, the difference between us is close to 1,000,000 years. Is it possible? Is it possible? His tone was full of doubt. However, she could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a purple-clothed man in a wide robe with wide sleeves. He had the sun and moon on his shoulders and the stars on his body. His wide shoulders seemed to be able to support the world. That gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the past and present. It was filled with dignity and kindness. He had a dignified and righteous aura, an upright and awe-inspiring aura, an unyielding and lofty character, and an aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. Beside this purple-clothed man, there was a slender and delicate woman in white. Her features were picturesque and she was a feast for the eyes. She snuggled up to the purple-clothed man like a little bird. Her watery eyes seemed to be able to pierce through time and space and watch her affectionately. That gaze was filled with love, longing, and heartfelt reluctance. Who were this man and woman? The man had a heroic bearing and an unparalleled dignity. However, he did not exist in her memory. As for the beautiful woman, she gave her an indescribable sense of familiarity and closeness. It was as if she had seen her every moment before. However, she was a weak woman. When had she ever seen her? Zi Shiqing suddenly felt that something in the depths of her soul had suddenly broken. It was as if a seal that had existed for a long time had cracked open without any warning. An indescribable feeling of sadness suddenly welled up in her heart. Shui Leihan carefully observed Zi Shiqing's expression from the side. He said slowly, as long as an oviparous soul-devouring ferret lays an egg, it will imprint its own soul mark into the egg to give birth to its offspring. Moreover, she can set the birth time of her offspring. Either she can entrust it to someone else, or she can meet someone else. Shui Leihan said softly, all in all, it's not a very difficult thing to let her offspring hatch after a long period of time. Of course, the difficulty of hundreds of thousands of years in between is indeed a little high, but, as long as she has the corresponding heavenly treasure and that strange cave, especially with the help of that mysterious man in black, then everything is not a problem at all. It's just that, what right does she have to be able to ask that person to help her? After that, as the offspring slowly grow up, as the seals on those souls are unlocked, and they come into contact with the inherited skills of their clan, as well as the life experiences of their mother, they use this method to guide their offspring so that they won't go astray. This is a kind of inheritance of the clan's soul. Of course, this is also a kind of preparation for a rainy day. Because, living in such a world where the weak are prey to the strong, they can't guarantee that they will die one day. And they will usually make arrangements for their offspring before they die. This is their nature. It's also the same kind of love that all mothers have for their children. Your current cultivation probably hasn't reached the level that Lingpiaping reached back then. So, there are some things that you still don't know. And, that's also a kind of protection for you. They don't want you to know things that will make you worry too early. Shui Leihan said softly, so, for you to know these things today, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for you, the main reason is because of me. Today, I've really been too agitated. Shui Leihan sighed deeply. Xianxia's plump lips trembled a little. She said, that senior Lingpiaping. What was the martial technique that she was best at in her life? Shui Leihan's eyes were fixed on her. He said softly. Lingpiaping's most famous divine technique was a divine technique that belonged exclusively to her. She named it Heavenly Song and Graceful Dance. At that time it was among the experts of our generation. There was no one who didn't dream of this heavenly song and graceful dance. Heavenly song and graceful dance, in a dreamy and beautiful scene, it allows one to die contentedly, with a satisfied and happy face even in death. This is the most magical part of the heavenly song and graceful dance technique. This technique is somewhat similar to Xia Danqiong's viburnum flower. However, viburnum flower is still a hidden weapon at the end of the day. Heavenly song and graceful dance is a completely different kind of technique in terms of its origin and attribute. Shui Leihan explained in detail. Xianxia seemed to be relieved. She said, I don't know about this. I've never dabbled in it before. Shui Leihan said slowly, don't be so anxious. I haven't finished my words. Later on. After Lingpiaping's name shook the world, the people of the world felt that it was a little disrespectful to add the words heavenly song and graceful dance to this beautiful woman. Therefore, they named her Heavenly Song and Graceful Dance Divine Technique. It was respectfully called Tianwu. Shui Leihan said word by word. Then, he turned to look at Mo Qinggu and said softly, this technique has been extinct in the world for a long time. It's just that not long ago, it actually reappeared in Qinggu. I think, it should be you who imparted it to her? Mo Qinggu was suddenly stunned. And on the other side, Yang leaped and caught Xianxia in his arms. Because the moment the three words Tianwu came out of his mouth, Xianxia's delicate body trembled and she actually fell backward softly. She had actually fainted, everyone was in a flurry and tried to save her. With Xianxia's current cultivation, it could be said that she had completely reached a profound level where even if a mountain collapsed in front of her, her countenance would not change. At this moment, to actually be able to shock her to the point of fainting with just one sentence, it could be seen how big of a shock these few words had on her. After a long time, Xianxia woke up in Chu Yang's arms. Her face was ghastly pale and her eyes were lifeless, almost as if she was seriously ill. Shui Leihan leaned in front of her face, his face full of concern. Girl, how are you? Are you feeling better? That unusual sense of urgency was clearly expressed. There was also a hint of caution in it. For such a situation to happen to Dong Huang, not only was it strange, it was simply unprecedented. I want to hear, you finish telling this story, Xianxia said softly. This? Shui Leihan was a little hesitant. He said, you're not feeling well now. Why don't we rest for a night and continue tomorrow? No need. Xianxia said firmly, I want to hear it now. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly and looked at Chu Yang helplessly, obviously hoping that Chu Yang would help to persuade her. Now, only Chu Yang had this side. Chu Yang spread out his hands. Don't look at me. What can I do? This is all your own trouble. I can't help you. Besides, you've already provoked my wife to such a state. It's already very brotherly of me not to settle the score with you. Don't be greedy and want me to persuade you. Chu Yang thought to himself, if I listen to you and dissuade you at this time, I reckon I won't be able to live in the future. Shui Leihan was momentarily stunned. He sighed helplessly, not knowing whether he was lamenting that he had made a bad friend or something else. He frowned and really couldn't make up his mind. He didn't know whether he should tell her or not. Xianxia snuggled in Chu Yang's arms, her expression extremely delicate. In Chu Yang's impression, Xianxia had always been strong and unyielding. It was undoubtedly the first time that he had seen her display such weakness and helplessness. But at this moment, if Xianxia could see herself, she would suddenly realize that her current appearance was extremely similar to the woman she had vaguely felt. Even her current expression and face were the same. Somehow, there seemed to be a man in purple in a loose robe with the sun and moon on his shoulders and the stars on his body. His broad shoulders seemed to be supporting the heaven and earth. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the past and present, looking at her just like that. Beside this man in purple, there was a slim and delicate woman in white. Her features were picturesque. She snuggled softly beside him and looked at him affectionately. Seeing that Shui Leihan had actually stopped talking, Xianxia leaned into Chu Yang's arms and suddenly smiled sadly. She recited softly, "Heavenly dance, dance of the heavens, the first dance is a dance of heaven and earth, the second dance is a dance of darkness and darkness, the third dance is a dance of the cold moon, the fourth dance moves the power of the universe, the fifth dance moves the vicissitudes of life and death, the seventh dance moves the heavens. Heavenly dance, the first dance moves the heavens." Shui Leihan's lips trembled as he listened to Xianxia's soft recitation. His eyes were blank and his face was even more gloomy as he sighed continuously. Is this the heavenly dance? Martial technique formula? Xianxia's limpid eyes stared intently at Shui Leihan's face. But when she asked this question, she paused a few times. She was even a little out of breath. It could be seen how agitated Xianxia was when she asked this question. Shui Leihan's eyes also flashed with extremely complicated emotions. He said softly, "That's right. This is the heavenly dance. Martial technique formula." Xianxia let out a soft moan and almost fainted again. She smiled bleakly and said weakly, "No wonder, there were a few tables and some furniture in that cave. They were all made of top-grade star iron and 7-star sandalwood. However, after I was born, when I learned how to distinguish them, I found that they were all rusty. Some of them had even completely decayed and turned into powder. I didn't know that at that time, I didn't know that those things had already proved that my identity was not ordinary. Could it be that from the time I was placed in that cave until I was born, hundreds of thousands of years had already passed? That's right, if not for the erosion of countless years, how could such things have decayed?" Xianxia muttered to herself unconsciously. It seemed like she was also asking a question. But she didn't know who she was asking. It also seemed like she was answering her own question. The answer was already clear in her heart. Shui Leihan didn't know how to respond to the person in front of him. He could only let out a long sigh. "That's right, beside me. There were also many other things. But when I was born, those things had long been indistinguishable from what they were originally. After so many years, what can last forever?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. Chu Yang could clearly feel it. At this moment, Xianxia was just like a helpless child. She was all alone, walking in this vast world with no one to rely on. Chu Yang thought for a moment. He put more strength into his arms and hugged her even tighter in his arms. He used his body heat and strength to tell her, "You are not alone. Now and in the future, he would never be lonely, you still have me." Leaning against Chu Yang's thick chest, Xianxia seemed to feel a sense of solid support. She couldn't help but shrink deeper into his embrace. Her delicate body actually trembled a little. He was speechless for a while. Xianxia sighed softly and said softly, "I originally thought that I had no parents and was born and raised by the heavens. Just like that, I was left alone in this world, with no one to care for me, no one to love me, and no one to rely on, and no identity or background. So, every time I see other children acting coquettishly in their mother's arms, holding their father's hand and jumping around, I can only be envious." There was one time when I was slaughtering a tiger tribe, I saw a tiger using its own body to protect a newborn tiger cub. When it couldn't resist, it simply used its own body to receive my attack. It would rather be killed by me. When it didn't let me hurt the cub, I suddenly felt a heartfelt envy, and let them go. That day, after I left, I secretly returned and hid in a dark place. I enviously looked at the cub nestled in the arms of the big tiger, moaning with concern and licking each other's wounds with their tongues. At that time, I even wished that I wasn't that strong person who could exterminate a tribe with a wave of his hand, but that well-protected cub. 2 drops of tears silently fell from Xianxia's eyes. But such a thing will never happen to me. I will also never be able to experience that feeling. I've finally gotten used to being alone. I've gotten used to facing the storm with my bare hands. I've also gotten used to struggling on my own. When there's a strong enemy, I'll struggle to escape. When I'm happy, I'll drink alone under the moon. When I'm in pain, I'll find a place where no one else is around to comfort myself. When I'm weak, I'll constantly tell myself that in this world, there's no one other than myself who can help me, and no one is willing to help me. Because they're not my family, and they're definitely not my parents. Xianxia's voice gradually became agitated, but it was still mixed with a trace of sobbing. Originally, I was already used to all of this. But now, I unexpectedly found out that I actually might have parents, and my parents were such peerless heroes who had great power over the world and ruled over the heavens. Xianxia said painfully, this feeling, before I had the time to rejoice, the cruel reality had already told me. If I were their child, I would still be an orphan, still without any relatives or friends, still all alone in this world, because they had already died millions of years ago, ha ha ha. Xianxia smiled bitterly, the tears on her face flowing freely. Such a thing, to me, is so cruel. My lifelong wish is to cry in my mother's arms and act coquettishly, and then hear my father say to me, no matter what trouble you have caused, Daddy will cover for you. Such a thing, even if it's just for a moment, even if it's just a sentence. I'll be satisfied. But, in my life, there will never be such a time again. It turns out that I'm destined to have no one to depend on in my life. Seeing Xianxia like this, Xiang's heart ached. He hugged her tightly and said softly, no, no, you won't have no one to depend on in your life. You still have me. No matter what trouble you have caused, I will cover for you, forever. Mo Qinggu held Xianxia's hand tightly and comforted her with tears in her eyes. Sister Z, you still have me. At the side, Shueleihan said softly. But he said firmly, yes. Girl, you still have me. As long as you are willing, I will be your father. Girl, no matter whether you are willing or not, no matter what trouble you have caused, I will cover for you. Even if you want the sky to collapse. Shueleihan raised his head to look at the dusky sky and said softly yet resolutely. As long as you are willing, this night, whether it was for Xianxia or for Chuyang. Whether it was Chuyang or Shueleihan, it was a night of great significance and worth remembering for the rest of their lives. Shueleihan was emotional. He thought that his brother had left the mortal world just like that, vanishing into thin air and leaving no trace in the mortal world. But he never dreamed that there was still a bloodline left behind. It was only after more than 1,000,000 years that he could see it. Who said that the heavens were heartless? Who said that the heavens were blind? Even the heavens pitied the heroes and blessed their descendants. Because of this surprise, Dong Huang was filled with motivation and gratitude towards the heavens. Xianxia's agitation was even more understandable. She originally thought that she was destined to be alone for the rest of her life, even though she had Chuyang as her companion. She was not alone in life, but it was always a regret that her parents were not related by blood. Her life was incomplete, but in this unexpected place, she understood the past. Although she was sad that she could not see her parents again, she was also proud of her parents' past deeds. Although she still had regrets in her life, she was no longer incomplete and could hope for a complete life, and the other one was not direct. At most, it could be said to be an indirect party, but Chuyang was also unforgettable. Because on that very night, Shueleihan found an excuse to give Chuyang a good beating. This beating was really earth-shattering. In the end, with a pale face, Shueleihan said to a certain someone whose face was so swollen that it was almost inhuman, "Uf** King Big Radish. Let me tell you, what is done is done. I can't do anything about it, but remember to treat my niece better in the future. If you dare to bully her, you can try." Chuyang lay on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Oh heavens, oh earth, why don't you open your eyes? There is actually such an unreasonable person in the world who inverts right and wrong. Have you figured out who is the one bullying who? He pounded the ground in grief and indignation. I thought your brother was a bastard, but it turns out you're even worse. He's a bastard at best. You're AF asterisk king bastard. Why don't you F asterisk king figure out the situation before you speak? Why don't you F asterisk king beat me up for no reason? Can't you F asterisk king be reasonable? Besides, when did she become your niece again? Damn it, Z, how is your brother, but am I not? Why is it that in the blink of an eye, you, as the elder brother, actually want to call yourself the father-in-law again? Do you have any shame? Minister Chu looked extremely aggrieved. Damn it, I really can't live through this day. Originally, when I didn't have such a backer, I had already been tortured by Z Shiqing thousands of times. Torture after torture, torture after torture. Now, I have another backer, Dong Huang. This backer is really hard to deal with. This brother of mine will definitely have enough to deal with in the future. There had never been a moment when Xu Yang yearned to be invincible as much as he did now. To be able to speak loudly. No matter what, we are still men. No matter what, I can't let my wife's family look down on me. Wait until I have enough strength. Xu Yang stared at Shui Leihan from the corner of his eyes. This fellow's identity is constantly changing. Originally, he was Dong Huang, then he became my brother, then he was Dong Huang again. But now, he actually secretly calls himself the father-in-law of mine. Who do you think you are? Fine, I will tolerate you today. Wait until I have enough strength, I will definitely teach you, this fake father-in-law, a good lesson. Xu Yang thought fiercely in his heart. After posting the photos today, I discovered a strange phenomenon, everyone who pursed their lips and said, not handsome. Very ugly. Not as good as me. Just a little bit worse than me. Wait, all these jealous words were from men. Everyone who said that he was so handsome, that he charmed me to death, that he fell in love at first sight. All these were from female compatriots. This night, Shui Leihan sat alone at the peak of the mountain. In front of him was a purple jade table with 3 cups on it. Shui Leihan had one in front of him and 2 opposite him. Taking out another pot of wine, Shui Leihan smiled and filled the cup opposite him. He raised his own cup and said softly, brother. Sister-in-law, your daughter. I've found her for you. Sister-in-law, the child has me. You can rest assured. He finished it in one gulp. Then, he spilled the wine on the snow. A water stain appeared on the snow. The water stain gradually seeped down, leaving a wet mark. Many years ago, we drank like this. I've always wanted to ask you, why must we drink at the peak of the mountain? Shui Leihan looked at the void, as if Zihao was standing there. Shui Leihan raised his cup and finished it in one gulp. At that time, you said that I like this feeling of looking down on the world. When I stand at the highest point, I will feel that the whole world is under my feet. Haha. Brother, I don't have this feeling today. I only think of drinking with you, every time at a high point. It's a pity that there's no one here to drink with me now. Shui Leihan sighed softly. He filled it again, finished it, poured it away, sighed, and filled it again. The night was full of wind and snow. Shui Leihan sat at the peak of the mountain and drank for the whole night. He drank until the sun rose in the east the next day. He was still sitting there alone, drinking alone with his brother and sister-in-law from 1,000,000 years ago. Was he celebrating the fact that he had finally found his bloodline? Was it melancholy that the hero was no longer here? Was it pity? Was it reminiscence? No one could say for sure what exactly was going on. In the pine forest at the side, Xueqi leaned against a tree and watched her elder brother drinking alone from afar. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious. He didn't move. It was as if he had become one with the pine forest. After a long time, a long howl resounded through the blue sky. Shui Leihan's voice echoed in the sky for a long time. The heavenly soldiers fought against the purple clouds, blood stained the battlefield with heroes. What's there to fear when fighting alone? A pillar of strength to be a heavenly sun, abandoning the bones of a hero. Passion turned into a rainbow bridge, life and death united as family, drifting heaven and earth accompanied the king. Abandoning his flesh and blood was not his wish, but the war drums in outer space were high. 1,000,000 years of shame, flesh and blood reuniting is a blessing today. but Dong Huang still exists in this world. Who would dare to look at a girl with cold eyes, to settle the grudges of the past? Let's get drunk again. What followed was only Shui Leihan's long sigh. 2 wine glasses were placed on the table. The sky was filled with white snow, and the wine was still warm, with steam rising from it. It was as if there was a couple across from them, raising their cups and drinking with Dong Huang to their heart's content. Xianxia leaned into Chu Yang's arms. She actually leaned against him for an entire night in such a weak state that she had never been in before. She didn't cry, she was just a little confused. How could this be? I've been used to loneliness for so many years. I've been used to being alone. How could I suddenly have parents? How did he suddenly become the descendant of a hero? Why did he suddenly have roots? But although he had all these, they were long gone. What's more, it's been 1,000,000 years. Chu Yang and the others snuggled together. None of them opened their mouths to speak. They just leaned against each other like this. Both Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu knew that what Xianxia needed the most now was actually not comfort. This accident was, of course, a good thing for Xianxia. But it was just a little too sudden. As for the complicated feelings of bitterness, no one would be able to understand it. Perhaps even Xianxia herself might not know clearly what she was feeling right now. The heavenly emperor of purple clouds. That legendary hero, that unparalleled hero who fought alone until the last moment, was actually her own father. This sudden fact made Xianxia somewhat at a loss. But for some reason, her heart that had always been a little adrift, a little unsettled and insecure seemed to have settled down from then on. Although they're no longer around. But I still have a father and a mother after all. It's not that they don't love me, but because of the invasion of the heavenly demons. For the sake of righteousness, they didn't care about me. But before they died in battle, they still made complete arrangements for me, even though it was for the greater good and not for the sake of personal feelings. He still made sure that I was properly settled, I should be satisfied. She thought of that cave, those inexhaustible resources. As Xianxia thought about it, a wave of bitterness and happiness welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile with tears in her eyes. At this moment, Xianxia was still unusually weak, no longer as elegant as before, but still exceptionally lovable. Chu Yang hugged Xianxia, but in his heart, he was thinking, could it be that the heavenly emperor of purple clouds had already sensed the killing intent of the saint, but he couldn't back down in the face of the heavenly demons? His other children had already grown up and had reached the stage where they could fight against the heavenly demons. Only this child was still in the egg, and still needed a long time to hatch. For safety, so he sent her far away. He even set a time limit of 1,000,000 years, almost to the point of paranoia. Actually, it was to ensure that she could escape from the evil hands of the saint, but there was another problem here. Even with Hao and Ling Piaping's cultivation at that time, they might not have the ability to set the seal to 1,000,000 years. Especially when they were already in the midst of a battle, it was difficult for them to be distracted. In this way, there was another problem: the person who set the seal was someone else. That black-robed man naturally had the ability to set the seal to 1,000,000 years, but how did they invite that black-robed man? This made Chu Yang especially puzzled. He couldn't understand it at all. If that black-robed man was willing to help them settle down their children, why didn't he help them to suppress the heavenly demons? With that black-robed man's ability, he could almost make the heavenly demons disappear with a wave of his hand, but why didn't he help? This obviously didn't make sense at all. He believed that no one could watch a peerless hero die in front of him like this. At least, Chu Yang knew that he couldn't, and since that person could reach such heights, he definitely couldn't, right? One could only walk on the supreme path with a righteous heart. This was what Chu Yang had always firmly believed. Chu Yang frowned, thinking about everything that he already knew. But he also felt that it was full of fog. He couldn't see anything clearly at all, let alone understand. Mo Qinggu stayed obediently beside the two of them, not saying a word. She just looked at Xianxia with concern. The sky gradually brightened. Xianxia's emotions also gradually recovered. She straightened her back as she gradually returned to her usual self. She left Chu Yang's arms, combed her hair, and said softly, "I'm fine now." Then she stood up. Her expression became calm and determined again, as if she had resumed the image of the strong big sister Z, cold and tough. Facing the world alone. only leaving her gentleness for the people she liked. How similar was she to the heavenly emperor of purple clouds who led a lone army to fight against the heavenly demons? In the past, I always thought that I was just a rootless duckweed. Now, I finally have roots. Xianxia said calmly, my parents glory in the past, their heroic deeds, even if they don't stop. But it's only their glory. These have nothing to do with me. Her voice trembled a little. What I can do is to avenge them, pacify the demons and kill all the heavenly demons. We must kill all the heavenly demons. Xianxia looked towards the northeast, where Xiao heavens was. Her voice trembled but was determined. Restore my heavenly palace of Xiao. Of course. Chu Yang saw that Xianxia's emotions had recovered. He hurriedly teased her and said, although my father-in-law is no longer around, the foundation of Xiao heavens and the whole of Xiao heavens are naturally left to my wife's dowry. As the saying goes, once you enter my house, you are my family. So Xiao heavens is naturally mine. Of course, I have to snatch it back. Xianxia's face turned red. She said angrily, are you asking for a beating? Who entered your house? Chu Yang laughed. Whoever answered me is the one. Sooner or later, she has to enter. Why are you embarrassed? Suddenly, he sighed emotionally and said, I didn't expect that I, Chu Yang, would be so lucky to find a wife so casually, and she's actually a noble. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia and Mo Qinggu had already joined forces. The two women each gave him a kick without any fuss, landing a solid kick on his buttocks, sending him flying out of the room. The melancholy atmosphere just now was completely wiped out by Chu Yang's ugly jokes. Mo Qinggu said jealously, that's right. Sister Budian is the emperor, even more noble than a noble. Sister Z is also a descendant of the celestial emperor, a genuine noble. Sister Wu is the daughter of the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. In the martial world, you can also be considered a standard noble. Only a wild girl from a small family like me is not a noble. Humph. Chu Yang knew that he had made a mistake with his words. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and tried to salvage the situation. He hurriedly coaxed her with a lot of sweet words and mushy terms. Hearing Chu Yang's exaggerated flattery, Xianxia and Mo Qinggu both felt their hair stand on end. They rolled up their sleeves and saw that there was already a layer of dense goosebumps on their smooth and jade-like arms. With a slight shake, goosebumps covered the ground. In the morning, when everyone gathered together to eat, everyone's emotions had already calmed down. Shui Leihan looked at Xianxia eating, his face full of love and comfort. Xianxia lowered her head and ate silently. Shui Leihan suddenly said, little girl, be my daughter? You're Zihao's daughter. Since you're my daughter, I'll let Godfather protect you in the future. You can do whatever you want in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Even if he's the son of a saint, you can kill him if you want. It's totally okay. Shuiqi coughed and looked at the sky. This bastard. What he said now is really wrong. In order to take in a goddaughter, he actually said that it's okay to kill Master Yun's son. Then he has your nephew. Shuiqi thought that if it wasn't Xian'er's children, it wouldn't be a big deal to kill them. But if it was Xian'er's children, then this old man would be killing his own nephews. It was one thing to admit that he had a sister, but, nephews, he still had them. Xianxia said calmly, no. Shui Leihan nodded with relief. I knew you wouldn't agree. How can Zihao's daughter call someone else father? Even I, Shui Leihan, can't do that. Isn't that right? Xianxia smiled. I can call you uncle. Upon hearing her words, Shui Leihan was overjoyed and laughed heartily. His originally smooth chin actually grew a long beard in an instant, making him look like an uncle. However, as he laughed, his beard was blown straight. He said, of course, of course. You can also call me uncle. Ha 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 ha. That's how it should be. Xianxia said quietly, actually, I still prefer to call you Big Brother Shui. She blinked and said, people say that if you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken, and if you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog. Although I'm your sworn brother's daughter, now I'm marrying another brother of yours. Of course, I have to follow Chu Yang. Otherwise, I'll drag Chu Yang and the rest of my sisters down by a generation. I can't bear such a sin. Everyone was speechless. They were all shocked by Xianxia's playful and joyful behavior. The usually cold and aloof Xianxia actually had such a cute side. Big brother Shui? Shui Leihan's eyes widened and he actually stuttered. He was the only one who didn't notice Xianxia's behavior. He was mainly shocked by Xianxia's words. What? Zihao's daughter calls me big brother. If that's the case, then I have to call Zihao uncle? You're rebelling. Shui Leihan said angrily. No. Absolutely not. How come after 1,000,000 years, my seniority has actually dropped by a generation? Absolutely not. Mo Qinggu said, Big brother Shui. How can you say that? Sister Z is my elder sister. Even if I call you, I have to call you big brother, yours doesn't count. Shui Leihan's face darkened. Mine definitely counts. It must be calculated. Chu Yang calmly came up to join in the fun. What do you mean by that? It's all your fault. Shui Leihan was furious. With a kick, he sent Chu Yang flying out. It's all your fault for being so perverted. You didn't reject anyone and accepted everything. Now, you've implicated me and caused me to be demoted as well. Chu Yang covered his buttocks. The pain seeped into his bones, and he shouted furiously, Shui Leihan, you bastard, just you wait. One day, my cultivation will surpass yours. At that time I will definitely. Just you wait. When the time comes, do you really have to? Why must it be? Shui Leihan smiled sinisterly, baring his white teeth as he asked Chu Yang. The look in his eyes was very dangerous, and he didn't try to hide it at all. It was obvious. Minister Chu would surely receive a violent beating if he didn't listen to Chu Yang's words. Or perhaps, he would be brutally tortured? Trample? Seeing that he was about to be violently tortured, Chu Yang instantly raised the truce card. With the strong spirit of a wise man knowing when to retreat, he raised his hand and said, At that time, I will definitely give you a proper toast. We will definitely get drunk. After all, we are all brothers. Why would we care about such trivial things? Mo Qinggu and Xianxia giggled when they saw this, their beauty moving. Shuiqi looked up at the sky and muttered, the spineless fellow. But she had long forgotten that she was far more spineless than Chu Yang when she was facing her elder brother. Humans always have lower requirements for others than they do for themselves. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Shui Leihan laughed and turned to Xianxia. Good. No matter what you call me, I hope that you will live well. Practice well, and then walk well, in this world. No matter what you call me. No matter what happens, you must let me know. It's still the same sentence. Even if you kill Holy Monarch only, Di Ho, and all the other children, I will take care of it for you. He laughed and said proudly, the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zishao was born with such a noble status. Even if Zihao is no longer here, as long as Donghuang Shui Leihan is still here, she will still be so noble. This point. There is no doubt. Shui Leihan said this sentence extremely domineering and classy. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly at the side, and flattered in agreement, Big brother Shui is right. Big sister Z is just so noble. Even if Donghuang Shui Leihan is no longer here, as long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you. Even if you kill all the sons of Holy Monarch, Emperor 1, and Empress D, your husband will take care of it for you. Shui Leihan was speechless. What? What do you mean by even Donghuang is no longer here? Are you cursing me to die? Chu Yang hurriedly smiled apologetically. I'm coaxing my wife, what does it have to do with you? Don't join in the fun. Shui Leihan frowned even more. How dare you say that I'm joining in the fun, are you itching for a beating again? Chu Yang's face turned sour. Big brother, can't you leave me some face? Your two sisters-in-law are both here. Shui Leihan chuckled. What kind of noodles do you want? Tell me directly. If you don't tell me, how will I know what kind of noodles you want? Chu Yang looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. After a while, he said, the heartless heavens, why do you have to make fun of me, who is affectionate and righteous? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone was rather happy during the meal. Shui Leihan finally left a trace of divine sense on Zi Shiqing's body. Although he wouldn't feel anything during normal times, as long as Zi Shiqing was in danger, Shui Leihan would be able to know immediately and rush over immediately. Everyone could see Shui Leihan's determination to protect Zi Shiqing. It was an indescribable desire to protect her. Everyone absolutely believed that if there really came a day where Holy Monarch's son was killed by Zi Shiqing, then regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, Shui Leihan would definitely mobilize heaven cover and fight to the death with Holy Monarch's solipsism. Fight to the death, this was Zihao's only remaining bloodline. Shui Leihan would definitely not allow anything to happen to her. After this matter finally came to an end, Chu Yang finally asked about another matter that he was concerned about. I say, how do I go back to the heaven continent? This matter. Without a doubt, only Shui Leihan had the right to speak. Because among everyone present, even the entire heaven imperial court, Shui Leihan was the most experienced. You want to go to the Lake of Despair now? Shui Leihan asked him. Yes. Chu Yang nodded and admitted. It's actually very simple. When you reach the East Royal Heavens, I'll open a passage for you. Shui Leihan's face was light. Back then, in order to ensure that the Calamity Sword wouldn't be leaked, I set up space turbulence in the sky above the heaven continent to block the possibility of powerful forces from entering. If you don't go through the passage, I'm afraid you'll be hurt. Zi Shiqing's eyes widened. So the space turbulence that almost made me return to my original form was actually set up by you? Shui Leihan looked embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, yes, yes. How would I know that you would go so recklessly? Besides, I didn't know your identity back then. Please forgive me. Sigh. Zi Shiqing snorted. In fact, she wasn't unhappy. Because it was because of that period of weakness that she met Chu Yang by chance and saw this person who was worth entrusting her life to. From this point of view, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. In fact, from a certain perspective, Shui Leihan could be considered as her matchmaker. Girl, take care of yourself. Shui Leihan and Shui Qi finally bade farewell. In the white snow, Shui Leihan stood with his hands behind his back and said softly, Girl, your father's purple cloud heavens is still waiting for you. Zi Shiqing bit her lips and didn't reply. She only nodded slowly. Shui Leihan laughed and said, I'm so happy. For millions of years, I finally felt the taste of happiness again. Chu Yang, take good care of my girl. I'm going. He rose into the air and in the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 feet in the air. Shui Qi shouted, Big brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wait for me. He jumped up and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the two figures had already disappeared in the sky. On the quiet snow mountain, Shui Leihan's laughter was still echoing, but he was already nowhere to be seen. Where are we going next? To the East Royal Heavens or back to the heavens? Mo Qinggu looked at Chu Yang and Zi Shiqing. Obviously, Mo Qinggu was happy to see the idea of returning to the heavens. After all, to Mo Qinggu, other than her big brother Mo Tianji, all her relatives were in the heavens. If she could go back, she could relieve the pain of homesickness. Zi Shiqing pondered for a while and said in a low voice, Chu Yang, accompany Qinggu back to the heavens. I want to go to the purple cloud heavens. Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, We'll accompany you there first. Mo Qinggu also nodded worriedly. With Zi Shiqing's current mental state, if she were to go to the purple cloud heavens and something were to happen to her, in that place where heavenly demons were everywhere, it was really unthinkable. Zi Shiqing shook her head and said seriously, I want to go alone. Chu Yang smiled and said I want to accompany you, not because I'm worried about you, but because I'm really curious about the purple cloud heavens. Besides, that's the place where my father-in-law fought, I have to go and take a look. Zi Shiqing forced a smile. And Chu Yang said, You may not know, but I've inherited the purple cloud heavenly emperor's legacy, when I was in the heavens. He said slowly, to a certain extent, I'm his successor, or rather, his successor. So I have more reason than you to go and take a look at the purple cloud heavens. Zi Shiqing's whole body shook violently. As far as the rules of the martial world were concerned, the significance of being the successor or the successor of one's legacy was no small matter. In terms of the degree of closeness to Zihao, Chu Yang, as the successor, was probably above Xianxia, the daughter. There had always been a saying that the legacy was passed down to the daughter-in-law and not to the daughter, because the daughter would eventually become an outsider. Although this saying was rather unreasonable, it was true. Chu Yang deliberately pointed this out to Xianxia. I'm not only going to protect you. I have my reasons. And they were sufficient. Chu Yang understood Xianxia's temper very well. If this girl was determined to go alone, then she could really sneak away and no one would be able to find her. Xianxia turned around like a whirlwind and looked at Chu Yang with sparkling eyes. She suddenly took a step forward. You're saying that you've obtained my Heavenly Emperor Purple Cloud's legacy? Ever since she was born, she had never called them father and mother. Now, with Chen Luyun and the Emperor of the East Kingdom, Jun Shueleihan, both of them had proven her identity and background. Although Xianxia had long believed in it, she had never doubted it. Moreover, she could also feel that she was indeed the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud, Zihao, and the goddess of wandering, Ling Piaoping. But she still couldn't say the simple words my father no matter how hard she tried. It's true. Chu Yang said softly, my current tribulation space is actually an evolution of the Purple Cloud Pagoda left behind by your father. And the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud left behind countless purple crystal treasures, including holy crystals and even divine crystals. Xianxia's delicate body trembled. She couldn't wait to say, let me see. Chu Yang sighed and led Xianxia into the tribulation space. At the same time, he gave Emo Qinggu a look. Emo Qinggu followed behind. Sister Z, wait for me, I want to go in and take a look too. The two girls entered the tribulation space at the same time. Chu Yang sighed silently. Now, he suddenly felt that the responsibility on his shoulders had suddenly doubled. Fighting against the extraterrestrial demons. It was no longer purely for the imperial court and the continent. Now, there was also a personal grudge. The next moment, Chu Yang unexpectedly felt an inexplicable vibration from the tribulation space. It was a violent tremor that almost destroyed one's soul. Chu Yang was gobsmacked. For a moment, he didn't know what had happened inside. Especially when he thought that the two women were inside. Sensing the impending danger, he hastily flashed into the tribulation space. The moment they entered and saw the situation before them, they were shocked. They were completely dumbfounded and did not know what to do. The Purple Cloud Tower, which had completely merged with the Medicine King Palace and the tribulation space, was supposed to no longer exist. At this moment, it separated again and began to spin in the tribulation space. Obviously, it was the separation of the Purple Firmament Tower that caused the violent tremors just now. In fact, it made sense when he thought about it. The Purple Firmament Tower was equivalent to a part of the current realm of tribulation, and its share was quite large. How could the tribulation space not change if it split rashly? As the spinning Purple Firmament Pagoda spun faster and faster, its overall volume grew larger and larger. Slowly, it turned into an indomitable pagoda. The body of the pagoda emitted 10,000 rays of purple light. At the top of the pagoda, a majestic seal slowly rotated. Wherever the purple light from the seal shone, for words would appear, eternal purple firmament. At this moment, Emo Qinggu actually didn't know why she was in the room that Chu Yang had prepared for Tai Badian. Now, she couldn't get out and was screaming anxiously inside. Xianxia was the only one near the Purple Firmament Tower. At this moment, her delicate body was trembling violently. Standing in front of the Purple Firmament Tower, her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the shocking changes in front of her. Chu Yang was shocked to see the changes in front of him. He was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to do. It seemed that. Was it because Xianxia's entry made the Purple Firmament Tower feel the bloodline of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? But Chu Yang couldn't care less about whether the tribulation space's power would regress or even be destroyed. He only had Xianxia in his eyes now. He only cared about her safety. Yet, he couldn't go to Xianxia's side. He couldn't even get close to her. In a place where heaven and earth were shaking. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded. The bloodline returns to fight the Purple Firmament. Seeing this, I should smile. As long as the heavens don't destroy me, the Purple Firmament, I'm proud of life and death, Zihao. The unusually majestic voice reverberated in the tribulation space. Although it was only one voice, it reverberated endlessly. It was as if millions of people were shouting at the same time. Although no one could see the person, just hearing this voice made one have the urge to kneel down and worship. Then, the voice paused for a moment and sighed. Since you can activate the purple firmament tower, you must be of my bloodline. I don't know if you're a boy or a girl. I can't see. But since you have the opportunity to come here, it means that your mother's and my efforts back then weren't in vain. The heavens bless the purple firmament. The heavens bless the purple firmament. This voice was full of relief. At this point, Xianxia couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Her delicate body trembled and she suddenly fell to her knees. She shouted, "Father! Mother!" This was the word that had been lingering in her heart all year long since she was born. But she had never said it out loud. At this moment, she said it so naturally, but the voice was indifferent. It didn't have any reaction to this voice. The voice just now was actually the voice left behind by the purple firmament heavenly emperor a million years ago. It could only continue speaking mechanically and couldn't really communicate with people. Xianxia trembled all over. For a moment, she was overwhelmed with emotions and couldn't control herself. The voice of the purple firmament heavenly emperor continued, but at this moment, the voice of the heroic purple firmament heavenly emperor became melancholy, low, and tender. "Child, you're finally here. I've always hoped that you were a girl. Your mother was very, very beautiful. If you were a girl, you'd definitely inherit her beauty and be very, very beautiful. If you were born a boy, the responsibility you'd have to bear would be too heavy. I once swore to your mother that when you were born, the two of us would definitely wait by your side and let you transform into a human at the first moment. Even if it would exhaust our cultivation. We wouldn't hesitate to do so. It's a pity that I'm destined to not be able to wait until then. Not being able to see your birth and coming to this world with our own eyes is the greatest regret in our lives. My child, I only hope that your journey in this life will be smooth and safe. Now is the time before the war. Purple firmament is about to face the final battle. Your mother and I are praying for you. This is just a prayer. All of our wishes. Placing our hopes on the heavens is the only thing your mother and I can do for you. Speaking of which, we're really incompetent as parents. I only hope that when you know the truth in this life of yours, when you know your background, don't blame us. We can die in battle. Facing hundreds of millions of enemies, we can die with a smile. But, any resentment or grievance you have, regardless of whether we live or die, it's the greatest torture to us. I never blame you. I don't blame you. Xianxia knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Next, child, come in. Let me introduce you, our home, purple firmament. And your father's generation that you need to remember. And your brothers and sisters. I hope that you must remember them. Because you have to replace them and live on. Remember, as long as you're alive, you're the purple firmament heavenly emperor. The emperor of purple firmament. The leader of the 450 million brothers and sisters. The flag that will never be conquered. We'll live together with you. You must live well. Child. The purple firmament heavenly emperor's voice turned from gentle to impassioned, and then back again in an instant, making one feel dejected. Child, since ancient times, perhaps there hasn't been any other child. There's no need to live as heavily as you do. A person carrying the hopes of 450 million. But we have no other choice. You must know your own name. You're called Xianxia. Perhaps in your perception, this name was changed by you on a whim one day. But actually, I've given you this name a long time ago. No matter if you're a man or a woman, this name will belong to you and will forever belong to you. Z is my surname, Xia, but it's a little extreme. Purple firmament has been fighting for many years, but none of those righteous emperors who claimed to be righteous came to fight. Tian Saint also refused to send troops. I'm really tired of the so-called righteousness. So, I might as well just name you Xia. As a person. Child, you really shouldn't be too honest. You must remember this, never ever. As for feelings. It's the feelings between your mother and me, and also the feelings of purple firmament. The feelings of purple firmament will be generous and heroic for eternity. Child, you're called Xianxia. The purple firmament heavenly emperor was silent for a while, and then he sighed softly. Come, child, your mother has been waiting for you for a long time. Go in and talk to her. Although she can't see or hear you, you can see her after all. This is what I can do for you, the only chance for you to see your mother. Child, cut your finger and use your blood essence to unlock the biggest secret of Purple Firmament Pagoda. Don't use too much strength. Any bit of pain on your body will make your mother and I feel heartache. Without any hesitation, Xianxia used her finger as a knife and slashed her index finger. Blood gushed out. The purple mist in the sky surged. The blood that flowed out from her index finger turned into a purple mist and quickly merged into it. Immediately after, the purple fog rolled back and surrounded Xianxia's hand. It was as if a gentle mother was bandaging the wound of her naughty daughter who had injured her finger. The door of Purple Firmament Pagoda opened suddenly. Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. The web game adapted from World Defying Heavens has reached the final stage of research and development. I can also tell everyone that it's currently being done by the famous 37 Games company in the industry. Under their sincere invitation, I've also taken on the role of the game's worldview architect. I'm just putting my name on it and then giving suggestions. It's actually just a professional criticism. I'll let the game's plot revolve around the original novel and carry out a reasonable adaptation. Currently, there's a plan in the game to let players play the role of the Sword Master, similar to Chu Yang, collect the Sword Calamity, and conquer the heavens. Of course, the new expansion pack will gradually release more plots and other extensions. Everyone can pay more attention to it in the future. I'll also share with everyone if there's any other progress. Of course, for the male compatriots who wish that you can have 4 female confidants and stunning beauties by playing the role of Chu Yang. Ahem. If there's really such treatment. I'll stop writing books long ago, I'm willing to do that and die. A purple mist gushed out. After the door of the Purple Cloud Pagoda opened, it actually transformed into an extremely cozy room. Among them, a beautiful woman was looking at herself with an uneasy expression. She kept asking, "How is it? Is it okay? I don't know if the child will hate me like this." As she spoke, she actually started to cry. My poor child. I actually have to use such a method to see my parents. I really want to hug her, kiss her. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "You've already started?" Then, her expression suddenly changed. It became affectionate and sentimental, but also infinitely warm. Child, I am your mother. As soon as she said this, the woman's eyes turned red again. She tried to hold it in and choked with sobs. I don't know what you look like. Do you look more like your father or me? Mother can't see you, mother. Xianxia looked at the woman in front of her in a daze, but didn't dare to move at all. Although it was just an illusory image, Xianxia felt infinitely warm in an instant. The moment that gentle face appeared, she felt her heart throbbing. This is my mother loves me more than anything else. This kind of thought and feeling naturally emerged. Xianxia, who had never felt all these, was instantly filled with happiness and satisfaction. There was also sadness and bitterness. Although she knew that her mother couldn't see her, she still wanted to smile and let her see. But once the corners of her mouth moved, the tears in her eyes flowed down uncontrollably. A kind of extreme bitterness and sorrow rushed to her heart. For a moment, she just wanted to cry. Out loud. But she didn't dare to cry out loud. She could only cover her mouth tightly and look at her mother without blinking. She let her tears flow freely. To see her mother, this was the only chance in this life. She was afraid that if she moved carelessly, she would destroy the settings of this space and her mother's figure would disappear immediately. So she didn't dare to move at all. She just looked at her in a daze. At the same time, she told herself, this is my mother, the mother I've never met. I have a mother too. I'm not an orphan. I'm not an abandoned child. My mother loves me more than any other mother in the world, child. I missed you so much. Mother really missed you so much. The woman couldn't help but cry. Her beautiful face was full of tears. Beside him, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor's voice was somewhat helpless as he reprimanded, "You. Control your emotions. What do you look like? wouldn't that make the child even sadder? I couldn't help it. The woman sobbed. She cried, I want to see my child, I want to tell her that I love her, I really love her. I've dreamed of seeing her for a long time. I've always wondered what our child would be like. How should I love her? How should I teach her? How should I coax her? How should I coax her? Since she was a child, how should she change year after year? I thought about it for a long time. But now, I can only let her see an image. She has never even felt the warmth of a mother's embrace. Mother's body odor. If other people's children can do it, why can't our children do it? How? Why? That tearful accusation was actually not an accusation at all. Although this question was filled with grief and indignation, it also revealed heartfelt helplessness. This question made the purple firmament heavenly emperor, Hao, let out a long and deep sigh. Child. The woman finally managed to control her emotions. Perhaps, it was Hao's sentence of increasing the child's sadness in vain that had a decisive effect. Child. Don't blame your father. Your father may never be a good husband or a good father in this life, but he is an absolutely competent heavenly emperor. Your father is a hero. So he is destined to bear much more responsibility than ordinary people. For the purple firmament heavenly emperor, your father has already racked his brains and exhausted his heart's blood. She took a deep breath. Actually, your father loves you very much, child, your father is indomitable. Your mother, I, can only accompany him. Standing on the ground and supporting the sky, there is no turning back, no regrets. In the image, the beautiful woman turned her head and looked to the side. Presumably. At that time, Hao was waiting by the side. Because Ling Piaoping's eyes were filled with tenderness. Child. You have grown up until now, but you have never felt your mother's existence. The woman was choked with sobs. She paused for a while before saying, Mother is very guilty. I have let you down. In the room next door, there are things that Mother has prepared for you. This is your father's purple firmament pagoda. As long as you personally come, you can open this hidden secret and obtain the things inside. The things inside were all made by Mother for you. Child. You must be happy, you must be happy. Mother doesn't have much time left. There is still a lot behind. I need you to remember. I don't know if you like the things Mother made for you. And the clothes. If you are a boy, I made the clothes according to your father's figure when you grow up. If you are a boy, you will definitely be like your father, an indomitable hero. I really hope that you are a boy, firm and full of tenderness. If you are a girl, I prepared the clothes according to my figure. You should be taller than me, right? Because your father is very tall. Child. Remember to put on some clothes. Mother really wants to put on the clothes for you personally. Go, child. The woman's image froze at that moment. But before it froze, tears flowed out continuously like a fountain. She pleaded, let me say a few more words to my child. Xianxia looked at her in a daze and muttered, Mother. Mother, the image changed again and turned into another room. Hao's voice sounded, this is what your mother left for you. Child, you must always remember that you have a mother. Your mother is the best mother in the world. She has already prepared everything for you. In this room, there was really everything. There were countless clothes, from babies to grown-ups, and clothes that changed from spring, summer, autumn and winter. The left row was for men's clothes, the right row was for women's clothes. Row after row, there was almost no end in sight. There were also countless cultivation techniques, from easy to difficult, from entry-level, basic, entry-level, high-level, pinnacle, and pinnacle cultivation techniques. There was everything. The only similarity between these cultivation techniques was that their quality was ridiculously high. To say that they were top-notch was an understatement. There were also countless toys for boys and girls to play with. Some were exquisite, some were grand, and some were warm and cute. Any child who saw these toys would laugh heartily and forget all their troubles and worries. As long as an ordinary child could have it, it was here. What an ordinary child couldn't have, it was also here. It was all-inclusive and had everything. In the innermost position of the room, there was a table with a thick stack of letters on it. Zihao's voice sounded, "Child, these are the letters your mother wrote to you. She recorded in detail what you need to pay attention to in your life. Everything is recorded in them. You can read them in the future. Since the beginning of this battle, when my request for reinforcements was rejected for the first time, I had already expected that the saint would not send any reinforcements to Xiao Heavens. Although I had also tried to send out guards to request for reinforcements. I had always had an ominous feeling in my heart. From then on, your mother had started to prepare everything. She had been preparing until today, child." Xianxia's gaze was fixed on the letter and she could not take her eyes off it for a long time. There were so many letters, there were more than 1,000 of them. She wondered how much time her mother had used to write every single word. A woman in white seemed to appear in front of her eyes, sitting in front of a desk, writing these letters word by word. As she wrote, she cried. After writing these letters, how many tears did her mother shed? She looked at them in a daze. There was a feeling in her heart, if time stops here and doesn't change, I will be satisfied, but whether she was willing or not, the scene was already changing. One by one, there were people appearing and disappearing here. These were all Zihao's surviving relatives at this point in time. Zihao's voice said, "These are all the members of our family. Those who are still alive for you to see. The others have already died on the battlefield. The descendants of the Z family have never been afraid of battle, never of death. Outside, they are having a decisive battle. Child, let me bring you out to see your uncles. They are all my brothers." Then, the scene changed again. The background had already changed into a big square, with many flags. The wind whistled, the sky was filled with clouds and fog, and the sounds of mountains and tsunamis rose and fell, shaking heaven and earth. The moment Zihao walked out, all the sounds stopped at the same time. There was silence, only the whistling of the wind remained. "Brothers!" Zihao's heroic and powerful voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, it actually became fierce and high-spirited, mixed with a strong murderous aura and boundless battle intent. "Today, we have a decisive battle tomorrow. Regardless of whether we live or die after tomorrow's battle, as long as we are here today, Xiao Heavens is still in our hands. Slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons." Zihao was the first to roar. Below, there was a loud roar. "Slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons. Xiao Heavens is ours. Ours. Revenge. As long as there is one person left in Xiao Heavens and one breath left, we must fight to the end. There are no traitors in Xiao Heavens. We can only perish together. Xiao Heavens only has glory." Zihao raised his arm and shouted, "Fight." Countless people shouted together. "Fight. Fight." In the boundless sea of people, more than half of them had injuries on their bodies. Some were light and some were serious, but everyone had a stern expression and resolute gazes. There was actually no despair here, no decadence, there was only intense hatred and a strong will to fight. This was undoubtedly a mighty army of iron and steel. Just by looking at this scene, no one would have thought that just one day later, millions of heroes here would forever sleep in purple firmament. "Brothers, everyone knows." Zihao's voice became cheerful. "I still have an unborn child. And now, I've already sent him out. Our purple firmament still has descendants, hope, and a future." "Good." There was a deafening cheer. Someone shouted, "Let the little prince take back purple firmament in the future." Someone else muttered, "How do you know it's the little prince and not the little princess?" "You can predict the future." Immediately, laughter shook the sky. "Today, use time to freeze everyone's words here. At the same time, let your nephew or niece look at you uncles in the future and remember all of you. Remember purple firmament. The purple firmament that belongs to all of us." Zihao roared, "Even if he's not born now. He's also a member of purple firmament. Remembering all of you is his responsibility and also his honor." When Zihao's words came out, there was suddenly silence below. "The purple firmament that belongs to all of us." Zihao let out a long howl. Turning his head, he instructed habitually, "Ling Yu, starting from you, first with your nephew or," halfway through his words, he suddenly paused. His lips were also trembling somewhat. Someone at the side said softly, "Protector Ling Yu has already died heroically in battle, only an inaudible sigh was heard from the purple firmament heavenly emperor, but his face immediately returned to being cold and hard. He said loudly, Lingyu is no longer here, then we'll start from you. Whatever you want to say to your nephew or niece, say it directly. Many years later. When he sees this scene, he'll definitely be proud of all of you. He'll also be proud of his father. Because I have all of you. Purple firmament has all of you. When purple firmament was at the end of its road, all of you were with me. We faced death together. Zihao's voice was already somewhat tired, but it was still filled with that kind of arrogance that looked down on the world. When he was not talking to his own child, when facing the world, he was only that invincible heavenly emperor of the purple firmament. A figure slowly walked over. The newcomer was a middle-aged man. He silently stood there for a while and said softly, Child, don't forget, your father is a hero. We all admire him from the bottom of our hearts. Boy, when you see me. Don't you think he's really handsome? Get lost. Child, look at me. I'm your Uncle Yang. I've already killed tens of thousands of skyscraping devils. In the entire purple cloud heavens, other than your father, I'm almost the only one. Stop bragging, it's getting dusty. Child, don't listen to him. He's always fighting and killing. What kind of person is that? Child, this is what Uncle wants to give you. When you get it in the future, you must learn it well. Why would the child of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor care about your little things? Watch me. Good boy, when you grow up, you must be like your father and be a hero. Child, live well. One by one, people walked over, spoke and then left. However, no one mentioned war or life and death. Instead, they were all relaxed and calm, trying their best to say some light-hearted and humorous things in the way they could think of. In the face of an unborn child, everyone was doing their best to take care of it carefully. Xianxia's eyes were glistening with tears as she pursed her lips. He carefully looked at each person, trying his best to memorize each and every one of them. Finally, someone walked forward. He looked like a rough and fierce person. Someone beside him reminded him softly, This. Old Black, be careful, don't be too intense. This man who looked like a chimpanzee nodded. He walked forward and stood there for a long time, but he didn't speak at all. After a while, his lips moved and finally, as if he had exploded, he squeezed out a sentence. Child, you must remember, when you grow up, you must kill that bastard Master Yun to avenge your father and everyone in the purple cloud heavens. You must kill that fake Saint Emperor. Before he finished, someone beside him scolded angrily. Bastard, get lost quickly. What nonsense are you talking about? Let me do it. Then, this rough man was kicked out by others. Then, another person squeezed over with a face full of smiles. Child, don't take it to heart. That uncle of yours is actually a lunatic. We don't even know who Master Yun is. And that Saint Emperor, he's not a good person at all. Obviously, these men who were about to walk onto the battlefield, the iron-blooded warriors who were about to walk on the last journey of their lives, were not thinking about leaving hatred for the child. Instead, they hoped that the child would live well, even if they didn't want to avenge him. One by one, they walked forward. However, there were still too many people. There were millions of people, it was impossible to let everyone show their faces. Therefore, while there was still an endless stream of people here, there were already deafening shouts. Child, you must live well. This roar seemed to have reminded even more people. Wave after wave of loud roars gradually merged into one. Child, live well. Don't worry about anything. We have no regrets from birth to death. For the imperial court. We have no regrets. We have no regrets following His Majesty. Child, all of us will pray for you. Live well, live happily. From the beginning to the end, the two words live well appeared the most frequently. And live well was second only to live well. These heroes knew that they would die in this battle, so they really realized what was the most precious thing in this world. First, it was to live, then, it was to live well. The majestic and intense drumbeats suddenly sounded densely. The whole world seemed to be trembling. Everyone's face became fierce and determined at the same time, because the time to go to war had arrived. The voice of the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, Zihao, suddenly sounded. A loud roar shook the sky, almost completely scattering the dark clouds in the sky. Formation. The sound of the bugle horn sounded. Follow the previous deployment. Go to war. Zihao roared. Eternal purple cloud. Eternal purple cloud. Everyone roared in unison. After today, they didn't know if they would be able to roar this slogan again. The loud sound directly stirred up the dust on the ground, in the distant mountain. There was a rumbling echo. In the image, groups of people and horses rode out neatly. They waved and left just like that. No one turned back to take another look. In the image, Zihao's tall and majestic figure stood just like that, watching his soldiers walk out one by one. His face was cold and his gaze was cold and sharp. At this moment, he was no longer the loving father from before, but a cold-blooded and merciless commander. The rumbling sound became more and more distant. The image pulled further and further away. There was a huge gate in the distance. This gate was really big. It was 10,000 feet tall and tens of thousands of feet wide. There were 3 big words on it, Purple Cloud Pass. A clear and anxious voice sounded. Let me go over. Xianxia heard and her delicate body shook. Mother, a beautiful figure in white suddenly appeared in the sky. Her figure was slim and her white clothes were as white as snow. Her white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. There was a sword in her hand, and the cold light was shining. But Ling Piaping's gaze only looked there. Her eyes were full of obsession and longing. Her red lips opened slightly and tears flowed down her face. She muttered, Child, forgive mother. Mother is going to accompany your father. Child, my child, my child. In the image, she stretched out her hands, as if wanting to hug her child. But her arms were only half open. They stopped in midair. Tears gushed out crazily from her eyes like a broken dam. Mother's biggest wish is to hug you and see how you look like. Ling Piaping looked here pitifully. Her eyes were full of powerless longing. Go to battle. Zihao's voice was hoarse and strangely nasal, as if he was trying hard to suppress some kind of emotion. But he still gave the order resolutely. His voice echoed in the air. That burly figure had already rushed into the sky and held Ling Piaping's hand. His back was facing this side. One could faintly see that his thick shoulders were trembling slightly. Was he crying? But he didn't turn around in the end. He only left a tall and straight figure for his child. A figure as broad as a mountain, as if it was going to hold up the sky, so indestructible, so dependable. Let's go. Zihao said hoarsely. Child. Ling Piaping screamed sharply. Then, Zihao pulled her and they flew out at high speed. She, who was flying at high speed, was still stubbornly heading towards this side. She was pulled further and further away. His white clothes fluttered, his black hair danced. That pitiful gaze, that longing, and that final figure seemed to be wedged into Xianxia's heart. That pitiful cry was still echoing, but the image suddenly stopped. Xianxia was shocked to see the image disappear. She took 2 steps forward subconsciously, as if she wanted to retrieve the image that had disappeared. But she only heard Zihao's tired voice. Child. This is the last battle. The other party's 3 great heavenly demon kings have already arrived. I won't let you see the battlefield. As for your mother, Zihao's voice was a little choked. He suddenly stopped. After a pause, he said, I can only tell you. In the Purple Cloud Heavenly Army now. I'm the only one left. Chu Yang and Xianxia were shocked, only one person left. That was to say, at this time, those countless heroes and Xianxia's mother, Ling Piaping, had all died heroically. Zihao's voice was still going on, 130 million extraterrestrial demons have all turned into dust in Purple Cloud Heavens. And I am still fighting, and I will continue to fight. You must remember. No matter what, do not forget the pride of Purple Cloud Heavens. As long as there is one person left, we can continue to fight. As long as there is a breath left, we must continue to fight. Child, at the last moment, let me sing a song for you. Your mother has always wanted to sing for you, but she. Now, let me sing this belated song for you. After a moment of silence, Zihao's hoarse voice sounded. His singing was not pleasant to the ears, and his voice was also extremely hoarse. However, Xianxia was listening to him seriously as if she was on a pilgrimage. Purple cloud heavens, this is our home, this is our land, our paradise. Who dares to invade? He must come and not return. Zihao sang softly, as if there was no one around. He sang this song with all his heart and soul. Xianxia's tears flowed down her cheeks, but she did not dare to make any sound. She did not even dare to choke, for fear that the slightest sound would disturb the singing. This song belonged to her father, and she would only have this one chance to hear it in this lifetime. One could hear that the surroundings of the purple cloud heavenly emperor were unusually chaotic. And he had also said just now that he was the only one left in purple cloud heavens. In that case, what was the thing beside him? The answer was obvious: extraterrestrial demons, purple cloud heavenly emperor. Surrounded by millions of extraterrestrial demons, as if there was no one else around, he sang a song for his child tenderly. Although what he sang was actually still a battle song. But that intense fatherly love seemed to have crossed the long river of time and arrived here. In the image, the surrounding noises suddenly quietened down. A voice that was so strange that it did not sound like a human's voice said, "Zihao. Purple cloud heavenly emperor. We are here." Then, Zihao's voice exhaled softly and said, "Child. Farewell." Then, he said softly, "Purple cloud tower. I hope you can wait for my child." Then, suddenly, all the sounds began to leave. This should have been the purple firmament heavenly emperor's ultimate technique that reversed the universe at the last moment to make the purple firmament pagoda leave him. At that moment, a faint long whistle sounded from near to far, but it was filled with a sense of heroism. In the end, it completely disappeared and returned to nothingness. But if one thought about it, one would know that it was definitely the purple firmament heavenly emperor's final battle cry. Although the duration was very short and it almost vanished in an instant, in this moment, in that instant. Chu Yang's blood boiled when he heard this long roar. What kind of crazy fighting spirit was that, this aura? It only belonged to Zihao, it only belonged to the purple firmament celestial emperor. The scene finally ended. The doors of the purple firmament tower opened quietly. There was no one inside, waiting for Xianxia to enter. Xianxia was in a daze for a while. Suddenly, she burst into tears. "Father! Mother! Don't leave me." There was no response from the purple firmament pagoda. There was only silence. Chu Yang felt that his face was wet. He reached out and wiped it. Only then did he realize that his face was already overflowing with tears. Xianxia was exhausted on the ground. She looked at the purple firmament pagoda that had already opened. But she had no desire to enter at all. Perhaps she was not looking at the purple firmament pagoda that had reappeared, but the scene that had already disappeared. Her father's figure had disappeared. Farewell was eternal. She would never see him again. So what if there were countless treasures in the purple firmament pagoda? There was no father or mother in there. So what if she went in? Since there was no meaning to her, then what was the point of going in? Xianxia, who gradually recovered her thoughts, suddenly felt a sense of loss. At the same time, as her heart became more and more upset, there was also a surge of strong and bitter happiness. I finally saw my father and mother. There were also many elders and friends. It turned out that I was really not an orphan. I had a home, relatives, old friends, a hometown, a country. Xianxia was obviously smiling, but the tears in her eyes kept falling down. "Let's go in," Chu Yang came to her side and said softly. "Go in? What's the point of going in?" Xianxia smiled sadly. "They're not in there anymore." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "They're not in there anymore. Or should I say, they never existed in there." This sentence was undoubtedly very cruel. Xianxia felt a burst of anger and looked at him fiercely. Chu Yang completely ignored the beauty's ferocious gaze and continued without a pause. "Everything you saw just now, from the beginning to the end, was only an illusory image, a completely unreal image. But, from this moment onwards, everything you see after entering the purple cloud tower is real and not illusory. Those are the real things that your father and mother left for you. They will truly accompany you through your whole life. From those things, you can find the aura that your father and mother left for you. Which aura is what you should really cherish?" Chu Yang said softly. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, and her lifeless eyes suddenly glowed with a little vitality. So, those are the real gifts that they left for you. If you don't accept them, don't feel their aura and feel their sincerity, even if they die, they will feel regret, Xianxia said solemnly. I'll go now. Xianxia suddenly stood up. Vigorous vital energy surged all over her body. She waved her hand to stop Xianxia from continuing. She said softly, yes, you're right. That's the real thing that they left for me. And those letters are the real memories that my mother left for me. At the mention of those letters, Xianxia suddenly had an impulse to see those letters. With the end of the shadow image and the opening of the purple firmament pagoda, the tribulation space had already regained its peace. At this time Mo Qingguo also came out of that room, pouting unhappily. When the purple firmament heavenly emperor was talking just now, Mo Qingguo was actually completely blocked out. She had no power of autonomy at that time, and that feeling was really too depressing. Fortunately, everything was over now, and that confining force also naturally disappeared along with it. The three of them entered the purple firmament pagoda, and the moment they entered, Xianxia was violently shocked. The purple firmament pagoda had changed too much after the transformation. It was directly an infinitely vast space inside, and the large space also contained small spaces. All kinds of materials were dazzling, and everything that one could think of was there. Weapons, armors, from weapons used by children to divine weapons used by adults, martial techniques and inheritances, elixirs and spirit medicines, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Everything that one could think of could be found here. Just like that, they looked through room by room, and the shock in their hearts became more and more intense. And all of this was prepared at the last minute when Zihao was almost at the end of his rope, and it could already be considered as a treasure trove that had everything one could think of. If a celestial emperor deliberately prepared it during his prime, how exaggerated would it be? That was really something that no one could imagine. Xianxia touched and played with them one by one, with a doting smile at the corners of her mouth, but her eyes were filled with tears. Each and every one of these cold things, in her eyes, was filled with a strong sense of fatherly love, a strong sense of motherly love. She looked up at the sky, seemingly crying and laughing at the same time, For a moment, she really felt that her spirit was somewhat hysterical. It was a hysterical surprise, warmth, and also a hysterical melancholy, and missing, endless missing. Father, mother. Thank you. Thank you for preparing all of this for me. Xianxia closed her eyes and thanked them wholeheartedly. It's all of you, all of this that you left behind, that really made my life complete. At the last moment of my life, all of you are still so considerate of me. I really feel that I'm no longer lonely, no longer wandering. I'm also someone who is missed and cared for. At first, Xianxia was very anxious to find those letters that her mother wrote to her, but as she looked through room by room, her mood gradually calmed down. All of these were prepared by her father. Perhaps her father's love was not as direct and gentle as her mother's, or even full of dominance. But it was this dominance that made Xianxia feel the happiness of being disciplined by her parents. Xianxia, say, if my father was still around, would he hit me when I'm naughty? Xianxia tilted her head and asked, with a face full of reverie. He would definitely hit you hard. Xianxia said with certainty. She really didn't know where his confidence came from. He would hit you until you couldn't take care of yourself. Humph. Xianxia snorted. Mo Qingguo chuckled. Xianxia doesn't understand at all. A father may hit his son with a stick, and it's also possible that he would beat him to death, but towards his own daughter, he would never be ruthless. At most, he would just reprimand a few words. He would have to think for a long time before saying a harsh word. How would he hit you? Xianxia rolled his eyes. How do you know this? Has your father ever treated you like this? This sentence instantly offended the two women at the same time. Humph. Mo Qingguo and Xianxia snorted at the same time, turned their heads and walked forward hand in hand. Finally, they reached the room where the letters were left. That room was at the very end. It was a big room, or more accurately described as a big warehouse. When the three of them walked to the door, Xianxia seemed to have a premonition of something, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Xianxia sighed softly. He stretched out his hand and the door opened gently. A dazzling array of clothes of various colors came into view. She had seen this image before in the previous scene. However, the feeling of seeing the virtual image and seeing the real thing was completely different. At this moment, Xianxia was stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. There were faint bloodstains on the first few pieces of baby clothes. That should have been caused by her mother's hand when she was sewing the baby clothes due to her lack of proficiency. Xianxia squatted down and gently touched the bloodstains on the clothes. She said softly, "Mother." "Mother." She walked over step by step. It could be seen that Ling Piaping was getting more and more proficient in sewing clothes. However, there were so many clothes here. Even if it was made by a peerless expert, it would still take a lot of time, because a peerless expert did not mean that she was a peerless sewing expert. Every stitch and thread was a mother's ardent love and care for her child. They were all filled with deep love and devotion, also, the guilt of not being able to personally raise her child. She was trying her best to make up for it in this way. She was trying her best to make up for the child that she could not see. She was using everything that he or she could feel. Xianxia's emotions that had just calmed down suddenly broke down again. She covered her face with her hands and cried bitterly. Ever since Xianxia was born, there had never been a day where she cried so many times like today. Or rather, she had never cried before. But in this room that was filled with her mother's aura, Xianxia cried bitterly. Her heart was broken and she was hovering between life and death. Chu Yang quietly held Mo Qingwu's hand. He gently retreated. He gently closed the door and left Xianxia alone inside. This room only belonged to Xianxia alone, at this moment, although she was sad, although she was in pain, although she was bitter, but what Xianxia needed most was to be alone. With her mother. With her mother's aura alone in this room. Quietly interacting with each other and being alone. Although Chu Yang could not bear to do this. But this was the only way. At the same time, he also realized one thing: from now on, this room would probably become Xianxia's sacred place. An unshakable sacred place, but was it a good thing or a bad thing for Xianxia to keep this room? Chu Yang could not understand. The benefits were obvious. It was tough and tiring. She could come in. This was her mother's embrace. Here, he could vent some of the grievances in his heart and disperse much of his depression. At the very least, it was a place to reminisce. However, the disadvantages were equally obvious. If Xianxia's heart was always in this room, if she could never walk out of this state of mind, she would never be truly happy in this lifetime. Mo Qingwu could understand Chu Yang's worries. She said softly, "Don't worry. Sister Z is so strong, she will definitely walk out on her own. Furthermore, I believe that the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor did not arrange such a place just to make his daughter sad. How could a big shot like him not consider this? This kind of thing can't be rushed. We can only take one step at a time." Mo Qingwu looked at Chu Yang encouragingly. "That's the only way. I hope your idea comes true." Chu Yang sighed and nodded. The two of them left the tribulation space and began to travel at full speed. He sped all the way to Xiaotian. Now, the primary goal was to fulfill Xianxia's wish. But along the way, in the first 10 days, Xianxia did not come out. She just stayed quietly in that room filled with motherly love. No one knew what she was doing. But at this time, no matter what, they could not disturb her. They could not bear to disturb her. Although Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu were very worried, they did not dare to go in and persuade her. If they did, it would be counterproductive and not beautiful. Seeing Xianxia now, Chu Yang could not help but think of his own past. In the past, he was like Xianxia, not knowing who his parents were. But he was happier than Xianxia. He had a master, a junior brother, a senior sister, and, later on, he found out about his identity. His parents were still alive, but Xianxia now. This also led to the dullness of the journey. Chu Yang didn't even tease Mo Qingwu anymore. One must know that teasing Mo Qingwu in the past was one of Chu Yang's greatest joys. He used to tease Mo Qingwu and make her blush, pout, and chase after him. Along the way, it was really like chasing the stars and the moon. With the speed of these two high-level saints, they had already left Ink Cloud Heaven's territory in a few days. Flying above the ocean that separated one side of the world and the other side of the world, the two of them had already crossed the Demon Emperor Heaven's territory and crossed the Mist River. They entered the East Royal Heaven that they had not seen for a long time. The two did not stop at all and rushed all the way to the northeast. On the 17th day, there was already a sense of desolation. Xianxia made a rough estimate and was actually shocked by himself. He had already brought Mo Qingwu and rushed for no less than 300,000 miles. They had crossed 4 big worlds and finally approached the legendary border of Purple Cloud Heaven. Here, it was almost tens of thousands of miles of desolation. Every few hundred miles, there was a relatively eye-catching road sign and stone tablet. The nearest one wrote, 7,300 miles ahead is the Fallen Area. Fallen Area. Looking at these 3 words, Xianxia suddenly felt an extremely strong anger rising from his heart. What was a fallen area? That was Purple Cloud Heaven, although it had fallen temporarily, but that was still Purple Cloud Heaven. How did it become a fallen area in the eyes of these officials? Although he logically agreed that there was nothing wrong with the officials putting up such a notice board, Xianxia still couldn't accept it emotionally. The place that such a peerless hero had once fought and defended with his life was actually in the eyes of others. It had become a fallen area. What a bullshit fallen area. Xianxia stood in front of the nearest road sign and stone tablet for a long time. Suddenly, he used his fingers like a knife and drew. His finger pointed. Stone chips flew and many words slowly appeared on the stone tablet. Xianxia added a paragraph of his own words on the stone tablet. Although Purple Cloud Heaven has now become a fallen area, this is still the place where heroes had once fought bravely. Those heroes who had once fought could also smile and feel no guilt when faced with this so-called fallen area. But those who did not participate in the battle and watched coldly from the sidelines, although they were still alive, their hearts, they had already fallen long ago. Those places are the real fallen areas. The ones who have truly fallen are the people's hearts, not Purple Cloud Heaven. Then, Xianxia signed his name. Xianxia. Even though he was filled with resentment, he still couldn't vent his anger. However, he could only let out a heavy sigh. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the tribulation space. There was movement on Xianxia's side. Xianxia hurriedly let her out. At this moment, Xianxia was dressed in white, but it was not the style she usually wore. The style she was wearing now was more reserved and more elegant than the original one. This should be the clothes that Ling Piaping had made for Xianxia back then. There was no sadness or joy on Xianxia's face, only calmness. In fact, there was a faint satisfaction and gentleness. She was like a completely different person from before, but she was definitely not the kind of person who was hysterical because of excessive grief. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. This was very different from what he had imagined. What are you looking at? Xianxia smiled sweetly. There was actually some gentleness in her expression. This sentence really gave Xianxia a shock. Since when did Xianxia speak in such a feminine manner? Then, he understood. However, he sighed in his heart and said, "You look like your mother now." Xianxia's face was filled with joy. She said, "Really?" Then, she turned around and saw the stone tablet in front of her. Her face darkened and she said angrily, "Since when did our Purple Cloud Heaven become a fallen area?" She waved her hand, obviously wanting to destroy the stone tablet. Xianxia hurriedly stopped her. "Don't be rash." As they were talking, there was a sudden rustling sound in the sky. Someone said sternly, "Who is it? How dare you damage the road sign stone tablet?" Following the voice, a man in black flew over and landed in front of the 3 of them. This person was tall and had long legs. He was wearing a long black cloak, like a black cloud, but he was extremely majestic. His face was rough, and his whole person looked as if it was made of steel. When he landed, he saw the words on the stone tablet at first glance. After a glance, he was actually stunned. Xianxia said coldly, "Purple Cloud Heaven is the Purple Cloud Heaven of the Heavenly Imperial Court." Since when did the people of the Heavenly Imperial Court not recognize Purple Cloud Heaven as a part of the world? Why do they keep talking about fallen areas? What does it matter if such a road sign stone tablet is destroyed? That man looked at the 3 of them with an unusually complicated gaze and sighed deeply. He came with a belly full of anger, but after hearing the three of them reprimanding him, he was actually speechless. There was a hint of embarrassment on his bronze-colored face. He said, that. I won't pursue this matter further. You'd better leave this place quickly. Young people, better not come to such a place. Be careful not to get into trouble. As he said, he looked at the road sign stone tablet again. Finally, there was a look of shame on his face. He said, this road sign was made by us brothers in the beginning. Our original intention was to warn future people not to step into places already occupied by the extraterrestrial demons so as to avoid getting killed. But we didn't expect that there would be such a flaw. It's our fault, Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xianxia say sternly, you have good intentions, but have you considered the feelings of the people of Purple Cloud Heaven? Have you thought about the feelings of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the others who had fought for Purple Cloud Heaven till the last moment? If it were you, would you be willing to allow others to call the homeland that you love so dearly a fallen area? Do you know how many unyielding and loyal souls are buried in this area? Which one of them isn't more noble than the people of the Heaven Imperial City who are still singing and dancing now? The burly man was at a loss for what to do. He was speechless for a moment, and beads of sweat actually appeared on his forehead. After a while, he said in a flurry, I'll go back and discuss how to change it. Xianxia pulled Xianxia and said, I'll have to trouble you then. However, the words fallen area are indeed not very nice. The burly man smiled honestly and said, yes, we indeed didn't consider it enough back then. May I ask if the three of you have a deep relationship with the Purple Cloud Heavens? If they didn't have a deep relationship, they wouldn't be so agitated, right? But he didn't expect that among the three people in front of him, one was the daughter of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the other was the inheritor of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. The only one who wasn't directly related to them was Mo Qingguo, the sister of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's daughter, the wife of the inheritor, and the exclusive inheritor of the martial techniques of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Empress. Xianxia didn't answer this question directly. He only looked at the burly man in front of him with undisguised admiration. He smiled and said, there aren't many of you here, right? He paused and said, or rather, there aren't many people who are still fighting in the Purple Cloud Heavens now, right? The burly man immediately became vigilant. Who are you people? Why are you asking these questions? A kind of warmth rose in Xianxia's heart. He suddenly thought of a few sentences, opening the reincarnation passage with the body, opening the door to the outer realm, bones as the wall, flesh as the road, blood as the wind, and soul as the sky, sending my brother to the outer realm to fight the extraterrestrial demons, nurturing my brother and reconstructing his physical body. Becoming an immortal golden body, helping my brother to dominate the outer realm and achieve immortal achievements, letting my brother enjoy the glory of heaven and earth and receive the supreme glory. As he thought about it, he asked tentatively, do you know Brother Jie? Upon hearing this, the burly man's expression changed immediately. Who exactly are you? The burly man shouted fiercely. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xianxia with a murderous look in his eyes. His hand was already holding the hilt of his sword. It could be seen that the words Brother Rob had seriously touched this big man's psychological defense line. Xianxia could trigger a life and death battle if he said something wrong. Does it matter who I am? I'm just a junior, so even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Xianxia sighed. His expression was filled with desolation. I'm just casually asking you a question. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm not your enemy. What Brother Jie? The burly man shouted, what kind of weird name is that? I've never heard of it. There has never been a brother here. He roared loudly. His eyes were filled with murderous intention as he glared at Xianxia. With a stern voice, he said, if it weren't for the fact that you're still young, I would have made you bleed 3 feet today. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. When you encounter the heavenly demons, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. After saying this, he suddenly shot up like a meteor and instantly disappeared without a trace. Mo Qingguo looked at the burly man leaving, deep in thought. She said, Xianxia, do you think he's? Xianxia nodded deeply and said solemnly, he must be. Apart from them, I believe no one else would have such a big reaction to the words Brother Jie. If he was a native of the Heaven Imperial Court, he wouldn't know what brother Jia is at all. Deep sorrow appeared on Chu Yang's face. He said, the previous master of the Jia sword. I don't know when this misunderstanding will be resolved. I originally thought that Wu Jiuqing had come to the Heaven Imperial Court. Perhaps this misunderstanding has already been resolved. Turns out, the misunderstanding is actually still. The three of them continued forward. After walking for about a few thousand miles, they saw white fog in front of them. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Below them was actually a huge river. No one's divine consciousness could extend in this city of white fog. No one's cultivation could fly in this city of white fog. This kind of place was similar to Misty River, but it was different. The white fog connected the sky above and the river below. There was no end to it. And on this river, there was only one bridge, a bridge that was only 30 feet wide. If one wanted to go to the other side, one could only cross this bridge, otherwise, even if one had the cultivation of a saint, one could only walk across this bridge step by step. On the other side of the bridge, there was a stone tablet. On it were written 5 big words, the first pass in the world. There were no castles or checkpoints. Just this bridge was the first pass in the world. When Xianxia saw it, he couldn't help but sigh softly. What a great first pass in the world. It lives up to its name. It was indeed the first pass in the world. It was really a pass that one man could hold against 10,000. This was the only passageway from the purple cloud heavens to the other parts of the Heaven Imperial Court. When Xianxia and the other two stepped onto this bridge, they instantly felt a very strange feeling. Xianxia couldn't help but say, if my father could retreat to this side of the bridge and just defend it, wouldn't no matter how many billions of extraterrestrial demons came, they wouldn't be able to cross? Why would my father still fight the enemies on the other side of the bridge? Xianxia sighed deeply. Once you cross this bridge, you're no longer in the purple cloud heavens. With the pride of the purple cloud heavenly emperor, why would he cross this bridge? He would rather die on the other side of the bridge, than return to the east side of the bridge. Xianxia looked at this bridge in a daze. After a long time, she also sighed deeply. Xianxia was absolutely right. This was indeed the fundamental reason why the purple cloud heavenly emperor didn't retreat back then. I'm the purple cloud heavenly emperor. If I had to abandon my homeland and go to other people's territory to fight, how could I still be called the purple cloud heavenly emperor? Wouldn't it be better to just call me a stray dog? Although the purple cloud heavenly emperor wasn't in front of them, his state of mind at that time was still on the verge of appearing. There was no need to have any doubts. The three stepped onto the bridge and walked into the white fog. After walking for less than 3,000 feet, they heard someone in front of them ask, "Who are the visitors? This place is forbidden." The voice was resolute and filled with a tyrannical meaning that there was no room for compromise. Xianxia frowned. He thought to himself that this wouldn't be easy to get through. Following the voice, a golden light suddenly flashed in the white fog. 3 people flashed out and crossed the bridge, blocking the way. 2 of them had long hair and golden robes while the other was dressed in white. At this moment, they were looking at Xianxia and the other 2 with scrutiny. Who are you people? Perhaps it was because they saw that Xianxia, Xianxia, and Mo Qinggu were all humans and came from the direction of the Celestial Imperial Court. Furthermore, the man was handsome and elegant while the woman was beautiful and peerless. At one glance, they didn't look like bad people. They had a good impression of them and their tone was more or less gentler. Xianxia smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard. The few of us are descendants of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Imperial Court. We want to go over and see our homeland." Descendants of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Imperial Court. The white-robed man frowned and said lightly, "You must be joking. There are no descendants of the Purple Cloud Heavenly now. After this first bridge, it will be the battlefield. There are only warriors. And I dare to guarantee that there are no warriors of the Purple Cloud Heavenly." Xianxia sneered and said, "That's because before you came, the warriors of the Purple Cloud Heavenly had already sacrificed themselves heroically." The white-robed man looked solemn and said, "That's right. Therefore, right now, my brothers and I are fighting in the homeland of the heroes. We can't let down the land under our feet. Every inch of land is stained with the blood of heroes." Xianxia took a deep breath and her tone became much gentler. "Please make way. Let us pass." Let us see our homeland. The white-robed man looked at Xianxia with a sharp gaze and asked almost word by word, but where is your homeland? In the purple cloud heavenly. Xianxia was about to explain, but when she thought of the name of the city that she was so proud of, she suddenly felt a sense of pride. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, my homeland is the Purple Imperial City. Purple Imperial City. The white-robed man's expression changed and became stern. The Purple Imperial City, as early as 1,000,000 years ago, had already turned into ruins with the fall of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. None of the tens of millions of people of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor were spared. Even the whole family of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor sacrificed themselves heroically. Isn't it a little too boastful for you to claim to be a descendant of the Purple Imperial City? Haha. You're blaspheming the homeland of heroes. Xianxia said, do I need any proof to say that I'm from the Purple Imperial City? The white-robed man did not relax and said, that's right. You need proof of identity. If you say that you're a descendant of the people of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, I can still believe it. But now that you say that you're a descendant of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, I have to ask clearly. Otherwise, others can go over. Even the people from the various big sects and heavenly palaces who came for the trial can also go over. But only you, miss, can't go over. He smiled coldly. You mentioned the 3 words Purple Imperial City and claimed to be a descendant of the Purple Imperial City. Whether it's intentional or not, you're blaspheming the most respected person in our hearts. Because you're a fake. And the meaning behind this name can't be impersonated by anyone. Xianxia was agitated and said, the most respected person in your hearts? Who? The white-robed man looked at Xianxia coldly and said lightly, there's no harm in telling you. This isn't a secret in the first place. That person is the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor who fought alone until his death, Zihao. His sharp eyes looked at Xianxia and his words were even sharper. Miss, if you want to deceive others. We can't do anything about it in other places, but in this land, there's absolutely no one who can blaspheme the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor in front of us. Xianxia was not angry when she heard that. Instead, she felt gratified and proud. But at the same time, she was also a little depressed. Looking at their expressions, he knew that he had gotten himself into trouble by saying descendants of the Purple Imperial City. Otherwise, he could have just made up a random sect name and pretended to be a member here for the trial, and he could have passed. But only the words Purple Imperial City and Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds were a huge taboo. But, even though he had committed such a taboo and was blocked here, he couldn't get angry at all. Because the person they respected the most was his father whom he respected and loved the most, Xianxia turned to look at Chu Yang as if asking for help. Chu Yang took a step forward and said respectfully, the 3 of you are so loyal to your duties that I really admire and respect you. But may I know your names? The 2 at the side wanted to speak, but the man in white raised his hand lightly. Just a slight raise of his hand, and the 2 at the side immediately stopped talking. The man in white looked at Chu Yang and said dispassionately, asking for names, are you trying to build connections? It's a pity that this is useless to us brothers. Young man, Purple Cloud's Heavens is not a place you should come to. Go back to where you came from, lest you lose your life by accident. Although the man in white's voice was calm, his eyes were exceptionally sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts. This kind of gaze reminded Chu Yang of Mo Tianji. Suddenly, Chu Yang vaguely guessed the identities of these people. Although he couldn't name these people, Chu Yang dared to be certain, to be able to guard this first bridge, to assume such an important position, they must be those people, the previous generation's tribulation brothers, and this man in white in front of him. He was very likely the brains of the previous generation's tribulation brothers. He was roughly equivalent to Mo Tianji and Diwu Chouchong. He was the core figure of the tribulation brothers. Chu Yang's mind turned. He said, since all of you are so loyal to your duties here and don't let us pass, I can't do anything about it. I just want to ask about a person. I heard that this person also came here a few days ago but hasn't returned. Do you know of such a person? The man in white's eyes flashed. He asked calmly, who? What's his name? Chu Yang said, his name is Wu Jiuecheng. At this moment, Chu Yang's gaze was fixed on the faces of the 3 people in front of him. If Wu Jiuqing had been here before, he believed that it was impossible for these people not to know. Regardless of whether these people and Wu Jiuqing were brothers of tribulation in the same era or not, they were all once tribulation. There had to be a mutual exchange of information, especially when they were comrades who fought on the same battlefield. Lin Sanjiu believed that as long as they knew this name, their expressions would change. Even if the white-robed man was able to control his expression, the other two men beside him might not be able to do the same. Chu Yang stared at the faces of the three without blinking. Unfortunately, there was no expression on their faces at all. It was as if he had heard a completely unfamiliar name. What Wujua City, Ju City? We've never heard of that name. Chu Yang sighed. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be an act. In other words, it meant that Wu Jiuqing hadn't arrived yet. Or perhaps they had already arrived, but had yet to arrive here. Two questions arose in Chu Yang's mind. Firstly, Chu Lu and Mo Tianji had gone to look for Wu Jiuqing. Where were they going to look for him? Secondly, how was he going to get past this hurdle, fight? That was definitely not possible. Even if he didn't consider whether he could defeat them or not, even if he could, he couldn't. These people in front of him were the main battle forces guarding the borders of the purple cloud's heavens. If he injured them, wouldn't that be equivalent to indirectly helping the extraterrestrial demons? Besides, the people in front of him were quite powerful. He might not be able to defeat them. Besides, who knew how many people were waiting ahead along the way? Did he really have to fight his way through? Right at this moment, Xianxia gritted her teeth, stepped forward and said, "How do you know that I'm not the descendant of the purple cloud's heavenly emperor city? Didn't you want evidence?" "I'll give you evidence." Chu Yang was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Don't be rash." What he was afraid of was not that Xianxia couldn't prove her identity. It wasn't too difficult to prove one's identity. The real problem was that once Xianxia revealed her identity, who knew what kind of storm it would cause in this world? Now, everything wasn't ready yet. At least, it wasn't a good time now. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, "What do I have to be rash about? Isn't it just to prove my identity? Is my identity so shameful?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Your identity isn't shameful, it's too shameful." Of course, to some people, Xianxia also seemed to belong to the category of shameful. That white-robed man looked at Xianxia with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Could it be that your identity is really earth-shattering?" It was obvious that he was trying to provoke him. But what he did was really too obvious. He didn't hide it at all, which made the provocation even more effective, at least to Xianxia. It was very effective and irresistible. Xianxia said lightly, "You don't have to provoke me. I've already decided to reveal my identity long ago. Because I'm full of pride towards my identity." She flipped her palm, and a seal suddenly appeared in her palm. A seal only the size of a finger. But the moment the seal was taken out, it suddenly shone brightly and filled the air with purple gas. A vast aura that only a ruler could have spread out in a mighty manner. The seal suddenly grew in size by itself, instantly becoming the size of a human head. Xianxia held the seal in her hand. With a bang, the seal landed on the bridge. Suddenly, 4 large words appeared on the bridge deck. Ancient purple clouds. The 3 people opposite her were stunned when they saw the 4 words. They were suddenly stunned and took 3 steps back at the same time. They exclaimed, "Purple Cloud's Heaven's Imperial Jade Seal." This seal was a sacred item of the Purple Cloud's Heavens, the Purple Cloud's Imperial Jade Seal that belonged exclusively to the Purple Cloud's Heavenly Emperor, Zihao. Ever since Zihao died in battle, the whereabouts of this sacred item of the Purple Cloud's Heavens were unknown. But they never thought that it would appear here today. "Who exactly are you?" The 3 people looked at Xianxia with a different gaze. It was no longer disdainful like before. Instead, it was filled with respect and anticipation. The Purple Cloud's Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, other than himself, could only be used by the direct bloodline of the Purple Cloud's Heavens. If outsiders got their hands on it, it would at most be an ordinary seal. Only in the hands of Zihao and his family would it be able to unleash unparalleled power. Only then could they command the purple clouds and not dare to disobey. Xianxia took a deep breath and said quietly, "The Purple Cloud's Heavenly Emperor, Zihao, is my father." When she finally said the purple cloud's heavenly emperor, Zihao, is my father, in front of others, Xianxia's heart was filled with indescribable pride. Previously, Xianxia had always looked down on the second generation of the rich and powerful. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly experienced that feeling. Pride, because I have a hero as my father, although he was no longer around, in this world, as long as his name was mentioned, there would be no one who didn't know, and no one who didn't respect him. The purple cloud's heavenly emperor, Zihao, is my father. However, the impact of this sentence was far beyond Xianxia's expectations. In an instant, the attitude of the three people opposite her changed. Is this true? Someone at the side asked. The man in white shouted angrily, shut up. To be able to use the purple cloud's imperial jade seal with his own bloodline, if he is not the direct bloodline of the heavenly emperor, what else can he be? With such evidence, is there a need for other proof? You idiot. It is indeed the princess. The man in white's gaze became passionate and respectful. Looking at the dazzling purple firmament imperial jade seal, the three people in white knelt down and actually kowtowed respectfully. Greetings to the senior heroes, greetings to the heavenly emperor. The three of them looked solemn. Please rest assured, your majesty. But as long as my brother is here, we will never let the extraterrestrial demons step into the heavenly imperial court. The reason why the three of them were so polite was not to pay respects to Xianxia, but to show the highest respect to the purple cloud's heavenly emperor. Only when one came to the purple cloud's heavens could one imagine the greatness of the purple cloud's heavenly emperor. Xianxia moved sideways to avoid them. She raised her father's imperial jade seal with one hand and accepted their kowtow. For a moment, her heart was filled with joy and sorrow. Pride and sadness, pride and longing, all intertwined together. I am the daughter of the purple cloud's heavenly emperor. Even after 1,000,000 years, it still shone with boundless radiance. Just like the purple cloud's imperial jade seal, which swept the world, was not covered in dust. Thank you for your kindness, Xianxia said sadly. Xianxia said sadly, I thought, after so many years, my father's name has long been forgotten by people. No. Definitely not. The man in white stood up with a solemn expression and said solemnly, the name of His Majesty, the purple cloud heavenly emperor, will be remembered forever even after another 10,000,000 years. The name of a hero must not be buried, and it will not be buried. Your Highness. The man in white stood up straight. Although he had already confirmed Xianxia's identity and had paid his respects to the heavenly emperor of Zishao, he still did not back down. Although your identity is already confirmed, it is precisely because of this, all the more reason why you cannot enter. What? What did you say? Why? Xianxia widened her eyes. What did he mean by not letting her in when she was not clear? Now that her identity was clear, she was still not allowed to enter. What was this? It's too dangerous inside. The man in white laughed bitterly. Past this bridge is the homeland of the purple cloud's heavens. Especially the 3,000 miles in front of the first bridge, there have been constant battles for hundreds of thousands of years. In these hundreds of thousands of years, the number of people who have died here, or the extraterrestrial demons, has exceeded at least 100 billion. The man in white took a deep breath. Even a high-level saint may die here at any time. Her Highness is of noble status, and she is also the only descendant of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds. We can't afford to lose her. So, you can't go over. Xianxia was really helpless. Before she revealed her identity, you guys wanted it. Now that she had won, you guys actually refused to let me go. Even though she knew that the people in front of her had good intentions, she still couldn't let it go. It's like this. Qian touched his nose and smiled bitterly. With his many years of experience, he could tell that among the three people, this man in white was someone similar to Mo Tianji. At the very least, he was at Xia Dongqiong's level. And the other two belonged to Dong Wushang and Ji Mo's character. Well, I don't care about anything. Anyway, there's someone who can make the decision. We just have to fight, so, Chu Yan directly filtered out the other two people. He said to the man in white, it's like this. Her Highness is His Majesty's posthumous child. Well, there's a reason why His Majesty fought the extraterrestrial demons until his death. So, His Majesty set the date of birth to hundreds of thousands of years later. Only recently did she know of her identity and origin. The man in white nodded. I understand. He sighed. Back then, purple clouds haven't fought alone. It's a big mystery. His Majesty was able to make preparations in advance, which can be considered as preparing for a rainy day. I completely understand. Chu Yang had a whole new level of respect for him. This guy's IQ was really not low. This was probably what they meant by listening to the sound of the strings, wasn't it? So, about Her Highness's identity. Chu Yang said. This definitely needs to be kept a secret. The man in white nodded again. Please rest assured. Today's matter, including Her Highness's identity, will definitely not be leaked from the three of us. Chu Yang nodded. I believe in your promise. It's just that I mentioned earlier that Her Highness only knew of her identity recently, so she wanted to come to Purple Cloud's heavens. Not to, understood. It's human nature. The man in white nodded in understanding and continued on Chu Yang's behalf. Your Highness isn't really here to participate in the battle, nor is she here to train, nor is she here to take back the Purple Cloud heavens. She's only here to pay homage to her ancestors, to see the place where her father fought in the past, and to see her own hometown. Chu Yang nodded. You're absolutely right, so, that's why we should let you go and fulfill your wish. The man in white nodded. I understand what you're saying, but we still can't let you pass. Chu Yang couldn't help but get angry. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. Brother Qing has said so much, but it's purely a waste of saliva. Why are you like this? Why are you so unreasonable? It's not that I'm unreasonable, but if something happens to Her Highness, no one can bear the responsibility. The man in white said seriously, after crossing the first bridge, there are still 27,000 miles to go until we reach the Purple Imperial City. Back then, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor specially chose the location of the Purple Imperial City at the edge of the Purple Cloud heavens. Do you know how many heavenly demons we might encounter during this 27,000 miles journey? How many battles will we have to go through? What price will we have to pay? Let me tell you, for so many years, no one on our side has ever been able to kill their way to the Purple Imperial City. The man in white sighed deeply. How can we not understand Her Highness' feelings? Could it be that we are really that heartless? If it's possible, even if we have to risk our lives, we'll still escort Her Highness there. Even if all of us die, as long as we can ensure Her Highness' safety, we'll be happy to do it. We even more hope to let the heroic spirits of this land know that the bloodline of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor they're loyal to has returned safely. We even more hope that the heroic spirit of His Majesty the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor can accept the worship of his direct bloodline. This is tantamount to reuniting the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor and his daughter. We understand. The man in white sighed deeply. But the problem now is, we don't have the confidence, not at all. We don't even have the confidence to escort Her Highness to the old side of the Purple Imperial City safely. We don't even have the confidence to escort Her Highness back from the Purple Imperial City. Do you understand if I put it this way? Chu Yang was completely silent. The other party's words were very straightforward, but completely irrefutable. It's human nature for Her Highness to be anxious to pay respects to her father. Besides, we've been fighting on this land for tens of thousands of years. Our feelings may not be much better than Her Highness' feelings right now. But it's precisely because of this that we can't bear any harm that Her Highness may suffer. Even if she loses a single strand of hair, to people like us, it's a great sin and a dereliction of duty. The man in white said seriously, we understand all of you, but we also hope that you can also understand us. Chu Yang realized miserably that not only did he not manage to convince this man in white, he was about to be convinced by him instead. He seemed to have only felt this kind of feeling from Mo Tianji in the past. May I know your name? Chu Yang asked seriously. Xianxia. The man in white smiled. Xianxia Chongkong. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, Xianxia Chongkong. A good name. Why do I seem to have heard this name before? Actually, due to the long history of this name, Chu Yang had never heard of it at all. When the sword spirit first introduced it, it only introduced the names of the previous masters of the tribulation sword. It did not introduce the specific identities of the previous tribulations in detail. Therefore, Chu Yang had never heard of this name before. But Chu Yang still firmly believed that this person must be one of the previous tribulations. He frowned as if he was deep in thought. Xianyuan Chongkong was obviously interested in his appearance. He said, "You've heard of me. That's impossible, right? Our names have never spread outside the Heaven Imperial Court." Chu Yang frowned and thought hard. "Not in the Heaven Imperial Court. I think I've heard of it in my hometown." "Really? But why can't I remember at this moment?" Xianyuan Chongkong's expression suddenly changed. He said somewhat excitedly, "Your hometown? Where's your hometown?" The other two people's faces also glowed red. They looked at Chu Yang expectantly. Chu Yang said indifferently, "My hometown is in the Heaven Imperial Court." Have you heard of that place?" This sentence was simply nonsense. But Chu Yang was afraid that if he directly pointed out the key point, the misunderstandings between the previous masters of the Tribulation Sword and Tribulations had not been resolved yet. He was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. For example, the person he just met, so it was necessary to beat around the bush, even if the way was quite melodramatic, but so what if it was melodramatic? As long as it was effective. Heaven Imperial Court. The three people shouted at the same time. The man in white was muttering in a low voice, but the other two were simply excited. "You're all people who ascended from the Heaven Imperial Court?" It's the two of you?" These two were, of course, referring to Chu Yang and Mo. Qingwu. Yes. Chu Yang nodded honestly. "I'm from the lower three heavens of the Heaven Imperial Court. My mother is from the martial arts clans of the lower three heavens of the Heaven Imperial Court." Fellow countrymen. The two men in gold almost shed tears. They grabbed Chu Yang's hand and looked fervent. "So we're from the same hometown." "Brother, we were originally from the Heaven Imperial Court, such a coincidence?" Chu Yang's face was full of surprise, even more pretentious. Pfft. Cough. Mo Qinggu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She hurriedly covered her mouth and pretended to cough, but it was very fake. "How's the Heaven Imperial Court now? What's it like now?" The two men in gold surrounded Chu Yang and asked urgently. The man in white was a little helpless about this, but he didn't stop them. His face was still calm, but he also perked up his ears to listen. A single person was actually chatting on the first bridge. As they chatted, the three people invited them warmly. Come. Let's go to our place and have a good chat. Sigh, I haven't been back to the Heaven Imperial Court for tens of thousands of years. I really miss home." They actually led the three people forward just like that. Xianxia followed beside Chu Yang with a straight face. She only felt that her heart was so ridiculous that she wanted to laugh. The other party was clearly so determined just now, but the mention of the Heaven Imperial Court completely changed their minds. They actually allowed them to enter their tent. Although there was still a possibility that they would be politely sent out after catching up, after all, there was already a buffer. To Xianxia and Chu Yang, with this buffer, it was equivalent to a big step forward. With a good start, perhaps the rest of the matters would be much easier to handle. Chu Yang and the other two followed the three people of the previous generation and walked forward for about 1,000 feet. Suddenly, their field of vision widened a lot. They realized that the bridge here actually extended out horizontally by a large section, and on the extra section of the bridge, there stood a fortress. There was only a passageway below this fortress. Above the passageway, there were actually rooms. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel dizzy. Such a design was really King original and unique, a work of the gods. No matter who wanted to pass through here, the people here only needed to wait at ease. When there was nothing to do, they could even sleep, rest, or practice martial arts in their rooms. When there was something to do, they could just come down and hold the fort. The only requirement was that you were a martial artist and could fly, and that was enough. However, to build such a house in this area, it seemed that the difficulty was also not ordinary. First of all, divine senses could not be used here at all. It was even more impossible to fly here and there. One could only rely on the most primitive lightness techniques to move around here. In order to build such a magnificent building, besides the huge amount of work involved, who knew how much risk they would have to take? Looking at Chu Yang's expression, the white-robed man Xianyuan Chongkong laughed heartily. We built this house step by step. There are people here all year round. Even if we don't take turns to be on duty, there will still be people standing here alone. Therefore, we might as well build this house. We changed from one person to one person to one person to 3 people to one person so that we can be companions and chat with each other to get rid of loneliness. That's really a big deal. Chu Yang clicked his tongue in wonder. Building such a house is really difficult. I'm afraid that it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a life or death situation. If one were to accidentally fall down, I really don't know where to look for him. Xianyuan Chongkong smiled reservedly. Everyone has been circling between life and death all year round. This little bit of danger is nothing to be afraid of. Actually, the original intention of building this house is to make life easier for everyone in the future. There's no need to give anything in return. We've lived in the land for a long time, and practice makes perfect. Danger can hardly be considered as danger, Chu Yang said sincerely. I'm saying that you're a bunch of desperados. The 2 people at the side patted Chu Yang's shoulder and laughed. Well said, we're desperados. They increasingly felt that this guy's words were really to their liking. Xianyuan Chongkong's face was also filled with joy. However, he was also doubtful in his heart. This princess of the purple cloud heavens was the real deal. If she was not a direct descendant of the purple cloud heavenly emperor, she would definitely not be able to activate the purple cloud heavenly emperor's purple cloud tower. There was no need to doubt this point. As for the beautiful lady beside her, she was also very simple and honest. Her temperament would definitely not be crooked. These 2 ladies could be completely trusted. However, this black-robed man was really somewhat unfathomable. He looked young and tender, but in fact, he was full of inner qualities. It was as if his whole body naturally carried a kind of subduing aura. It was a feeling of déjà vu. It was a pity that he couldn't use his divine sense to observe carefully here. Otherwise, with his eyesight, he would have been able to see some clues. At the very least, he would be able to find out how high this guy's cultivation was. In addition, there was something else that they didn't understand. He had deliberately become friends with his 2 brothers in just a few words. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Ever since that incident, these 2 brothers had always been silent, even in the face of Emperor Dongwang's occasional visits. Most of them didn't say a word. How did I get along so well with this guy today? This is really strange. If that was all there was to it, then it would have been fine. After all, they were just looking at each other. This was completely unreasonable. However, what was even stranger was that even though he knew that Chu Yang was deliberately welcoming the 3 of them, he still didn't feel any disgust towards him. Instead, he was happy to spend more time with him. Wasn't this an extremely strange thing? Xianyuan Chongkong faintly had a thought in his heart. This black-robed man who calls himself Chu Yang seems to be very experienced in dealing with people like me. But, how is this possible? He is only a few years old. I have tens of thousands of years of cultivation. My temperament has been tempered. How can I be seen through so easily? With a belly full of doubts, he finally came to the room. The burly man in gold actually took the initiative to make tea. Haha. It's rare that fellow countrymen from my hometown come over. I have to take out my 5th brother's precious tea for everyone to taste. Xianyuan Chongkong was stunned again. This guy actually doesn't treat this black-robed man as an outsider. You must know that I have spent a lot of effort to accumulate that tea. Usually, only these few brothers can drink it. Now that this black-robed man has come, the elder actually went to take it directly. This display of goodwill is too obvious. No need, no need. Chu Yang laughed. Dear brothers, I think you have been away from the heavenly layer for a long time. I have not ascended for a long time. Before I ascended, I was afraid that I would never be able to drink the tea of my hometown again, so I really brought a lot of tea specialties from the heavenly layer continent. Let's drink it today and try it, to comfort everyone's homesickness. Are you serious? The 3 of them raised their heads at the same time, their eyes shining. Even Xianyuan Chongkong, who had always been profound and wise, had his eyes shining when he heard this. There was a hint of covetousness in his eyes. When these few people first came here, the whole process was full of bafflement. They didn't bring anything over. To put it bluntly, even if they wanted to find something to prove that they were indeed from the heavenly layer continent, they probably wouldn't be able to find it. This guy actually thought of bringing tea up in advance? What kind of explanation is this? Xianyuan Chongkong immediately felt relieved. This guy probably ascended normally. He is different from us. As long as he has a space tool with a large capacity, it is reasonable for him to bring more things other than martial arts. Not only did Chu Yang have tea in his tribulation space, but they were all of the best quality. Ever since he saw that the elder ancestor Chu Xiaoxin liked tea so much, Chu Yang also fell in love with this stuff. Before he ascended, he had bought a lot of tea. All the famous tea in the heavenly layer was available. It was quite extravagant. When Chu Yang took out a packet of tea, he gathered the water vapor and boiled the tea. When the tea fragrance spread out, the dark green tea rolled back and forth in the teacup. An indescribable and wonderful tea fragrance rose in spirals just like that. The three people opposite him sniffed together, sniffing the long-awaited taste of their hometown. Their actions were a little comical, but Chu Yang and the other two only felt a heartfelt bitterness in their hearts. Such heroic figures, just for one belief, had to stay here, or never return to their hometown for the rest of their lives. Wasn't this also a kind of great cruelty? The three of them smelled the tea fragrance. At first, they were intoxicated, but gradually, they couldn't help but have their eyes turn red. They held up the teacup with infinite care. Looking at the tea in the cup, they were actually speechless for a moment. After a long, long time, the 2 tears in the eyes of the burly man in gold on the left dripped onto the green tea, making 2 ding-dong sounds. Although the sound was very soft, how could it escape everyone's ears? The burly man forced a smile and said, "The tea is really too hot. The dense steam is rising. It's so hot that it's making my tears come out." This sentence was such an inappropriate excuse, but it made the other 2 nod repeatedly, expressing their agreement. The scene in front of them was originally an extremely comical situation. A burly man holding a cup of tea and crying. But Emo Qinggu and the others didn't find it funny at all. Instead, their noses turned sour, and their eyes were watery. They were almost about to cry. Xianyuan Chongkong held the teacup, raised his head, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. Yes. It's the tea of my hometown. The tea of the heavenly layer continent. I will never forget this taste in my life. I originally thought that I had already forgotten it. Chu Yang's heart ached. When he reached out again, there was already a space ring in his hand. He passed it to Xianyuan Chongkong. This is. There was a look of understanding in Xianyuan Chongkong's eyes, but his tone was still filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that such a surprise would actually happen to him. This is the tea of our hometown. Naturally, it should be drunk by the people of our hometown. Chu Yang took a deep breath. When I ascended to Heaven Imperial City, I brought a lot, except for the part that my mother made for me. I won't take out the rest for you. I collected the rest myself. I'll give them to all of you. In the future, on this purple cloud battlefield, when you're free from battle, feel the taste of our hometown. When you're away from your hometown, you miss the taste of your hometown the most. Xianyuan Chongkong suddenly stood up, his eyes red. He received the space ring with both hands carefully, and said in an unusually solemn manner, "Thank you so much. We accept your kind intentions." The other 2 burly men in gold looked excited, gratified, and a little sad. Looking at the ring, they asked longingly, "How much is inside? How many times is it enough to drink?" It's more or less a brother's kind intentions. How much do you care? Even if you can only drink it once, isn't it a great favor? This is the tea of our hometown. No matter how many purple crystals you have, where can you buy it? Xianyuan Chongkong glared at his 2 brothers, feeling very embarrassed. These 2 are too greedy. Tea. How much of this thing can you bring with you? At most, bringing a few kilograms is already very good, right? You said that you're giving it all to us, but why didn't you keep half? These 2 are really useless. No matter how scheming you are, how much you want to know, you have to wait for them to leave and close the door before you look. You just have to shout it out in front of them, you've really lost the face of all of us brothers. There's really not much tea in here. It's really not enough to take out. Yang smiled and said, at most, it's less than 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms. Wow. The three of them exclaimed at the same time. Xianyuan Chongkong was also one of those who exclaimed. 2,000 kilograms of tea. What the heck, how big of a figure is this? For these people, even 1 or 2 taels of tea was a rare surprise. That was just wishful thinking, but now, they had 1,000 kilograms. It was simply like a pauper who was so poor that he couldn't even afford to drink noodles suddenly having a mountain of gold. They instantly became nouveau riche. Wow, when they opened the ring and saw the actual inventory inside, the 2 burly men in gold couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The taste of happiness instantly spread through their bodies. There's really so much, this isn't a dream, right? I won't say anything more. I'll take half a kilogram of it and put it on my bed to drink slowly. The golden-robed man danced with joy. He was so excited that his face was flushed. Drink a cup in the morning, drink a cup before going to bed at night. Xianyuan Chongkong was also a little excited, but he still pretended to be calm and said disdainfully, can you tell the difference between morning and night in this white fog? Drink a cup in the morning, drink a cup in the evening? You're really good. The golden-robed man was immediately defeated. With these teas as a foundation, the relationship between Yang and these 3 people warmed up again. Leveled up. Explosive, from strangers to acquaintances, it only took half a cup of tea's time. It was as if they were sitting on a rocket to the point where they could call each other brothers. Brother. The golden-robed man on the left slapped Yang's left shoulder, you're really good. I, Yan Fei, recognize you as my brother. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Such good tea. Brother. The golden-robed man on the right slapped Yang's right shoulder, not bad, I, Yang Zong, won't say thank you to you. I put everything aside in my heart. Yang was caught off guard by the 2 big slaps. So, he fell on his butt with a crashing sound. Although his body could withstand the tremendous force, the chair he was sitting on couldn't withstand it. So, he still sat on the ground. Someone whose butt touched the cold ground couldn't help but have black lines on his forehead. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yang's embarrassing situation, everyone laughed heartily. The 2 girls laughed especially, like flowers trembling. Suddenly, there was no longer any sense of alienation between everyone. Brother, tell us quickly, what is Chongtian like now? The 3 people asked at the same time. Chongtian continent, this story is really long. Yang began to talk tirelessly. The 3 people listened with great interest. He described the landscape of the mountains and rivers, described the geography of the people, described the customs of the people. Yang's mouth flowed like a river, and he talked endlessly, as if he could go on forever. The 3 people listened with great interest from the beginning. Slowly, he lost interest and even felt a little resentful. Because this guy was only describing this. He didn't mention anything about the people, geography, or local customs of the Chongtian continent. Or rather, he didn't mention anything that the 3 of them really wanted to hear. Even. There was no implication at all. Xianyuan Chongkong was still able to maintain his composure. Although his face was gloomy, he was still listening attentively. However, Yan Fei and Yang Zong could no longer hold it in. After hesitating for a long while, Yan Fei finally stammered. It was as if he was sitting on a hedgehog. He said uncomfortably, well, apart from these, are there any other, heroic deeds? Or the Great War of the Century, heroes? Hero? Are you talking about those legends and myths? Yang's face was full of confusion, most of those are just exaggerations. What's there to talk about? Do you want to hear about this? Yan Fei was dumbfounded and could not help but swallow his saliva. However, he did not dare to say what he really wanted to say. He could only look at Xianyuan Chongkong. When we were together, there would be legends and legends. There are also some legends. Although they're a little exaggerated, they're not too outrageous. Under the urging of his 2 brothers, Xianyuan Chongkong finally opened his mouth unwillingly. However, the moment he opened his mouth, his originally clear voice became a little hoarse, and he even pretended to cough. At that time, we still remember. At that time, Xianyuan Chongkong said strenuously, and the legend of Tribulation Sword Master and Brother Tribulation. Those people might not be legends and legends, but they were always the best of the best. I wonder if you've heard of any similar legends? When he said this, the three of them looked at Chu Yang with burning eyes. Their eyes. Apart from unlimited anticipation, there was also unlimited nervousness, although they were deceived. Although they were deceived for a lifetime, although they were harmed and almost used to death in the end, however, in the end, they still wanted to know some things. For example, how was their big brother, who had caused their brother's souls to scatter, in the martial world? But were there any legends about him? In this battlefield, many of the warriors who were fighting against the heavenly demons were the same kind of people as their brothers. They knew each other's identities, but there was basically no deep communication. Especially when it came to the unbearable past, no one was willing to talk about it. The past was unbearable to recall, but they still wanted to know if their old friends were still alive. Now, Chu Yang in front of them was a person who had ascended. He should be different from the other people who came from the heavenly layer. They didn't know the inside story of tribulation, but they had the courage to ask about it. But of course, they didn't expect that they would accidentally find the person they were looking for. They didn't dare to ask about the previous tribulation. Instead, they asked about the current tribulation sword master. You're asking about this? You're talking about this? Chu Yang's face showed a sorrowful expression. He said, "This matter is really too tragic. I did deliberately avoid this topic at first. When it comes to the legends and legends of our heavenly layer, we can't skip the legend of tribulation. But this legend is really too tragic, so I've been avoiding this tragic question. But I didn't expect you guys to take the initiative to ask this question." Sigh. Tragic? Too tragic? What do you mean? The three of them sat up straight at the same time, their eyes wide open. That matter. That person wouldn't have spread it out himself, right? He should be glorious. How could he be so tragic, and it seems like the whole world knows about it. Now in the heavenly layer continent, almost everyone knows about it. But everyone has the same attitude, which is to keep it a secret. Because every time they talk about it, they feel their hearts ache. In the heavenly layer imperial court, His Majesty Zihao, the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, is recognized by everyone as a hero. But in the heavenly layer continent, the only legend that is recognized by everyone is the legend of tribulation. Chu Yang sighed deeply, his voice full of emotion. What? Heartache? Legend? Hurry up and tell us in detail. What happened? The three of them felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. They couldn't wait to ask. It's a long story. If you didn't ask, I really didn't want to talk about it again. Such a peerless hero, died so tragically. Even his body died and his Tao disappeared, his soul scattered. Chu Yang sighed again and again. The three of them panted heavily at the same time. Could it be that he was talking about us? Could it be that what happened back then was already known to the whole world? Brother, please, tell us in detail. What is it that could shake the entire heavenly layer? Xianxia Chongkong could tell that Chu Yang didn't want to talk about it. So, he suddenly stood up and bowed. Then, he changed the topic and said seriously, "This matter is very important to us. Please." Yan Fei and Yang Zong asked at the same time. All right. Chu Yang said solemnly, "Heroes can't be wronged forever. Since you said that this matter is related to you, I'll say it again. But, you have to be patient. I'll tell you the whole story in detail, don't worry, we'll definitely be patient." The three of them nodded hurriedly, "We'll be very patient. Speaking of this matter, I'll have to start from the Tribulation Sword Master." Chu Yang said. He was interrupted by Yan Fei. The Tribulation Sword Master? The Tribulation Sword Master is already at the Tribulation Sword Master? Shut up. Xianyuan Chongkong and Yang Zong looked at Yan Fei fiercely and reprimanded him at the same time. Yan Fei sat down embarrassedly and scratched his head. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, shut up." The two of them shouted at the same time, "Stop and listen carefully. If you say one more word, get out." Yanfei lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Continue, continue." The two of them turned to look at Chu Yang at the same time. The Tribulation Sword Master of the first generation came from a very ordinary sect in the lower three heavens. He was a handsome young man. When he was only 15 years old, he already became the Tribulation Sword Master of the first generation. Moreover, he was smart, handsome, and elegant. He was really a dragon among men, a peerless talent in the heavenly layer. Chu Yang began to narrate. After hearing this series of praises, the three of them thought, "What's so strange about this? The previous Tribulation Sword Masters were all like this. Otherwise, how could they win the hearts of the people? This Tribulation Sword Master of the first generation brought his brothers and started from the lower three heavens, and so. He turned the tide and saved the day. His loyal heart shone brightly in the sun and the moon, and his spirit shone brightly in the stars." Chu Yang's voice softly described the story that was slightly exaggerated with artistic embellishment. Anyway, the main character of the story was simply a perfect person who was loved by everyone. Mo Qinggu leaned her head in Xianxia's arms, as if she had already fallen asleep. Xianxia also buried her face in Mo Qinggu's hair. The two of them were trying their best to control their emotions, but the two of them were already having a stomachache from holding it in. They really had never seen such a shameless and despicable person before. The two girls didn't dare to raise their heads. Once they raised their heads, they wouldn't be able to control the smile on their faces. In fact, they would be exposed on the spot. So, the Tribulation Sword Master came to the upper three heavens. This Tribulation Sword Master was so chivalrous, courageous, righteous, upright, loyal, so. Then, he rushed to the upper three heavens. What exactly happened? The three of them listened attentively. Although the things that Chu Yang said might be a little exaggerated, but to them, they still felt that it was reasonable. My brothers were probably like this back then. After this Tribulation Sword Master rushed up to the upper three heavens, he was surprised to find that the law enforcement officers, who were supposed to be his greatest support, were now completely opposing him. When the identity of the Tribulation Sword Master was exposed, the law enforcement officers and Dharma Supreme of the upper three heavens became even more aggressive. They directly mobilized the power of the whole world to go against the Tribulation Sword Master. For a time, the Tribulation Sword Master was basically going against the whole world, and the situation was very unfavorable. Chu Yang's voice was heavy. What's going on? How is this possible? The three of them were confused as well. The law enforcers have always been the biggest support for the Master of the Calamity Sword. No matter when, as long as this force exists, it's the personal force of the Master of the Calamity Sword. Why are they against the Master of the Calamity Sword? Something must have gone wrong. Yes, something must have gone wrong. Chu Yang sighed. After many investigations, this first-generation Tribulation Sword Master discovered to his surprise that this Dharma Supreme, who is the head of the law enforcement officers, not only has a superb cultivation, he is also extraordinarily intelligent. What shocked him even more was, this Dharma Supreme actually knows everything about the Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation Brother. He even knows about the Tribulation Sword technique and those elixirs and pills. It's the heavy elixir. Yanfei said angrily. He really couldn't stand the fact that this guy's story was full of mistakes. Yes, it's that heavy elixir. In any case, it's an extremely miraculous elixir. Chu Yang readily accepted her advice. He immediately corrected himself. Let's not talk about these details. Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Under normal circumstances, only the Tribulation Sword Master himself knows these things. How did others know? Especially an outsider like the Dharma Supreme? Xianyuan Chongkong couldn't understand. This mystery lasted until the end. It was only during the final battle that the truth was finally revealed. Chu Yang's voice was heavy. This Dharma Supreme is actually one of the previous tribulations. And he's the most irreplaceable think tank. What? The three of them were shocked. They were completely shocked to the extreme. They didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. But Chu Yang immediately stopped talking. Because he realized that there was a loophole in his story that should not have appeared. The fact that the Dharma Supreme's true body was Diwu Chochang. Yang originally did not intend to announce it to the public. Regarding the Dharma Supreme's mental journey, Yang had always felt very complicated. But it was undeniable that there was also a trace of admiration and a trace of pity. Even though he had done a lot of bad things, and even though he had planned to purge the entire world in the end. But Yang still didn't want to speak ill of him. But now, in a moment of carelessness, he had revealed half of the truth. Yang suddenly stopped talking. The three of them stood up anxiously at the same time. What happened next? What happened after that? What are you trying to do now? How could that Dharma Supreme be the brains of the previous tribulation? How can he go back? What the hell is going on? Why don't you continue? The three of them were so worried that they were about to go crazy. Seeing that they were about to reach the critical moment, this guy actually stopped talking. Wouldn't this make them depressed to death? Yan Fei jumped up and down. He was so anxious that he scratched his head. Say it, little ancestor. Don't tell me that at such a moment you're going to say, what will happen next time? Then I'll definitely suffocate to death. I'm actually choosing my words carefully. I'll continue. Yang had already made up his mind. He continued, and the reason why this former tribulation brother appeared here is to avenge his brothers. Avenge? You mean, avenge? The three of them exclaimed at the same time. Because the previous generation of tribulation brothers actually died in the hands of the tribulation sword master. Yang said, so, this tribulation brain. At the last moment, he desperately escaped from a place that was said to be mending the heavens. Then, he used all his schemes and tricks. He concealed his identity and became the head of the law enforcement officers, the Dharma Supreme. Everything he did was actually to find his elder brother, the tribulation sword master of his generation, and ask him personally, why? Why? The three of them murmured absent-mindedly, yes. Why? These three words, we also want to ask all the time. But, where can we go to ask? But, when this brain came back to the world, thousands of years had already passed. In the heavenly realm, that's a very long time. But in the martial world, there's no longer any legend of this tribulation sword master. Yang said. That's impossible. That's impossible. The three of them jumped up at the same time. Although they didn't know who this previous generation tribulation boss was, and what kind of character he had, but how could a person who could become the tribulation sword master and lead the tribulation brothers to the peak of the heavenly realm, be an ordinary person? How could a person who could achieve such a feat become a nobody? Not to mention other things, all the brothers knew very well what kind of person their boss was back then. He was definitely a man of great talent and vision, unparalleled intelligence, and unparalleled wisdom. He had exhausted all his schemes to achieve all these. Next, even if he wanted to dominate the martial world, it wouldn't be difficult for him. How could he be a nobody? It's a pity that this is the truth. An indisputable truth. Yang said. That's not right. Xianyuan Chongkong frowned deeply. Even if the tribulation sword master is no longer around, his clan must still be around. How could they disappear? Yang frowned. Indeed, they didn't. Have you seen the previous tribulation sword master's clan when you were around? I think I've only seen the tribulation clan. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. That's right, they fought every day back then, but they really didn't come into contact with any of the tribulation sword master's clan. If it was really like back then, how could the tribulation sword master not have a foundation to pass down his legacy? The three of them fell into deep thought. This seems like there's a problem, Yang said solemnly. Let me continue. Unable to find a way to ask, that tribulation strategist found another way and thought of ways to become a Dharma Supreme. He used the power of a Dharma Supreme to deal with the next tribulation sword master who might appear. Finally, he waited. That battle wiped out all the clans in the three heavens on the heavenly level continent. Even all the martial artists in the heavenly level continent were affected. That was really an earth-shattering battle of the century, and it lasted for a long time. I can imagine. Xianyuan Chongkong and the other two suddenly felt their blood boiling. There was a brother who was determined to go back and take revenge. In order to avenge his dead brothers and seek justice from the destined Tribulation Sword Master, he didn't hesitate to slaughter the world and bathe the heavenly level continent in blood. Although this didn't happen to them, just thinking about it made them so excited that their scalps tingled. And it was under such high pressure that the Tribulation Sword Master of the first generation struggled bitterly and actually broke through the last stage. Thus, he knew the true mission of the Tribulation Sword. At the same time, he also knew the tragedy behind all this. He knew the whole truth. Truth? What truth? The three of them asked at the same time. Yes, it's the truth. Xianxia nodded slowly, and said with a hint of sorrow, the truth is, the mission of the Tribulation Sword, the mission of the Tribulation Sword? What does the truth have to do with the Tribulation Sword? The three of them asked one after another, their eyes widening. How can it not have anything to do with it? It's very important. The hidden mission of the Tribulation Sword is to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Xianxia said bleakly, the Tribulation Sword Master only knew in the end. The so-called gathering of the Tribulation Sword Masters was actually a selection. It was to choose the true candidate to fight against the extraterrestrial demons and quell the demons. He looked at the three of them and said, just like all of you, coming to the heavenly level imperial court, coming to the purple cloud heavens, guarding this fallen area and fighting endlessly. The breathing of the three of them became hurried in an instant. At the same time, she felt that her heart was suddenly lifted, as if it was being pulled out, and she almost couldn't breathe. Actually, it's like this, Xianxia repeated what he had said to Wu Jiuqing back then in detail. He said, because the Calamity Sword had never found a person who was truly qualified to inherit its legacy, it fell into a cycle of reincarnation again and again. While the previous masters of the Calamity Sword did not meet the requirements themselves, their brothers had already fulfilled the conditions. However, he himself did not have enough strength to go up, and his brothers also could not go up. So, he could only choose to sacrifice himself. Let his brothers go to the destined place of the Tribulation Brothers to fight against the extraterrestrial demons, so the so-called tribulation mending the heavens wasn't to mend the hole in the sky, nor was it to extend the time limit for the heavenly calamity that was about to collapse. It was to quell the purple cloud heavens. Xianxia said slowly. But the three of them were already in a daze. Their eyes were blank and lifeless. Xianxia's gaze was fixed on their faces. The three of them were completely unaware of this and continued to sit there in a daze. Golden robes. The sudden flash of golden light when the eyes were operating, the golden light from the bones when the enemy slashed his body. An almost indestructible body, was this the so-called immortal golden body? The minds of the three of them were churning like a tsunami, after the truth was revealed, that Dharma Supreme, who was also the previous tribulation, was deeply regretful. In the end, he perished together with an extraterrestrial demon that had infiltrated the Double Heavens continent. If it wasn't for his sacrifice, the Double Heavens continent would have fallen into the ravages of that extraterrestrial demon, Xianxia sighed emotionally. That's not right. It doesn't make sense at all. Xianyuan Chongkong suddenly raised his head and looked at Xianxia fiercely. Even so, those previous Tribulation Sword Masters didn't have to die, reality is so cruel. If they didn't die, his brothers were destined to not be able to pass through that passageway. Xianxia said quietly, they had to sacrifice their physical bodies, souls, and even the fate of their entire family to pour into that hole. In fact, when he killed his brothers with his own hands and used the most despicable words to provoke them, making them hate him, he was already dead. The one who was alive was actually just a walking corpse. After he collected the bodies of his brothers and buried them, at the latest, when they were halfway through the passageway, he would also throw his own body into the passageway, to complete the protection and construction of the last part of the journey. If he didn't do that, everyone's souls would only disperse in that passageway. Not only would they not be able to attain the immortal golden body, but they would all die in there and never be able to come out. The three of them sat there and listened in a daze. For a moment, the three of them seemed to have become three wooden statues. Their eyes were extremely lifeless. So this was the truth back then? We misunderstood Big Brother? Wronged Big Brother? In the silence, only Xianyuan Chongkong's voice could be heard asking subconsciously, then. Big Brother's family? When we left, the richest land on the continent was clearly inherited by Boss's family. Even if Boss is no longer around, shouldn't his family have inherited the land from generation to generation? I don't know about that. I only know that every generation of tribulation masters would establish a huge family and enjoy glory for tens of thousands of years. However, there has never been a legend of a descendant of the tribulation sword master, not even one. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Oh right, there's only one exception. After the 8th generation tribulation sword master disappeared, his family also disappeared soon after. Only his younger brother and his younger sister-in-law's family were left. But this family was destroyed in the hands of Brother Tribulation's descendants. There's only Brother Tribulation's big clan in the world. There's never been a 10th super clan, ka. The 3 people on the other side were gritting their teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, boom, Xianfei slapped on the table and yelled, "Those ungrateful bastards! How could they? How could they? How could they? How could they?" Xianyuan Chongkong sniffed. His eyes were completely red, and his chest was still heaving up and down rapidly. However, he brazenly raised his head and locked his cold gaze on Chu Yang. "I don't believe what you're saying. How can these things be known by everyone in the heavenly layer continent? If what you've said is true, then it's undoubtedly top secret information. How do you know about it?" Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, "Your suspicions are very reasonable. What I just said is indeed not something that everyone knows. It is indeed an absolute secret." He smiled and said, "But I know it. Moreover, I know it completely." "Why? Give me a reason." Xianyuan Chongkong's sharp eyes looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang pulled Mo Qingwu over and smiled, "Because my wife's brother is one of the Tribulation brothers. And he's the brains of the Tribulation brothers." Mo Qingwu exclaimed and looked at Chu Yang. Xianyuan Chongkong looked at Mo Qingwu and finally nodded slowly. Next, he didn't ask Chu Yang. Instead, he asked Mo Qingwu a few inconspicuous but crucial questions. However, these questions weren't a problem for Mo Qingwu, who was Tribulation's brainchild's younger sister. They were things that she had experienced personally, so she just told them the truth. Moreover, Xianyuan Chongkong would never dream that this brainchild's younger sister was actually one of the Tribulations, a female Tribulation that had never been seen before, and she was the wife of the Tribulation sword master. It could be said that this brainchild's younger sister could answer the questions that Tribulation's brainchild couldn't answer, let alone some ordinary things. After asking a few crucial questions in a row, and being answered by Mo Qingwu fluently, Xianyuan Chongkong finally gave up. He sat down in a daze, as if his spirit was suddenly sucked out. The other two, Xianfei and Yang Zong, were already dumbfounded. In front of Chu Yang and the other two, it was obvious that the 3 of them were trying hard to restrain themselves. However, their breathing became heavier and heavier. Finally, swoosh swoosh swoosh, a few lines of hot tears flowed down the 3 brothers' cheeks. They didn't say anything. They just sat there in a daze, crying in a daze. They didn't make any sound, but it was as if they were dead. Smack. Yanfei slapped his own face hard and scolded, "Yanfei, you're a bastard." This slap was so hard that his face swelled up instantly. Yang Zong also raised his hand, wanting to hit himself. However, after thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped Xianyuan Chongkong's face hard. Boom, Xianyuan Chongkong was sent flying. Yang Zong suddenly stood up and scolded, "What did I say back then? F***ck, it's you bastards who insisted that you were framed. F***ck, where did you get so many delusions of being framed? At that time, I said that maybe Big Brother had his reasons." "What did you say?" As he spoke, he suddenly burst into tears. He slapped his own face and cried, "Now, you've hated Big Brother for tens of thousands of years, you've scolded Big Brother for tens of thousands of years. Do you feel good now? When you die in the future, how can you face Big Brother in the afterlife? Do you still have any face left?" He suddenly roared like a thunderbolt. Xianyuan Chongkong fell to the ground, as if he couldn't stand up anymore. Tears flowed down his face as he said painfully, "Yes, I was wrong, we were all wrong." Yanfei howled and cried. Facing the situation in front of him, Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. This time, when he spoke of the past, he purposely spoke in a joking tone, hoping to make the matter as light as possible. But to these iron-blooded men, the truth of the matter was still too heavy for their lives to bear. Originally, Chu Yang didn't think of saying the cruelest thing all at once. But now, he changed his mind. Any concealment would be a great harm to such brothers. Trying to conceal the truth would only lead to more serious consequences. They already had the power and the right to know the truth, even if the truth was so hard to accept. Not only did they need the truth, but the dead also needed justice. The crying of the three gradually stopped, but their bodies were still trembling slightly. They were still grieving and still unable to accept it. But in front of outsiders, they only lost their composure for a moment before regaining their emotions. Blood flowed out from the corner of Xianyuan Chongkong's mouth. That was an internal injury caused by the backlash of using his own cultivation to suppress the grief in his heart. However, he ignored his injuries and forced himself to take a deep breath. This breath seemed to have sucked in a lot of the surrounding white fog into his stomach. It seemed to have buried all the grief and bitterness deep in his heart. "Brother Chu, our hearts are in a mess." Xianyuan Chongkong took a deep breath and said word by word, "The three of you, please take a rest for the time being. Let us sort out our emotions carefully before we continue our conversation." Chu Yang stood up. He said, "Understood, understood. This is what we should do." Xianyuan Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, "The three of you go out and turn left. There's another room over there. The facilities are rather simple and crude. I'm sorry to have neglected your highness. But now, we can't suppress the emotions in our hearts. It's really inappropriate for us to receive more distinguished guests." He tried hard to control himself and said to Xianxia, "Your highness, please forgive us." Xianxia nodded silently and said softly, "From your reactions, I can tell that you're probably the famous brothers of the previous generation." The sword master got what he wanted. His wish was fulfilled early. Such a sacrifice should be within his calculations. But I believe it more. No matter what, his spirit in heaven wouldn't want to see his brothers hurt and grieving. She paused for a moment and deliberated for a long time. Finally, she didn't continue speaking and held Mo Qingwu's arm. He followed Chu Yang out. The three figures gradually disappeared. Xianyuan Chongkong sat on the chair in a daze, as if he had completely lost consciousness. After a long time, she finally let out a soft sigh. With this sigh, the tears that she had been holding back burst out of her eyes once again. After Chu Yang and the others left, the three of them sat quietly on the chairs and thought about the past. She quietly wept. Other than the sound of her tears dripping onto the ground, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Outside, on the bridge that led to where they came from, white fog filled the air and drifted back and forth. In this kind of white fog, nothing could be seen clearly. It was hazy. This white fog had existed for an unknown amount of time. It seemed that ever since the double celestial palace and the purple cloud heavens came into existence, the fog had always existed here. Perhaps in the Ming dynasty or the future, it would continue to exist forever. Isn't it just like everything else in the world? No one could see what was on the other side of the fog of life. Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu, and Xianxia sat silently in the room on the other side, facing each other in silence. Right now, they really had nothing to say. In the face of such a situation, they could neither advise nor not advise. But they had to say that things had changed with the passage of time. Heroes couldn't be wronged, and comradeship couldn't be erased. But such a truth brought great sorrow to the survivors. It hurt even more. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. He murmured, "How can everything in the world be perfect?" Xianxia sighed and said softly, "How can everything in the world go according to one's wishes? Everyone knows how to reason, but when it comes to it, how many people can be exempted?" Mo Qingwu also sighed softly and said in a daze, "If the tribulation sword master that the elders followed was still alive, that would be the best." Chu Yang and Xianxia sighed at the same time. Still alive, is it possible? Is it possible? Chu Yang asked himself in his heart. Suddenly, a dejected sigh came from outside. That was Xianyuan Chongkong's voice. At this moment, Xianyuan Chongkong and the other two had already walked out of the room. They sat down side by side on this extremely steep first bridge and looked at the vast sea of clouds in a daze. The blood in my chest can burn my dreams. I should have no regrets as long as my brothers are here, side by side, we can turn the world around as one. Tribulation brothers have no regrets as long as they are alive. Suddenly, Xianxia recited softly. This was a song that was circulated in the heavenly continent when the brothers gathered together in the past. It was a song about how they robbed their brothers back then. However, this song hadn't been recited for tens of thousands of years. Because as long as they recited it, they would think of that incident back then, that person, although everyone had dreamt of it countless times in the middle of the night, and their hearts were always spinning, not forgetting the slightest detail. Who would be able to say it out loud? Who would be able to say it out loud? But now, it had resurfaced in the world once again here. Yang Zong and Yan Fei's tears fell like rain as they continued sobbing softly. The path under my feet, the sword in my hand, flattening the mountains and breaking the heavens, tribulation sword, hot-bloodedness and righteousness move the world. Who can be a hero? Tribulation sword master is named Duan Tian. Tribulation sword master, Duan Tian. It's hard to succeed, but it's also hard to fail. The 3-foot-long sword looks down on the world. Since ancient times, success or failure has not been determined by the heavens. Once the sword strikes, the heavens and the earth turn cold, drifting and going without a name. Tribulation brothers' first test. Tribulation brothers' first, success or failure has not been determined. The ancestral spirit river will be passed down forever. The autumn wind is bleak and the river is cold. Tribulation brothers' second, Xianxia. Pulling up the vast sky, there is Xianyuan, the stars and the palm change. The sun and moon in the heart are cold. Once the sword strikes, ghosts and gods will be shocked. Wisdom can turn the heavens. Tribulation heart, sitting upright on the unmoving mountain, strategizing, with a snap of the fingers, talking and laughing can overturn the heavens. Tribulation brothers fifth. Tribulation brain, Xianyuan Chongkong. Gai Xiao, long sky swallow, spreading its wings and soaring between the heavens and the earth. Tribulation brothers Yan Fei. The three of them recited softly. As they recited, tears flowed down their cheeks. Their hearts were bitter and unspeakable. This recitation was almost instinctive. It wasn't because their hearts had returned to the past at the beginning of the recitation. That was the most memorable moment. The time when the group of brothers gathered in the past, every moment, and every event slipped past their eyes bit by bit. The memories that they thought they hadn't gone through for tens of thousands of years, the past that they thought they had long forgotten. At this moment, it was as vivid as a painting. As if it was yesterday. The past was unbearable to recall, so it was all in the heart, the past singing and drinking, the past fighting side by side, the past singing and laughing, the past riding horses in the martial world. Vaguely, that extremely familiar face suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. Black hair, a square face, a tall and straight figure, dressed in white, and a deep gaze. Those two sharp gazes were like swords, as if they were going to pierce through time and space. The long river of time from tens of thousands of years ago shone on the faces of the three once again. The three of them trembled at the same time as if they felt the heartfelt gaze of those two eyes. Sharp, and cold, but when he looked at them, these sharp eyes were filled with endless care and gentleness. Xianyuan Chongkong suddenly covered his face and cried out, "Boss!" His voice was like the cry of an ape deep in the mountains, and it was heart-wrenching. Boss Yan Fei looked up at the sky and screamed. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed bitterly. "You're so cruel. You're so cruel. You're so cruel. But now, you're so cruel," and the previous curses and complaints contained a completely different meaning. "You're so cruel, to yourself." Thinking of what Chu Yang said just now, the three of them were heartbroken. The past tribulation sword masters used their bodies to open the path of reincarnation and opened the door to the outer realm. Their bones were the walls, their flesh paved the way, their blood became the wind, and their souls became the sky. They sent my brothers to the outer realm to fight the extraterrestrial demons. They nurtured my brothers and reconstructed their bodies to become immortal golden bodies. They helped my brothers to become powerful in the outer realm and achieve immortal achievements. They let my brothers enjoy the glory of the heavens and the earth and receive the supreme glory. Boss, we're already fighting the extraterrestrial demons in the outer realm, but, where are you? Where did you go, boss? We're already immortal golden bodies, but what about you? We've already achieved immortal achievements, but you've left behind eternal infamy. We're already, boss, back then, when you cleaned up our corpses, did your heart hurt? You must have been heartbroken. When all your brothers left and you were the only one left, did you regret it? You must have regretted it. You didn't regret it, you knew that we'd live in hatred of you ever since. Could you really be so calm? But we've misunderstood you for so many years and scolded you for so many years. Now that we know the truth, how can we endure it? The three of them cried, unable to speak. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly stood up and let out a long howl. His howl pierced through metal and stone and spread far and wide. Then, somewhere far away, a similar long howl suddenly rang out. One after another, Xianxia stood up suddenly with red eyes and strode into Chu Yang's room. When the door opened, Chu Yang and the other two looked at each other in shock. Xianxia stared at Chu Yang with red eyes. For a long time, he didn't say a word. He just stared at Chu Yang. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "You said earlier that you want to pay respects to the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor?" Chu Yang frowned and looked at him. Before he could say anything, he heard Xianxia say heavily, "We've thought about it. We'll send you there. We'll send you there at all costs. As long as we're still breathing, you'll be safe." Xianxia handsome expression even had a hint of hysterical determination. "Let's set it at 10 hours later." Everyone set off. "Why?" asked Xianxia, puzzled. "Not long ago, you were still desperately trying to stop us with no room for negotiation. Why did you suddenly change your mind now? I'm back. I can only say that I'm so tired that I'm half dead. Not only physically tired, but also mentally, that. Because the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds is a hero that we all deeply admire." Xianxia laughed bitterly, as if he was murmuring subconsciously, "Heroes should not leave any regrets, no matter whether they live or die. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor came to pay respects to him, so we should do our best. No matter what the final result is, no matter what the price is, the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds should be paid respects to by his own flesh and blood. It doesn't matter if he's alive or not, we have to send his descendants to his side out of love for him. And then, we will escort them back safely." After Xianxia finished, he turned around and left. When he reached the door, he paused and murmured, "We have already left regrets, and it is hard to make up for it. How can we create another regret? Ha ha ha." His laughter was bitter. His figure had already disappeared at the door. Chu Yang sighed deeply. "Chu Yang, your story has driven them crazy." Xianxia sighed softly. Chu Yang said heavily, "There is no other way. They will know the truth sooner or later. Instead of letting others say it, it is better for me, the current tribulation sword master, to say it. More importantly, the current battle against the extraterrestrial demons is the best time to express their emotions, and you going to pay respects to your father this time also gives them the best reason to express their emotions. If we don't let them express all the negative emotions in their hearts, do we really have to watch such heroes commit suicide out of guilt?" Xianxia sighed. "But, they also have the same intention to die." Now, Chu Yang nodded. He also vaguely noticed this just now. Xianxia sighed. "I'm afraid that this trip will be accompanied by many casualties. And for these people, any casualty will be a great loss. If you hadn't hinted at me with your eyes, I would have changed my mind just now." Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He said, I have my own plans. The past tribulation sword masters are heroes, but his brothers are also heroes. I will try my best not to let anything happen to them." His gaze turned to Emo Qinggu. "Qinggu, I will leave this matter to you." Emo Qinggu nodded deeply. At this time, there were figures moving rapidly in the distance. Dozens of figures rushed over from all directions. "What is it?" Someone asked anxiously, "Why did the few of you send out the summoning signal that should not be sent out unless the extraterrestrial demons invaded?" Chu Yang looked at the people rushing over from afar. But, he suddenly realized something. It could be said that he was enlightened or moved. The people who came were clearly divided into 7 camps, or perhaps it should be, 7 groups of people. In between, one could even clearly feel that there was a clear distinction between the two. There was no doubt that the relationship between these people was very friendly. It seemed that there was no difference between parties. They were partners who worked together for the same goal. However, one could clearly feel that they were different and belonged to different factions. Every group of people came side by side. The distance between each other was just right, forming a special formation to help each other. It was as if every one of them had placed all their attention on the brothers beside them, completely ignoring the fact that their own weaknesses had already been exposed. However, when everyone was doing this, all their weaknesses became non-existent. Or, it was a fatal temptation that was enough to lure any enemy. Although the color of everyone's clothes was different, everyone's skin and eyes were flowing with a kind of faint golden color. Immortal golden body, everyone was in this state. However, among these 7 groups of people, other than his own brothers who cooperated seamlessly, the other groups all maintained a kind of distance from him. This kind of distance was very subtle. They could help each other and live and die together, but they couldn't live and die together. Live and die together and live and die together. How big was the difference? Yang didn't know, but Yang could feel such a small difference. A total of 7 groups? How can there be 7 groups? There shouldn't be so many. Yang thought of a sentence. Most of the Tribulation Sword Masters chose to sacrifice themselves at the critical moment to help their brothers, except for the first Tribulation Sword Master who chose to really kill his brothers to help himself. But in the end, he was suppressed under the Lake of Death and had a tragic ending. And that time, Qing Feng, the first Tribulation Sword Master, Diwu Chouchang, caused a change in the fixed trajectory. That means that the rest of them were already destroyed. How can there be 7 groups? Could it be that Diwu Chouchang's group of brothers didn't actually die? Qi Yang's heart had already skipped a lot of time and thought of many things. The first group of people came first. A person came together. From the other people's silent acceptance of him as the leader, and from the expressions of these people, Qi Yang could guess that this person might be a brother of the second Tribulation Sword Master, Feng Yun. In other words, he was in the first group of people to arrive at the Heavenly Imperial Court and was the first to start fighting the heavenly demons. On his face, other than the traces of time, there was also an obvious sense of steadiness. This was an awe-inspiring demeanor that could only be cultivated after experiencing life and death for a long time and standing on the edge of life and death with a clear conscience. This kind of awe-inspiring demeanor made people feel heartfelt admiration at first sight. The second group of people came with a whoosh. They were the brothers of the third Tribulation Sword Master, Meng Song. The third group only had people in this group, and this person looked the most anxious. The moment he came, he clustered around Xianyuan Chongkong and the other 2. Every one of them looked extremely concerned. This person was obviously the other brothers of the fourth Tribulation Sword Master, Duan Tian. Only they would be so concerned about Xianyuan Chongkong and the other 2. The fourth group also didn't have people. There were only 8 of them. The moment they arrived, they sized up Qi Yang. Qi Yang didn't know any of these people, but their expressions revealed an indescribable sense of friendliness. There was also an indescribable sense of excitement. It was as if their long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled, or had already been fulfilled. When they saw Qi Yang, it was as if they saw the person they respected the most, the person they felt the most guilty about, and the person they missed the most. It was a complicated feeling. Qi Yang instantly realized that these people must be the brothers of the fifth Tribulation Sword Master, Yun Dong. They were also Wu Jucheng's brothers. Only these people knew about Qi Yang and the others and showed kindness from the start. Because they already knew everything from Wu Jucheng. Looking at these people, a sentence appeared in Qi Yang's mind: I stand on the firmament and point my sword at Yun Dong. I'm Yun Dong. Who dares to touch my brothers? It was as if there was already a person in white holding a sword and flying in the sky. When Qi Yang showed such a fascinated expression, the eyes of the 8 people became even more agitated. Some of them already had tears in their eyes. Because, at this moment, they were thinking of the same person. There were also only 8 people in the 5th batch, but they looked very tired. According to the order, they should be the brothers of the 5th Tribulation Sword Master, Qin Feng. Looking at them, Qi Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. At this moment, Xianxia's questioning gaze also came over. That day, Chu Yang and Xianxia were both involved. Diwu Chouchang's words were still vaguely by his ears. But now, these people appeared in front of him. How can they still be alive? Didn't all of their divine souls vanish and their souls scatter? Chu Yang was really puzzled. That day, Diwu Chouchang had said that the reason why he could escape and return to the heavenly layer was because he absorbed the spirits of all his brothers. That was how he survived the devouring of the black hole. Thinking of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but think of his old enemy, the Dharma Supreme, Diwu Chouchang. The Dharma Supreme who had been waiting for the right opportunity for tens of thousands of years to avenge his brothers. The original hero who had transformed into a formidable person. For his purpose, for his hatred, he didn't hesitate to shed the blood of the entire heavenly layer. Diwu Chouchang, Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. But, he inadvertently noticed that there was an empty seat between these 8 people. It was either intentional or unintentional. Chu Yang thought. This space must have been left for Diwu Chouchang. If Diwu Chouchang was there, the whole formation would become flawless. But, now that there was one less person, it seemed like there was a lot less, and there was an additional huge flaw. But they would rather keep this flaw, but also this space, even though each of them knew that the brother who belonged to this space would never come here. Chu Yang looked at that empty space and stared at it for a long time. He sighed in his heart. Dharma Supreme, if you knew the situation now, would you regret it? The first batch was a complete group of people. This batch should be the brothers of the 7th Tribulation Sword Master, Lin Zun, the man in gold whom Chu Yang and the other 2 had seen on the road sign was among them. The 7th batch was also a complete group of people. They were also the group that gave Chu Yang the strongest feeling. The reason why Chu Yang had such a strong feeling wasn't because their strength surpassed the others, but because Chu Yang had already determined the origins of these people. They were a group of brothers of the 8th generation Tribulation Sword Master, Jun Lai. And the strongest enemy that Chu Yang and the others faced in overturning the heavenly layer, the great ruling clan, was the direct descendant of this person. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the day when he left the heavenly layer seemed to be very, very far away, as hazy as his previous life. The 8 people of the 4th batch didn't pay attention to the others, but just walked up to Chu Yang. The leader looked at Chu Yang with an unusually sharp gaze and said softly, "You are Chu Yang, right?" Chu Yang nodded and smiled. "Yes, I am Chu Yang." That person's body trembled, and the eyes of the 8 people suddenly shone with extreme passion. At the same time, they looked at Chu Yang's waist. At the waist. It was a common place for ordinary people to hang their scabbards. Although everyone knew that they couldn't see it, because the sword of the Tribulation Sword Master never needed to be worn, their eyes still stayed at that place for a long time. They wanted to see something. They wanted to see something. The leader took a deep breath, looked up at Chu Yang, and said in a low voice, "I'm Jun Weiling." Chu Yang said, "I've heard so much about you. I think Elder Wu Juqing has already seen you." Jun Weiling couldn't hide his excitement and eagerness. He nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, "Where are your brothers?" Chu Yang said seriously, "They're all in the Heavenly Imperial Court now. Although they don't have your indestructible golden bodies, they came up with us that day." It could be seen that Jun Weiling was trying hard to suppress the sadness in his heart. He and his brothers looked at Chu Yang with strong envy. They seemed to want to say something, but they didn't. In the end, they just moved their lips and said in a dry voice, "Thank you." Chu Yang carefully listened to these 2 words. He felt as if his heartstrings had been violently plucked. "What are you thanking me for? Are you thanking me about Wu Juqing? Or, are you thanking me about the truth of that year?" Chu Yang listened carefully and said in the same way, "You're welcome." Jun Weiling swallowed his saliva. He looked sad as if he was about to cry. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Can you?" The 8 brothers showed strong desire in their eyes at the same time. Some of them had tears in their eyes. Chu Yang understood immediately. They wanted to worship the Tribulation Sword, that was the weapon used by their boss in the past. Chu Yang was about to speak. Suddenly, he saw more than 50 people turn to look at him. The leader asked loudly, "Who is the sister of the current Tribulation Sword Master?" Mo Qinggu was shocked. She walked out slowly and said, "I am." That person's sharp eyes locked on Emo Qinggu. He said, "Fifth in the tribulation, Sword Master?" Emo Qinggu shook her head and said respectfully, "No, second in the tribulation, Sword Master, third in the tribulation, Sword Master." That person was shocked. He said, "Second in the tribulation, Sword Master? Third in the tribulation, Sword Master?" Emo Qinggu nodded. Emo Qinggu's answer had shocked almost everyone. In the history of the tribulation, he was ranked fifth. The fifth position didn't seem to be in the front, but it was the core position of the tribulation brothers. But Emo Qinggu said that this generation's think tank was actually ranked second? The second tribulation, of course. The most shocking part was the next sentence, "Brother is third." That person swayed and said, "Third brother? Who was the leader? Calamity Sword Master is the boss?" Emo Qinggu continued to nod. The gazes of the 11 people simultaneously focused on Emo Qinggu. She was the younger sister of the current tribulation's think tank. Tribulation. Calamity Sword Master. It had been far too long since he had uttered these words. Perhaps it had been 10,000 years, or 20,000 years, or even longer. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. He didn't dare to say it. Once he did, he would recall those happy days when he rode his horse freely in the martial world. Chu Yang felt a little relieved. Just from this simple conversation, it was clear that a large portion of these people did not know the truth. Jun Weiling and the other 7 people should have already known his true identity from Wu Jiuqing, and the fate of the Calamity Sword Master. But the others still didn't know. And the sad story of the past Calamity Sword Masters had not been announced by Jun Weiling and the others. Xianyuan Chongkong and the others who had just found out also didn't have the time to say it now. Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled about this situation. Since Jun Weiling and the others knew the truth, why didn't they seek justice for their boss and reveal the truth? But after thinking about it for a while, he had connected the dots. It was reasonable that Jun Weiling and the others didn't reveal the truth. Such a thing, no matter who it was, would be an extremely serious blow. Why would they reveal it so hastily? They had to choose an appropriate time. Obviously, they didn't get such an opportunity until Chu Yang and the others came. Chu Yang inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that scene didn't happen. Otherwise, facing 50 big crying men at the same time would be quite uncomfortable. Xianyuan Chongkong's brothers surrounded the 3 of them with concern. Every one of them was astonished. Why do these 3 brothers seem to have cried so hard today? Why was everything so wrong? Could it be that something had happened? At this moment, that person asked, "You're the younger sister of this generation's calamity. Then, where's your brother now?" Everyone who didn't know the truth heard this question, and everyone's breathing quickened a little. Emo Qinggu smiled and said, "My brother, of course, is in the Heaven Imperial Court now." "Didn't Chu Yang say that we ascended together?" That person asked, "Why didn't he come here?" This sentence was worth studying. The destiny of the past calamities, or rather, the final destination, was to fight the extraterrestrial demons in the purple cloud heavens. But this generation's calamity broke this tradition and didn't come here. Did something special happen, or was everything in front of them just a scam? Emo Qinggu pretended not to know and replied calmly, "Actually, we all just ascended not long ago. My brother is still working hard in other worlds, building his own forces in preparation to eliminate the demons in the future." Many people were deep in thought. That person asked again, "Other than your brother, what about the others? Everyone ascended through the normal way?" Emo Qinggu nodded affirmatively. "Then, is the Calamity Sword Master here too?" That person continued to ask. "Of course. Didn't I say just now? Everyone ascended together to the Heaven Imperial Court." Emo Qinggu nodded. Her delicate brows furrowed, and she deliberately showed a trace of impatience. However, his shrewd eyes were observing the reactions of these people. Confusion and envy appeared on the faces of the 40 to 50 people at the same time. It turned out that in this generation, no one had been separated, they had all come up together in one piece. What an enviable thing. But, why could they all ascend together? Why didn't the Calamity Sword Master use them to nourish the heavens? This was undoubtedly a huge mystery. Or, was everything in front of them a scam set up by someone? "You mean, the Calamity Sword Master of your generation also came to the Heaven Imperial Court now?" that person's Adam's apple bobbed. When he said the words Calamity Sword Master, his voice was unusually dry, as if his throat was torn. Yes. Mo Qinggu still nodded. May I know the name of this generation's Calamity Sword Master? That person asked solemnly. Mo Qinggu quickly said, it's not convenient for me to tell you this for the time being. That person was stunned when he heard that, and then he nodded. Since it's not convenient, then forget it. We won't force you. Calamity Sword Master, these words, or these people, had always been a taboo existence in everyone's hearts. In fact, when Mo Qinggu said I can't tell you, many people who still didn't know the truth heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although Mo Qinggu refused to tell the truth and created more chances of it being a scam, everyone didn't care too much. What everyone was most afraid of was facing the bloody past of that year, that unforgettable pain. Now, if this little girl didn't want to say it, then so be it. It was just right to delay for a while more. You all want to pay respects to the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor? That person changed the question and changed the topic at the same time. Yes. Mo Qinggu looked at him and said, May I ask who you are? This was the first question that Mo Qinggu asked in return after answering many questions passively. But this question made a trace of pain appear on the face of the burly man in golden clothes in front of her. Especially, in front of so many people with the same identity and the same experience, this question was even more uncomfortable. Who am I? The burly man in golden clothes smiled sadly. My name is Ji Huitian. I'm the person in charge of this place. After saying this sentence 3 times, Ji Huitian actually lowered his head. This sentence was said very weakly, and it was really a world of difference from the aggressiveness just now. The words one of Calamity's brothers that almost came out of his mouth were actually swallowed back. Beside him, everyone's face was gloomy. He actually felt inferior in front of the little sister of Tribulation's brain. Look at them, Brother Calamity even brought his family up, and what about us? This gap is too big. Ji Huitian sighed, but looked up at the sky again. After a moment of silence, he asked again, Your brother Calamity's sister. Then we're not outsiders. These two are your friends? Why do you want to pay respects to the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament? Mo Qinggu was silent for a moment, and said, Of course I also have the intention to pay respects to the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament, but I'm not the key to this matter. This sister beside me is the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, even Qing Feifei, Jiang Shenghen and the others who were surrounding the 3 brothers and asking about their well-being were shocked and looked up. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament, what a noble and great identity this was, in the eyes of these iron-blooded men who had been fighting in Purple Firmament for tens of thousands of years. The Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament was an indelible monument, the greatest hero in the world. Even the saint who was recognized as the #1 person in the Heavenly Imperial Court was not as important as the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament in their hearts. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Firmament was naturally 1,000 times more noble than the saint's bloodline. 10,000 times. No. Ji Huitian's first reaction was to refuse. This is too dangerous. Absolutely not. Beside him, someone said, I think this must be done. For Brother Calamity's sister, and for the bloodline of Purple Firmament. Ji Huitian turned his head and looked at the person who spoke in disbelief. Jun Weiling was the first to speak, and the 7 brothers behind him expressed their support without hesitation. Qing Feifei and the others were about to speak, but they heard Xianyuan Chongkong say, The Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor should be worshipped by his descendants. This is a hero's regret. In order to not let the hero have any regrets, we must complete this even if we have to die. Qing Feifei swallowed the words of objection that were about to come out of his mouth, and said solemnly, That's right. Although he was curious about why Xianyuan Chongkong was acting so strangely today, since his brother had made a choice, then even if he had to bring all his brothers to climb a mountain of swords and sea of flames, he could only support. Support without hesitation. There was no second sentence. Ji Huitian looked at the 2 camps strangely, and he only felt that it was ridiculous. Behind Ji Huitian, a gentle-looking young man also looked at the 2 groups of people in front of him with a surprised gaze. What's wrong with these people today? Why are they acting so strangely, forcefully carrying out something that they know is impossible? this is really too unusual. Although these people were all brothers of the past, and they were definitely in the same camp on this battlefield, there was absolutely no subordinate relationship between them. For each group of people, only the people in their group could make the decision. No matter what the other groups said, as long as one person disagreed, it was equivalent to the whole group disagreeing. On the contrary, if one person here made the decision, then no matter whether it was right or wrong, the others would unconditionally support it. Especially in front of outsiders, this was even more obvious. Beside him, someone said, "I, Lu Long, also feel that this is feasible. For the descendants of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, even if it's a little risky, it's worth it." As soon as Lu Long spoke, his brothers all nodded their heads to express their agreement. Another wave of people, Ji Huitian looked at these people in shock. This group of people were not reckless people. Even if there was a resourceful think tank in each group, the others were not idiots either. Why did they collectively change their minds in such a short time? Just as he was thinking about the pros and cons, he heard his brother behind him say, "Since that's the case, let's fight this battle. Killing in and out of the Heavenly Demon Camp is also a deterrent. Besides, isn't this the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor's wish? No matter what, we have to help complete it." Ji Huitian was stunned. He turned around to look at that junior. He really couldn't figure out why his brother's strategist had changed his mind at this moment. However, he saw Xianxia winking at him. "I'm afraid there's more to it than meets the eye, and it's probably something very important. Let's take it one step at a time. Even if these people are dishonest, they won't be hostile. At the very least, they won't cheat others." "That's true." Ji Huitian rubbed his chin. When robbing brothers or facing enemies, every one of them could turn into an executioner, but when facing their own people, they would never set up an ambush. It was normal for tribulation brothers from different camps and different eras to risk their lives to fight for each other, but it was absolutely impossible for them to cheat others. At this point, Ji Huitian also expressed his agreement. "That's good. Let's go together and kill 7 times. With Ji Huitian's approval, the others no longer had any reason to object. The group of warlike people split into groups and cheered. Finally, they could let go of their hands and feet and kill to their heart's content. The current situation was actually moving in a very accidental but inevitable direction. Just like this, Chu Yang and the others rushed forward with a large wave of war fanatics. Just as they started to walk, Chu Yang and the others felt a special feeling at the same time. It was a kind of estrangement that wasn't obvious, but it really existed. The 3 of them were accidentally and inevitably wrapped together. Of course, this was a more conservative way of saying it. If the current situation was described in a less conservative way, it should be that they were excluded from all groups. And the feeling between other groups was even more obvious. But everyone was used to this situation and didn't feel offended. In fact, they were even willing to endure it. On one hand, it was certainly difficult for anyone to integrate into their camp. More importantly, they didn't need others to join their camp. They didn't want their feelings of tens of thousands of years to change because of the addition of new blood. "When your camp needs me, I can charge and break through the enemy lines for you, and even sacrifice my life on the battlefield. I have no regrets if I die for you. However, my emotional world is the original one, only the original one. It's the original. No matter when or where, my heart is the same, although I was hurt and hurt before, but I don't want to lose it now, and I don't want to be divided." Walking quietly in such a strange atmosphere, one could feel infinite security because they would protect you with their lives. But one could also feel a kind of strong rejection and an insurmountable estrangement. Chu Yang thought of something Yao Ningning had said before, "I like you people very much. When I'm alone with each of you, I especially like it, and I'm especially happy. But once all of you are together, I feel that there's no place for me anymore. Even if I force my way in, I'm just one person, an extra person." This was Yao Ningning's original words. In fact, everyone sincerely treated him as their own brother, but not as brother Jia. There were only these few brother Jia, and no more. It was only at this moment that Chu Yang truly understood the true meaning of Yao Ningning's words. At the same time, he also understood why Yao Ningning was so silent in Moyanshan. But this was an unsolvable problem that had no solution at all. Along the way, they passed through more than 10 such checkpoints. This road was really very long. Everyone didn't know how long they had walked for. Anyway, it had already been a very long time. Fortunately, there was an end to the road. At the end of the white fog, a trace of light finally appeared in front of him. Ji Huitian's gaze was deep. He said in a low voice, "We're about to reach the purple cloud heavens. It's hard to guarantee that this place will be peaceful. You must be careful, Anne. I hope that all of you, especially the princess, after seeing the current situation of the purple cloud heavens, don't feel too sad." Xianxia gritted her teeth and nodded lightly. A strand of hair fell down as she nodded, floating with the wind. Her hair floated. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly burst into tears. "This is the wind of the purple cloud heavens, blowing my hair. It's as if my mother has felt my arrival and is gently stroking my hair. Is this the smell of my mother?" A sudden cold wind, accompanied by a kind of smoke mixed with murderous intent, quietly swept over. All the previous generations of Tribulation brothers narrowed their eyes slightly, their whole body on guard. Another person who had an abnormal reaction was Chu Yang. The moment he felt the cold wind of the purple cloud heavens, he also felt the purple cloud pagoda in his Tribulation space suddenly spinning, emitting an unusually strong battle intent. There also seemed to be some commotion in the palace of the Medicine King. At the same time, the Tribulation sword flew out, emitting thousands of rays of light in the Tribulation space, overflowing with murderous intent, because what came from outside was the aura of the extraterrestrial demon, the purest aura of the extraterrestrial demon. Chu Yang's murderous intent suddenly rose, and his battle intent overflowed. A ray of sunlight shone slowly from the horizon, but it couldn't penetrate the white fog. It stopped at the edge of the purple cloud heavens. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed unexpectedly. Then, he found himself standing at the end of the bridge, the other end of the first bridge. In front of him was an extremely vast world. However, even though Chu Yang had imagined the legendary purple cloud heavens thousands of times, he didn't expect it to be like this now. Even though he had tried his best to imagine the cruelty of this battlefield, he absolutely didn't expect it to be so cruel. Then, he finally understood why he needed the protection of the immortal golden body to continue fighting the extraterrestrial demons here, because this was a complete place. Other than the two sides fighting, there was no other living thing. A strong wind blew, and the dust on the ground flew up along with the tornado. Countless round objects danced in the air, drifted, and fell. Looking carefully, the so-called round objects were actually all skulls. There wasn't the slightest bit of land on the ground, all that could be seen were thick and deep bones. Countless broken limbs and countless bones quietly spread out on the ground, forming a thick layer. Occasionally, as the wind blew, they would roll on the ground. Some rolled, and suddenly turned into bone powder, scattering with the wind and dispersing into nothingness. As far as the eye could see, there were endless white bones everywhere, all skeletons. Ji Huitian was expressionless as he struck out with his palm. Under the bridge, a gust of wind blew up, and instantly, a huge pit hundreds of feet deep appeared. However, the pit was still full of white bones. The pile of white bones here is at least 10,000 feet deep. Ji Huitian's expression was solemn. A bunch of skeletons, including those of extraterrestrial demons and humans. The whole world, especially the 3,000 miles of ground near here, is like this. There isn't the slightest bit of green in the whole 4,000 miles of land. There are no plants here that can survive. No animal can reproduce in such an environment. There's no water source, no food, no things necessary for life to survive here. The only thing here is fighting. Ji Huitian stood at the bridge and looked ahead as he said lightly. Not far ahead, there were two groups of people fighting. On the battlefield over there, who is fighting the extraterrestrial demons? Ji Huitian turned back and asked. It's the people from Demon Emperor Heaven. A few elite juniors from super sects came here for training and caused an unusual battle. That year warrior answered accurately. Their leaders are 3 saint-level experts and over 30 heavenly human-level experts. The rest are all saint-level experts. Ji Huitian made an end sound and nodded. Is the rescue preparations ready? The year warrior nodded. It's done. It's guaranteed that they can be rescued when only the elites are left. As for the rest, I'm afraid they will die. Ji Huitian nodded. That's right. In the martial world, it's normal for guests to die in a foreign land. It's already not easy to keep the elites. Everyone wore indifferent expressions as they watched the battle in front of them shake the heavens. It was as if they were already used to it. Xianxia looked at the two parties fighting on the land of purple cloud heavens and couldn't help but frown. She said, "Aren't you going to help? We have the ability to defeat this group of heavenly demons. Why do we have to sacrifice ourselves? Such a sacrifice is completely unnecessary. As long as you help, you can easily annihilate this group of heavenly demons in an instant. This is obviously an easy task for you, isn't it?" Xianxia's tone was a little angry. Seeing those warriors who came from thousands of miles away to fight the heavenly demons but lost their lives here, she felt extremely upset. On the battlefield, screams sounded one after another. It was obvious that there were lives being lost every moment. Ji Huitian and his brothers looked at all this. They looked indifferent and didn't have any intention to do anything. Ji Huitian said softly, "Your Highness, do you know how many people here are here to gild themselves? How many people are actually afraid of death? How many people are not qualified to fight against the heavenly demons? How many people here are the real warriors? All these need to be tested with life and death. Only life and death are the only criteria to test one's qualifications." Ji Huitian said faintly, "Perhaps there will be some who will die unjustly or not, but we can't take care of all these. Some sacrifices are necessary, some sacrifices are self-inflicted, and some sacrifices are meaningful." He said indifferently, "There is a limit to human strength. We have our responsibilities. We have to protect the entire Heaven Imperial Court, not the people who came here to train. There is a fundamental difference." He sighed deeply. Besides, the heavenly demons won't send out their main forces in a battle of this level. However, there are countless super experts lying in ambush. Those people are the real opponents we have to face. If we rashly join the battle, it will only lead to the intervention of the enemy's truly tyrannical combat strength. Our participation will not save them, it will only speed up their deaths. But you will still take action today," Xianxia said sharply. Ji Huitian said indifferently, "But we have to make sure that most of the people in this trial are dead before we make a move. True warriors, heroes, we will not allow them to die. However, those who are greedy and afraid of death and came here to gild themselves can forget about leaving this place alive." He pointed at the battlefield and said, "Do you see that person? Earlier, when the enemy attacked, he hid behind his comrades. This action led to the deaths of his comrades. Although he used the deaths of his comrades as an opportunity to kill Skyfiend in the end, this person is despicable. Even if Skyfiend didn't kill him, I would have killed him. Comrades are entrusted to each other in life and death. They are not used to exchange for fame and glory. And that one, he simply dragged his disciples over to die for him. And that one, he didn't even use his sword from the beginning to the end. That one, haha, what's the use of keeping such a person alive? It's just shameful." Ji Huitian's gaze was sharp. "This is a battlefield. When we are on the battlefield, we are soldiers. Soldiers don't care about power and status. They only care about their mission and dignity. And these people have insulted these few words. So, if these people don't die, we won't make a move. Because we can't tolerate the fact that after giving our strength, the ones we save are actually such bastards." Ji Huitian's words made Xianxia silent for a while. Chu Yang sighed deeply. He couldn't help but think of the words of the purple cloud heavenly emperor, "Why are people's hearts so cold?" And these people who used their comrades as a shield and used their comrades' bodies in exchange for a chance to survive were undoubtedly the perfect interpretation of this sentence. Ji Huitian's words might be a little extreme, but as he said, this is a battlefield, not a court, not a school. What soldiers respected was always the strong and the heroes. Ji Huitian looked coldly at the battlefield on the other side and said, "We will escort Her Highness to pay respects to the Heavenly Emperor. Then, who will stay here to guard?" He had said these words so casually, but he had given them a choice. After a period of silence, no one was willing to stand out to guard. These people were all iron-blooded men. They all had a thirst for battle that came from their bones. No one would give up such an opportunity. "That's good too." Ji Huitian sighed helplessly. Then, let's leave the original garrisons here to guard. This matter shouldn't be delayed. We'd better set off as soon as possible. At this moment, the battlefield was getting closer and closer. The situation was getting more and more serious. Most of the people that Ji Huitian pointed out had already died tragically in the hands of the heavenly demon. Those who are afraid of death will definitely not be able to endure hardships. If they can't endure hardships, their cultivation won't be high. If their cultivation isn't high, there's only death on this battlefield. Ji Huitian looked coldly and said, "It's about time. Move out." Before he finished speaking, Yan Fei's burly figure suddenly rushed out. He shouted like a thunderbolt, "Gai Xianxia, Chong Tian Yan, spread your wings and soar between heaven and earth. Who can compare to Fei Lingxiao, Brother Jia's 8th test?" Yan Fei rushed out. The burly figure rushed into the crowd of heavenly demons at the first moment. Suddenly, like a wave, a bloody path was opened. But the others were stunned at the same time. Because of one sentence, since when did Yan Fei call himself tribulation again? What was this situation? But no matter what, no matter how regretful, angry, sad, or puzzled they were, when they heard this voice, when they heard the words Brother Jia's 8th test, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Brother Jia, this was a name that they wished they could forget long ago. In fact, it had long been imprinted in their hearts and could never be erased. Perhaps, it was once a pain that life couldn't bear, but it was also the happiest period of their lives, the most glorious period of their lives. As soon as they heard these words, everyone felt their blood boil. Jun Weiling. Ji Huitian stood up and shouted like a thunderbolt. "I'm here." Jun Weiling rose into the air. "You and your brothers protect the princess and the other two. Everyone, let's work together and rush out. Let's kill all these heavenly demons first." The moment he finished speaking, Ji Huitian had already taken the lead to fly up. His whole body suddenly shone with golden light in midair. His burly and majestic body, with an extremely brilliant sword light, turned into a shooting star in the sky. He took the lead and rushed into the camp of heavenly demons. Charge! No one knew who it was that shouted out loud. So, 7 groups of people rushed out at the same time. Their momentum was unparalleled, and their spirit was shocking. Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and the other 2 people were mixed in a small formation formed by Jun Weiling and the other 7 people. For a moment, they couldn't help but move forward passively. In a trance, they felt that they had already rushed into the camp of heavenly demons. The group of people, with Ji Huitian in the lead, swept into the crowd of heavenly demons like a furious dragon. With a long roar, sword light overflowed from their bodies. Thousands of sword lights whizzed out. Screams sounded in waves. Countless grotesquely shaped heavenly demons fell down at this moment. It wasn't a single sword that took their lives, but their bodies were torn apart and they couldn't be more dead. To Chu Yang's surprise, he discovered that during the battle, the bodies of these former tribulations were all emitting brilliant golden light. Furthermore, they were still flickering and not dimming at all. It was as if, as more and more heavenly demons died, the golden light on these people's bodies became more brilliant. Could it be that there was something else? The indestructible golden body wasn't as simple as imagined? Chu Yang thought silently in his heart. Under the protection of such a tyrannical team, they were facing a small group of heavenly demons who weren't very powerful. The 2 sides couldn't be called enemies at all. It was just a one-sided massacre. Chu Yang and the other 2 didn't even have a chance to attack. They just saw these people charge out a bloody path as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. They passed through the tens of thousands of heavenly demons effortlessly. Even when they passed through the back of this group of enemies, the group still didn't stop at all. Their advancing speed didn't decrease but increased instead. They rolled out like a gust of wind and pierced straight into the depths of the vast white bone wasteland. Along the way, the heavenly demons suffered heavy casualties. However, those who were pointed out as cowards, even if they were lucky enough to survive until now, all died strangely without exception. Who did it? They couldn't tell at all. Ji Huitian once said, "Even if the heavenly demons don't kill such people, we have to kill them." Chu Yang sighed in his heart, these people really can't tolerate even a little bit of sand. But on the battlefield, they could entrust their backs to Brother Jia and the others. No matter if they knew them or not, they could completely rest assured, because these people were the real warriors. They faintly heard someone call out from behind, "Thank you for your help." "May I know?" June Weiling and the others completely ignored that question. They had already rushed out thousands of feet away with the group and left the battlefield. They just did it conveniently. Anyway, they had to rush out. So, killing a few more heavenly demons when they rushed out was just a bonus. As for taking credit and accepting thanks, everyone didn't think so. Death is fate, life is luck. This is the battlefield. There's no reason to talk about it. Ji Huitian said lightly as the sword energy rushed out. Hundreds of heavenly demons in front of him exploded at the same time and scattered into the air like blooming plum blossoms. Today, my computer was broken. Actually, it wasn't broken, but I didn't know why it couldn't be turned on. For the whole day, I found many people to fix it. Finally, a brother fixed it. Then, he told me very tactfully, "Brother, don't randomly click on things you don't understand, and don't randomly delete things. You're just typing, so you can just use ORD. Don't worry about other things." Suddenly, I felt like thousands of divine beasts were rushing through a swamp full of mud. In an instant, I was in a mess. A total of 14 people, like a hurricane that had completely condensed together, whizzed past. Tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons didn't even have the ability to stop them. These are the legendary extraterrestrial demons? Aren't they a little too weak? With such strength, they can actually attack and occupy purple cloud heavens? Xianxia was a little surprised, even incredulous. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. What you see may not be true. What you and I have seen is merely a frog in a well. I reckon that this wave of extraterrestrial demons is just a low-level clown, at most some cannon fodder. Those battle formations just now were probably the extraterrestrial demons and the celestial imperial court training each other, definitely not a real battle. The experts on the extraterrestrial demons' side didn't even come out. At most, there are only 1 or 2 leaders. How can they stop more than 10 high-level saints with immortal bodies at the same time? How can we judge the real combat power of the extraterrestrial demons? Besides, although this world is big, how many experts can reach the level of a saint? A team made up entirely of high-level saints. I don't think you can find more than a few teams in this world. Chu Yan explained with a smile. Xianxia was relieved. Yes, such a team made up entirely of high-level saints with immortal bodies, even a celestial emperor or even a saint himself might not be able to form one. In front of such a strong force, if an ordinary extraterrestrial demon team didn't show signs of destruction, that would be a miracle. The situation just now can't be repeated. This time, to a large extent, we were caught off guard. The real experts on the extraterrestrial demons' side didn't even have time to attack. But after we have rushed out for a distance, I'm afraid they will react. By then, it won't be so easy anymore. Chu Yang looked at the empty space in front and was a little worried. The road ahead is vast. This time, I'm afraid it will be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Qingwu. Chu Yang turned to look at Mo Qingwu. The heavy pills that I gave you must be ready at all times. Don't be stingy. Once someone is injured, it doesn't have to be a life and death injury. As long as it affects their movements or attacks, don't hesitate to give them the medicine immediately. You must ensure that everyone is always in peak condition. Otherwise, there will be an extremely high possibility that someone will die during this trip. Once there is a casualty, it will lead to a series of deaths and injuries. You must remember this. Mo Qingwu's big black and white eyes were filled with determination. He nodded solemnly. The butterfly knot on her head spread its wings, ready to fly. If it weren't for the fact that they were on the battlefield and the situation of the battle was constantly changing, Chu Yang would have kissed this girl's tender face. A certain someone was clearly still quite a distance away from this realm. Since Jun Weiling and the others didn't have a target to attack, they simply rushed out. But this time, it was on their faces. Everyone's face was flushed with excitement. Almost everyone looked at Chu Yang with eyes that were filled with boundless passion and sadness. This was the master of Calamity Sword, although this Calamity Sword master isn't my boss, but, since the current Calamity Sword master is here, then the long-lost Calamity Sword must have returned to us. Calamity Sword has returned. It's as if boss has returned as well. He has appeared in our camp again. The brothers could fight side by side again. This thought made all of them so excited that their hearts almost burst. They really wanted to see the infinite magnificence and sharpness of the Calamity Sword when it was unsheathed. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world, that unparalleled domineering aura? It would be even better if they could see the move sword pointing at Bai Yundong, but that was boss's self-created move. It was unlikely that this sword master would know it. Boss, where are you now? They rushed all the way without resting at all. The group of people had been running at top speed for 2 hours. They really didn't know how far they had gone. But the bones under their feet became fewer and fewer. In some places, they could already see the ground. Although it was still desolate as far as the eye could see, but it was no longer as terrifying as before. Looking around, one could actually see some dilapidated houses and city walls in some places. They stood alone on the empty ground. It was endless desolation. Seeing Xianxia looking around, Jun Weiling smiled and said gently, "You don't have to look anymore. This is not the site of the battle back then. Back then, the Purple Cloud Heavens buildings built by the Purple Cloud Heavens Emperor when he was still alive have long been destroyed. As for these in front of us, they were actually the fortresses and outposts that the heavenly demons wanted to build over the years. But every time, every place was destroyed by us." Xianxia made an "oh" sound and felt lost. But Chu Yang's eyes lit up. All the buildings were destroyed. Then, how tragic was the battle back then? Just as he was thinking, Ji Huitian, who was in front, suddenly stopped and waved his hand. Everyone stopped at the same time. Everyone looked at the sky in front of them at the same time. Above the dark clouds in the sky, a black shadow suddenly flew out. It had long wings and flew back and forth in the sky. It was as if an evil black eagle suddenly flew out of the dark clouds in the sky. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was a strange-looking human with wings growing out of both sides of his ribs. This wave of demons is the Flying Devil clan. Ji Huitian looked serious and said, "It seems that the heavenly demons have completed this wave of defense change and the Flying Devil clan has taken over the front line." Sure enough, after the appearance of the first extraterrestrial demon, countless shadows appeared from the dark clouds. Countless wings spread out as they descended towards this place. The formation was unusually neat. It was as if a huge black iron plate had descended from the sky with a heavy aura. Chu Yang looked over and saw that there were actually not many heavenly demons. There were at most 3,000 of them. But he could not guarantee that there were no hidden troops above the clouds in ambush. This number naturally couldn't move Chu Yang. What really shocked Chu Yang was that he couldn't see through the depths of these extraterrestrial demons. It wouldn't be surprising if it was only 1 or 2 of them. However, he couldn't see through the depths of all the extraterrestrial demons. There were no less than 3,000 of them. This didn't make sense. Could it be that the strength of these 3,000 winged demons far surpassed his? Wasn't this a little too shocking? As if seeing Chu Yang's shock, Jun Weiling explained, "Don't be so surprised. These flying devils are definitely not weak. But they may not be too strong. Although there is no white fog here, the interference of divine sense still exists. We can only know who is stronger and who is weaker when we really fight. So, there is no need to make a fuss over nothing. These birds won't be able to stop us." Jun Weiling raised his eyebrows and said with a murderous look, "These bastards are only here to die." Chu Yang laughed and the doubts in his heart disappeared. He understood that the opponent's strength was not as exaggerated as he thought. Naturally, he was not afraid. The Flying Devil clan had already descended and faced the crowd. There was one with dark golden stripes on his wings. He was exceptionally tall and sturdy, far taller than the rest. He had a sharp mouth and a burly sarcoma on his forehead. He took a step forward and laughed strangely. "I really did not expect that you gold-robed heavenly guards would rush out of the first bridge one day. Ha ha ha. Are you here to die?" Ji Huitian and the others had been fighting with them for tens of thousands of years. They had almost become acquaintances. And they had never revealed their identity as Tribulation's brothers. They only buried themselves in killing the enemies. They focused on guarding the heavenly palace. So, the heavenly demons called them gold-robed heavenly guards. And Ji Huitian and the others did not refute this name. Although they actually wanted others to know that they were Tribulation's brothers. Tribulation's brothers were their real names. Although these bastards did not know what tribulation meant, they had pride in these two words that came from their bones and souls. Ji Huitian stood upright and looked coldly at the leader of the Flying Devil clan. He said lightly, "We are always waiting for you to come and die. We are really tired of it. Besides, you are indeed more afraid of death now. We are not satisfied with killing you. So, we have to come out and look for you. We can only go back after we are satisfied. It's just to adjust our mood. It's really no big deal." That Flying Devil was furious and said, "Dad. Arrogant Gina. Do you know who you are talking to?" All along, the Heavenly Palace's counterattack had stopped at that world, Heavenly Demon's name for a certain city in purple cloud heavens. So, the Heavenly Demons called the people of the Heavenly Palace Gina. It meant that the people who stopped at that world, of course, this dad. Brother seemed to be calling both father and brother, but to the Heavenly Demons, it was a scolding word. Moreover, it was the most commonly used scolding word. It was almost equivalent to the human race's F***ck. In Yanfei's words, "I don't know how this group of idiots got beaten up. They have to call me brother and father at the same time, but their brains are filled with shit. They stubbornly believe that this sentence means that they are calling me a bastard. Don't call me that intimately. You don't have that qualification. Because I don't even know what your mother looks like. You are purely slandering me." Ji Huitian said sarcastically, "If I could do you, I believe I would have committed suicide out of shame." That Flying Devil's body trembled. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouth that was like a cesspit. He screamed sharply, "Kill this stupid Gina pig." Oh, hundreds of Flying Devils soared up at the same time. Their wings flapped the sky and flew over like lightning. The horizon was dyed with endless haze. Ji Huitian snorted. His eyes turned sharp. Following a clear sword cry, a grand sword light suddenly appeared. "Today is Sister Dream of the Old Scenery's birthday. Let us wish her a happy birthday. Since Sister Dream of the Old Scenery joined us, she has never left us. She has always been our good partner. We share joy and laughter and fight side by side. On your birthday, let me sincerely wish you a happy birthday. Sister." Ji Huitian had been charging until now. Although he was surrounded by sword aura, he hadn't used any sword yet. This time, it was the first time his sword was unsheathed. The sword light was like autumn water. Ji Huitian stared at the sword and suddenly chanted, "Cultivate my battle sword to slay the extraterrestrial demons. Destroy my purple heaven's 10,000-mile waves. I have no other ambition in this life, only to turn the extraterrestrial into a river of blood." With a long chant, Ji Huitian came out with his sword. His golden robe fluttered as he faced the hundreds of flying demons head-on. However, in the face of such a situation where they were outnumbered, the others didn't make a move. Even Ji Huitian's brothers looked indifferent as they watched the two sides quickly approach each other. At this moment, Chu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. This battle was Ji Huitian's alone. He wanted to fight against these hundreds of people with his own strength. "This is the first time I've seen the previous leader of the tribulation fight," Chu Yang said to himself. His blood was surging, and he had a trace of expectation. The hundreds of flying demons in front of him weren't mediocre at all. The combined battle power of this group of flying demons was no small matter. Ji Huitian's speed became faster and faster. In the end, he turned into a group of illusory shadows. His extreme speed made his body cut through the air and let out a sharp whistle. A wisp of white smoke dissipated in spirals just like that. "Those who offend the heavenly court die." Ji Huitian's thunderous voice sounded. Immediately, Chu Yang saw countless sword lights filling the entire sky. At the same time, a thick, pitch-black demonic aura surged out from the extraterrestrial demons' camp. Whistling sounds rose one after another. Those were the weapons of the extraterrestrial demons. They wreaked havoc in the demonic aura. In the face of Ji Huitian's magnificent sword aura, the demons didn't want to be outdone. They immediately responded. In terms of power, the extraterrestrial demons had the upper hand. Although Ji Huitian's sword aura was magnificent, it was still only his strength. The other side had hundreds of people. In the face of the other side's strong counterattack, Ji Huitian laughed loudly as if he didn't care at all. His sword made a buzzing sound. Immediately, everyone saw a snow mountain suddenly appear in front of them. Yes, from the sky to the ground, from the top to the bottom, from the left to the right, a complete snowy mountain condensed in front of him. The mountain peaks stood in great numbers, covered in white snow, and wrapped in white jade. Under the illumination of the sun, thousands of rays of magnificent white light were refracted, standing tall and majestic. This is Ji Huitian's unique martial art. Jun Weiling clasped his hands behind his back and explained to Chu Yang and the others, Snowy Mountain Condensation Sword. One sword, Snowy Mountain Toppling Sword. So far, this is only the first half of the move, or rather, the opening move. Jun Weiling stared at the snowy mountain, as if she was full of anticipation. As expected, Jun Weiling's expectations were not let down. In the next moment, the towering snow mountain suddenly collapsed without any warning. Every single snowflake transformed into dense sword energy. It was as if every inch of the world was filled with such chilling sword energy. Streaks, 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 were wreaking havoc in the entire world. On the other side, not a single one of the 300 flying demons managed to escape. All of them were trapped within the sword chi. There was no sign of him at all. All he could see with his eyes was the dense sword chi. Only the sword energy was awe-inspiring. Swish swish swish, swish. With a clang, Ji Huitian sheathed his sword. With a flip of his body, he quietly landed on the ground. His golden robe shone as he slowly walked back. He actually did not turn back to look at the group of heavenly demons who were close behind him. His footsteps were light as he walked back. The moment he turned around, he said indifferently, "Crack." Puff 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 puff. Following this crack, as if they had received some sort of order, countless tiny cracking sounds suddenly rang out in a concentrated manner. The 300 heavenly demons, who had been in a state of stupefaction, stood motionless like statues. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on their bodies. From the cracks, black-purple blood spurted out. Following that, pieces of flesh and bones gradually separated from his body, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Regardless of whether it was their heads, chests, shoulders, arms, or legs, they all cracked at the same time. It was as if they were made of mud that had suddenly encountered a flood. Under the irresistible external pressure, they instantly turned into puddles of flesh and blood. There was no resistance at all. 370 heavenly demons were instantly killed by Ji Huitian's sword. As the demons were annihilated, the pungent smell of blood rose to the sky. Ji Huitian looked at this scene with his hands clasped behind his back. He said indifferently, "I changed the name of this move. Now it's called One Sword Dismemberment of Millions." Mo Qingwu's complexion turned deathly pale as she looked at the puddles of flesh and blood in front of her. She was used to killing, and was used to death. But, she still received a great shock when she suddenly saw such a horrifying and bloody scene. Yes, it was dismemberment, genuine dismemberment without any tricks. Moreover, no matter how many enemies came in front of him, as long as this sword was used, all of them would be dismembered and killed. There was no exception. There was no exception. Chu Yang was shocked. The strength of this former leader of the tribulations was really unfathomable. Ji Huitian sighed and said, "The only pity is that I still haven't been able to practice this move to the real extreme. Now, I can only dismember less than 1,000 people with one sword. But, as long as I have more time and continue to improve, there will be a day when this sword is used, and all of the extraterrestrial demons will be dismembered and killed with one sword. Foreign invaders should be dismembered and killed." He grinned with a dignified demeanor. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it was really hard to imagine that such a bloody scene just now was caused by this person. Jun Weiling lowered his head and muttered, "I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. This guy is too pretentious, he's too pretentious." Seeing the sudden change, the leader of the heavenly demons on the opposite side had fear in his eyes at this moment. Although he had heard all kinds of rumors about the golden-robed heavenly guards, he absolutely didn't expect that any one of them had reached such a frightening level. These people on his side were absolutely no match for this one person. Moreover, there were so many of them, there were really too many of them, more than 10 people against more than 3,000 people, and it actually made the side with more people feel that there were too many of them. This was really an unprecedented and strange thing. If everyone had similar strength, then the leader of the heavenly demons didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he continued to think about it, he would be scared to death before the other party even made a move. Retreat for today, we'll take revenge another day. The leader of the heavenly demons came aggressively, but after the battle, he gave such an order. But this order seemed to be very timely. At least, all the heavenly demons felt so. All the heavenly demons let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. Great, we don't have to die, Ji Huitian laughed loudly. You want to run when things aren't going well? You came to our heavenly imperial court, and you still want to go back alive? What a wishful thinking, what a joke. Brothers, let's attack together. Kill this bunch of bastards. Everyone responded loudly, and in an instant, swords and sabers were drawn. Something that the leader of the heavenly demons didn't dare to imagine happened. It turned out that the rest of the people were really on the same level as that ferocious person. They all had tyrannical strength, and there was no suspense at all in the battle. Chu Yang and the other two didn't participate in this battle. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they were stopped by Jun Weiling and the others. Even though they knew that since these three dared to come to Purple Cloud Heavens, their strength must be extraordinary, Jun Weiling and the others felt that it was better for them not to take action. One was Tribulation Sword Master, one was Sister Tribulation, and one was the Princess of Purple Cloud Heavens. Needless to say, these three people were all dead. Even if any of them were accidentally injured, everyone would feel very guilty. Chu Yang and the other two helplessly looked at this battle, and they were really a little depressed. Chu Yang couldn't understand how Jun Weiling and the others thought. If they didn't let them take action in such a risk-free battle formation, then what other battle formation would let them take action? This was because the current battle was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre, with the 11 Tribulation brothers attacking at the same time. The 3,000 heavenly demons were no match for them at all. In just a few moments, the massacre was over. As for the leader of the heavenly demons, he was the luckiest because he was the only survivor. The reason why he could survive wasn't because of how strong he was, but because Ji Hui was captured by the world order. This battle had no suspense at all, and Chu Yang couldn't help but yawn. These were called heavenly demons. They were really too weak. Although the people on his side were really strong, these guys were really too weak to withstand a single blow, right? The leader of the heavenly demons who was captured by the heavenly demons was the most unfortunate. Although his companions had all died, at least they died happily. But now, he couldn't even. What was your standard in the land of heavenly demons? What was your specific position? Jun Weiling was interrogating. Actually, it couldn't be considered an interrogation, but a torture to kill. Regardless of whether that heavenly demon answered or not, a bone would be broken. This heavenly demon's cultivation and divine soul energy had been completely restrained. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't do it. He could only passively endure this torture. After a long while, Jun Weiling finally got an answer. This answer, coupled with Jun Weiling's explanation, shocked Chu Yang. Big captain? Just a big captain of a big team. A big team of 3,000 people. This heavenly demon wasn't even a general. He wasn't even a general of the lowest rank. The military ranks of heavenly demons were divided into 12 ranks. Each rank was higher than the previous. Above the ranks of general, there were heavenly demons, 10 earths, and 10 heavenly demons. Above the 10 heavenly demons was the heavenly demon king. Above the 8 heavenly demon kings, there were the 4 great heavenly demon kings. Above the 4 great heavenly demon kings was the supreme ruler of the heavenly demons, the heavenly emperor. The strength of the extraterrestrial demons has never been truly revealed. Back then, when they invaded Purple Cloud Heavens, they only sent out a portion of their strength. Ji Huitian sighed and said, firstly, they are also afraid of the countless experts in our Heaven Imperial Court. Secondly, we also have experts at the level of Emperor 1, Empress only, and Holy Monarch who haven't joined the battle. If we rashly start an all-out war, the gains won't make up for the losses. Back then, just one Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and one Purple Cloud Heavens had already caused the extraterrestrial demons to lose a lot of battle power. If Emperor 1 and Empress were to join forces, the losses would definitely be calculated by tens or even hundreds of times. Even though the extraterrestrial demons have a lot of people, they can't afford such losses. Therefore, the extraterrestrial demons are also quite apprehensive. Not to mention, the number one person in the Heaven Imperial Court, Holy Monarch only, has never joined the battle. As the number one expert of the extraterrestrial demons, the Heavenly Emperor naturally wouldn't act rashly. This is the first reason. The second reason is that the white fog on the first bridge has existed since ancient times and has never changed. As long as this layer of white fog exists, one must pass through the first bridge to truly reach the Heaven Imperial Court. And this first bridge is a military strategic location where one man can hold back 10,000 men. No matter how high one's cultivation is, one can only walk over here step by step. The movement of a large army will definitely be restricted. Actually, the extraterrestrial demons have long been thinking of various methods, hoping to eliminate this layer of white fog. Xianyuan Chongkong said in a low voice, they have already researched for 1,000,000 years. Every once in a while, a new method of attack will appear and they will try it out. As long as they can eliminate this layer of white fog barrier, the extraterrestrial demon army can drive straight in and attack the Heaven Imperial Court. Regarding this, I'm really a little worried. Although in these millions of years, they have never found an effective method to deal with the white fog, but in the long run, sooner or later, they will develop it. Because in these recent years, their various attempts have already affected the white fog to a certain extent. Although the effect of each attack is still not obvious, in the recent 20,000 years, the white fog has actually become much thinner. As people who deal with the white fog day and night, we are naturally aware of this change. Ji Huitian nodded and said, "That's right. When I first came here, the white fog was so thick that I couldn't see anything. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I couldn't even see my 5 fingers if I stretched my hand out. Even if two people were face to face and could feel each other's hot breaths, they still couldn't see each other's faces. But now, as long as I get closer, I can see more clearly. This is undoubtedly a strong omen of danger. Once this natural barrier disappears, it will be a great disaster for the entire Heaven Palace." Ji Huitian heaved a long sigh. "Could it be that you didn't report such an abnormal situation to the upper echelons of Tianke?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "Since such a situation has occurred, we should take the initiative to attack. Even if we can't kill all the extraterrestrial demons, we should at least try to suppress them. Don't let them attack the white mist. Since the white mist will become thinner after being attacked, it might be able to recover after a certain amount of time. If it can recover to its thickest state, it might be able to last for another 1,000,000 years. That is still very possible. Why wouldn't we report it?" Ji Huitian sneered. "But who would really care about those drunken big shots in Tianke? As long as the extraterrestrial demon army can still be blocked outside the first bridge, they will be safe in their hearts. We also want to let the white mist have a place to recuperate. But we only have so few people here. Everyone's defense is already stretched thin. How can we carry out a counterattack?" Chu Yang said angrily, "Once the white mist disappears, the extraterrestrial demon army will definitely move out in full force and invade Tian, Quebec. With just the people here now, how can we defend? When that time comes, won't the people be plunged into misery and suffering? I'm afraid that's already the general trend. But even if we are aware of it, what's the point? This is the situation now. Is there no other way?" Ji Huitian sneered. "Tianke has made it clear that they won't send an army over to defend. With just a few of us here, how long can we last? Besides, when the extraterrestrial demons enter Tianke, all of us brothers will definitely have died in battle. When that time comes, even if we die, we will die a worthy death and have a clear conscience. Even if Tianke is really invaded by the extraterrestrial demons, or even completely fallen, we won't know anything. But as long as we are alive, the extraterrestrial demons can forget about taking a step forward." Ji Huitian's sword-like eyebrows slowly rose. He glanced at Xianxia and said lightly, "Although we brothers may not be as heroic as the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, this kind of loyal heart and righteousness is something that we should learn from the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao. Even if we will all die in battle here one day, we must also let the dead heroes know that they are not lonely. In this world, there is still another group of heroes who will perish together with them." Ji Huitian laughed loudly and said loudly, "Let's go. We will continue to charge forward." In front, each obstacle will be more difficult than the previous one. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Don't be careless. Our trip is of great importance. We can't be careless. Good. Tribulation's brothers shouted at the same time. Everyone was in high spirits and high spirits. The group continued to charge forward. It seemed that they didn't care about the heavy topic just now. It was as if they didn't hear it. But Xianxia looked at their backs for a long time. His mind was full of thoughts. It's not that they didn't care, but they had already seen through it. They had already thought it through. As they said, as long as they fought to the last breath, they would have a clear conscience. Even if they died, they would still be indomitable. What happened later would have nothing to do with them. Someone once said, after I die, even if the world is flooded? Now, this group of people had such a mentality when they were free. However, the former was being irresponsible, while these heroes were being benevolent and had a clear conscience. Because even if they did, they couldn't do anything about it anymore. If the attitude of the Heaven Imperial Court's higher-ups doesn't change. Ji Huitian flew rapidly inside. Destruction is imminent. Everyone was silent. Even Xianxia was silent. Yes, the extraterrestrial demons were recuperating and preparing for war every day. But there weren't many people in the Heaven Imperial Court who knew about the extraterrestrial demons. Even if they knew about the extraterrestrial demons, it didn't stop them from indulging in debauchery. Because, there was a saint, and the Empress, outside the purple cloud heavens, there was that strange white fog that had existed for a long time. The extraterrestrial demons definitely couldn't come over. But, who knew that the white fog was gradually dissipating? Who knew that the extraterrestrial demons had never given up trying to dissipate the white fog for 1,000,000 years? And these 1,000,000 years of peace had already made everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court forget about the extraterrestrial demons. Once this strongest fortress was lost and broken through, then, one could imagine that in just a moment, billions of extraterrestrial demons would surge into the Heaven Imperial Court. By then, it would be too late to say anything. Along the way, they encountered more and more battles. Although his divine sense was still restricted and he didn't come into contact with the extraterrestrial demons personally, Xianxia could still feel that the demon soldiers sent out by the other party were gradually increasing in strength. The duration of each battle was also getting longer and longer. In addition, Xianxia also had a vague feeling that although the demon soldiers sent out by the other party were getting stronger and stronger, overall, they still didn't cause any real pressure to the Tribulation brothers. Even though they outnumbered them by hundreds and thousands of times, they were still annihilated in the end. The extraterrestrial demons actually didn't send out any powerful experts all along. This situation seemed to be very wrong. Although the Tribulation brothers of the past were powerful, there was still a limit. Could it be that the extraterrestrial demons really couldn't find an expert who could fight against them? This was obviously impossible. If so, how did the purple cloud heavens fall when there were so many experts, and they were even more powerful than the Tribulation brothers? Taking the limits of Yuan Tian as an example, if they really fought one-on-one, even if the Tribulation brothers had the indestructible golden body, they still wouldn't be his match. The indestructible golden body didn't equate to eternal immortality. If the opponent's strength was too powerful and exceeded the limits of the indestructible golden body, the indestructible golden body would eventually be broken, but the extraterrestrial demons just didn't move. This reason was more thought-provoking. Could it be that the extraterrestrial demons are luring the enemy deep into the purple cloud heavens? Xianxia found Ji Huitian. Ji Huitian's face was full of profound meaning. Our original intention is to go deep into the core area. Even if they really set up a trap to lure the enemy deep into the purple cloud heavens, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, it's exactly what we want. Xianxia's eyes were filled with worry. But, if our guess is right, the situation will be very different from when we keep on breaking through. At that time, the extraterrestrial demons will surround us and form a heavy encirclement. If we want to turn around and fight our way back from there, it's too dangerous. Ji Huitian said lightly, for thousands of years, we've been fighting our way through like this. So what if it's dangerous? He paused and looked at Xianxia. His eyes turned solemn and he said, for so many years, we've always been defending passively. We've never touched the core area of the purple cloud heavens at all. Regarding the real battle power of the extraterrestrial demons, at most, we only have a smattering of knowledge, or even completely don't understand. The original intention of this operation is to escort the Princess of Purple Cloud to pay respects to His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. But this trip back and forth can also be used to really feel out the actual situation of the extraterrestrial demons. If we don't personally experience the extraterrestrial demon's real strength, it'll always be hazy and blurry. Ji Huitian's voice turned indifferent. Brother Chu, we'll naturally do our best for this trip. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll still make sure that the three of you return safely. Maybe by then, not many of our brothers will be able to return. But if we really can't return, then we'll have to trouble you to report the actual situation and real strength of the extraterrestrial demons to Tian Ke. Today, the deputy moderator came to Lai Wu and taught me a crazy lesson. Tomorrow, the leader of the publishing house will come to Lai Wu in the afternoon. The leader of the gaming company will come to Lai Wu in the morning. There are also two great gods who will fly to Lai Wu the day after tomorrow. Lai Wu is suddenly a gathering of heroes. Because of the above reasons, today's second update will be a little late. Because this morning, the deputy moderator got me drunk, the updates in the next few days will be unstable. Let's see if you can guess who will come over. Let me give you a hint, it's a very heavyweight kind. Chu Yang's gaze froze. Reporting to Tian Ke and making Tian Ke face up to the danger of the extraterrestrial demons is really more difficult than this battle. Ji Huitian smiled mockingly. That bunch of big shots who are used to peace and comfort. Haha, Ji Huitian smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. He fell silent. It seemed that these words had evoked the intense anger in his heart. On the road after that, Ji Huitian's attacks became even more vicious, even more fearless, and even more relentless. Xianyuan Chongkong's brothers obviously already knew something from Xianyuan Chongkong's mouth. Everyone fell silent. This night was destined to not be peaceful, and it was also destined to be a long night. With surging murderous aura mixed with boundless demonic aura, the extraterrestrial demon army finally arrived. With the arrival of this extremely large extraterrestrial demon army, Xianyuan Chongkong and his brothers rushed out as if they had gone mad. They didn't allow anyone to help them, and they just killed blindly. They killed hundreds of thousands of extraterrestrial demons for an entire night, everyone was like a madman. No one knew that only in a life and death battle, when facing the enemy, they were actually killing while tears streamed down their faces. As they shouted the name of their boss, they continued to kill the enemy in a frenzy. Perhaps it was only at that time that they could truly express the sorrow and regret in their hearts, perhaps only the wounds all over their bodies and the piercing pain when the enemy's swords and sabers cut their flesh could lessen the pain in their hearts a little. This night, an entire night, the extraterrestrial demon army, which had a total strength of more than 200,000, was so frightened by this person that everyone trembled. He was a killing maniac from head to toe. Fighting with such a maniac was undoubtedly the most terrifying thing. Firstly, they all had the undying golden body. Secondly, the undying golden body's madness. After an entire night of killing, the extraterrestrial demon army completely collapsed. Just at dawn, they retreated with a howl. When they retreated, less than half of the army of more than 200,000 was finally able to retreat. Success or failure was uncertain. Jiang Shenghan and the others stood among the corpses of the extraterrestrial demons with tattered clothes and wounds all over their bodies. Their faces were mournful, and their eyes were red. An individual against 200,000 was obviously a huge victory. This was a classic battle that was enough to give rise to legends and legends. However, there was not the slightest hint of joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with sadness and sorrow. At this moment, the other Tribulation brothers, who came to greet him with joy, looked at each other in dismay. What's wrong with this person? Why did he still have such an expression after winning? Behind Ji Huitian, the junior cultivator frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed greatly. He abruptly raised his head and looked at Qingyu. His eyes burned with passion, and he didn't even blink. Quickly pull them back to heel. Ji Huitian roared. Immediately, everyone rushed forward. Ji Huitian turned his head and saw his brother's ugly face. He couldn't help but be surprised. Switcho, what's wrong with you? This person was none other than Zhuqiu Yunfu, the brains of the second generation's Tribulation brothers. Zhuqiu Yunfu's face was a little pale, and his body swayed for some reason. His eyes were still following Qing Feifei and the others, but he soon focused on Xianyuan Changkong. He took a deep breath and said, I can almost guess why they're acting so strangely today. Ji Huitian was puzzled. Zhuqiu Yunfu breathed heavily, and his face was abnormally red. He said, do you still remember? Jun Weiling and the others also went crazy like this some time ago? Ji Huitian frowned and suddenly remembered, that's right. That time, Jun Weiling and the other 8 people suddenly rushed out of the first bridge for some unknown reason. They wantonly slaughtered within a radius of 8,000 li and almost killed all the heavenly demons within that radius. In the end, everyone was so tired that they almost died. Could it be, that's right. Zhuqiu Yunfu smiled bitterly. If I didn't guess wrongly, the reason for their actions and Qingyu's current situation should be the same thing. He murmured, as if he was asking himself and Ji Huitian, what could make Jun Weiling and the others lose their composure like this? Do they not care about life and death? What exactly was it that could cause Xianyuan Changkong and the others to be so dejected? What did they know? Ji Huitian pondered for a while, and his face suddenly changed. His body, which had always been steady, suddenly shook, and he said with a trembling voice, unless it's that incident back then. Zhuqiu Yunfu smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, and during this period, Yan Fei and the others actually called themselves Tribulation again. Why? We always knew what they were thinking. The only reason that could make them like this is. Ji Huitian suddenly felt his mind was in a mess. The next moment, he felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. For a high-level saint like Ji Huitian to actually stumble and almost faint, it could be seen how great of a shock this matter had to him. The two looked at each other and saw the faint and inexplicable fear in the depths of each other's eyes. There was also a feeling of surprise, joy, and expectation hidden in the depths of their hearts. When they turned around, they saw that Qing Fei and the others were already surrounded by others. They quickly set up some tents, and Jun Weiling and the others took out medicine to treat their injuries. Ji Huitian and Zhuqiu Yunfu hurried over at the same time. At this moment, a gentle voice said, do you have enough medicine? How is the effect? I have the heavy pill of the Tribulation Sword Master here, maybe it can help them recover faster. The heavy pill of the Tribulation Sword Master. Almost everyone looked up and stared blankly in the direction of the voice. How many years had it been since they heard these words, but who could really forget it? It was a peerless elixir that could instantly heal all injuries and restore one's cultivation base whenever one was injured. But that elixir only belonged to one person. It was a peerless elixir that belonged to our boss. Now, they actually heard it again. Mo Qinggu stood gracefully at the periphery of the crowd. She gently stretched out her jade-like hand, holding a bottle of purple crystal jade essence in her fair palm. It was like a pure lily, blooming with purple stamens. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the purple bottle. Many people's eyes suddenly became scorching hot and sour. Even Qing Fei and the others, who were seriously injured and exhausted, raised their heads with difficulty. They stared at this small bottle in a daze, and suddenly, tears welled up in their eyes. One by one, they couldn't help but start sobbing. Men of Steel had tears, and the tears were condensed. This situation was rare, but for so many men of Steel to be like this, it was definitely unprecedented and rare. Mo Qingwu slowly walked closer. Everyone unconsciously stepped aside to make a path for her. Everyone's eyes and minds were fixed on this small bottle at this moment. Everyone's expressions were extremely complicated. Extremely painful. Qing Yufei struggled to stand up, and even though the wounds on his body were bleeding, he stood straight. His face was solemn as he looked at Mo Qinggu, who was gradually approaching. Behind him, Jiang Shenghan, Xianyuan Changkong, and the others also struggled to stand up. Their expressions were extremely serious, almost as if they were on a pilgrimage, and they looked at this purple bottle. Inside was the heavy pill, the long-awaited heavy pill, the heavy pill of the Calamity Sword Master, Boss's heavy pill. Although Boss was no longer here, the heavy pill would not change. Her jade fingers moved, and the bottle opened. An elegant and pleasant fragrance spread out, and instantly filled the air. Qing Yufei's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his tears finally flowed out uncontrollably. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. Boss, after a long time of 50,000 years, I smell this long-awaited scent again. Boss, the other few people were also trembling as they watched the heavy pills being poured out of the purple crystal bottle one by one. Everyone was trembling as they stretched out their hands, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a king. They devoutly received the heavy pills that fell into their palms, and lowered their heads to look at them. In their tiger-like eyes, drops of tears fell like broken strings. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat them. Mo Qingguo anxiously urged. Don't you all know that heavy pills shouldn't be exposed outside for too long? After a long time, the effect will be greatly reduced. I can't bear to. Qing Yufei looked up and sighed. I can't bear to. These 4 words seemed to express the thoughts in everyone's mind. They were indeed reluctant. This was a heavy pill with Boss's aura. Now that Boss was gone, how could he bear to eat this thing at this moment? Mo Qingguo was so anxious that she stomped her feet. What's there to be reluctant about? The effect of elixirs is to heal injuries and save lives. I still have a lot of them here. You all should hurry up and eat them. Later, I will give each of you one as a souvenir, okay? There's more? One for each? Everyone's eyes lit up. Under Mo Qingguo's insistence, Qing Yufei finally ate the heavy pills in his hands carefully and began to close his eyes to cultivate. Everyone's face was full of tears. Such a big man actually couldn't control his tears. This seemed to be something worth laughing at, but everyone's face was heavy. Not to mention laughing out loud, they didn't even have the slightest intention to laugh. Everyone was thinking about something. They only felt their hearts were in a mess. Mo Qingguo took a step back. She watched with the others as the injuries on the person who was previously covered in wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye after taking the pills. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. Seeing that success or failure depended on them taking the heavy pill, Jun Weiling suddenly took a step forward. He looked at Mo Qingguo and said almost as if he was begging, Miss Mo, your purple crystal bottle is now empty. I have a presumptuous request. Can you give this bottle to me, please? A purple crystal bottle that could store spiritual medicine without losing its efficacy was indeed a rare treasure. However, to a high-level saint, this thing was not even a small toy. If someone were to say that a high-level saint had asked for it, 100 people would snort in disdain. However, this thing had happened at this moment. Jun Weiling's tone was so sincere and so careful. If one did not see it with their own eyes and hear it with their own ears, it was hard to imagine that a high-level saint, an iron-blooded man, would be so humble because of such a small thing. And his tone, that kind of strong pleading, clearly expressed his urgency, his endless desire to get this little bottle, an empty bottle. Hearing this, Mo Qingguo suddenly felt her nose tingle and she almost cried. She nodded and slowly handed the purple crystal bottle over. Jun Weiling took it with both hands carefully. A trace of excitement flashed across his face. His brothers immediately surrounded him and begged, let me smell it, let me smell it. For a moment, Jun Weiling was squeezed in between the crowd and did not know what to do. Someone at the side blurted out, how did this little guy get it first? Why didn't I get it first? Seeing this situation, Mo Qingguo finally could not help but tear up. She turned around and hurriedly went to find Xu Yang. What a bunch of cute and respectable men. Everyone else looked at the purple crystal bottle that was being fought over with a complicated gaze. Jun Weiling. Shiman Wanli. Ji Hui Tian could not hold it in anymore and shouted, both of you, come over here. He looked fiercely at Jun Weiling and Shiman Wanli, the think tank of this generation, and said angrily, tell me, what is going on? Why, you still don't want to explain to your brothers? Suoqiu Yunfu also came over. He looked at Shiman Wanli with a complicated gaze and said, Wanli, what is going on? Is it? Shiman Wanli took a deep breath and looked up into Suoqiu Yunfu's eyes. He only answered with one word, yes. It was that one word. When Suoqiu Yunfu heard it, his body swayed violently, and he closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them and said, did you learn some other information? Shiman Wanli was speechless and fell into silence. It was not that he did not want to say it, but that he really did not know how to describe it. How could he say it and expose this matter from the bottom of his heart? Speak. What the *CK are you thinking about? Ji Huitian roared. This roar was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. Right now, the timing is not right. Shimin Wanli said with difficulty. We're already deep in the purple cloud skies. There are at least millions of heavenly demons around us, perhaps even tens of millions of them. If we affect everyone's state of mind and make the wrong decision, then we're all doomed. He raised his head and said softly, when we go back, I will tell you everything in detail. I will tell you everything I know. But now is not the right time. Suecho Yunfu's body shook again and he said with difficulty, is it about the Calamity Sword Master? On one side, Ji Huitian suddenly flew into a rage. He grabbed Shimin Wanli's lapel and roared, you've already said so much. If you don't *King say it out loud, I'll die in front of you. This loud roar caused everyone's gazes to shoot over. Shimin Wanli was lifted into the air by Ji Huitian. He looked at Ji Huitian sadly and said softly, do you really want to hear it? Ji Huitian was furious. Nonsense. Don't you regret it? Shimin Wanli laughed bitterly. Why should I regret it? Hurry up and say it. Ji Huitian placed Shimin Wanli on the ground and said loudly, say it. Wait. Suecho Yunfu waved his hand and said, Shimin, is this matter related to all of us here? Shimin Wanli closed his eyes in pain and nodded. Since that is the case, let's get everyone here to listen. Suecho Yunfu said in a low voice, Shimin. You and Chong Kong have already known about it, and have calmed down a lot. If later, we do something out of place, or if we make some impulsive decisions, the two of you must help us redeem them. If you don't listen, just beat us. Just leave us alive. Chu Yang, who was listening from afar, sighed in his heart. They were indeed the brains of the Calamity Sword Master. Every one of them was a wise and intelligent person. Suecho Yunfu must have vaguely guessed something, or even understood it. He was just short of saying it out loud. Otherwise, he would not have made such preparations in advance. Shimin Wanli took a few deep breaths and said, okay. I got it. Ji Huitian waved his hand and a group of brothers surrounded them. They surrounded Shimin Wanli and Jun Weiling in the center. Jun Weiling let out a long sigh and lowered his head. You say it. Jun Weiling said with difficulty. You say it. Shimin Wanli was also very reluctant. They were all unwilling to speak of their tragic past. Wanli, you say it. Suecho Yunfu said decisively. Shimin Wanli sighed. It's like this. Shimin Wanli gathered his emotions and wanted to speak calmly. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. It was mixed with a kind of guilt and anger that almost made him want to die. Subconsciously, he shouted out loud. Actually, we were wrong back then. We were wrong. We were wrong from start to finish. Our boss, and your boss, they have never betrayed us. He had never tried to frame us. They never made use of us. It wasn't a coincidence that we didn't die when we were supposed to. Instead, we didn't die at all. Boss bore all the dangers for us. We were wrong. The truth is, our boss died to help us. We bastard brothers who were blinded by hatred scolded him for tens of thousands of years. Shimin Wanli suddenly lost control of his emotions and said hoarsely, it was us bastards who let our boss down. It was never our boss who let us down. Including all of you. Including every single one of you here. Shimin Wanli's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces as he scolded, from the beginning to the end, all of us are a bunch of idiots. A bunch of idiots who used their own hearts to look down on others. Repaying kindness with enmity, ungrateful. Heartless and unjust. Devoid of conscience. They're just a bunch of trash. Brother Jia. Hee hee, such a lofty title, even I blush when I mention it. Do we deserve it? We don't deserve it. Shimin Wanli's sudden outburst of rage caused everyone to freeze in shock. They hadn't even gotten to the main point yet, so why had he gone crazy? Why was he scolding himself and everyone else for no reason? However, no one made a sound. They just waited quietly for him to continue. Obviously, everyone knew that what he was about to say was going to be earth-shattering news. In fact, everyone could already guess what Ximen Wanli was going to say. But everyone needed proof. Everyone was waiting for the truth to come out from Ximen Wanli's mouth. Ximen Wanli took a few deep breaths before he gradually calmed down. Then, he began to tell the story, which would break his heart every time he thought about it. He recounted the unforgettable past, which had been engraved in his heart and heart. As he spoke, everyone held their breaths without exception. Pairs of eyes stared at Ximen Wanli, as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. That's how it is. Ximen Wanli laughed bitterly. Boss died for a bunch of trash like us. His soul was scattered, and he was scolded by us ungrateful fellows for tens of thousands of years, until now. Still, no one spoke. Zuoqiu Yunfu's body was trembling slightly. Ji Huatian's hand was trembling slowly. He gritted his teeth, as if he had been struck by lightning. He sat there in a daze. Everyone's eyes were showing signs of dilation. They were looking at the void in front of them without any focus. After a long time, someone suddenly shouted and stood up with tears streaming down his face. This is impossible. This is impossible. You're lying. You're not telling the truth. He pointed his finger at Ximen Wanli and roared angrily. His body was trembling violently, and his face was flushed red. It was as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. That kind of red, his pupils seemed to be in a daze at this moment. He was at a loss and empty. Ximen Wanli looked at him coldly and said sharply, "From your reaction, I can tell that you already believe me, but you still choose to yell at me. Why? Do you not want to admit that you are heartless, ungrateful, and heartless? You are worse than a dog or a pig? Or are you trying to escape?" Ximen Wanli's voice was even more sarcastic. Sarcasm. The big man staggered back 2 steps and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He muttered, "Boss, is it really like this? Did we really misunderstand him?" Suddenly, he fell to the ground with a plop and fainted just like that. No one moved. No one went forward to help the burly man. But everyone's breathing became heavier and heavier. It gradually became louder and louder, almost like bellows. Actually, there have always been many doubtful points about this matter, but at that time, Ximen Wanli smiled bitterly. "I don't know how you guys got along with each other back then, but my boss has always been very good to us. How many times have we brothers gone through life and death together? How many times have we been in a situation of certain death? But my boss has never run away alone. Every time, he has been the one to hold the line. Even if it was really impossible and we had to retreat, my boss would always be the one to bring up the rear. Why would such a boss frame us? Why would he do such a despicable thing that day? This is extremely illogical. It's just that we are all blinded by greed and ungrateful." Ximen Wanli stood up and sneered. "The bad nature of humans is on full display here. If someone treats you well 1,000 times, you can forget it all. But as long as they don't treat you well once, you will never forget it. We are a bunch of bastards. Bastards from head to toe." Ximen Wanli pointed at them one by one. Every time he pointed at a person, he scolded, "Ungrateful bastards. Selfish bastards. Bastards who bite the hand that feeds them. Bastards." In the end, Ximen Wanli slapped himself in the face and scolded, "Ximen Wanli, you are a shameless, heartless bastard. What right do you have to be called Tribulation's brains? Ximen Wanli, why don't you just die? What face do you have to continue living in this world with your deceitful heart?" Ximen Wanli howled in pain. Outside, in another tent, Chu Yang also closed his eyes in pain. He completely shut off his senses and cut off all perception of the outside world. He really couldn't bear to listen to this tragic scene. This day and night, the heavenly demons kept sending troops to harass them, but every time, they were killed by the crazy brothers of tribulation. They continued to fight tirelessly and without regard for their lives. Chu Yang did not participate in the battle. Chu Yang even felt grateful to these heavenly demons at this moment, because they really provided a channel for tribulation's brothers to vent their frustrations. This endless battle between life and death, the endless collision of flesh and blood, was the best way for them to express themselves right now. Xianxia had been listening and watching quietly. Finally, she let out a long sigh and said, "This bunch of people are really too tragic. I really don't understand. Why did they choose to enter the extraterritorial battlefield in such an inhumane way? Isn't that too cruel? Given the current situation, I'm afraid that even if all the extraterrestrial demons are killed by them, how can they live happily in their lives?" Xianxia sighed. Chu Yang remained silent. He had a vague conjecture in his heart. However, he didn't have any concrete evidence at this stage. In fact, he didn't even have any signs of it. He didn't dare to make any assertions or even think about it. Especially at such a time, Chu Yang naturally didn't dare to rashly make this guarantee or hope. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the future, once their hopes were dashed, the huge disappointment caused by it would probably cause them to collapse instantly. After 2 nights and 1 day of battle, it was dawn again. The smoke of the battle had yet to disperse. Generations of tribulation brothers stood on the blood-drenched and devastated battlefield. All of them were in a daze. Their spirits were still there, but they seemed to have wandered off and were unable to control themselves. Chu Yang sighed. However, he could only pretend that he didn't know what had happened. He walked out slowly and said, "In these 2 days, the extraterrestrial demons have been constantly sending out troops from the lowest to the highest level. Their combat power is also getting stronger and stronger. They should be testing our real situation. Judging from this, they should have a comprehensive plan ahead. Everyone must be on guard against this." Xianxia Yunfu forced a smile and said, "That's right. We all know this very well. They will definitely not allow us to return alive after entering the hinterland of purple cloud heavens." Chu Yang nodded. "That's right. All along the way, we have never changed our direction of advance. This is almost equivalent to telling them where we are going and where our target is. Therefore, the place where they will give us a fatal blow should be in Purple Imperial City." Xianxia Yunfu said. "Not necessarily." Shimin Wanli said, "I feel that the final blow that they will give us, which means that the battle that will decide our life and death, should be outside Purple Imperial City." Xianyuan Chongkong and the others also nodded silently, agreeing with Shimin Wanli's words. Xianxia Yunfu suddenly understood and said, "That's right." This time, it was Chu Yang's turn to be puzzled. He said, "Why? Purple Emperor City is the best place and the best opportunity, isn't it? Our destination is Purple Emperor City. After we arrive there, our sharpness and morale will always be slightly weakened. The Sky Devils won't let go of such an opportunity, will they?" Xianxia Yunfu smiled sadly and said, "That's the original logic. However, you don't know another thing. His Majesty, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, is not only our hero, but also the hero that the extraterrestrial demons worship. Not only will we not do something to blaspheme the hero in our hearts, they won't do it either." Chu Yang was stunned. "There's such a thing? Is this true? It's very hard to imagine, isn't it? The extraterrestrial demons are indeed cruel and inhumane. However, in their primitive nature, they worship martial arts. They pay more attention to heroes, even if the heroes are once their enemies. In other words, ever since the incident with the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's position in the hearts of the extraterrestrial demons may have dropped to the level where he is second only to their Heavenly Emperor. They worship the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor to the extreme. Even in the land of the extraterrestrial demons, there are many people who have specially written books and biographies for the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. The contents of the biographies are completely free of any slander or blasphemy. In my opinion, this is really unbelievable, but it really exists." Xianxia Yunfu sighed deeply. "I can even guarantee that those who know about the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's past deeds in the Celestial Imperial Court will definitely not know as much as the land of the extraterrestrial demons. Is it very sad? However, this is the truth. In the Celestial Imperial Court, the respect that the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor receives is also not as in the land of the extraterrestrial demons." Xianyuan Chongkong sneered somewhat mockingly. With deep sorrow, he said, "I don't know if this is a great irony. Our own hero, the indisputable hero of mankind, does not receive the respect that he deserves in his own world. Instead, he has an extremely high position in the hearts of the enemy. Reality is really scary." Chu Yang was silent for a long time. A deep and heartfelt sorrow suddenly rose from his heart. He could not help but ask in his heart, what is wrong with this world? What is wrong with this world? Reality, is reality really so scary? It is precisely because the extraterrestrial demons have great respect for the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor that the Purple Imperial City is instead the safest place in the entire Purple Cloud Heavens. This is because the extraterrestrial demons do not allow any fighting or noise to occur in the place where the heroes rest. Suocho Yunfu sneered. Even the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's cenotaph was personally built by the higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons. When these words were said, not only Chu Yang and the rest, but also the Tribulation Brothers of the past also felt a rush of grief and indignation. They almost could not control themselves, the heroes of their own world, in the land of their own race, in the heavenly imperial court, did not have a cenotaph or memorial. Instead, in the place of the enemy, they were respected and worshipped. Xianxia suddenly felt an indescribable sense of suffocation in her heart. This sense of suffocation made her have an impulse to kill someone. Everyone tried their best to calm themselves down, but they also knew that they could not delay any longer. They continued on their journey. 8,000 miles of yellow sand passed in the blink of an eye. Out of everyone's expectations, this part of the journey was unexpectedly calm and peaceful. The higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons might have already realized that these people had already gone crazy. If they rashly sent an army over now, it might not be able to deplete much of the enemy's strength. Instead, it would provide a channel for the enemy to vent their negative emotions. Although the extraterrestrial demons did not know why these people had gone crazy, they knew that these people's mental state was extremely abnormal now, since these people were already destined not to return halfway. Since they had already decided on the general direction and strategy to eliminate these people, then, there was no need to continue probing now. They could basically come to an end. What harm was there in letting them pass like this? Anyway, they were a team that was destined not to return. Therefore, the rest of the journey was calm and tranquil, without any disturbances. This moment of peace lasted until 3 days later. In the vast land in front of them, standing at a high point, they could already see the situation in all directions. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains, lakes, towns, and forests. Chu Yang suddenly felt that there was a vast expanse in front of him. Finally, in this devastated land of purple cloud heavens, he saw some vitality and some greenery. When he saw these, he seemed to feel more comfortable. "Is this where the extraterrestrial demons live?" asked Chu Yang. "Yes." Ji Huitian sighed. "There are still some aboriginals in purple cloud heavens. But the aboriginals of purple cloud heavens have been living very miserably all these years. And they are also very secretive. Usually, they live in very deep and dense forests." Sigh. Ji Huitian was somewhat despondent. "The aboriginals of purple cloud heavens have never contacted us. In their eyes, we are not trustworthy." Chu Yang sighed deeply. Right at this moment, they suddenly heard a loud cry coming from afar. The voice was very far away, but they could clearly hear the pain in that voice. Then, yellow sand rolled in from afar, as if someone was rushing over here. Everyone frowned at the same time. This situation was not right. According to everyone's judgment, the heavenly demon's plan was to seal them all outside the Purple Imperial City and annihilate them. Although this place was not far from the Purple Imperial City, there was still a certain distance. If they launched an attack at this time, the encirclement line would inevitably be stretched too long. As long as they had the intention to retreat, the chances of escaping unscathed were quite high. The other party would not be so unwise, right? Just as everyone was thinking, the reason for the change in front of them had already appeared. 2 figures flashed past in front of everyone like shooting stars. They did not stop at all and only shouted with a strange accent, "A large number of heavenly demon troops are coming. Quickly enter the dense forest." Then, the 2 people rushed into the primitive forest that seemed to stretch to the horizon with a whoosh. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and the 2 people had already disappeared. Experts. Ji Huitian and the others were stunned when they saw this. Although the 2 of them might not be as strong as them in terms of individual strength, their concealment skills could be said to have reached the pinnacle. It was just a blink of an eye, and they actually disappeared without a trace under their eyes. It was really an extremely rare method. Behind them, countless flying demon troops followed one after another. However, after seeing the two people sneak into the dense forest and a group of golden-robed people preparing to fight here, they did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they stopped chasing. A moment later, as if they had received some kind of order, the entire flying demon army immediately retreated without hesitation. Yan Fei could not help but be furious when he saw this. He took the lead and rushed to chase after the retreating flying demons. A few others followed him, but the quality of the other party's troops was very high. Their strategic intention was obvious, and they did not fight at all. The few of them tried their best to kill, but they still only killed a few flying demons. The other party had already disappeared without a trace. These fellows sure run fast. Yan Fei and the others returned resentfully. They really did not expect that these guys, who had such a huge lineup, would simply turn around and flee after seeing them. What the hell was this? Just as everyone was puzzled by this change, a doubtful voice suddenly sounded, "May I ask if you are gold-clothed heavenly guards?" Everyone turned around in astonishment, only to see the grass beside the forest wriggling. The originally flat grass that seemed to be normal actually had a human head popping out, looking up at them from the ground. Everyone here was a top-notch expert. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would be scared to death. However, because they were all top-notch experts, they did not treat these people as ghosts. Instead, they were even more surprised. None of them realized that the turf not far away was formed by these two people. The concealment skills of these two people were simply marvelous. It was simply breathtaking. Ji Huitian nodded his head. "That's right, I wonder who the two of you are." After the two people confirmed the identity of Ji Huitian and the others, they became cold and indifferent. They said indifferently, "Why are you gold-clothed heavenly guards here?" Ji Huitian asked, "Can't we come here?" That person laughed and said sharply, "Since when did you people from the Heaven Imperial Court remember us from the purple cloud heavens?" Zi Shiqing was shocked. She stepped out from the crowd and said, "You are from the purple cloud heavens?" The two people stood up slowly from the shadows and the grass. They puffed out their chests, their eyes shining. They said loudly, "Yes, we are from the purple cloud heavens. We are from the purple cloud heavens who are still fighting with the heavenly demons." The two people seemed to have too much anger towards Ji Huitian and the others. This sentence also seemed to be shouted out. Chu Yang's heart moved. He said, "I'm afraid the two of you have some misunderstandings about us. We are all from the Heaven Imperial Court. In the face of invaders, we should be united against a common enemy and defend against external aggression." Hearing this, the two people were stunned for a moment. Then, they laughed sadly. "We are all from the Heaven Imperial Court. United against a common enemy? Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous." Ji Huitian and the others sighed heavily upon hearing this. They did not say anything. Hearing the two people, the older one said, "I wonder who else wants to join us against a common enemy? Haha. We are all from the Heaven Imperial Court. Does the Heaven Imperial Court still recognize the existence of the purple cloud heavens? Does the Heaven Imperial Court still recognize the purple cloud heavens as the land of the Heaven Imperial Court? Does the Heaven Imperial Court still think that the people who are still alive in the purple cloud heavens are from the Heaven Imperial Court? Ha ha ha. Bullshit." He tilted his head fiercely and spat a mouthful of saliva. He said disdainfully, "The purple cloud heavens has fallen into the hands of the enemy for more than 1,000,000 years. In these millions of years, since when did anyone from the Heaven Imperial Court come to the purple cloud heavens? Since when did a troop from the Heaven Imperial Court come to the purple cloud heavens? You golden-robed heavenly guards have risen in these tens of thousands of years. You fought against the heavenly demons and killed countless demons. We know this and we also recognize you as good men. You are fighting. But the purpose of you killing the enemy is for the Heaven Imperial Court, not for the purple cloud heavens." That person's clothes were ragged and his hair was messy, but his eyes were as sharp as lightning. It was as if he wanted to stare into everyone's heart. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. How could he not understand the mentality of these people? They had been abandoned for too long, which was why they hated the Heaven Imperial Court. This was human nature to begin with. Just think about it, one's home was destroyed, one's homeland was destroyed. And the Heaven Imperial Court army that they had high hopes for and expected to receive reinforcements never appeared. They anxiously waited for the arrival of the Heaven Imperial Court army to reclaim their lost land and return to their homeland, but they waited for 1,000,000 years without any news. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. From disappointment to despair, this kind of complete abandonment and complete disregard, this kind of cold-heartedness was enough to make even the most good-tempered person break his heart. Not to mention these natives of the purple cloud heavens who grew up in the chaos of war and fought their way here. Even if the heavenly demons wreak havoc for a while, they will eventually be destroyed. Our homeland will eventually be reclaimed one day. Chu Yang looked at the two people warmly and said seriously, "Please rest assured, this day won't be too far away." The two people laughed mournfully. Rest assured? What else do we have to worry about? We have long given up, we have no more heart. They laughed with grief and indignation. We, the people of the purple cloud heavens, have the strength of character of the people of the purple cloud heavens. We will always have the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud, Zihao. We will continue to fight forever. As for you people of the Heaven Imperial Court, what do you want to do? What does it have to do with us? When the purple cloud heavens gradually fell, it took more than a day, but the 10 great heavens didn't send any reinforcements. When the southern capital of the purple cloud heavens was finally conquered by the heavenly demons and 30 million people were buried alive, where was the power of the Heaven Imperial Court? Now you are talking about reclaiming your homeland? When we were struggling to survive, we had no choice but to leave our homeland and live in the depths of the forest with ferocious beasts as companions, reproducing with difficulty. Every new generation has to know the history of the purple cloud heavens and our great heavenly emperor of the purple cloud, Zihao, from the moment they were born. Why? Because we know that the people of the Heaven Imperial Court won't remember us at all. They won't remember the purple cloud heavens, and they won't remember the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud. If we can't continue to strive for self-improvement, our heroes will truly be buried in this world. No one will ever know. From the moment a child of the purple cloud heavens is born, he will be accompanied by poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. From the age of 1 or 2, he will have to learn how to fight. From the age of 10, he will have to struggle on the edge of life and death every day, until he is killed, or starved to death, or died in the mouths of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects. Do you know that in these hundreds of thousands of years, almost none of the remaining natives of the purple cloud heavens died of old age in a peaceful atmosphere? No matter if it was a man or a woman. The so-called dying of old age is almost a term of legend. That person's eyes were about to split open, and blood almost seeped out of his eyes. And all of you are full of glory and righteousness, guarding the first bridge, killing enemies in blood, and achieving great achievements for generations. You are dressed in bright clothes, and your deeds are earth-shattering. You have written legends and created legends. But not once did you step out to rescue these survivors of the purple cloud heavens. I would like to ask all of you instead. That person smiled bitterly and calmly. Now in the Heaven Imperial Court, in all the school books, have there ever been a single word that mentioned the beginning and end of the battle of the fall of the purple cloud heavens? Has there ever been a single sentence that mentioned our unparalleled hero, the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud? Has there ever been a single incident that mentioned the survivors of the purple cloud heavens who have been struggling and fighting for the past 1,000,000 years? Has there? Ha ha ha, the two of them laughed loudly in unison, and their voices split the sky. However, their laughter was full of sadness and anger. Chu Yang sighed softly and was speechless for a moment. That's right. In so many years, other than the Eastern Royal Heavens and the Demon Emperor Heavens, the words Heavenly Demon seemed to have disappeared from the books of enlightenment in the other heavens and earth. Now, in most places, no one knew about the great battle of the century that shook the heavens and earth back then. Back then, he had fought the Heavenly Emperor of the purple firmament alone. Now, there were not many people who still knew of him, especially among the commoners. Almost none of them knew his name. Faced with the sorrowful and angry accusatory eyes of these two people, even though Chu Yang was not a native of the Heaven Imperial Court, he could feel that every word and every sound was filled with blood and tears of accusation. They were all filled with sarcasm and contempt that filled the heavens and earth. Leaders and a few author friends really don't have much time here. In my place, as the landlord, No matter what reason you have for coming here today, you are still humans. That person sneered and said, from now on, you will gradually go deep into the heart of purple cloud heavens where the heavenly demon resides. The heavenly demon's strength is bound to get stronger and stronger. Although we don't like you, we still have to warn you seriously. If you feel that your strength is not good enough, quickly get back to the first bridge. The Heavenly Imperial Court doesn't recognize purple cloud heavens, but we, the survivors of purple cloud heavens, don't care to recognize the Heavenly Imperial Court either. You're on your own. The two of them let out a long howl in unison. They didn't even bother to greet each other as they turned around and disappeared into the dense forest. The bushes that the two of them passed by didn't even have the slightest sign of shaking. The two living people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Only a voice came from afar, saying indifferently, when the Heavenly Imperial Court forgets about hatred, when people get used to peace and happiness, when heroes are forgotten, when martyrs are no longer mentioned. When shame is buried in the dust, when glory is covered in dust. Then, the day of destruction is not far away. The Heavenly Imperial Court, you will definitely regret it. The indifferent voice sounded faintly in the sky, lingering in the ears. The voice still reverberated, but the two of them had already disappeared without a trace. Everyone stood in silence, and no one spoke. Everyone felt as if their hearts were pressed by countless mountains, so heavy that they almost couldn't breathe. These few words were like a strange prophecy, fiercely smashing into everyone's heart, and they could no longer forget it. For a moment, everyone was speechless and sighing. Although Daijia didn't think that his actions were really so irresponsible, and although he knew that the two of them were talking about those people in the Heavenly Imperial Court who coveted pleasure and ease, he still couldn't help blushing. He was scolded to his heart's content and was worse than shit, but he couldn't get angry at all. He even had to give a thumbs up and praise, good man. Such an extremely disgusting feeling was really hard to describe with words. Xianxia looked up to the sky and sighed, saying, one side is living a life of luxury, the other side is preparing for war. Once the war really starts, who will win and who will lose? It's really not optimistic. Xianyuan Chongkong said quietly, that layer of white fog is indeed a natural moat that stops the heavenly demons from advancing. However, it also stops the people from the Heaven Imperial Court from having the courage and desire for revenge. In this world, there are gains and losses, and vice versa. The double Heaven Imperial Court has been peaceful for millions of years. It would be weird if people's hearts weren't corrupted. Shimin Wanli continued, however, this barrier cannot be breached, and it cannot be removed on its own accord. Otherwise, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Furthermore, the people who will bear the brunt of this disaster will be the common people. Billions of deaths will not be a lie. This was a responsibility that no one could bear. We hold the line of defense at the first bridge with good intentions. In fact, we are trying our best to maintain the false peace on the other side. Is there really any meaning to all of this? However, Tian Ke still needs a war. Otherwise, how can we rouse the blood of Tian Ke's people? We need a catastrophe to wake the people of Tian Ke up. Just because they don't face it doesn't mean they don't have to face it. They have to face what they have to face. Although war can cause countless innocent deaths, after a long period of peace, we have to use blood and fire to awaken something, Suocho Yunfu smiled bitterly. However, when we really face it, who will be at fault if hundreds of millions or even billions of innocent souls are killed because of war? Everyone was speechless. Everyone knew the logic, and everyone had already understood it. However, when they really faced it, who could be calm and clear? As they moved forward, everyone became more and more silent. Faced with the current situation, they really didn't know what else they could do. They didn't know whether their persistence in the past was meaningful or how long they could hold on. They were filled with melancholy, powerlessness and helplessness. Chu Yang pursed his lips tightly. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that there had never been a moment that made him feel so pressed for time. The plan that he and his tribulation brothers had to be carried out in advance. Not only had the heavenly demons reached a point where there was no room for delay. The hearts of the people who needed to be saved had also reached a point where there was no room for delay. However, if the heavenly demons could be destroyed, how could the hearts of the people be saved? Sister Z, why didn't you reveal your identity when you faced the remnants of the purple cloud heavens just now? I believe that if you did, they would definitely be happy to see you return. Mo Qinggu was a little puzzled. She asked, I clearly saw that you were so agitated that you were trembling all over, but, you didn't. Xianxia let out a long sigh, her face full of shame. How could I not know that as long as I revealed my identity, they would definitely change their view of us? However, it's precisely because of this that I, the princess of the purple cloud heavens, who had never done anything for the purple cloud heavens, what position do I have to speak? What right do I have to accept the worship of the remnants of the purple cloud heavens who had struggled and fought for millions of years? If I were to reveal my identity in front of them one day, then I must do something before that day comes, do something that I should do. At least until I'm worthy of the title daughter of the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud heavens, only then will I reveal my identity. Otherwise, I really don't have any dignity to meet them now. The current me doesn't deserve their loyalty at all. Xianxia's eyes were full of deep stubbornness. Chu Yan and the rest walked through the last part of the journey without any surprises or dangers. Along the way, they passed by countless intact or dilapidated towns. However, there were only traces of the heavenly demons in sight. The grief and indignation along the way could be imagined. This was originally the territory of humans, the home of the people. Finally, their destination, the purple imperial city, was in sight. Chu Yang looked ahead and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. His face was full of solemnity and respect, because Chu Yang finally saw the legendary impregnable pass that occupied the purple cloud heavens. That was the first impregnable pass of the heavenly imperial court that had appeared countless times in the last words of the purple cloud heavenly emperor. In that illusory scene, the impregnable pass had also appeared countless times. That was a huge gate. On both sides were towering city walls, all made of steel. The city walls were 1,000 feet tall and hundreds of feet thick. They extended continuously on both sides, as if there was no end. In the middle was an infinitely majestic gate. As if it could hold up the whole world. Right above the gate were 3 big words, Purple Cloud Pass. Even from far away, it could be seen clearly. It was unknown just how many fierce battles this majestic city wall had endured in the past. Although the mottled spots on it had already been repaired too many times, they could still be seen clearly. On the towering city wall, a huge flag with a radius of 10,000 feet stood tall and fluttered in the wind. Purple Cloud Heavens. Seeing these 3 words, Xianxia couldn't hold back her tears anymore and they flowed out. This was the war flag of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. Although this was obviously no longer the original side, it could still be seen that the heavenly demons had tried their best to maintain the original appearance. This was their greatest respect to the hero of this generation. And on both sides of the pass, there was a couplet. On the couplet, there was that kind of heroic handwriting that went straight to heaven and earth. But there are the purple cloud heavenly soldiers here. Heavenly demons can forget about passing this pass. Even after millions of years, the purple cloud heavenly emperor's handwriting still stood tall and mighty. Proud of the world, facing this shocking building, those steely and awe-inspiring handwriting, everyone knelt down neatly. To the hero, respect. To the legend, worship. Yes, you have done it. You have fulfilled the promise expressed by this sentence. In the end, the purple cloud heavens fought to the last soldier and the heavenly demons didn't pass this pass, until all of them died in battle. After the heavenly demons surged into the purple cloud pass, what they faced was an empty city that spanned tens of thousands of miles. As long as there was one person, and one breath, the heavenly demons couldn't pass. Unless all of us were dead. In the solemn silence, Xianxia was already sobbing uncontrollably. In front of the pass, as far as the eye could see, there was a dense crowd shuttling back and forth. All of them were oddly shaped, and most of them were short and small. They were the various races of the heavenly demons, gathered here. They entered and exited unusually peacefully, with little noise. They entered and exited this pass that originally belonged to the hero quietly. When everyone saw this scene, they gritted their teeth and their breathing was unusually heavy. They couldn't hide their murderous intent any longer, and their deep grief and indignation were almost about to burst out. The heavenly demons who came and went looked at these people of different races. Although their eyes were vigilant, curious, and even a little cruel, they didn't react at all. They just passed by like this, even though they kept turning back to look. But here, no one made any noise, and no one attacked. When Xu Yang and the rest entered the city gate, they found a notice board that explained this silence. Below it, two swords were crossed, holding up this notice board high up. Purple cloud holy ground, no noise. Those who disobey will die. Below the order was a black emperor's seal. This was the heavenly demon's supreme symbol of imperial power, the heavenly emperor's seal. With endless grief and indignation, Xu Yang and the rest walked into this pass that was stained with the blood of countless heroes. They walked into the destination of this trip, the Purple Imperial City, the place where the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor fought a bloody battle back then. Xianxia's hometown. At this moment, no one knew what they were feeling when they walked in. It was difficult for them to grasp the emotions they had when they walked in. When the 14 of them walked into this impregnable pass, countless heavenly demon troops suddenly appeared on the horizon outside the Purple Imperial City from all directions. They came from all directions, closing in on him without leaving a single gap. It was a tight encirclement, not leaving a single gap. Further away, there was a huge black mass of heavenly demon troops gathering, gradually approaching this side. However, all the heavenly demon troops stopped 30 miles away from the Purple Imperial City and stood still. The heavenly demon troops gathered more, and gradually, they couldn't see the end of it. With the current lineup, the heavenly demons had mobilized at least 10 million troops, and their goal was precisely these 14 people. The extraterrestrial demons mobilized tens of millions of troops, and their goal was precisely these 14 people. This huge action undoubtedly showed the great determination of the extraterrestrial demon to keep these people here at all costs. Despite such a huge action, all the extraterrestrial demons were silent. These golden-robed heavenly guards had already entered the Purple Imperial City. When they came out, it would be the beginning of a tragic and bloody battle, and the end of this bloody battle would definitely end with the fall of all the golden-robed heavenly guards. No matter how many extraterrestrial demons they had to sacrifice, they would not hesitate. No matter what, they had to eliminate the biggest obstacle to the extraterrestrial demons' march into the Heaven Imperial City in these years here. They absolutely could not allow any of them to return alive. On Xu Yang's side, everyone was well aware of the situation outside the city. They all clearly knew that the extraterrestrial demons had already surrounded this place like an iron bucket. It was airtight, and there was no space to be found. Even the way back was filled with traps and layers upon layers of ambushes, but everyone's expression did not change, and they were not afraid at all. The 14 of them strolled leisurely in the Purple Imperial City, wantonly looking at the surrounding scenery, looking at the traces of the battle from back then, reminiscing about the deeds of the countless heroic souls from back then. With a feeling of pilgrimage, they moved forward, moving forward, towards their destination. Everyone directly ignored the densely packed extraterrestrial demons that could be seen everywhere. Even the extraterrestrial demons could respect our heroes, so of course, they could not lose face. In front of the heroic souls, what we maintain is the demeanor of the Heaven Imperial City. This is the pride of humans. If there comes a day when we reclaim the Purple Imperial City, we will not hesitate to kill all the extraterrestrial demons here, and leave them without descendants. But before that, we will not do anything here. Today, we will not do anything. We will not disturb the rest of the heroic souls for momentary pleasure. Right in the center of the Purple Imperial City, there was an unusually huge square. In the center of the square, there was a statue of golden armor. Visually, this statue was at least 1,000 feet tall, towering majestically. The golden statue held a sword in its hand, and a cold light flashed. Its 2 feet were one in front and one behind, as if it was about to fight angrily. Its resolute face was full of contempt and arrogance, and its eyes were full of persistent murderous intent. This golden statue was the statue of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, Xianxia himself. It was vivid and lifelike. Just looking at this statue was like seeing the arrogance and disregard of the purple firmament heavenly emperor when he was at the end of his rope, facing billions of heavenly demons alone. This was a kind of heroic spirit that seeped out from the bones, a heroic spirit, and the innate peerless aura. Xianxia watched in a daze as tears filled her eyes. With tears in her eyes, she seemed to be able to see the scene of her father fighting a bloody battle alone. I'm Xianxia, the heavenly emperor of the purple firmament heaven. Sky fiend, come and fight me. Even though millions of years had passed since then, the words of the purple cloud heavenly emperor still seemed to reverberate in this place. Even if he was fighting alone, even if he was isolated and without help, even if he was at the end of his rope, even if he was at the end of his rope. However, I am still Zihao, still full of pride, still a peerless hero. Xianxia knelt before the statue and refused to get up. This is my home. One day, I will go home. I want to take my home back from the hands of my enemies. Father, mother, your daughter is back to see you. Thank you. I want to say that I miss you all. I have never hated you all. I love you all. Very, very much. When I dream, sometimes I dream of you all. Did you all come to see me? I hope that I can dream of you all every day. Even if it is a dream, it is also good. Xianxia said softly. Father, mother, do you know, when I came here, my heart suddenly calmed down. Although you are no longer here, I can still feel that you are here. You are still here. I have a home. I am very happy. Xianxia is very good to me. If you see me, you will definitely give me your blessings. Father, mother. I miss you all. That night, Xianxia fell asleep in Xianxia's arms unknowingly. This girl, who had always been strong and independent, was like a fragile baby tonight. She fell asleep without any defense. She had a dream. She dreamed of her parents. Tears flowed down her face. 2 days and 2 nights later. When it was time to leave, Xianxia had already regained her usual calmness. After experiencing 2 days and 2 nights in this purple imperial city, she seemed to have found comfort in her heart. Her wandering heart finally settled down. And it was an unprecedented sense of security. Her parents were in front of her, and he was by her side. When we come here again, purple cloud heavens will definitely have recovered. I swear. Xianxia swore silently in his heart. Looking at the statue of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud and the sword in his hand, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Heroes should not be covered in dust. Heroes should not be covered in dust. Purple cloud heavens will definitely recover. The heavenly demons will definitely be destroyed. I swear to the heavens. Indestructible heavenly demons, if I don't take revenge, I am not human. I am Xianxia, Calamity Sword Master Xianxia, the successor of purple cloud heavens. Besides, I am also your son-in-law Xianxia. Goodbye. Father-in-law. Your Majesty. In the near future, we will definitely meet again. Before the heavenly demons are destroyed, that will be the time for us to meet again. When Xianxia and the rest of the 14 people walked out of the city gates after paying their respects, they saw all the Heavenly Fiend clan members looking at them strangely along the way. Or perhaps it could not be said to be strange. It was actually also a kind of gaze that was rational and expected. It was a gaze that contained hatred, loathing, and pleasure. They stared at the 14 people as if they were looking at dead people. It seemed that everyone was sure of one thing, and that was that as long as these 14 people left the city, they would definitely die. Everyone was well aware of the Heavenly Fiend clan's mentality, but they also snorted disdainfully. In the end, they only smiled indifferently. Walking out of the city gates, everyone looked back in unison. Finally, they took a deep look at the purple imperial city. This castle that had fallen into the hands of a foreign race was the sacred place of all the hot-blooded men in the world. Today, we will temporarily leave. We are about to leave with a sky full of blood, a stench in the air, and endless corpses. When we return, it will definitely be the time of purple cloud heaven's recovery. After a glance, everyone turned back resolutely, no longer feeling sentimental. They began to walk together. They had only walked for about a dozen miles. After going over a slope, they saw the densely packed Heavenly Fiend army in the distance, with no end in sight. The innumerable army was like a stretch of pitch-black demonic fog that stretched straight to the sky, as if there was no end in sight. In all directions, there were Heavenly Fiends densely packed together. The Heavenly Fiend Horde's army of 10 million was silent at this moment, but that silent and heavy aura seemed to be able to freeze the air. Such a formation could be said to have gained the upper hand by a show of strength. Those who were slightly weaker in mental strength did not even need to fight. Just by looking at this formation and the great disparity in their battle power, they would immediately collapse. The wind blew across the sky, causing countless flags to flutter. That indescribable murderous aura pounced on them and filled the sky. What a great battle array! Xianxia narrowed his eyes and laughed softly. He said, "Gold-robed heavenly guards have indeed become the greatest threat to the heavenly fiends. Just by looking at this formation, it's not hard to guess that they are already determined to win this battle at all costs." Ji Huitian stood expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. He said lightly, "They are destined to be disappointed. It's not such an easy thing to block the path of our brother Tribulation." These two sentences caused everyone's eyes to shine. Brother Tribulation, the long-awaited appellation, finally reappeared. Everyone's blood suddenly boiled, and they found it difficult to control themselves. "None of us can die in this battle." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said softly, "If we really want to die, it must also be after we kill all the heavenly fiends. That is the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud's wish. It is also the chance that Big Brother sacrificed everything for us. Not only must we be worthy of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud, we must also be worthy of Big Brother. We must not let Big Brother down." Everyone nodded silently. Chu Yang looked deeply at Xianxia. He was indeed worthy of being Tribulation's think tank. Just this sentence was undoubtedly the strongest mobilization order to all the Tribulation brothers. It was also the strongest life-saving talisman. It was easy for a person to fight with all his might, as long as he had the intention. But for a person to work tirelessly in a hopeless situation and try his best to survive, it was truly an extremely difficult thing. And the belief to work hard to survive was undoubtedly the only driving force to create this miracle. How can we not value the things that Big Brother exchanged with his life? How can we give up so easily? We have already let Big Brother down. How can we bear to disappoint him again? Our lives no longer belong to us, but to Big Brother. How can we die before we complete the long-cherished wish that he wanted to complete but didn't have the chance to? The heavenly fiend army in the distance parted, and a few figures rose up and rushed into the sky. Then, with their hands behind their backs, they floated in the air. Their limbs and bodies didn't move, but they were extremely confident and at ease as they traveled with the wind. 10 heavenly fiends. It could be seen that these heavenly fiends who came out of the crowd were the leaders of each team. Ji Huitian and the others looked at the 10 heavenly fiends coming slowly, their eyes calm and unperturbed. Golden-robed heavenly guards? The leader of the heavenly fiends was dressed in brocade and had a golden crown. He was very different from the ordinary heavenly fiends. This person didn't have a ferocious face like the ordinary heavenly fiends. Instead, he was strangely shaped and had a fair complexion. He looked no different from the ordinary humans in the heavenly imperial court. Other than that, he exuded an air of elegance. His voice was also elegant and calm, filled with a kind of admirable demeanor of a king. Alarm bells rang in everyone's hearts at the same time. This heavenly fiend's cultivation was definitely extraordinary. He was probably not below Ji Huitian, who had the highest cultivation among them. Ji Huitian took a step forward and said, "We are golden-clothed heavenly guards. Who are you in the heavenly devil land? What is your identity? Tell us your name. We brothers have killed many heavenly devils, but it's rare to kill someone like you." That golden crown heavenly devil laughed and said, "As expected of the golden-clothed heavenly guards, your tone is not small. I can't tell you my name, and you can't kill me." He pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said, "You guys, better surrender. You guys have no way forward, no way back. My army has gathered a large army to encircle and suppress you. There are many experts, and the difference in strength is too great. You guys have no way out. Your only chance of survival is to surrender to me, and I can guarantee that you guys won't die. Furthermore, I promise that as long as you guys can surrender, the tens of thousands of years of killing will be written off, and I won't pursue it anymore." Ha 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 ha. Ji Huitian looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was extremely joyous, as if he had heard a great joke. Then he shouted, "Brothers! Here!" Everyone shouted in unison. "This demon brat actually wants us to surrender. Everyone, tell me, isn't this joke a good one?" "Well said, I really didn't expect this devil cub to have such a talent for telling jokes." That's right, a real person doesn't show his true colors." For a moment, cheers rang out. That golden crown heavenly devil's face turned cold as he said solemnly, "This is definitely not a joke. This is your last chance of survival. Don't make a mistake." Ji Huitian pretended to be stunned when he heard that. What? It's not a joke, brothers. This devil cub said that what he said just now was not a joke. How can it not be a joke? If it's not a joke, then it's his heart that's crazy. These heavenly devils are all brainless, right? Otherwise, how can they say such words? Directly taking on a part-time job, thoroughly disgraceful. A heavenly devil who can say such idiotic words must have smashed his head against the wall when he was born. He must have been born with a head full of tofu dregs, right? Ha ha ha, that golden crown heavenly devil leader's expression changed again and again. At this moment, he had already become somewhat sullen. He was still able to endure and did not immediately explode. He asked solemnly again, "Why are you guys doing this? I am indeed sincere this time. Why are you mocking me like this?" His eyes were filled with anger. "Even if you don't accept my sincerity, you don't have to humiliate your opponents like this. You people from Tionk have such low standards." Bull***T. Yan Fei scolded, "You were the one who insulted us first, and now you're accusing us of insulting you. Are you that handsome? How could we be in the mood to insult you? Even if you want to raise your own status, you don't have to do this, right? What did you say? I insulted you first? When did I insult you?" The heavenly demon was at a loss. He argued loudly. Zhuoqiu Yunfu smiled faintly, but the light in his eyes was as sharp as a blade. "Your original intention has nothing to do with us. However, when you asked us to surrender, you were already insulting us." He puffed out his chest and said loudly, "We are brothers of tribulation. How can we surrender to the outsiders? If you come up here and fight, I'll fight you. Regardless of life or death, victory or defeat, it's a form of respect for us. But you want us to surrender to you. Ha 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 ha. You actually treat us as the kind of people who can be recruited to surrender. If this is not insulting us, what else can it be?" That golden crown heavenly devil was silent for a moment. Then, he revealed a relieved expression and said, "I see." His voice. His eyes were filled with endless regret. If he could make these humans surrender wholeheartedly, there would be a lot of benefits. In addition to being able to continue to send them back to guard the first bridge and build a fortress that was difficult for the human race to break through. The heavenly devil army could also sneak into heaven imperial court as they wished, but now. This idea had undoubtedly become a bubble. These people would definitely not surrender, since there was no hope of getting them to surrender. The heavenly devil nodded. His eyes gradually revealed a sharp murderous intent as he said word by word, "You're right. I shouldn't have planned to make you surrender. Since that's the case, let's fight." He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He suddenly rose into the air and quickly flew backward. A pair of huge black wings suddenly appeared on his body. With the appearance of the black wings, his speed increased by several times, and he quickly left the attack range of Zhuoqiu Yunfuo and the others. Then, he roared in the air, "Kill! Kill with all your might! Don't leave a single one alive!" The tens of millions of heavenly devils around him roared at the same time. Their voices were earth-shattering. In the next moment, heavenly devils from all directions rushed over to attack. The tens of millions of troops moved together. Their momentum was inexplicably shocking, and the ground was almost shaking violently. "Everyone, quickly surround them!" Zhuoqiu Yunfuo shouted in a low voice. "Set up the tribulation unification formation. No matter what, we have to charge out of this battle alive. This is definitely not where we belong." "Yes." After a series of responses, 7 camps were formed at the same time. A series of shrill voices could be heard, "Calamity merge formation. Rise. Glory for thousands of years, only my tribulation. With my brothers by my side, I'm invincible. Tribulation unification formation, I'm invincible." After a long roar, Ji Huitian's body shone with golden light. Holding his sword, he took the lead and stepped out. The 8 brothers followed closely behind. The formation of stars was impressively formed. First, they occupied a position. This was the beginning, and then the 3rd-generation tribulation brother followed closely behind, occupying another position. This is the tribulation 7 stars formation. Although they were only standing in two positions, Chu Yang had already seen through it immediately. He couldn't help but look over worriedly. Now, only the seventh generation tribulation was together. Therefore, even if everyone were to form a formation, they could only form the tribulation 7 stars formation at most. Moreover, this formation had a rather fatal flaw. There were no flaws in the tribulation 7 stars formation itself. It was definitely a first-class super formation. When used together, it could integrate all the battle power and increase it by several times. As long as the formation wasn't broken and messed up, the battle power formed by the formation wouldn't be depleted. But the problem now was that there weren't enough people to form the formation at the moment. The second generation tribulation, third generation tribulation, fourth generation tribulation and seventh generation tribulation were all complete individuals. Their partial formations were naturally complete as well. However, among the fifth generation tribulation brothers, Wu Jiuqing was missing. Among the seventh generation tribulation brothers, Diwu Chocheng was missing. Although only 2 people were missing, it was enough to cause flaws in the operation of the formation. These 2 flaws were destined to be irreparable. Once the tribulation 7 stars formation was activated, other than the formation's power being greatly reduced, there was also the potential danger of the enemy taking advantage of the situation. Although everyone was well aware of this matter, they had no way to resolve it, even if Zhuge Hutu, Suoqiu Yun, Shiman Wanli, Xianyuan Chongkong and other think tanks, there was nothing they could do about this. Although there were disadvantages in using this formation, it also had the advantage of increasing battle power. If they didn't use this formation, the situation would be even more dangerous. Therefore, they could only hold on. The heavenly demon army was getting closer and closer. Once the battle started, there was no turning back. Although there were flaws in the Tribulation 7 stars formation, it was already the best way for Tribulation and the others to deal with. Although they knew it was a risk, they could only hold on. You don't have to care about us. Jun Weiling laughed. As long as you can charge out, we can die without regrets. Moreover, although we have one less person, we may not really die. On the other side, Lu Long laughed heartily. That's right, let's fight. Wait. Please wait. Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. Then, he said hurriedly, Qinggu, go to Jun Weiling's side and play the role of Wu Jiuqing. Perfect Tribulation's partial formation, make sure that there are no flaws in the formation and give the enemy a chance to take advantage of it. Mo Qinggu nodded. Her red dress fluttered. In a flash, she had already gone to Wu Jiuqing's empty position. Ignoring everyone's puzzled looks, Chu Yang said, Big Sister Z, you will fill Diwu Chocheng's position. Make sure that the formation is complete. Zi Shiqing agreed. Her white figure fluttered and she was already standing in Lu Long's team. Although Zhuo Yongqiu and the others knew that Chu Yang's arrangement was well-intentioned, they still couldn't help but frown. Isn't this nonsense? One must know that this Tribulation's 7 stars formation was a special formation jointly created by many generations of tribulations. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to an ordinary battle formation. It wasn't something that could be made up by just adding one more person. Otherwise, Zhuo Yongqiu and the others would have already invited Chu Yang and the others to help. If those who participated in the formation weren't Tribulation's brothers, they wouldn't know how to operate this formation at all. If they forcefully joined in, not only would it be useless, it would even cause the formation to collapse from within. Once such a situation occurred, they would undoubtedly be destroyed by the enemy at the first instance. Of course, if there was a Tribulation Sword Master supporting them, such a situation could still be avoided. But now, not only did they not have a Tribulation Sword Master, even Tribulation wasn't complete. Joining in so hastily was simply fooling around. They might even be sacrificing everyone's lives in vain, not to mention, there was also Tribulation's sister and the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's daughter. If something were to happen, how would they be able to bear the responsibility? Even if they died in the spring, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Chu Yang seems to be a very clever person. How can he be so reckless as to give out orders? But before they could react further, a large group of heavenly demons had already rushed over. Countless swords and sabers shone with cold light and fell neatly. Now that things had come to this, it was too late to change anything. Forcefully changing the formation would only further damage their own battle power. They could only resign themselves to fate and do their best. Charge! Ji Huitian took the lead. He flew up and rushed into the crowd of heavenly demons. It was only a moment of contact, but dozens of heavenly demons were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and they died without a complete corpse. Ji Huitian attacked with his sword. However, no one saw how his sword appeared or how it killed people. There wasn't even sword light, but those heavenly demons were sent flying like minced meat. Following Ji Huitian's actions, the group of brothers beside him also moved in unison. The other large group also moved in unison. The 14 of them were like a huge sharp arrow, shooting into the crowd of heavenly demons without turning back. Everywhere they passed, there was a rain of blood and a foul wind. There are no less than 10 million heavenly demons. In the midst of the battle, Xianxia could still kill people calmly, calculate calmly, and speak calmly. However, those who can really come into contact with us and fight with us won't exceed 1,000 people. Kill the 1,000 people in front of us, then face the next 1,000 people. Actually, our target is only 1,000 people. From the beginning to the end, it's only 1,000 people. Everyone, do you understand? We don't need to use all our strength to deal with 1,000 people. We just need to kill them. Charge forward as we kill. Charge forward all the way, and don't change the initial direction of our advance. Brothers on both sides, focus on defense. The group at the back, don't fall behind. Operate the 7 stars formation at full power. Don't slack off or make any mistakes. No one is allowed to think about dying. We have to go back alive. And we can definitely do it. Amidst the deafening battle cries, Xianxia's voice was like cold water that had reached the freezing point. It slowly flowed into the hearts of every brother who was fighting. He actually sounded calm and relaxed. Everyone listened carefully to Xianxia's analysis. They didn't stop at all and charged forward with all their might. At this stage, the heavenly demon soldiers are exhausting our combat power. When they think that it's a suitable time, it's the time for their experts to attack. If the first attack doesn't succeed, the subsequent attacks will definitely be more ferocious. The order in which their experts attack is probably one wave after another. Everyone, pay attention to the appearance of each wave at all times. They are using the deaths of their own people to create opportunities and time for themselves. Therefore, these guys will never be able to compare to us. Suoqiu Yunfu laughed. Because we will never use our brothers. What's more, he's using his life. Therefore, against such a despicable race, we will definitely win. Suoqiu Yunchu let out a long cry, and his sword flashed with thousands of cold beams, cutting down all the heavenly devils in front of him. That's why we must win. He let out a long howl and laughed. His voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding through the sky. All the Tribulation brothers laughed at the same time. Yes, they are far worse than us. We will win. Actually, we are bullying them. I don't even feel anything when I fight. There's no sense of accomplishment at all. It's really too easy. There's no pressure at all, ha ha ha. High up in the sky, the 10 leaders of the heavenly demons stood there, looking down at the battlefield. Ji Huitian and the others were like a big ship, cleaving through the waves and advancing bravely. Their advancing speed was really fast to the extreme. The heavenly demon army that clearly had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers was actually unable to stop them at all. Now, many of the heavenly devil horde had already been left behind by them. These heavenly devil hordes' unhindered pursuit speed was actually unable to keep up with Ji Huitian and the rest's breakout speed. In other words, if Ji Huitian and the rest's breakout speed was still the same, then there were already a considerable number of heavenly devil horde that could no longer pose a threat to them. Indeed, very strong. Really very strong. That golden-crowned heavenly devil sighed softly. They are infuriating us. Another heavenly devil said with some apprehension. But we cannot make a move, at least not at this stage. The golden-crowned heavenly devil's gaze was deep as he said, it is not easy for a high-level heavenly devil to appear. We must not waste them so easily. Let's follow the established strategy and first use the cannon fodder army to weaken their spirit. Wait until a certain extent, then send out the experts to kill them. This is a foolproof plan. I'm afraid the losses will be very big. Another heavenly devil grinned as he looked down at the waves of blood that were rushing up like torrential rain. He felt that his lips were somewhat dry. This is something that can't be helped. If the losses are not big, they are not worthy of being called golden-robed heavenly guards. How would they be able to stop our footsteps for close to 100,000 years? The golden-crowned heavenly devil said indifferently. The other heavenly devil general sighed inwardly and decided not to persuade him any further. Because the general had already decided, it was useless to persuade him any further. But if they did so, even if they could preserve the strength of the upper echelons to the greatest extent, by the time these 14 people were killed, the number of sacrifices in this army of 10 million would be an extremely terrifying number. Even if these heavenly devil horde were cannon fodder, they were still heavenly devil soldiers. Losing so many heavenly devil horde in one go was definitely an expensive price to pay. Even if they were willing to pay this expensive price, another question that was worth discussing was, could they really keep these people alive? This was something that no one could be sure of. Those golden-robed heavenly guards had created too many impossible miracles in the past. Looking down at Ji Hui Tian and the rest who were weaving through the army of 10 million, everyone felt their scalps go numb. The strength of these golden-robed heavenly guards was truly too terrifying. Compared to the shock of the heavenly devils, Ji Hui Tian and the rest were even more surprised. Originally, they thought that Xianxia and Mo Qingwu's rash participation in the Tribulation Battle formation in a futile attempt to perfect the Tribulation Battle Brothers' Tribulation Battle formation was simply a meaningless act. It would definitely not have any positive effect and could even easily cause destructive damage. But now, it seemed that everyone was greatly shocked. Although the addition of these two people had indeed caused an astonishing destructive effect, this effect was completely used on the enemy. The reason why such an effect could be created was that in this battlefield where thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting, the strength of the 7 tribulation battle teams was actually completely neck and neck, completely and perfectly compatible. None of the teams were even half a step behind. The entire Tribulation 7-star formation was flawless. And flawless, only unprecedentedly strong. Jun Weiling and Lu Long, these two Tribulation teams, had always been the two weakest teams among the Tribulation Battle Brothers. It was not because their strength was slightly weaker, but because they had lost members. Especially in team battles, this weakness was even more obvious. Although each team only had one less person, the result of this loss was the loss of the natural strength of each individual, so these two teams had always been lagging behind. But the fact that they were neck and neck with each other this time proved one thing: the two women that Chu Yang had casually sent out were actually able to perfect the Tribulation Unification formation. Not only that, the flaws in the Tribulation Unification formation were no longer there, but they were also able to make up for it perfectly. No matter what kind of battle they were facing, these two women's coordination and positioning were not weaker than anyone else's. They were even more proficient than others. With their perfect coordination, the Tribulation Battle formation reached the extreme state of perfection for the first time. What was going on? Another bigger question was, how did these two women know the secret of the Tribulation Battle formation, that Mo Qingwu, although one of the Tribulation Battle Brothers' younger sister, should not know about it? The Tribulation Battle Brothers would never reveal the secret of the Tribulation Battle Brothers to outsiders, even if it was their own brothers. And that Princess Xiao, she was even more baffled. Why did she know? If the younger sister of the Tribulation Battle Brothers of this generation knew, it would barely make sense, or perhaps her brother accidentally let it slip, although this kind of situation was also basically impossible. Then, it was really too unreasonable for Princess Xiao to know about this, but now that they were in the middle of a great battle, who had the time to ask such questions? It was more important to hurry up and face the enemy with all their might. Although everyone had a belly full of doubts and puzzlement, they could only fight with all their might at the moment, and only by really rushing out and escaping to heaven. Only then would there be room for an answer to this mystery. Xianxia's white dress fluttered, her figure was graceful, but her attacks had nothing to do with her beautiful figure. Her attacks were only brutal and domineering, and invincible. Mo Qingwu's red dress fluttered, and her heavenly dance was fully performed. That dance was like a fairy in a fairyland, but it brought out a kind of heroic spirit. As she danced, the dreaming of a gentle dance saber sprinkled out pieces of dreamy saber light, and the surrounding heavenly demons fell down one by one just like that. Some heavenly demons fell to the ground and died, but there was still a look of intoxication and appreciation on their faces. It turned out that beauty could also be so beautiful that it could kill, after a while, the face of the leader of the heavenly demons in midair finally changed, and he was no longer calm. Because he noticed Mo Qingwu's attack, the muscles on his face actually twitched subconsciously, and there was a feeling of an old scene reappearing suddenly. Isn't this the famous consummate skill of the purple cloud heaven's emperor's wife? The heavenly demon with the golden crown somewhat lost his composure, and his face was pale as he muttered to himself, back then. My father, the lord of earth demons, died under this beautiful dreamy heavenly dance. I didn't expect this heavenly dance to actually reappear in the world today. Heavenly dance. Is it really the legendary heavenly dance? Beside him, the faces of a few heavenly demon generals also changed greatly. The heavenly demon horde respected the heavenly emperor of Xianxia, but that earth-shattering battle back then also caused all the heavenly demons to suffer from a phobia of some names. For example, the heavenly emperor of Xiao's purple cloud tower and purple cloud sword. Another example, Ling Piaping's heavenly dance. Back then, Ling Piaping used up all of her life's potential to dance in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. That boundless beauty contained boundless killing intent, causing the earth demon army of 3 million, including the lord of earth demons, to all die in one afternoon. Although Ling Piaping finally died after that battle, she was like a lamp that ran out of oil. However, the words Tian Wu deeply wedged themselves into the hearts of the extraterrestrial demons. Tian Wu, the undefeatable Tian Wu. This dreamlike skill haunted everyone like a nightmare for a long time. At this very moment, this lost dream had actually appeared in front of him once again. Moreover, it was displayed on such an outstanding woman. What was the relationship between this woman and the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Goddess Piaping? Goddess Piaping, Ling Piaping, was the only person who had once killed more demons than the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zihao. Would the nightmare of the past really appear again today? For a moment, all the extraterrestrial demons fixed their eyes on Mo Qingwu. The leaders of the extraterrestrial demon horde were all guessing. How did this beautiful woman in red obtain Ling Piaping's inheritance? In the battle back then, Ling Piaping and Tian Wu's might had intimidated the heavenly demon horde. The heavenly demon horde had launched an investigation because of Tian Wu's fear. After 1,000 years of investigation, it was finally confirmed that Tian Wu no longer had a successor. Ling Piaping was the last one. One had to know that Goddess Piaping, Ling Piaping, was famous. However, there was no successor back then. The reason why there was no successor. On one hand, Ling Piaping was already the empress of the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. Her identity was special, and she was no longer suitable to be a teacher. Another, more important reason was that the conditions to inherit Tian Wu were very difficult to meet. In addition to the need for exceptional talent, aptitude, and foundation, there were many other restrictions. For example, only a woman could inherit it, and only a beautiful woman could inherit it. It was not easy to find a suitable successor. Until Ling Piaping's death, no one had been found who could inherit the power. After confirming this, many extraterrestrial demon horde rejoiced. The peerless dance of one dance killed a city, another dance killed a country was finally no longer seen. However, today, at this moment, the dreamlike elegy dance reappeared before their eyes. How could the extraterrestrial demon horde not be shocked? This woman's current cultivation is still far from Goddess Piaping's level, but she already has about 40% of Tian Wu's peak power. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown looked at Mo Qingwu. Extraterrestrial demons fell in droves. Extraterrestrial demon horde. His eyes were serious. He said, "This isn't right." Right, that woman can't unleash 40% of Tian Wu's peak power. It should also be enhanced by that strange formation, and the enhancement effect is quite large. That's right. The battle formation is the battle. This battle formation has both offense and defense. It is indestructible and unbreakable. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Move the whole body and the branch will be scattered to the end. Their individual powers are perfectly integrated. Any attack against one person will be shared by them. If this theory is true, even if Demon King level experts attack together, they won't be able to destroy one person at the same time. As long as they don't destroy one person at the same time, they will have to face their full counterattack. You can imagine how dangerous it is. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown stared at the Calamity Unification formation and frowned. Inside, the 13 people have formed 7 such battle formations. Every group is the most perfect battle formation. The most terrifying thing is that these 7 battle formations have a subtle connection with each other. It's as if the 7 small formations have formed an invisible great formation, that is to say, at least at this stage, as long as you fight with them, no matter which direction you come from, you may have to face the joint attack of the 13 people. Of course, the premise is that you are worth the joint attack of so many people. If the situation continues to develop, the result is not optimistic. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown pondered for a moment. He made up his mind and said, "Pass down the order. Use the jade-shattering tactic." Jade-shattering tactic. All the generals trembled at the same time. The jade-shattering tactic was the general name of the extraterrestrial demon's desperate tactics. This tactic was not to seek victory after defeat or to seek opportunities in danger. Instead, it was a suicidal tactic to fight with the enemy with one's life. Every extraterrestrial demon who participated in the battle, no matter what kind of attack they faced, would launch a self-detonation attack at the same time. No matter whether they could kill the enemy in the end, the person who used this tactic would definitely die. However, they could use all their power to turn into an earth-shattering explosion to attack the target. 100,000 extraterrestrial demons. Let's see the result of this battle. The extraterrestrial demon with the golden crown's voice was extremely cold at this moment. His eyes flashed with a crazy and vicious light. 100,000 jade-shattering tactic to watch this battle. This number came with a considerable price. To be able to use the jade-shattering tactic, one's cultivation level could not be too low. If it was too low, there would be no effect at all. Other than that, the person who used the jade-shattering tactic had to have relatively good eyesight and courage. This was because the timing of the jade-shattering tactic was also very important. A moment of cowardice or hesitation could cause the jade-shattering tactic to be incomplete. An extraterrestrial demon that had to combine all 3 points was no longer an ordinary extraterrestrial demon horde. Mobilizing 100,000 extraterrestrial demons to execute the jade-shattering tactic was definitely an extremely extravagant method of attack. It was also an extremely cruel and decisive method. The rest of the great extraterrestrial demon leaders were trembling all over. Their hearts were also trembling. They hurriedly retreated and went to make their own arrangements. The 10 great camps each sent out 10,000 jade-shattering demon soldiers. If any single camp sent out all 100,000 jade-shattering demon soldiers, it would be a huge blow to their vitality. Back then, the extraterrestrial demons had attacked Purple Firmament for a long time without success. The situation had entered a stalemate. The 8 great guardians guarding Purple Firmament were Ling Yu, Frost Spear, Meng Hui, Frenzied Blade, Bai Luo, Snow Song, Yellow Springs, Heaven Battling. The 8 of them each led an army and guarded 8 directions. They were bathed in blood and fought hundreds of battles. Each of them operated like an iron wall without any loopholes. The extraterrestrial demons had an army of tens of millions. Although they had an absolute advantage in numbers, they were unable to advance an inch. However, it was at that time that the Heavenly Demon King proposed an extremely decisive tactic. It was 100,000 jade-shattering demon soldiers watching this battle. In that battle, they had used the tactic of 100,000 extraterrestrial demons collectively self-destructing. They had used their own lives to open up this passage. The so-called watching this battle was to see if such a desperate and decisive tactic could be effective. And the key point was the word battle. If these 100,000 jade-shattering demon soldiers, they would not be able to shake the foundations of any of the 8 great guardians. Then, the extraterrestrial demons could only slow down and plan slowly. The effect of the first wave of 100,000 jade-shattering demon soldiers' self-destruction was truly terrifying enough to destroy the world. Purple Firmament Guardian Ling Yu's army vanguard was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and was completely wiped out. In the true sense of the word, they were reduced to ashes and smoke on the battlefield together with the 100,000 extraterrestrial demons. It was obvious that this battle was indeed effective. The Heavenly Demon King did not hesitate to launch a second wave of attacks. A total of 800,000 high-level extraterrestrial demons self-destructed, forcing the Purple Firmament Guardian Ling Yu to die on the battlefield. At this point, one of the 8 great guardians had died, and when they faced the second purple firmament guardian, they realized that they were still unable to defeat him. The heavenly demon king had no choice but to use the jade-shattering demon soldiers tactic again, front and back. Facing the crazy purple firmament heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, the extraterrestrial demons used a total of 10 million jade-shattering demon soldiers to finally open up the passage to the purple imperial city. A total of 10 million jade-shattering demon soldiers and 10 million elites of the extraterrestrial demons fell at the same time. Although the results of the battle were extremely glorious, the sacrifices they had to pay were also immeasurable. Under such an extreme battle tactic, the purple firmament heavenly soldiers were forced to use the same tactic as the enemy to barely resist. At the end of the battle, the sound of self-destruction simply rose and fell one after another. Until now, a million years later, some people who had personally experienced the battle still trembled all over when they thought of it. They were extremely terrified, and tears flowed down their faces, and back then, 10 million extraterrestrial demons and 100 jade-shattering demons achieved the final result of the extraterrestrial demons' invasion of purple firmament. For this matter, the higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons specially established the Loyal Soul Society. The names of the 10 million extraterrestrial demons on the jade-shattering demons were all engraved on it. The extraterrestrial demons called it the Shrine of Passing. It meant that this experience could not be and should not be forgotten by any of the demonic masses. A long period of worship. Even when they went to the toilet, they would also recite the names of the Shrine of Passing. Because if not for the experience back then, there would not be the digestion and excretion now. The experience now. Damn it, it had already been a million years since the extraterrestrial demons used the jade-shattering tactic again, but this time, facing these 14 people, the golden-crowned extraterrestrial demon did not hesitate to use this command that had been sealed for a million years. At this moment, the generals of the extraterrestrial demons who heard this command clearly developed a feeling of destiny. Back then, 100,000 jade-shattering demons watched this battle had resulted in the extraterrestrial demons' invasion of purple firmament. And now, what would it result in? And what did this indicate? But no matter what, the command had already been given. The jade-shattering tactic had to be executed, and it had to be executed thoroughly, because of Mo Qingguo and Xianxia's unexpected addition and outstanding performance. Ji Huitian and the rest advanced triumphantly all the way. At the same time, they also secretly preserved a considerable amount of physical strength. After the Calamity 7 Stars formation was perfected, although there was no Calamity Sword Master in the center and it could not unleash its full power, it was still the top battle formation in the world. If there had to be an evaluation, there were only 4 words: invincible. Along the way, everyone's robes had long been soaked in blood, and the bloody light was awe-inspiring. Suddenly, the seemingly endless extraterrestrial demons retreated rapidly like the tide, and they even retreated in all directions. Seeing this, Ji Huitian roared and took the lead, rushing forward to chase after the retreating demons. His aura was even stronger. The rest of the crowd followed suit. Suoqiu Yunfu, however, was suspicious and loudly warned, "Be careful of traps." But Ji Huitian had already rushed out at this time. There will be a 3rd chapter later. I have too many things to do during this period of time, and I have delayed many updates. So, I will try my best to write more to make up for it. I can only say that in this short 1 month's time, I have received 4 great gods from the game company. I even went to Shanghai on orders and spent 7 days. And, please understand me. I am really exhausted from running around, but this is something that can't be helped. Not only has this book reached a critical moment, but my life has also reached a critical moment. In order to coordinate with the formation, all the brothers shouted and followed closely behind. The formation was not messed up at all. At this moment, Chu Yang was passively trapped in the core position. At the same time, he also felt that something was wrong. Up till now, Chu Yang had not made a move. Because, at this stage, it was not the right time for him to make a move. The heavenly demons had been fighting with the golden-robed heavenly guards for tens of thousands of years. They already knew a lot about each other's strength. Along the way, he had thoroughly scouted out the situation and was even more confident. Now, with the formation that they had set up, they should have absolute confidence to go all out and annihilate all 14 people in Tribulation's group. In terms of strength and numbers, the two sides could not be compared at all. Even the time and place were all on the heavenly demons' side. If there were no great variables, Tribulation's group would be dead for sure. However, the variables were naturally Mo Qingguo, Xianxia, and Chu Yang. But now, Mo Qingguo and Xianxia had joined the battle in order to perfect the Calamity Unification formation. In other words, the variables that belonged to them, or rather, the influence that they could exert, had all been displayed. They were no longer existences that could influence the outcome of the battle. Now, the only variable that the heavenly demons did not know about was Chu Yang. Of course, there was also Brother Tiger and Tribulation's divine soul who had not made a move until now. Chu Yang was only one person. Although his strength was not bad, in terms of actual cultivation, he was probably not as good as any of the Tribulation brothers present. Even if he had his strength and preserved his complete combat power, how much of an effect could he have? This was because, apart from being Chu Yang also had another identity, Tribulation Sword Master. For the Tribulation Unification formation, Tribulation Sword Master was the real core, although the current Tribulation 7 Stars formation could be said to be perfectly formed. In fact, there was no formation I. In other words, the Tribulation Unification formation still had a flaw. There was only one flaw, and Tribulation Sword Master was exactly this formation I, making up for the only flaw of the Tribulation Unification formation. Although Chu Yang had not made a move, he had already placed himself in the position of the formation I when he rushed out from the front. He could attack at any time. Once Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation Sword appeared at the most crucial point, they would instantly increase the energy of the Tribulation Unification formation by several times. This way, the Calamity Unification formation could be perfected and unleash the strongest combat power of the Calamity Unification formation in history. Chu Yang wanted to preserve his strength so that he could display his prowess at the critical moment. He wanted to influence the battle situation to the greatest extent and reverse the situation. Only then would he be able to bring everyone back to the first bridge. However, if Chu Yang were to act rashly and expose his side's true trump card in advance, there would still be at least tens of thousands of miles of road ahead. The enemy would definitely be able to make a targeted response. At that time, it would truly be over. Chu Yang was confident that although his cultivation was not as good as the previous generations of Tribulation brothers, in terms of battle power, once the Tribulation sword was drawn, there was not much difference. There was also Brother Tiger and Calamity's divine soul. This was Chu Yang's other trump card, therefore, Chu Yang was not in a hurry. But now, the heavenly demon's rash retreat was clearly a retreat prepared. What was the other party trying to do? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he saw groups of heavenly demons rushing toward him from all directions, as if they had no regard for their own safety. Their faces were resolute and ferocious. That kind of desperate hell, that kind of desperate battle intent, rushed toward him. Seeing this, Chu Yang could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Jun Weiling. Be careful, the heavenly demons are going all out. It's highly likely that they are using the self-detonation tactic. Jun Weiling shouted without hesitation, everyone, be careful. This bunch of demons is using the self-detonation tactic. Although the other teams did not know for now, Jun Weiling and the others already knew about Chu Yang's identity as the Tribulation Sword Master from Wu Jiuqing. They did not have any doubts about Chu Yang's words at all. It was as if they were carrying out their boss's orders back then. Without hesitation, without doubt, at the same time, Suoqiu Yunfu, Shiman Wanli, and the others also came to their senses. They shouted at the same time, close the formation. At this moment, without exception, the strategists of the previous generations of Tribulation made the same, and also the most correct choice, the Tribulation brothers who were scattered in all directions to chase after the heavenly demon horde all retreated at the same time. Just as the last person returned to the team, a heavenly demon with a black face took the lead and pounced over. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion, boom, then, countless heavenly demons pounced over one after another with no regard for their own safety. With a desperate determination, they brazenly self-detonated on Tribulation's defensive formation, boom boom boom, the sound of the explosion rang out. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. A grand show of exploding bombs was played out in 100,000 feet radius at this moment. countless dust, rocks, everything, along with countless broken limbs and body parts, rose into the sky. In such a chaotic place, even heavenly demon horde's Cultivation could not see the situation at the center of the explosion clearly. In the sky, the golden-crowned heavenly demon frowned as he looked at the scene before him. He suddenly asked, how did these 14 people compare to the purple cloud guardian's Cultivation back then? All the heavenly demons who heard this looked at each other. No one could answer this question. In that battle back then, almost all the heavenly demons who participated in it died. Even if there were a few who were lucky enough to survive, most of them were riddled with injuries and went back to recuperate. Or rather, they went back to wait for death. Today, most of those who survived had died of old age. Those who were still alive had almost all become the upper echelons of the heavenly demon's strength. They would not appear here. And these people who participated in this encirclement were all rising stars who had risen in the past million years. They did not know the real situation of that battle at all. Although they had heard of many legends, they had never seen it with their own eyes. They really had no right to speak. And now, every word and every judgment could affect the success or failure of the battle before them. Who dared to speak rashly? The golden-crowned heavenly demon frowned and said. Although I can't be sure about this, these golden-robed heavenly guards have blocked us for so many years. I believe that the strength of each of them, although not as strong as the purple cloud guardian back then, is definitely not far off. My lord is wise. The heavenly demon war generals flattered together. Their status was not as high as this golden-crowned heavenly demon, so naturally, they had to flatter their superior. In other words, the combined combat strength of these people is definitely much higher than a single purple cloud guardian. Especially now that they are in a certain formation, their defensive ability is also considerably increased. The golden-crowned heavenly demon muttered to himself. My lord, I heard of such a saying in the legends. The Jade Shatter army perished together with the purple cloud guardian's army. But I have never heard of the Jade Shatter army fighting against the purple cloud guardian himself. A heavenly demon said weakly. The golden-crowned heavenly demon frowned. The explosion below had already come to an end. The result of the battle had appeared. In the dust that filled the sky, a group of people could be seen rushing out rapidly like a furious dragon. Once again, they plunged into the depths of the heavenly demon army at lightning speed. 1, 2, 3. After counting carefully, the golden-crowned heavenly demon's face finally could not help but twitch. He subconsciously scolded in a low voice, Elder Father. The heavenly demon war generals looked at Ji Hui Tian and the others who were surrounded by the thick smoke below. They could not help but scold in unison, Elder Father. Because there were 14 of them, and not a single one of them was reduced, this unbelievable result naturally caused the Skyfiends to curse wildly, Daddy is dead. So many warriors were sacrificed, but not a single one of them was injured. This result made the heavenly demons very depressed. The golden-crowned heavenly demon's gaze was grave. He gritted his teeth and said, prepare for the next wave. I don't believe that the suicidal attack of so many people could not do anything to them. Suzuki-kun, you go next. Wave. That Suzuki-kun's face instantly turned bitter. He stuttered, I go? He thought to himself, isn't that the same as sending me to my death? That's right. You go. The golden-crowned heavenly demon's face was like iron. You go personally and test their bottom line. General Suzuki Seiji, I represent the Emperor to thank you. This General Suzuki Seiji stared with his eyes and mouth wide open. He cursed in his heart, you mother cur, since when can you represent the Emperor? You actually represent the Emperor to thank me. Your sister, I knew you would not be pleasing to the eye, however, after being tongue-tied, he finally agreed. One stood at attention and the other nodded. Toad fart. Author's translation, Toad fart is the language of the heavenly demons. When translated into Tian-K language, it means yes. The golden-crowned heavenly demon nodded and turned to another heavenly demon. General Tian Xiaogan, General Suzuki Seiji will be in charge of the main attack. You will help to support the formation. Pay attention to every abnormality of the opponent. Don't miss any clues. General Tian Xiaogan stood at attention and said seriously, Toad fart. Go. The golden-crowned heavenly demon nodded. Two figures flew out together. However, one of them had some pity and sympathy for the other, while the other had some desperation and determination. Tian Xiaogan, after this formation, I will definitely die. I'll leave my family to Tian Xiaogan. Suzuki Seiji bowed to the ground. When he straightened up, his face was full of tears. Tian Xiaogan said seriously, Suzuki-kun, don't worry. Leave everything to me. Suzuki Seiji stared at him and said solemnly, I'll really leave it to you. Without waiting for Tian Xiaogan to reply, he turned around and left. His figure was full of determination, but there was also a hint of loneliness and desolation. That black silhouette streaked across the sky with a swoosh, and had already arrived at his own camp. Immediately, the next moment, the Black Army moved and rushed up like a tide. A total of 200,000 elite Heavenly Demon Army. Tian Xiaogan looked at the Heavenly Demon Army moving and sighed in his heart. After this battle, I'm afraid, the designation of Suzuki Seiji's main force would be cancelled forever. On the other side, Ji Hui Tian and the rest who had narrowly escaped death were no longer as calm and composed as before. Everyone was covered in a layer of cold sweat, drenching their clothes. They really didn't expect the Heavenly Demon Horde to be so decisive. One by one, they charged forward and self-detonated without any warning. And it wasn't just 3 or 5 of them, but a group, a large group, an army. If not for the fact that the cultivation of these self-detonating heavenly demons was too far apart from everyone else, the final result this time would be unimaginable. But even so, everyone was still dizzy, their internal organs were shaken, and they felt as if their insides were burning. Although they weren't really injured, the shaking of their internal organs was still unbearable. If at the same time, there were experts of the same level who attacked, even if they weren't defeated immediately, they would be at a complete disadvantage. Mo Qinggu had already taken out the heavy pills and distributed them to everyone. But this doesn't seem too bad. Yan Fei grinned. We didn't even move a finger and they all self-detonated. This time, we've earned at least 100,000 yuan. This transaction is still acceptable. We'll only feel uncomfortable for a moment, but it's almost a profit without any capital. Nonsense, what the F***ck do you know? Suecho Yunqiu scolded angrily. Although he was scolding, he was racking his brains to consider what to do if the Heavenly Demon Horde attacked again, or if they continued to attack without any regard for the cost. How to deal with such a genuine attack of death that didn't have any tricks. After all, the heavy pills couldn't be endless. Although everyone was lucky enough not to be injured in the previous wave of attacks, it didn't mean that they could endure it forever. If this went on, and the heavenly demons were really determined to continue sacrificing themselves, then, they might really not be able to return. The self-detonating heavenly demons just now weren't very powerful, and the power of their self-detonation wasn't enough to break through the defensive power of their bodies, so the effect was limited. But if the heavenly demons who were more powerful launched a similar self-detonation attack, would they be able to endure it? What if it was a chain attack like this? Would they be able to bear it? The size of the enemy's army was astonishing. Even if they were attacking with their own numbers, they could still afford to expend their energy. As long as one wave of self-detonation worked, they would lose people on their side and the Calamity 7 Stars formation would not be complete. Their defensive power would be sharply reduced. Then, the enemy's next attack would undoubtedly be a disaster for them. However, what one feared most often came true. Just as the strategists were thinking of a countermeasure, they saw a group of people in front of them covering the sky and covering the earth. There was no power, only the intent of death. Sensing the aura of death that was filled with despair, Suecho Yunfu sighed inwardly. As expected, it's still the same attack. The heavenly demon commander's determination to kill them all was unshakable. Again, this kind of attack might not work on them even if it was launched once or twice. However, as long as there were enough of them, it would definitely work, and with the current situation, there was an army of 10 million heavenly demons in front of them. They could organize such an attack at least 100 times. Just by looking at the density of the attacks in front of him, it was completely imaginable. He believed that if it was necessary, the heavenly demon leader would not hesitate to kill these 10 million heavenly demons. And he would definitely not even frown, as long as he could kill them all. Although the price was heavy, it was sufficient. Besides, he could also make an unparalleled contribution. A general's success was built on 10,000 dead bodies. So what if he lost a lot of cannon fodder? What was even more frightening was that the enemy's hidden true expert had never appeared until now. They definitely could not ignore this potential threat. Suoqiu Yunfu and Shiman Wanli frowned and thought hard about a countermeasure. However, a voice beside them said slowly, "Sigh. You guys, don't you have any long-range weapons? Do you have to let them rush to your side and self-explode? Strategists? Strategists? You guys are really hopeless." This sudden sentence made everyone's eyes light up. They immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. They saw Chu Yang, who was dressed in black, looking over calmly. That sentence was actually said by him. Since the start of the battle, Chu Yang had been in a position of being protected. He had not taken the initiative to attack at all. Many of his brothers who did not know his identity were already dissatisfied with his attitude. 2 women had already attacked, and you actually had the nerve to not help. What kind of man are you? What a coward. However, they did not expect that such a crucial and constructive sentence would actually be said by him. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the person involved. Right now, Chu Yang was playing the role of an onlooker wholeheartedly. That was why he was able to say such thought-provoking good words. "Everyone, prepare your hidden weapons." Suoqiu Yunfu looked at Chu Yang gratefully. Then, he immediately shouted, "Don't use light weapons. Use iron balls that are heavy enough. Short swords, iron spears, and iron rods will do. These kinds of things are all over the place now. You can also collect some of them and store them in your storage space. You may need a lot of them later. Attack immediately once they come within 3,000 feet of you. Be careful of the timing. It's best if you can make them self-explode in their own camp." Shiman Wanli quickly added. Everyone agreed. In an instant, everyone's hands were clenched so tightly that cold light glinted. There were also those who did not usually use hidden weapons. At this moment, they also grabbed the broken heavenly demonic weapons on the ground with their hands. Yan Fei was the most ferocious. In an instant, he had already grabbed hundreds of spears in his hands. In an instant, he looked like a porcupine. His entire body was surrounded by shining spears. Even at such a moment, everyone could not help but feel a little scared. Qing Feifei was speechless. He shouted angrily, "Idiot! Do you think you're the only one? Why don't you take less? Don't use up all of them in one go. Now that they're all over the ground, it won't be easy to find them later." Everyone laughed together. With a series of hoarse roars, the heavenly demons were already rapidly approaching. Suoqiu Yunfu calculated carefully. Looking at the heavenly demons that were getting closer and closer, their bodies were also suddenly expanding. This was a sign that they had already activated all their blood and qi and were ready to self-explode. It was indeed this move. Suoqiu Yunfu's gaze turned cold. After calculating that it was about time and that the other party could no longer reverse or stop the self-explosion, he immediately waved his hand. "Attack! Pay attention to the density of your attacks." Suoqiu Yunfu shouted. Paying attention to the density of the attacks was the key to targeting the heavenly demons. If they only targeted a portion of the heavenly demons, even if that portion of the heavenly demons all self-exploded, they would only lose a small portion. However, if the density of the attacks was relatively scattered, it would allow the heavenly demons to cause considerable damage to themselves. A loud roar. Suddenly, an overwhelming number of items flew out in an orderly manner. What were the cultivations of Yan Fei and the others? They were all at the level of high-level peak saints. Even a needle could be used as a rod in their hands. Moreover, they were using heavy weapons with great destructive power. Moreover, the distance between the two parties was already so close, streaks of cold light flashed in the air. Even though these heavenly demons' strength had increased by several times due to their self-explosion, some of the long weapons even pierced through the bodies of more than 10 heavenly demons consecutively before they were finally exhausted. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, nearly 1,000 heavenly demons self-detonated at the same time. Before they could even reach their goal, they had already self-destructed halfway through. Because their self-explosion movements were close to overflowing, they could no longer control themselves in this state. As long as they received a certain external stimulus, they would automatically activate it. Under Suoqiu Yunfu's careful calculation, The attacks of these hidden weapons from Tribulation's brothers successfully became such a trigger for the self-explosion. At that time, it was even too late to withdraw the cultivation that had gathered crazily. They could only watch themselves die because of the self-explosion without hurting the target at all. Moreover, because they self-exploded in front of their comrades, they only hurt their own people, and a large number of them were killed. This wave of heavenly demons' self-explosion became the trigger for the self-explosion of other heavenly demons. For a moment, the Tribulation brothers' side was peaceful, but the heavenly demons' camp opposite them was full of explosions. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and dust rose into the sky. Dad. How could this be? Dad. Dad. Suzuki Chingji stomped his feet and beat his chest, shouting and cursing wildly. In fact, this wave of attack was carefully deployed by Suzuki Chingji, and the frequency of the attack was extremely dense. If this wave of attack could be effective, then he wouldn't have to die. However, the final result of this wave of 30,000 people rushing forward was that almost half of them were killed by the self-explosion of their own people. This result made Suzuki Chingji almost vomit blood. The chain reaction caused by the self-explosion could be said to be unexpected by everyone. Even Xianxia Yunfu, the commander-in-chief of Tribulation's side, didn't expect that this very simple coping strategy would eventually lead to such a brilliant result. Looking at the firecrackers exploding one after another in front of them, as long as the fuses hadn't been burned out and hadn't been extinguished, the firecrackers could continue to explode one after another. Everyone felt extremely satisfied. It should be a fierce battle of life and death, a fierce fight in the form of mutual destruction, but now it became a one-sided explosion caused by internal strife on one side, and the other side was equivalent to watching the fun. The most crucial factor that led to this result was his grasp of the timing of his attack. Even the slightest bit of mistake was not allowed. However, Xianxia Yunfu didn't get carried away by this joy. He just glanced at it and immediately issued an order. Brothers, let's move forward. Charge. The game company said that there was an important matter, and they had to go to Guangzhou tomorrow. I groaned and thought, are they going to give me 100 million? If it's cash, can I carry it all by myself? End of chapter 2434. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.